After discussing, each family decided to buy the empty land in front and behind their own yards. As for the 3 houses, Grandpa said, "My family will buy one." They and their spouse were living with Dasha, so they didn't buy a house yet, but they planned to buy one so that when Fula and her family found a place, they would have somewhere to settle. The other 2 houses, Gu Jinli's family wanted both. Gu Jinli wanted to make soy sauce and expand her tofu business, so she needed a yard to set up a workshop. The remaining yard was reserved for when they found Aunt Dia, so their family could live there. Gao Shuli worked efficiently, visiting each family one by one. In just 15 minutes, he completed the paperwork for their property deeds. Now, Gu Jinli's family owned 3 old earthen houses, each covering 2 acres. After completing the deeds for these 3 yards, they spent 12 taels of silver. They also bought the empty land in front and behind these yards, totaling 20 acres, costing 40 taels of silver. Additionally, they spent 6 taels on 6 acres of newly cleared land. Adding everything up, their total expenditure was 58 taels of silver. This was a lot of money. In the past, her family wouldn't have been able to afford it, but over the past month, they had been making tofu every day, earning an average of 3 taels daily. Now they had over 100 taels saved and could afford to spend 58 taels on land and houses. Gu Jinli took out her cloth bag along with Gu Dasha, pulled out 2 bundles of broken silver, and handed them to Gao Shuli. Gao Shuli counted the silver carefully, confirmed it was correct, and then handed the property deeds to Gu Dasha. Gu Dashan received the land and house deeds, feeling very excited. Now he finally owned property and land. After the excitement, Gu Dashan hurriedly kept the deeds close to his body, occasionally patting the inner pocket of his coat, worried they might disappear. Gao Shuli quickly finished handling the deeds for the other families. Just after completing the paperwork, a noisy commotion approached from afar. Hearing the noise, Gao Shuli waved to them and said, "Follow me." The families hurriedly followed Gao Shuli to a small side door behind the official's house. Gao Shuli took out a bunch of keys and opened the small door. "Go through here." Passing through this small corridor leads to the north back door of the county office. It's where the guards go in and out. Someone from the Jiang family is waiting for you there. "Thank you, sir." The 3 elders bowed to Gao Shuli and quickly entered the side door, leaving the official's yard. They followed the small corridor to the north back door of the county office. Shang Xiaozai was already waiting at the gate. He was flanked by 2 unfamiliar young men and a burly middle-aged man with a black coat, a wolf fur belt, and a beard. This man was Jiang Qi, Shang Xiaozai's brother-in-law. Jiang Qi looked over their group briefly, then fixed his gaze on Qin Sanlang and asked, "Is this the young man from the Qin family?" Shang Xiaozai nodded. "Yes, that's him." Look at that build, that waist, he's definitely a martial artist," Jiang Qi said, showing some favor because of Ludiju. Qin Sanlang smiled shyly at the comment. Shang Xiaozai explained, "This is my older brother-in-law, the eldest son of my father-in-law's family." The families hurried to greet Jiang Qi. The 3 elders asked Shang Xiaozai, "When we were in the official's house, we heard a commotion. It seemed a group of people was rushing there, but they were stopped by another group. Is everything okay?" They were worried that officials from County Magistrate Zhou's side might fight with those from County Magistrate Zhou's side. Jiang Qi waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, nothing will happen. This is the county office after all." Although the Zhou family is powerful locally, Zhou's people wouldn't dare to go too far. Otherwise, when the county magistrate and my father return, they won't be able to explain themselves. Jiang Qi continued, "Ludiju is already being watched by Old Yang's men. When night falls, Old Yang's people will take him through the back door and put him in the detention house. This won't involve your families." The 3 elders were very pleased to hear this. That's good. They just wanted to farm peacefully and didn't want to get involved in any trouble. After explaining, Jiang Qi looked at Qin Sanlang and said, "You handled Lu Diju's matter very well." He asked him, "What work do you do at home? Have you thought about working at the county office?" Qin Sanlang shook his head. "Thank you for Uncle Zhang's kindness. My family has just settled down, and there are many chores to do. My grandfather is quite old, so I want to stay at home to help for now. I haven't thought about leaving home. Jiang Qi said, That's very filial of you. But you don't need to rush to answer. Go home and discuss it with your grandfather. Maybe he will agree for you to work at the county office. Officials have a lot of power and high status. Farmers dream of working in the government. Jiang Qi thinks that even if Qin Sanlang's grandfather tries to stop him, he would still let him go to work at the county office. Qin Sanlang smiled. I'll ask my grandfather. If he says no, I hope Uncle Jiang won't be angry. Hearing this, Jiang Qi was even more pleased. This young man isn't just honest. He's good at talking and handling things. Shang Xiuzai looked ahead at the alley entrance and said, Brother-in-law, we're going back first. Officer Zhou is angry right now, and it wouldn't look good if they saw us. All right, you can go first, Jiang Qi told the two young servants beside him. Huzi and Alu, take the master and his friends back. If anyone dares to trouble them, you know what to do. Don't worry, sir. We won't let those troublemakers bully our master, Huzi and Alu, both strong men around 30, said. They used to be soldiers and know some fighting skills so they can protect people. Jiang Qi nodded. Huzi and Alu then led Shang Xiuzai and his friends out of the alley, got on 2 mule carts, and headed toward the city gate. One cart belonged to Shang Xiuzai's family, the other to Zhang's. Old Luo was not there, so Huzi and Alu drove the carts. Soon, they arrived at the city gate. When they reached the gate, Huzi saw 2 servants from the Lu family, knowing they were waiting there on purpose. He sneered at them, snapped his whip, and rushed out of the city. After running for about a quarter of an hour, they saw Lao Luo and Ajio. After picking them up, they headed toward Qingfu town. At the Lu family estate, Widow Qiu was massaging Lu Laosan's back. Third master, don't worry. Those families of Qinggu Luo Tian would never expect us to have such clever plans. Once Lu Dezhu brings back their property deeds, we'll have him lead people to drive those families out of their houses. It's getting dark now, and tonight they will have to sleep outside. Widow Qiu smiled coldly and said maliciously, Those families have some pretty young women. We'll have Zhang Niuzi and his men cause trouble at their sleeping places. Their daughters' reputations will be ruined, and then you can settle all your grudges. Serves him right for daring to oppose me. Those families deserve this kind of punishment. Old Third Lu was happily eating a date and humming an opera, waiting eagerly for Lu Dezhou to come back. But he didn't wait for Lu Dezhou. Instead, he waited for his second brother. Lu's second brother returned to Dafeng village late at night. When he saw old Third Lu in the study, he suddenly slapped him twice. Smack! Smack! Old Third Lu's cheeks were swollen from the hits. He woke up frightened and, seeing Lu's second brother, shouted angrily, Second brother, why are you acting so crazy? Lu's second brother cursed, What crazy? If you hadn't come up with that bad idea, I wouldn't be losing my mind. The plan failed. Lu Dezhou is missing. Our Lu family will suffer another big this time. Old Third Lu was stunned. After regaining his senses, he exclaimed, Second brother, what are you saying? The plan failed? Lu Dezhou is missing? Wasn't he going to the county town to handle those land and house deeds for those families? How could he be gone? Lu's second brother shouted, He's well gone. I sent someone to wait at the tea house at the city gate early this morning. We waited all day, but there was no sign of Lu Dezhou. But Qinggu Luo and the others managed to handle the deeds and even bought the 3 old houses at the village end, along with the empty land in front and behind. And you still suggested we dig mud bricks and find craftsmen to build houses at their gates, planning to enclose their yards and move Zhang Niuzi and others into those houses, causing them endless trouble. Trouble? Those families have now bought all the nearby land, about 50 or 60 acres. You said they were poor, right? How can poor families afford so much land? Lu's second brother pointed toward the village and, gasping as he cursed, And you said this was a brilliant plan? That plan is more rotten than spoiled water. I rushed back in the dark just to find Lu Dezhou and hide from trouble, Lu's second brother said. Big brother said that Zhou County Magistrate will be furious this time. I should stay home for a few days until his anger subsides before returning to the county. Big Brother had worked with Zhou County Magistrate for over 10 years and knew many of his dark secrets. Zhou County Magistrate liked Big Brother more than Old Third Lu or him. Even if he was angry, he wouldn't easily attack Big Brother because Big Brother could handle it. Old Third Lu was stunned and couldn't think straight. He kept asking, this was all planned so well. Why didn't it work? Where did Lu Dezhou go? Lu's second brother was furious and said, how should I know where that went? Xuanda and Zhang Yozi are currently leading people to search. If they find him, there's no need to bring him back for questioning. Just throw him into the mountains, and it will be over. Widow Qiu did not return home today. She slept in the study with Old Third Lu. When she saw Old Second Lu rush in angrily, she knew something was wrong, so she immediately curled up in the corner of the soft bed, covered herself with a quilt, and dared not move. After Old Second Lu's anger subsided, she dared to get up and softly said, Second Master, don't be anxious. Although this idea was ours, it was approved by County Magistrate Zhou. Even if it fails, County Magistrate Zhou won't blame everything on us. County Magistrate Zhou and Commander Jiang have always had a tense relationship. They've fought for decades. When they saw Commander Jiang was not around this time, Zhou wanted to test the strength of Jiang's family. After hearing their plan, he didn't stop them and even arranged clerks at the county office to help with the land and house deeds. Old Third Lu heard this and quickly said, yes, second brother. We only came up with the idea this time. We asked for the county magistrate's approval before doing it. Even if it fails, the county magistrate won't blame us. Old Second Lu, hearing such foolish words, was so angry that he slapped Old Third Lu again. You fool. Zhou County Magistrate has suffered repeatedly. Do you think he's not angry? Since he can't trouble Zhang's family, he'll naturally trouble ours. What does Old Third Lu think of the Lu family in Zhou County Magistrate's eyes? Just a dog. Even though the plan was approved by the master, if the dog doesn't succeed, do you think the master won't punish you? After scolding Old Third Lu, Old Second Lu turned to Widow Qiu, grabbed her hair, dragged her off the soft bed, threw her to the ground, spat and cursed, and you stinky woman. How did you talk to Lu Dezhou? You let him take advantage and let him slip away? Are you too old and useless now? Ah, second master, spare me, Widow Qiu cried softly, sobbing. I didn't know Lu Dezhou would run away. Don't worry, once we catch him, I swear I'll personally ruin him so that the humpback will never have a good life. After hitting Old Third Lu and Widow Qiu, Old Second Lu's anger grew even more. After a moment, Xuanda reported, Second Master, we've searched all the nearby villages, including the town's gambling houses and taverns, but we haven't seen Lu Dezhou. The servants also went to his house. His wife and children said he returned home before dawn smelling of alcohol, took the household registration, and then never came back. Old Third Lu frowned and said, Second brother, is Lu Dezhou too drunk? Did he fall asleep on the road and miss the time? Xuandado replied, Young Master Second and Young Master Third, I was worried that Lu Dezhou might cause trouble if he drank too much, so I didn't let him drink much. Just half a small bowl, about 2 liang. We also checked along the roadside, but no one was there. Then where did Lu Dezhou go? Both Old Second and Old Third Lu were confused. They didn't know that Lu Dezhou had already been taken to the county jail. His confession paper had been filed as evidence, waiting for the magistrate and county officer to return so he could be brought to court and sentenced. At the village end, the third grandfather and others only returned home when it was very dark. As soon as they arrived, they took out the house and land deeds to show the families. Since they entered the city, the families had been waiting at Gu Jinli's house. They waited most of the day, feeling anxious and scared. When they saw the deeds, they finally relaxed. When they learned that Lu Dezhou was caught and might be sentenced to a heavy punishment, the families were even happier. Serves him right. That cursed Lu Tua should be caught and given the death penalty. The third grandma was very angry after hearing that Lu Dezhou had harmed a girl from a neighboring village. She scolded him fiercely. Mrs. Chen didn't care about these things. She snatched the house and land deeds from Gu Dagwai and was overjoyed. There are 6 acres of open land, 6 acres of wasteland, plus a 2-acre courtyard. Our family now has 14 acres. Oh heavens, 14 acres. If we keep farming tofu year after year, we'll be big landlords in less than 10 years. Mrs. Chun was so happy she started dreaming happily. But soon she was unhappy again. Their family hadn't split up yet, and the house and land would be divided equally with her eldest brother's family. Just thinking about it made her uncomfortable. Gu Dagwai and Mrs. Chun had been married for over 10 years. Seeing her gritting her teeth and looking jealous, he knew what she was thinking. Could this stubborn wife be less greedy? Their eldest brother had been good to their family. He did the heavy work, shared the money he earned, and even kept some for himself. The family paid for food and drinks, and they hadn't spent a single coin of their own. All the money was saved. What more did she want? Cui Shi, Gu Jinxiu, and Gu Jincheng were so happy after buying land that they almost cried. If they were still back home, they wouldn't even dare to think about buying land. If they could buy some, it wouldn't be theirs. It belonged to their 2nd, 3rd, and 4th uncles. Their mother could only give them a meal and scold them now and then. That was the greatest kindness they could hope for. Gu Jinli was happy to see them happy, but she didn't stay inside the house for long. She lit a lamp, took out a pack of her homemade healing ointment, and went to the yard to treat the ox belonging to Head He's family. During the day, to catch up with Lu Dezhu, she had hurt the ox by stabbing it in the rear, so she needed to take responsibility for healing it. Qin Sanlang stayed by the ox cart, waiting for her to finish treating the ox. He then said, "I'll take the ox to Head He's house. You don't need to worry. I'll talk to him nicely about this." Gu Jinli took out a couple of silver coins and handed them to Qin Sanlang. "Brother Qin, please compensate Head He's family with these 2 silver coins. The ox is the most important farm work animal. A good ox usually costs between 15 and 20 silver coins. Since she injured Head He's ox, paying compensation is the right thing to do." Grandpa San and Gu Dashan also cared about the ox. When they saw the 2 children talking, they came out of the house and said to Gu Jinli, "We'll go back the ox to Head Sanlang. You go inside first." Little Fish and Sanlang, both young children, thought that the matter of compensation should be handled by adults. Gu Jinli nodded and said, "All right, Grandpa San and the others, go return the ox. I'll stay with my mother to prepare the meal. We'll wait for you to come back and eat." Gu Dashan had some money, so she put away the 1 or 2 silver coins she was holding and returned them to her cloth bag. During the day, when they went to the county town, she and Gu Dashan each carried a cloth bag containing most of the family's silver. There was still some left, and that night they planned to count all the silver and hide it again. "Okay, you go inside. Grandpa San and I will be back soon," Gu Dashan said, taking the oil lamp from her hand and leading the way. Grandpa San followed behind Gu Dashan, while Qin Sanlang led the ox and held the remaining healing ointment. The 3 left Gu's house and headed to Head He's home. After they left, the families gathered at Gu Jinli's house each went home. Chui's family took the house and land deeds back inside to hide them, then called Gu Jinxiu. The 2 went to the kitchen to cook. Gu Jinli wanted to go with them, but was stopped by the 2. Cui said, "It's just cooking. Your sister and I will finish quickly. You go rest first. You and your brother have worked hard all day." "Okay, I'll just sit and wait for the food," Gu Jinli said, not insisting, and slumped onto a stool. Brother Chung sat beside Gu Jinli, looked up at her, and asked what was in the county town. Gu Jinli picked out what she saw and told him. Gu Jinan, sitting under the dim light, was practicing calligraphy with a water brush on the table while listening to their conversation. A smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Grandma San was worried that Gu Jinli and Gu Jinan would be hungry, so she went to the kitchen and brought 2 soy pulp cakes and 2 bowls of soy milk for them. "Eat some to fill your stomach first. When your father and the others come back, we can have a proper meal." "Okay." Gu Jinli and Gu Jinan took the soy pulp cakes and, with the soy milk, finished them quickly. Soon after, Mrs. Cui and Gu Jinxiu finished preparing the meals and carried them to the main hall on a wooden tray. The family sat around the table and waited for about 15 minutes until Grandpa San and Gu Dashin returned. They stood outside the door, wiped the mud off their feet, then came in and sat down. Grandpa San said, "The cows are fine." Village head, he said, "There's no problem. He took 1 or 2 silver coins from us, so this matter is settled." Village head, he was thinking about the tofu business. He didn't originally want the silver coins, but Grandpa San said it was better to settle everything clearly, so he accepted the money. "It's good that it's settled. Let's eat quickly. It's already past midnight," Grandma San urged, serving everyone sweet potato and rice porridge. Their life has improved a lot now, but they still don't want to eat white rice because it's expensive. "All right, enough talking. Let's eat," Grandpa San said, and everyone sat down to eat. After the meal, several families went to Gu Jinli's house to settle the day's accounts. Gu Jinan reported, "Today, the tofu stall in town earned 92 taels and 100 coins. The family sold 900 jin of white tofu, 9 jin of seasoning spices, earning 13 taels and 500 coins. The gross profit from these 2 items is 22 taels and 600 coins. After deducting costs and reserving 2 silver coins, the net profit is 18 taels and 600 coins. His family owns 40%, so they get about 7 taels and 360 coins. The other 6 families each get about 1 tael and 87 coins, nearly 2 silver coins, which is twice as much as they earned from just selling tofu in the past." Mrs. Chen was very happy when she heard this. She clasped her hands and bowed toward the door, saying, "Thank you, Heaven. Please keep blessing us. When we make a lot of money, on the 1st and 15th days of the month, we will burn incense and offer you a tribute." After thanking Heaven, she praised Gu Jinli. "It's all thanks to Little Fish's idea. If we hadn't sold large quantities of tofu to Liang Zhuzi and others to carry and sell, we wouldn't have earned so much money in a day. Now, just selling white tofu and seasoning spices to Liang Zhuzi and he Dachuan earns them more than selling at the town market." Gu Jinli said, "This is the power of many people working together. We have limited hands, and if we only rely on ourselves to sell tofu, we wouldn't be able to earn so much, even if we worked ourselves to death. We need to share the work and let others help us sell, then we can make more money." Several elders nodded and said, "In the past, we didn't understand, but after counting the accounts day by day, we finally got it." When Xiaoyu first suggested selling tofu to Liang Zhuzi and others, they were worried, afraid Liang Zhuzi might steal their business. Now it seems Liang Zhuzi and he Dachuan are just helping them work, and they're the ones benefiting the most. Gu Jinli added, "Today is the 24th. In 5 days, it will be the end of the month. At the end of each month, we need to count the accounts for that month, daily, monthly, and at the end of the year, yearly. We must keep the records clear and accurate." Mrs. Chen said, "That's too much trouble. We can just count once a day." Old Qin shook his head. "When I was in Longshan Prefecture, I worked for others and the shops in the city counted their accounts every day, month, and year. We started making tofu during the Lantern Festival, which was over a month ago. We've only been counting once a day and haven't even done the monthly account yet. Usually by the 15th of February, we should have the monthly account ready. I was thinking about that back then, but since it was mid-February and not a good time to count, I decided to wait until the end of the month to tell you. Now that Xiaoyu brought it up, we should do it. Otherwise, we won't even know how much money we made from the tofu business in a month." Grandpa Sen also agreed. "Old Qin is right. We must count this month's accounts. From now on, at the end of each month, we need to do a monthly account. We can't be lazy, or the records will get messy." Gu Jinan patted the ledger and smiled. "Don't worry, uncles and aunts. I will handle the accounts. All you need to do is take an hour at the end of the month to listen to me report the accounts." Hearing this, everyone relaxed. Mrs. Chen said, with Nguer saying that, "We feel at ease." Although Mrs. Chen liked money, she wasn't good at counting accounts. Just hearing those numbers gave her a headache. With Gu Jinan's help, she fully supported doing the monthly accounts. It wasn't her job to do the counting, and it was good for their families to know how much they earned each month, which was very helpful. Mrs. Chen was happy, but Gu Dexing, sitting behind her, looked unhappy. He hesitated for a long time but ultimately didn't say what was on his mind. After counting the money and dividing it, each family went home. Gu Dexing lowered his head and followed behind Gu Dafu and the others on their way home. Gu Jinan noticed Gu Dexing's expression and couldn't help but shake his head. The teacher was right. Brother Dexing is still not honest enough. Clearly, he is unhappy about being the only one settling the bills and wants to share the responsibility, but doesn't say it out loud. Some things don't need to be kept inside. Speaking up would be better. Gu Jinli also noticed that Gu Dexing looked unhappy. She didn't care much about Gu Dexing and only reminded Gu Jinan, "Brother, be careful with him in the future. If he can't understand or doesn't change his temper, don't play with him." Gu Jinan smiled and said, "Okay, big brother, I will remember that." The next morning, before Lu Deju's wife and 2 sons got up, a group of officials rushed into their house and caught them, tying them up with ropes. Lu Deju's wife, Gu, screamed, "Who are you? Let us go. We haven't done anything wrong. We're from the Lu family and related to the county magistrate Zhou." Lu Deju's eldest son, Lu Jinkai, also shouted, "We are relatives of the county magistrate Zhou. Please release us, or he won't let you go." Bang! One officer kicked Lu Jinkai in the chest and cursed, "Bah! The county magistrate Zhou won't let us go? Think you're something special? Even if Zhou is a fool, he wouldn't come after us just because of you." Lu Jinkai was kicked hard and curled up on the ground, crying out in pain. Go was so frightened her face turned pale. Her previous arrogance was gone, and she tremblingly said to the officers, "Please, sir, have mercy. Have mercy." Lu Deju's second son, Lu Jinjing, was smarter. Seeing his older brother being beaten, he didn't shout or struggle but looked around at the officers, then fixed his gaze on the head officer and said, "Sir, is there some misunderstanding? Our family are good people." Lu Deju and Gu had 4 daughters, all sold off at age 7 to exchange for money. Over the years, besides stealing chickens and pigs and helping the Lu family with shady dealings, their family mainly survived by selling their daughters. They had land but didn't take care of it. The weeds grew taller than the crops. Good people? Head Officer Young laughed. A family that conspires to steal cattle, pigs, spread rumors, cheat money, and bully women in the homes of widows and orphans. That's what you call good people? You, good people. Yang took a big stick from one of the officers and started hitting Lu Jinjing fiercely. Clang, clang, clang. Lu Jinjing was beaten bloody, crying out for mercy. "Please, sir, spare me. Please spare me." But the more he begged, the harder Yang hit, almost knocking him unconscious. After beating Lu Jinjin, they also beat Lu Jinkai and the Gu family, causing the mother and sons to scream loudly, with injuries on their heads, faces, and bodies. Yang Ban, too, was so angry because they had interrogated Lu Deju overnight and learned that his family not only stole cattle from Mayor He's family over 20 years ago, but also harmed a girl 15 years ago, and over the past 10 years, they repeatedly harmed 4 girls, one of whom was from the same village. Truly heartless. The other 3 girls were from nearby villages. Lu Deju, lacking money to marry off his 2 sons, took them to nearby villages to wander. When the sons liked a girl, they would sneak into her house at night and harm her, hoping to turn the situation into a marriage so that the girl's family would be eager to marry her to them without cost. Lu Jinsai's wife was married this way. But Lu Jinkai was a bad man. After using dishonest means to marry her, he lost interest and started beating her every day, eventually causing her to have a miscarriage. She couldn't take it and ran away, and now no one knows where she is, only that she didn't return to her family. The other 2 girls from nearby villages were harmed too, but their families loved them and didn't marry them off to Lu Deju's family. Instead, they sent the girls to relatives' homes, and eventually, the girls married far away. When Yangban too and the others found out about Lu Deju's family's evil deeds, they were so furious they almost beat Lu Deju to death on the spot. After learning that his wife and 2 sons were involved, they hurriedly took a carriage before dawn to arrest them, trapping the Gu mother and sons at their home. When Gusher heard Yangban Tu's words, she knew things were serious. She quickly cried out, Officer, my family is innocent. All those evil acts were done by Lu Dezhu and his sons. I didn't know anything. You've arrested the wrong people. Gu Shi, who had been living with Lu Dezhu, was cruel-hearted. Seeing that things were going badly, she shifted the blame onto Lu Dezhu and his sons. Arrest them.
Take those two little brats away.
I didn't do anything. I'm innocent. Jiang Qi was stunned when he heard this, looking at his mother in disbelief. Mother, what are you saying? We are your own sons. Gu Shi, tears streaming down her face, replied, Son, you may be my children, but you've done wrong. It's not your fault. Just honestly go with the officer to the county office and sit in jail for a few years. I'll wait for you to come back.
What kind of real son is that?
Can you really trust Lu Dezhu's bloodline? It would be better to arrest all three of their family. She has hidden silver and farmland at home. Later, she could buy a servant, hold the servant's contract, and the servant wouldn't dare refuse to care for her in old age. Mrs. Ge had a nice idea, but Lu Jingjin saw through her plan immediately. He directly told the head officer, Master, don't let this woman go. She knows about my father's evil deeds and even helped him buy medicine. She's harming young women. She's not a good farmer's wife. She's more vicious than a madam of a brothel. Lu Jingjin, you beast, even accusing your own mother. I'll choke you. Mrs. G's face twisted with anger. She didn't expect her son to turn against her. Lu Jingjin sneered. You're about to send us to jail. Why should I be polite? Don't waste time on this. If we're going to prison, we'll all go together. Lu Jingjin, who was also unkind, immediately raised his voice and said, That's right. Don't think you can escape. We'll die together if it comes to that. Mrs. Ge was so angry she nearly fainted. She cursed Lu Jingjin and Lu Jingjin, animals, ingrate. I raised you, and this is how you repay me? If I'd known you had no conscience, I should have drowned you in a bucket when you were babies. Lu Jingjin and Lu Jingjin refused to back down and argued back with Mrs. Ge. The head officer, tired of their families fighting, told his soldiers, take them to the yard and wait. Search this house thoroughly, see if there's any stolen goods. Bring the house deeds, land contracts, and household registration. These will be used to compensate the victims. Yes, sir. The soldiers immediately searched Lu Dezhu's house. After half an hour, they even checked the mouse holes in the house and finally found a land deed and 20 silver coins. When Lu Jingjin learned that the soldiers had found 20 silver coins, he was so angry he almost ate Mrs. Ge. You wicked woman! You dared to hide silver behind our backs. 20 silver coins. No wonder you wanted to send us to jail. You were hiding money so you could stay free at home after we were gone.
Bah, dream on.
Even if the three of us die, we'll take you with us. Hearing this, the head officer frowned and waved to a soldier. Jiang Qi, gag their mouths. They're making too much noise. Okay. Jiang Qi took some coarse cloth and stuffed it into Mrs. G's and her son's mouths, making them only able to make muffled sounds and unable to speak. The commotion at Lu Dezhu's house was very loud. People from Dafeng village gathered outside to watch, but no one dared to go inside and ask questions. This is the county's constable, and farmers are quite afraid of him. Captain Yang shouted to the crowd, Is village head he here? Please someone go and call village head he. Normally, when officials come to arrest someone, the village head should be the first to arrive. But village head, he didn't come. Mainly because Lu Dezhu is from the Lu family, and matters involving the Lu family are not something village head he can or wants to handle. The Lu family members watching the scene said, Officer, Lu Dezhu is from the Lu family. Usually, old Master Lu handles family affairs. Why don't you go and ask to see old Master Lu? Talk to him nicely about this? Ask to see him?
Captain Yang sneered.
I am the head of the county patrol team. Who does Lu Dezhu think he is? Do I need to ask to see him? Does he think that because his daughter became a concubine to an old man nearly 60, he is now a nobleman? Lu Dezhu was the old name of old Master Lu. Later, after the Lu family prospered, they changed it to Lu Xiangfu because they thought the old name sounded bad. But Captain Yang is from Officer Zhang's team. How could he show respect to the Liu family? He directly mentioned old Master Liu's old name. The Liu family members watching the scene realized Yang's words showed he wouldn't give them respect. They all quieted down. Captain Yang sneered again and shouted, "Is there anyone from the He family here? Go and call village head He. Liu Deju's family has committed a crime, and only the village head can handle it. No other dogs or cats have this right." Hearing this, the Liu family members felt embarrassed and uncomfortable. The He family members present were quite happy. Hearing this, they quickly said, "Officer, please wait. I'll go and call someone." Then they ran off. Soon after, village head He and He Song hurried over. Seeing Captain Yang, he bowed and asked, "Captain Yang, what's the matter?" Village head, he visits the county office several times a year and has met Yang before. Captain Yang said, "Liu Deju and his family, including his wife Go, have all committed crimes. We are here to arrest them. Their fields and houses have already been confiscated. Please keep an eye on these belongings in the village, so other Liu family members don't sell them for money." Village head, he was not surprised to hear this. The Liu family had several households that, relying on the influence of Deputy Zhou, had done many bad things. He didn't expect the county office would come to arrest them. "Don't worry, Captain Yang. The old man will keep these things safe for the government. No one will sell them." Village head, he then asked, "Captain Yang, what exactly did the Liu family do? Why is it such a big deal?" It probably wasn't about stealing or forging land deeds for Qin Guluo's family. Liu Dezhou's family has committed many wrongdoings, including stealing cattle, pigs, and poultry, and harming innocent girls. They have done all sorts of bad things. When He Dian said this, the villagers watching the scene erupted in shock. Liu Dezhou dares to steal cattle and harm innocent girls. How bold he is. This wicked person. I thought it was just rumors, but it turns out to be true. Liu Dezhou and his family had indeed heard rumors, but many people thought they were false. Now, they realize it is real. This is utterly shameful. Village head, he was so angry his hands trembled as he cursed Liu Dezhou and his family. After cursing, he felt regretful. He thought that their ancestors should not have allowed the Liu family to settle in the village. Look at what the Liu family has done to the village's reputation. In the surrounding 10 miles, other villages haven't had residents commit crimes in decades, but Dafu village has already been visited twice by officials in less than 2 months. If this continues, the village's reputation will be ruined. How will the young men find wives? How will the girls find husbands? Seeing village head, he turned pale with anger. He Dian did not offer comfort. The county officer was right. Dafu village's morals are declining. Besides the crimes of the Liu family, village head he's inaction is also to blame. Village head he was too afraid to act and thought it was best to endure quietly to avoid bringing trouble to the He family. But he never considered that if he didn't intervene over time, the village's bad reputation would also affect his family. Liu Dezhou admitted that 25 years ago, he stole a cow from your family. Your family, as the victim, should go to the county office for a hearing and seek compensation, He Dian said. When village head he heard this, he was momentarily stunned. It was He Song who exclaimed, "The cow that was stolen from my family? That murderous beast. Don't worry, He Dian, my family will definitely go to the court." He Song still remembered that cow. At that time, life was okay, so they bought that cow. Later, it was stolen, and his second brother was beaten so badly he was bedridden for half a month, almost losing his life. That cow didn't just belong to his family, his second uncle's family also shared it. After the cow was stolen, they compensated his second uncle's family with 8 taels of silver. His mother was in poor health, suffering from long-term illness, and unable to do farm work. The following year, when farming season came, they had no choice but to sell 2 acres of water field and buy another cow to survive the busy farming season. Because of that cow, their family's life became much harder. He Song grew angrier the more he thought about it, wishing he could rush to the county office and beat Liu Dezhou up. Yang Bantu hurriedly took the Gu family mother and son back to the county office. After finishing these 2 matters, he led the guards away with the Gu family, leaving Dafeng village. After Yang Bantu and his men left, the villagers continued talking about Lu Deju's family. The He family was happy, while the Lu family was scared. Especially those Lu family members who had done bad things secretly, they were even more terrified, worried that they might be the next to get caught. The old Master Lu, second Master Lu, and third Master Lu already knew about Lu Deju's family. They also knew that Lu Deju was not missing, but had been captured. Third Master Lu was very frightened. He trembled and said to Second Master Lu, "Second brother, we must quickly send someone to the county to inform Big Brother. Tell him to watch over Lu Deju. No matter what, we can't let Lu Deju drag our family into this." Second Master Lu shook his head. "Although Lu Deju helped us do some secret things, we've covered our tracks. Officer Jiang has no proof, so he dares not arrest us." The old Master Lu said, "You're right. We can't interfere in this matter. They have no evidence to link us. If we can't hold back and go find Lu Deju ourselves and Officer Jiang's people catch us, it will be a clear handle against us." After discussing, the three members of the Lu family agreed not to go find Lu Deju. Instead, they went to warn other Lu family members in the village, telling them that even if they were caught, they must not reveal their family. When Qingu Luo Tian's families heard about Lu Deju's family, they were very happy. Mrs. Chun was full of energy. She took her fragrant spices to Gu Jinli's house, pulled Cui Shi along with Yan Shi, who had also come to deliver her own fragrant spices, and mocked Lu Deju's family harshly. Third Grandma saw she had been talking for 15 minutes without stopping and couldn't help but say, "Dagwabeo, what time is it? Why haven't you gone to the market? Are you done with business?" Yesterday, the Luo family and Tian family sold their goods. Today, it was the Gu Dama family and Gu Dagway family. Mrs. Chun loved making money. Hearing this, she hurriedly pulled Yan Shi away, went home to prepare, ate breakfast, and then went to sell her goods. Gu Jinli did not go to the market. She finished helping with the morning chores, ate breakfast, and then took a dagger and a sack, preparing to go into the mountains to find something called mountain spirit mushroom. The mountain spirit mushroom is delicious, but contains a toxin that people of this era do not know about. It was specially prepared for Lu Third Master. The Lu family had harmed them once or twice. If they kept looking for death, she had to give Lu Third Master a big gift and let him taste what it feels like to wish he were dead. Today, the Luo family didn't set up their stall. Luo Huanyang was at home when she saw Gu Jinli packing her things, looking like she was about to go up the mountain. She immediately ran over to her house and asked, "Little fish, are you going into the mountain?" Before Gu Jinli could answer, she hurriedly said, "I want to go too. I haven't been into the mountain for a long time." She had only gone into the mountain at the beginning of the month, more than 2 weeks ago. Gu Jinli said, "Okay, go back and tell your parents. We'll leave in 15 minutes.
All right.
Luo Huanyang smiled brightly, ran back to tell her parents, and then took a hatchet, a cloth bag, some dry food and water, and ran back to Gu Jinli's house. Gu Jinli was already ready, waiting in the yard for her. "Are just you two going into the mountain?" Chui's mother was a bit worried about the two girls going into the mountain alone and advised, "Maybe we should wait today. When your older brother or father is free, they can take you and Huanyang." Gu Jinli said, "Mom, I've learned a few moves from Huanyang. Huanyang's boxing skills are good. We can protect ourselves, so don't worry." Since she traveled back and was reborn, she practiced martial arts every day, using the fighting skills from her past life. Every move deadly. Although her current body was that of a child and lacked her past strength, she could still easily take down a few troublemakers. Chui's mother was still worried. After all, they were girls, and if something happened, it could cause lifelong trouble. Big Mountain Auntie, Qin Sanling, dressed in a short shirt, carried a cloth bag and rope, holding a machete, and was standing energetically at Gu Jinli's gate with Gu Duong. He said to Chui's mother, "Wang and I are going into the mountain to chop firewood. Little fish can come with us." Gu Duong carried a shoulder pole with 2 bundles of rope, used for tying firewood, and was munching on candies snatched from San Laizi. He mumbled, "Big Mountain Uncle, we will protect Sister Little Fish." Luo Huanyang looked at Duong drooling and said with disgust, "Wang, wipe your mouth. You're so gross."
Okay.
Gu Duong raised his hand and wiped his mouth with his sleeve, making Luo Huanyang feel sick. Grandma Sen saw this, scolded Chen's mother, and handed Duong a cloth handkerchief, saying, "Here, use this to wipe your mouth or your nose.
Don't use your hands."
Gu Duong happily took the handkerchief. "Got it, Grandma." Grandma Sen looked at Di Wang's silly expression and shook her head helplessly. She told Gu Jinli and Luo Huanyang a few words before turning back into the house to busy herself. "Girl, we are leaving now. You should go back," Gu Jinli said, waving to Mrs. Cui. She took Luo Huanyang and followed third brother Qin out of the yard, walking around to the back path of the Qin house and heading into the mountains. From afar, they saw a young man in a black short shirt, who was second brother Qin. Second brother Qin still acted the same as before, hardly paying attention to them. Even yesterday's big incident was handled by old Qin and third brother Qin. When he found out, he didn't come to help. Second brother is in the mountains chopping firewood, third brother Qin explained. Second brother doesn't like the families of Xiaoyu and others. He never helps grind beans, only goes into the mountains to chop firewood. He can do this work alone, and it's quiet. He doesn't have to deal with others. Grandpa was unhappy with his lack of social skills, but didn't say anything. Now, as long as second brother stays peacefully in the south, Grandpa considers himself lucky. Gu Jinli nodded, but didn't ask about second brother Qin. He was too gloomy, hiding some dangerous secrets. She didn't want to risk uncovering them. The group headed toward Dafeng Mountain. Probably seeing them, second brother Qin, when he saw they were about to move forward, veered left into a shallow mountain to avoid them. Gu Jinli and the others didn't mind. They continued into the mountain, collecting mountain delicacies along the way. It was now late February. Many wild vegetables had sprouted, scattered, and growing in abundance. They walked and dug as they went. By the time they reached the mountain, each person carried a bundle of wild vegetables, including purslane, fiddlehead ferns, and malin heads. Gu Jinli also gathered many herbs, planning to take them home to plant. After about an hour, third brother Qin said, "There are quite a few dead trees here. Let's cut them down." They went into the mountain to chop firewood, usually targeting trees that were mostly infested with insects. These trees were near death, easy to cut, and not worth saving. "Good," Gu Jinli pointed to a forest on the right. "I'll look for mountain delicacies there, see if I can catch a wild chicken or rabbit." "Okay." Third brother Qin nodded and started chopping a half-dead tree with his axe. Gu Wang was picking up fallen branches on the ground. He broke branches about wide, stacked them together, and tied them with a rope. Luo Huanyang ran around exploring, happily searching the mountain for food and rabbit burrows. Gu Jinli headed toward the forest on the right. A while ago, she had gone into the mountain to find spices and saw some newly sprouted mountain god mushrooms. Now, those mushrooms should have grown enough, so she went straight to dig them up. Gu Jinli walked for a little over a moment, using a stick to scratch at the ground. Soon, she found the mountain spirit mushroom under a patch of rotting leaves. The mushroom is white, shaped like a closed umbrella, with a bright red ring at its base. This red ring contains a toxin that affects men. The mountain spirit mushroom is edible and tastes very good. Women can eat it without harm, but if men eat it and then have intimacy within 12 hours, it can be deadly. In her previous life, she was on a mission and visited a mountain village. A man there suddenly died while with his wife. At first, everyone thought he was too excited and died from a sudden fit. Later, they learned it was not an accident but caused by eating the mountain spirit mushroom, which triggered a fatal fit. The woman who gave him the mushroom was his wife. When she heard about this, her professional instinct made her pick some fresh mushrooms to test. She found that the mushroom contained a toxin that could cause sudden fits. Without modern testing equipment, it was impossible to detect this toxin, making the mushroom a dangerous tool for poisoning in ancient times. Gu Jinli took out a small cloth bag, collected 10 mushrooms, and gathered some herbs from the forest. Then she left the woods to help Qin Sanlang and the others gather firewood. The four of them worked in the mountains for 2 hours, chopping 10 bundles of firewood, catching a few wild chickens, and finding a nest of eggs before heading back home. Qin Sanlang was very strong. He carried 4 bundles of firewood himself. The remaining 6 bundles were divided into 3 loads, with Gu Jinli, Luo Huiliang, and Gu Duong each carrying 1. Duong was young, and his load was made of dry branches, weighing about 30 pounds, which he could carry back himself. They walked and stopped for over an hour before leaving the mountain and reaching a small path behind the house. Just as they entered the path, a figure suddenly appeared, San Laizi. San Laizi came to ask for work. He had warned Gu Jinli the day before, hoping to make a good impression. "Miss, Brother Qin, Wang Gur, Luo's girl, you're back from the mountain? Wow, you gathered a lot of wild vegetables, wild chickens, and eggs. You've had a good trip," San Laizi said, rubbing his hands and flattering them. But they didn't know him well, and his flattery made the atmosphere awkward. Luo Huiliang knew San Laizi was a troublemaker. When he saw him blocking the way, she immediately shouted, "Get out of the way, or I'll beat you up, Miss Gu." All right. It's mine, not yours. You blocked the way of the ladies, and you deserve a beating." San Laizi hurriedly moved aside and pretended to slap himself twice, but he didn't leave. Instead, he followed behind them and asked, "Grandma, have your family's house and land deeds been taken care of?" "Stop asking obvious questions." Gu Jinli paused and turned to look at San Laizi behind him. "What do you really want to say?"
Say it quickly.
"If you keep stalling, I'll have Brother Qin take your arm off again." San Laizi shivered in fear. "Please don't. If you take it off again, I won't be able to use this arm anymore." His arm had been through a lot. Qin Sanlang had taken it off twice already. If it happened again, it would be useless. He hesitated for a moment. Seeing Gu Jinli turn to leave, he quickly said, "Grandma, I see you all are busy every day and short of help. I want to ask for a job." He patted his thin body and said, "Don't judge me by my size. I'm healthy and strong, and I can do work. Please consider hiring me. In a few days, I'll get married and need a job to support my family. Our family still owes 5 taels and 500 coins to the clan. Without work, I can't even pay back the debt, let alone support my family." They had to pay back 1 or 2 taels of principal each year, plus 100 coins of interest. For someone like him, who was idle, that was a big burden. Also, Chunyu told him not to hang out with old Third Lu anymore. She wanted him to live honestly, so that if they had children someday, the children wouldn't be pointed at or talked about. After getting married, San Laizi also felt that he couldn't keep living this way. He wanted stability and a proper job. After looking around, he realized that the only work that could both take care of his family and earn money was the tofu work at Gu's house. That's why he came to ask Gu Jinli for help. Gu Jinli looked at San Laizi and smiled. "You're a troublemaker. If we hire you and you mess with our tofu, wouldn't we lose a lot?" San Laizi got anxious. "Grandma, that was in the past. I'm not a troublemaker anymore. As long as you hire me, I promise to work honestly and not cause trouble." "Do you think I'll believe that? Your reputation is already bad. Who knows if what you say is true?" Gu Jinli still didn't agree. "If we hire someone, it will be honest workers, not someone with a bad record." Hearing this, San Laizi felt hopeless. After a moment of stunned silence, he suddenly knelt down with a thud in front of Gu Jinli. "Grandma, please hire me. If I can't find work, Chunyu will starve." He has been visiting Chunyu often these past few days and is growing more fond of her. For her, he is willing to risk his life to get this job. Gu Jinli saw San Laizi kneel down but felt no sympathy. Although men are supposed to value their knees, San Laizi, a troublemaker, has knees that are not worth much. He kneels to many people throughout the year. Still, she asked San Laizi a question. "Are you seeking this job for yourself or for Mo Chunyu?" San Laizi replied, "For Chunyu. I want her to have a good life." His last words were shouted out loud, startling everyone's eardrums. Gu Duong immediately covered his ears and complained, "Why are you shouting? We're not deaf. We can hear you." Gu Jinli looked at San Laizi and said, "If you want to work for me, you have to sell yourself and sign a 10-year contract. Not only you, but Mo Chun Yu must also sell herself. If, after 10 years, you haven't done anything to harm our families, I will return the contract to you.
What?
Sign a contract to sell ourselves? Even Chun Yu too? San Laizi was shocked. He came to ask for a job, not to sell himself. Gu Jinli smiled and said, without signing the contract, I wouldn't be able to control your lives. Why would I hire you? San Laizi said, yesterday I even helped your families. If I hadn't warned you, old Lu would have taken your houses long ago. Miss, because I warned you yesterday, please let me work for you. Is that okay? No. Gu Jinli firmly refused. If it weren't for your warning yesterday, do you think I would buy you and Mo Chun Yu? Now, with the world in chaos, droughts, and wars, many refugees are fleeing. In the city, 1 or 2 silver coins can buy a person. Our family doesn't have enough workers, but we can go to the city to buy people instead of buying you. So, she agreed to consider it, mainly because of his warning yesterday. San Laizi knew Gu Jinli would not agree, and his face fell as he sat on the ground. If you and Mo Chun Yu want to work for me, you must sign a 10-year contract, Gu Jinli said before picking up some firewood, walking past San Laizi and heading home. San Laizi called out behind her, can I sell myself alone? Gu Jinli repeated, no. Mo Chun Yu must sell herself with you and sign a binding contract. San Laizi now cares most about Mo Chun Yu. If he doesn't control her life and death, and if he goes all out, taking others' money to cause trouble for a few families, how can he argue his case? Only by holding Mo Chun Yu's life and death in his hands will he have some leverage. Gu Jinli and the others didn't bother with San Laizi anymore and quickly went home. At home, Gu Jinli put down the firewood, took a small cloth bag, and entered the room she shared with Gu Xiao. She took out 10 mountain god mushrooms, wrapped them in linen, squeezed out their juice, and put it into a small bamboo tube. Then she dripped a few drops of wine into the tube. The wine could maximize the toxins of the mountain god mushrooms. After doing all this, Gu Jinli wrapped the linen and the mushroom residue inside with dry grass, took it to the kitchen, and put it into the stove to burn. When she finished, Gu Jinli saw the water jar was almost empty. She carried a bucket of water and said to Cui Shi, Mother, I'll go fetch water. Go ahead. Just fill half a bucket, don't overdo it, to avoid falling, Cui Shi advised. Got it, Mother, Gu Jinli replied. She carried the bucket out of the yard, walked about 10 meters down to the old well, and just filled 2 buckets of water when Qin Sanling arrived. Qin Sanling didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, Little fish, what did you gather in the mountain today? What are you planning to do? Their families almost got tricked yesterday, and today she went into the mountain and collected some unknown mushrooms. These 2 things must be connected. He also said, I don't mean to stop you, but I'm worried you might get into trouble. She was still young, just a girl, and although she was somewhat capable, she was no match for him. If you want to do something, just tell me. I'll help you, Qin Sanling promised. You've noticed, Gu Jinli smiled. In that case, come help me tonight. She looked around, saw no one nearby, and quietly told Qin Sanling her plan. After hearing her out, Qin Sanling's face turned red. How could she come up with such an idea? Qin Sanling's birthday is in June, during the hottest period of summer, and he's still over 3 months away from turning 15. He has no experience with certain things. Hearing Gu Jinli's plan, he couldn't help but blush. Qin Sanling quickly composed himself, cleared his throat, and looked at Gu Jinli. Your plan is good. Not only can it teach Lu Lao Sen a lesson and avenge our families, but it can also cut off a part of the Lu family's power. It's a very good idea.
But
wait a moment, I'll get something for you, Qin Sanling said, then quickly ran back home. Soon after, he returned and handed a yellow paper to Gu Jinli. This is a map of the Lu family estate. Take a good look and remember the locations of the houses. The map shows all the houses and paths in the Lu family mansion. Small writing on the map clearly labels each house, making it easy to understand at a glance. Qin Sanling pointed to the right side of the map and said, the first courtyard on the right is where old Third Lu and his wife live. But he dislikes Wu Shi. He only stays in Wu Shi's house on the 1st, 10th, and 20th days of the month, and usually sleeps in the study in the front yard. Old Third Lu's current wife is not his original wife, but a widow he remarried. She looks quite ordinary, but is the daughter of Zhou County Magistrate's younger sister. To flatter Zhou County Magistrate's sister, Lu's wife had Old Third Lu divorce his first wife and marry Wu Shi, who was a widow. Although Old Third Lu married Wu Shi, he disliked her. If he weren't worried about offending Zhou County Magistrate, he wouldn't even go into Wu Shi's room. These details were overheard by Qin Sanlang when he secretly visited the Lu family at night and listened to the servants' gossip. "This is the study. Remember this place?" Qin Sanlang said. Gu Jinli was very happy when she saw the map. She looked around to make sure no one was watching before asking, "Brother Qin, when did you draw this map? You've been to the Lu family? It's impossible to draw such a detailed map without visiting the place." Qin Sanlang nodded. When Old Third Lu came to the bean paste recipe and Commander Jiang took him and his father to the county office, I went to the Lu family to look around. Because of family connections, he learned scouting skills at a young age. Knowing himself and his enemy meant victory in every battle. Since the Lu family had already turned against them, he needed to explore their estate and gather information. Gu Jinli put away the map carefully. "All right, I'll memorize it as soon as I get back. Tonight, after everyone's asleep, we'll meet behind her house. While the Lu family is distracted by Lu Deju's trouble, we'll do our part." "Okay," Qin Sanlang nodded. Gu Jinli, seeing he agreed, carefully explained the plan again. Then she picked up a water bucket and headed home. That night, after everyone was asleep, Gu Jinli sat up, dressed, and found 2 cloth bags. She cut 2 holes in each, put them over her head, and covered her face. Then she turned and left her house, heading to Qin's backyard. Qin Sanlang was already waiting for her. When they met, Gu Jinli handed him the other cloth bag. "Put it on, cover your face." Qin Sanlang took the cloth bag, covered his head, and said, "The money lady guarding the back door likes to drink. She drinks a bowl every night before midnight. Now it's midnight, so she should be drunk." The money lady's drinking capacity was average. After drinking a bowl, she would usually become quite tipsy. Gu Jinli nodded and said, "I remember." Although she could use sleeping powder to make the servants of the Lu family faint, doing so would leave traces. The Lu family might investigate and find out about her, so she had to make sure tonight's actions were completely secret. The two moved quietly in the dark, sneaking toward the Lu family mansion. The Lu family was also very frugal. The 4-section mansion had no lanterns hanging under the eaves of the main gate. Qin Sanlang had visited the mansion several times to make drawings and had already familiarized himself with the layout. He quickly led Gu Jinli to the back door. As they reached the back door, they heard a loud snoring sound. It was the guard lady, who was drunk and asleep. Qin Sanlang pulled out a rope with a hook, threw it into the mansion, climbed in first to make sure no one was around, then opened the door for Gu Jinli. They smoothly entered the mansion, passing through a small corridor from the back door to the front yard. The front yard was different from the backyard. The backyard was quiet and dark, but the front yard had several rooms with lights on. Especially the study on the right, where they could hear singing and teasing voices. From the sounds, it was Lu Lao San. Lu Lao San said, "Second brother, don't look so serious. It's not your fault about Lu Deju. Once the county magistrate's anger passes, you can go back to the county and continue your business. Come on, since you're at home now, you should enjoy yourself." This cotton pillow was just delivered by the eldest daughter-in-law a few days ago. Not only does she sing well, but her figure is soft and charming. She's even a young girl. Qin Sanlang had good hearing and heard Lu Lao sing clearly. His face turned red, and he lowered his head, afraid to look at Gu Jinli. Although Gu Jinli had never been in love in her previous life, she had watched many movies and knew what to expect. She felt nothing from what Lu Lao San was saying. She hid under some banana trees near the study with Qin Sanlang, waiting for the right moment. The voices inside continued lively. Just as things were getting lively, Widow Chiu arrived carrying a food box. She heard the voices from the study and muttered angrily under her breath, Little brat, knowing how to steal men at such a young age. I won't let you get away with it. After saying this, she waved to a young servant outside the study door, signaling him to come over. The servant recognized her. Seeing her wave, he approached. Widow Chiu eagerly asked Little Five, "How did the thing I told you during the day go? Did you do it?" Second brother Lu and third brother Lu disliked her because she was old and preferred the young girl. Tonight, they didn't ask her to keep company, but instead brought a new maid named Mianer.
Ugh. Mianea?
What kind of name is that? It sounds like she's not from a proper family. Shanhua was sentenced to exile. Widow Chiu lost her son and was planning how to serve the Lu brothers several times to get pregnant and secure her future, but then Mianu appeared, and she naturally hated her. She heard from Annie Xuan that third brother Lu disliked her. After buying a new maid tonight, he bribed Little Five to give Mianer laxatives. If Mianer couldn't hold her while serving second and third brother Lu, they would refuse to let her serve and might even beat her, or worse, sell her away. Widow Chiu was standing about 10 meters from the study's door, speaking softly. Inside, there was singing and music, so she wasn't worried about being overheard by second or third brother Lu. Little Five glanced at the door, saw the commotion inside, and relaxed. He lowered his voice and replied, "Of course I did. Auntie Chiu, rest assured, soon Mianer will lose control and be driven out by the second and third masters." Hearing this, Widow Chiu felt a bit more at ease, but when she heard Little Five call her Auntie Chiu, she was angry and shot him a sharp look, scolding gently. "Little Five, what are you saying? Auntie? Do I look that old? Call me sister." Little Five was startled by her scolding, getting goosebumps, but he still forced a smile and said, "Sorry, Miss Chiu. Please forgive me." He added, "Once that girl is pulled out, you can go in and serve her. Tonight, she'll surely give birth to a boy, and in the future, you'll be respected as the mother of his child and marry into the Lu family as a concubine." Widow Chiu dreamed of marrying into the Lu family as a concubine. But the Lu brothers weren't kind. They bullied her and looked down on her as a widow, saying she was unlucky and refusing to take her as a concubine. However, the Lu family valued male heirs. If she could give birth to a son for them, marrying into the family as a concubine would be certain. "Little Five, you really know how to talk," Widow Chiu said with a smile, covering her mouth. "All right, I'll wait then. Once this is done, I'll give you 1 or 2 silver coins." Today, she asked Xiao Wuzi to help her harm Mianer. She spent a silver or 2 coins, feeling very distressed. But if the plan succeeded, she would be willing to spend another silver coin. Xiao Wuzi was very happy. "Thank you in advance, Sister Chiu." Just as he finished speaking, a loud scolding came from the study. "You brat, you're asking to die. Serving our 2 brothers is your blessing. How dare you spit? Are you disgusted with us?" Mianer endured her nausea and stomach pain, crying softly, "Your servant dares not. Maybe I ate something bad now." Before she finished, her stomach turned violently, and a foul smell followed. Ugh ugh ugh. Mianer lost face and cried loudly. Old Third Lu was furious, kicking Mianer angrily. "You dare to pull? Bad luck, you trash."
Bang, bang, bang.
Old Third Lu was so mad, he kicked her repeatedly. Mianer screamed and begged, "Third Master, please spare me. I didn't mean to."
Ugh.
She vomited again, covering the ground. Bang! The door of the study was opened. Old Second Lu rushed out, turning to scold inside. "Old Third, is this the girl you found? So disgusting. Keep her for yourself." Then he left immediately. Widow Chiu stood at the gate, wanting to chase after him, but then thought that Old Second Lu often stayed in the county town. She decided to continue clinging to Old Third Lu instead, so she didn't follow. Old Second Lu was angry and didn't pay attention to Widow Chiu. He stormed back to the backyard in a huff. "Xiao Wuzi, come in now. Drag that trash girl out and sell her to Hongfang Tower in the county tomorrow." Old Third Lu was so angry he jumped and rushed out of the study, shouting at Xiao Wuzi. Yes, I'll come right now." Xiao Wuzi hurried into the study. Seeing the mess inside, he felt sick but still managed to drag Mianer out. Widow Chiu saw old Third Lu come out, quickly put down her food box and approached. Third Master, calm down. The girl doesn't know better. Let me serve you instead. Served? Get lost. I'm not in the mood. Old Third Lu ignored her and left directly. Fearing old Third Lu would run away, Widow Chiu hurried to follow. She followed him all the way, saw he didn't leave the house or go to Wu's courtyard, but entered the guest room in the front yard. She immediately turned happily, heading toward the study yard with her food box, planning to have a few drinks with old Third Lu and get things done. Little Fifth pulled Cotton away from the yard and out of the courtyard. Soon they were outside the gate. Qin Sanlang and Gu Jinli seized the chance and hurried out. Qin Sanlang kept watch, while Gu Jinli poured the mushroom juice from the bamboo tube into the wine jar and the meat and vegetable dishes in the food box. After finishing, Gu Jinli waved to Qin Sanlang, and they both hid behind a few banana trees. After a while, Widow Chiu returned to the study yard, carrying the food box, happily heading toward the front courtyard guest room. Worried about something going wrong on the way, Gu Jinli and Qin Sanlang quietly followed. When they saw Widow Chiu enter the guest room and get scolded by old Third Lu, they started drinking and joking, then finally felt safe to leave the Lu family estate. Before dawn the next day, the Lu family estate was in chaos.
Ah.
In the front yard guest room, Widow Chiu screamed loudly and rolled off old Third Lu, hiding under the table, eyes full of fear. Old Third Lu was foaming at the mouth, trembling all over, his face pale, looking like he was about to die. Little Fifth, one of old Third Lu's two close servants, had taken Cotton to the woodshed and locked her up, then came to guard outside the guest room. He was dozing when he suddenly heard Widow Chiu scream. Shivering, he rushed inside and saw old Third Lu's condition, and shouted in fright, "Help! Someone help! Third Master is in serious trouble." Everyone in the Lu estate was awakened. Old Master Lu and Old Second Lu hurried over. Seeing old Third Lu's state, Old Master Lu fainted on the spot. Father, hold on." Old Second Lu quickly held Old Master Lu, pinching his pressure point until he almost bled, and only then did the old man breathe deeply and wake up. Third, go get the doctor." Old Master Lu struggled to shout, then fainted again. Father, wake up." Old Second Lu shook him and shouted at the panicked servants, "What are you all doing just standing there? Hurry and fetch the doctor." The servants finally reacted. Some rushed out to call a doctor from town. Others held down old Third Lu to stop his convulsions. Sure too, one of the servants told Little Fifth, "Quick, open Third Master's mouth. He's bitten his tongue." The two forced his mouth open, preventing him from biting his tongue off, but his tongue was already cut and bleeding. "Quick, bring water to wipe Third Master's body. Bring the new bed quilt and cover Third Master with it." The guest room was messy, with servants coming and going, busy with their work. Widow Chiu was initially stunned, but now she finally woke up. She wanted to take the opportunity, when the Lu family members weren't paying attention, to escape wrapped in a quilt, but Little Fifth caught her. "You wicked woman, it's your fault that Third Master is like this. You still want to run. He is the personal servant of Third Master." When Third Master got into trouble, he believed he had to shift all the blame onto Widow Chiu to save himself. Her face turned pale as she said, "I didn't do anything. Third Master, this is a coming on, it's not my fault." Smack. Second Master Lu grabbed Widow Chiu by the neck and slapped her hard twice. "If it weren't for you, how could Third Master have a... You wicked woman. If anything happens to Third Master, don't expect to live. Someone, take this wicked woman to the woodshed. Before Third Master wakes up, beat her 3 times a day." Second Master Lu threw Widow Chiu to the ground, stepped on her, then hurried to take care of the unconscious old Master Lu. "Yes, Second Master." The 2 servants of the Lu family responded, immediately holding Widow Chiu. She was shocked and scared, wanting to beg for mercy, but the servants covered her mouth and dragged her out of the guest room, locking her in the woodshed. Dafen village is some distance from the town. Even with a mule cart, it took about an hour to call the doctor back. The healer shop didn't take Lu family's business. They hired Dr. Jiang from the town's Xinglin Hall. Dr. Jiang was skilled. He gave Third Master Lu acupuncture for half an hour. Finally, he managed to save Third Master's life, but said, his life is saved, but Third Master will have to stay in bed from now on. What do you mean? Second Master Lu asked anxiously. What do you mean Third Master can only stay in bed? Dr. Jiang replied, Third Master is completely paralyzed.
Paralyzed.
Second Master Lu knew that Third Master was not in good health, but hearing that he was truly paralyzed, he couldn't accept it. He grabbed Dr. Zheng's coat and said, Quick, find a way to save Third Master. Third Master was only in his 30s and had half a lifetime ahead. If he was just paralyzed, what could be done? His father always cared most for Third Master. If he woke up and found out Third Master was paralyzed, he would be so angry he might die from it. Seeing Second Master's desperate look, Dr. Zheng knew that the Lu family was powerful and feared offending them. He worried he might suffer consequences, so he said, Second Master, there's no need to worry. You can go to the county town and ask Dr. Zhou to come for treatment. Dr. Zhou's father was an imperial doctor's apprentice. If Dr. Zhou takes action, he might be able to help Third Master recover. Go to the county town to find your sister. Have her invite Dr. Zhou back to treat your third brother. Hurry. Old Master Lu was just awakened by the medicine boy brought by Dr. Zheng. As soon as he opened his eyes, he heard these words and nearly fainted again. It was only because the medicine boy sniffed a whiff of medicine that he jolted awake and managed to sit up, then told Old Master Lu this. Father, you're awake. Old Second Lu hurried over to check on him. Don't worry, I'll send someone to the county town to find my little sister and have her invite Dr. Zhou to see third brother. He then turned and shouted at the door, Schwanda, Schwanda, quickly get the cart ready to go to the county town. Have my aunt go to invite Dr. Zhou. Hurry. Because of third brother Lu's condition, all the servants of the Lu family were waiting in the guest courtyard. Schwanda was among them. Hearing old Second Lu's words, he quickly responded, Yes, I'll go right now. Schwanda personally prepared the cart and went to the county town. He found Aunt Lu and explained third brother's situation. Through Aunt Lu's connections, he managed to invite Dr. Zhou. But after examining third brother's illness, Dr. Zhou also had no solution. His words were similar to Dr. Zheng's. Being able to save his life is already a blessing. Hearing this, old Master Lu, hunched over and trembling constantly, wanted to ask more but couldn't speak. It was old Second Lu who asked, Dr. Zhou, is there really no other way? Third brother can't be paralyzed. Dr. Zhou shook his head. Third young master is now completely paralyzed. With my medical skills, I can at most make him speak. If you want him to recover, you'll need to go to the capital and find imperial doctors. Imperial doctors? Could the Lu family even afford to invite them? Dr. Zheng heard Dr. Zhou's words and sighed in relief. If even Dr. Zhou said so, then it wasn't his fault. When old Master Lu heard that third brother was completely paralyzed, his anger overwhelmed him, and he fainted again. He had fainted 3 times today. If Dr. Zhou hadn't been there, he would have definitely had a. Dr. Zhou hurried to treat old Master Lu again. Mrs. Wu, who was standing in the corridor, heard that third brother was fully paralyzed and burst into tears. Why is my life so bitter? I don't even have a son. The man is paralyzed. How will I live the rest of my life? Mrs. Wu, who had been widowed before pregnancy, married third brother Lu and was happy for a while, but they only had 2 daughters and no sons. Now that third brother was paralyzed and became useless, if she wanted a son to support her in old age, she would have to leave and remarry. Mrs. Wu cried for a while in the corridor, then scolded third brother Lu. Serves you right. Now that you're paralyzed, this old widow is still lively and kicking. After scolding old third Lu, she turned to the old master inside the house and said, Old sir, this is your son's fault. Your son has wronged me. You better give me an explanation, or I will go back to my family and find someone. Do you really think our Wu family has no one left? My mother is still alive and my older cousin is an official. Your son's actions are dragging us down. If you don't give the Wu family a clear answer, I will leave with my dowry. Mrs. Wu had enough of old Third Lu. She initially planned to endure it until she had a son, but old Third Lu, who was unlucky, was already paralyzed before their child was born. Why should she stay with him? Mrs. Wu made her firm decision, took her maid, left the guest room and yard, went straight home, packed her things, and took her 2 daughters back to her family. Old Master Lu tried to stop Old Second Lu, but couldn't. Mrs. Wu spat at Old Second Lu and rode away in a mule cart. The trouble at the Lu family had lasted all day. The villagers of Dafeng village were awakened early by the noise from the Lu mansion, then spent the whole day watching the drama. Now it was evening. Seeing Mrs. Wu return to her family with her children, the villagers gathered around the big millstone and started talking again. Wow, it looks like the Lu family is going to fall apart this time. Mrs. Wu is the cousin of the county magistrate. My mother is the county magistrate's aunt. If Mrs. Wu reports this, the Lu family won't have a good ending. Old Third Lu deserves it. Is he really paralyzed? Didn't they say he could be cured?
Who told you that?
Does Dr. Zhou from the county know? His father was an imperial doctor's apprentice, and Dr. Zhou is the grandson of that imperial doctor. Even the grandson says he can't be cured. He'll be paralyzed for life. The villagers of Dafeng village talked about the Lu family's gossip all day by the big millstone until nightfall, then dispersed. That evening, when several families went to Gu Jinli's house to count money and share it, they also mentioned old Third Lu's paralysis. Mrs. Chen was very happy and said proudly, "Old Third Lu's wife has gone back to her family," and made a harsh remark, saying she won't let the Lu family go. They brought this on themselves and are doomed. And that widow Qiu, I heard the Lu family forced her to sign a contract and put her fingerprint. Now she's being sent overnight to Hongfang Tower in the county town. Great daughter-in-law. Shut up, Mrs. Chen said happily, but was interrupted by third aunt. What kind of place was Hongfang Tower? Could she say that in front of the children? Mrs. Chen chuckled and closed her mouth, but she felt very pleased inside. Today, she heard the women in the village gossiping about the Lu family all day. After Mrs. Wu took the children back to her maiden home, Widow Qiu was forcibly made to sign a sale contract. Right after signing, she was taken by the Lu family servants to the county town and sold to Hongfang Tower to serve customers. Her life was basically over. Mrs. Chen was so happy, she almost floated. After being scolded by the third grandma, she couldn't help but say, "When the Lu family is unlucky, they can't harm us anymore. We can relax a lot. Really, heaven is watching." It used this to punish old Third Lu and stop him from being arrogant. If you're so bold, try standing up and being arrogant yourself. You're just this lifetime. You'll never stand up to harm others again. Mrs. Chen mocked old Third Lu and the Lu family, then happily took her money home. The trouble at the Lu family lasted for a while. Dr. Zhou stayed there for 3 days, giving old Third Lu acupuncture, medicine, and massage, finally saving him. When old Third Lu woke up, his eyes were crooked and he couldn't speak, only making sounds like, "ah." Seeing he couldn't speak, old Third Lu was very frightened. Knowing he was paralyzed, he fainted again. When he woke up this time, his condition was worse than before. Dr. Zhou said, "You can't faint again. If you do, I can't guarantee you'll wake up this time." Old Third Lu heard this, opened his eyes, looked at Dr. Zhou, and cried while making ah-ah sounds, wanting to ask if he could get better. Dr. Zhou repeated what he had told old Second Lu. After hearing it, old Third Lu rolled his eyes, but managed not to faint. Old Third Lu regretted his actions. Thinking of widow Qiu, he wished he could cut her with a knife. When he heard she had been sold to Hongfang Tower, his hatred lessened a bit. Meanwhile, Mrs. Wu's family and county magistrate Zhou already knew about old Third Lu and widow Qiu's affair and that old Third Lu was paralyzed. Mrs. Wu's mother was furious when she heard this. The next day, she rushed to county magistrate Zhou's house, crying and causing a scene, demanding he help her daughter. Mrs. Wu's mother was the youngest daughter of county magistrate Zhou's grandfather. She was pampered since childhood and very fiery, so much so that Zhou County Magistrate couldn't handle her. He could only agree to seek revenge for Mrs.
Wu.
Recently, Zhou County Magistrate also hated the Liu family intensely. He was upset about how things with Liu Dezhua had turned out, and now this scandal. If old Third Liu weren't paralyzed, he might have sent someone to deal with him. To teach Liu's family a lesson, Zhou County Magistrate sent his steward to Liu's house the day after old Third Liu woke up. He handed old Third Liu a divorce letter and a compensation agreement from the Liu family to the Wu family. The divorce letter was not a big problem. After all, it was the women who spread rumors about the divorce, so the men didn't lose out. But the compensation agreement was a different matter. It could almost ruin the Liu family. Old Master Liu held the compensation paper and angrily scolded. They want 60 acres of land, 30 acres of water fields, 2 shops, and 50 taels of silver every year for Yi and Shu. 50 taels a year. Yi and Shu are well-fed and can't possibly spend that much. The Wu family is clearly cheating us. Steward Xiao sat calmly in the main seat of the main house, took a sip of tea, and said, "Old Master Liu, this has nothing to do with the Wu family. It's the county magistrate's decision." Recently, the Liu family had been making many mistakes, causing trouble for Magistrate Zhou. He wanted to use the Wu family matter to teach the Liu family a lesson. Today, they came to deliver the divorce letter and demand compensation. No one from the Wu family was present. Only the 10 guards from Zhou's household were sent, clearly showing they were confident in their position. If the Liu family refused to pay as written, those guards would destroy their house. Old Third Liu also returned today. Hearing Xiao's words, he quickly forced a smile and said, "Brother Xiao, calm down. My father is a countryman, not familiar with rules. He's used to saving money." When he heard that Yi and Shu might spend 50 taels a year, he felt distressed, worried they would develop wasteful habits. Old Master Liu was not stupid. After hearing Xiao's words, he realized Zhou County Magistrate was deliberately making things difficult for them. He quickly nodded and agreed, "Yes, I'm just worried the children will become wasteful with money." Xiao's steward put down his teacup and looked at Old Master Liu, saying, "Old Master Liu, let's not talk about useless things. I advise you, money is just a thing. Once spent, it can be earned again. If you don't agree to this compensation, who knows what will happen?" He smiled and told Old Master Liu something else. Yesterday, the county magistrate took a new concubine. She's the daughter of a scholar from a learned family with a higher status than a rural girl. There's a suspicion she might be pregnant. Although her pregnancy isn't confirmed yet, the magistrate is very happy. So, if the Liu family is smart, they should realize that Zhou County Magistrate no longer favors Liu's aunt as he used to. If it weren't for the 3rd young master and the 5th miss, the family might be in serious trouble now. Old Master Liu heard this and sank into his chair, trembling and with a pale face. County official Zhou promoted the new wife, who is pregnant. What about Manhwa and his family? Has she been completely out of favor? If Manhwa is out of favor, doesn't that mean the Liu family will be finished? Seeing Old Master Liu's expression, Assistant Xiao said, "Although Lady Liu has lost favor, the 3rd young master and the 5th miss are still here. As long as they are around, the Liu family won't fall easily." But, Assistant Xiao pointed at the compensation letter, if you can't bear to part with a small amount of money and argue with a county official, it's hard to say if the Liu family will fall early. After speaking, Assistant Xiao finished. Old Master Liu lost all his strength and trembled, saying, "We'll pay. The Liu family will pay." Second Uncle Liu instinctively took a few steps forward, opening his mouth to speak, but was stopped by Old Master Liu, unable to say anything. Second Uncle Liu's heart was bleeding. They had saved up for 20 years, 200 acres of land, 100 acres of water fields, and 4 shops, and now most of it was gone in an instant. But Second Uncle Liu knew he couldn't offend county official Zhou, so he had to accept it. Seeing Second Uncle Liu's expression, Assistant Xiao smiled and said, "All the family's wealth was gained by exploiting the county official's reputation. Now returning it to him is only proper." His words made Second Uncle Liu's face turn pale, and he dared not show any more pain. Satisfied, Assistant Xiao took out his stamp pad and handed it to Old Master Lu. Old Master, please sign with your fingerprint. Old Master Lu's tears flowed as he trembled and pressed his finger to the paper. Assistant Xiao didn't stay long, took the compensation letter, and told the steward to move the dowry from Mrs. Wu's courtyard before leaving the Lu family. As soon as Assistant Xiao left, Old Master Lu collapsed to the ground, patting his thigh and crying, "Oh heavens, is this marriage? Is this a sword that will destroy our family? Our Lu family worked hard for 20 years, and most of our wealth is gone in an instant." Old Master Lu cried and made a scene, but the money owed to Mrs. Wu was fully paid. Hearing the crying, Old Second Lu was overwhelmed. He hurriedly told Old Second brother, "Watch over Dad at home. I need to go back to the county town. If I don't go, our family's position at Zhou's estate might fall even further." After saying that, he quickly ran out of the main room, then suddenly turned back and said to Old Second, "Don't touch Qin Gu Luo Tian's family for now. If we do, we must wipe them out all at once. Otherwise, our family will suffer again." It is strange how their family keeps getting more unlucky, all because of Qin Gu Luo Tian and his relatives. If they hadn't stolen the tofu recipe in the first place, the Lu family wouldn't be going downhill now. Second brother Lu was unhappy but knew their family was badly hurt and couldn't cause trouble anymore. He nodded and said, "Big brother, we understand. You should leave now, or you'll fall behind Xiaoyi." Xiaoyi was a popular figure close to County Magistrate Zhou, and they needed to flatter him. Hearing this, the eldest Lu couldn't delay any longer. He hurriedly left with a young servant. Finally catching up with Xiaoyi, elder brother Lu greeted him with a big smile. Xiaoyi didn't make things difficult for him and kindly reminded him, "The county magistrate still cares about your Lu family. Just do good work for him, listen carefully, and handle things well. If you want to do more, it's not hard." Hearing this, elder brother Lu finally felt relieved. But because third brother Lu was paralyzed and the matter of divorcing Mrs. Wu, the Lu family was no longer as wealthy. They couldn't afford to indulge anymore and had to cut costs. After calculating their savings, second brother Lu sold most of the family's servants the next day. The Lu family's large house originally had 20 servants, but now only 6 remained. They also sold one of their 2 mules. Although selling servants and mules was done quietly at night, villagers in Dafeng village had been watching the Lu family closely these days. When they saw the servants being taken into town to be sold at night, everyone knew the next day. Villagers gathered again to talk about the Lu family's gossip. But that wasn't all. Rumors spread that the Lu family had offended County Magistrate Zhou. People said Zhou was planning to punish them severely. Soon, the family might be arrested and put on trial. Those who had helped the Lu family commit wrongdoings wouldn't escape either. They would all be caught and sent to jail. The Lu family had been powerful in the village for 20 years, doing many bad things. Many relatives had helped them. When they heard these rumors, everyone was terrified. The relatives who used to flatter Elder Lu now kept their distance, afraid of being dragged down by the family. Elder Lu's reputation in the village plummeted. Many outsiders who had been bullied by the Lu family saw that they were falling apart. Under cover of night, some villagers came to the big house and threw manure at the gate. For several days, the front of the house was smelly and dirty. Elder Lu was very angry and wanted to catch those who threw the manure, but he couldn't find them. Now, their household has lost most of their servants, and they don't have enough help. The people who threw manure came secretly at night, threw it, then ran away. No one knows who they are. Because of these events, gossip about the Lu family has been non-stop in the village. Gu Jinli and Qin Sanling heard these rumors and kept a calm face. No one knew that Lu Laosan's paralysis was caused by them. At the end of the month, Gu Jinli's family stopped working in the afternoon and gathered to review the monthly accounts. Gu Jinan calculates the accounts for several families every day, so the monthly accounts are easy for him. He finished in half an hour. He reported the monthly earnings to the families. "We started making tofu for the Lantern Festival. Because of other matters, we didn't sell every day. We've only been in business for 40 days. Before February 19th, we only sold in town, not in large quantities to Jiang and others. During this time, the average daily profit was 7 taels. When they first started selling tofu, they earned about 5 taels a day. As business improved, they earned over 10 taels a day, but on average, they made about 7 taels daily. Since February 19th, we've been selling tofu to Jiang and others. Today marks 11 days, and the average daily profit is 12 taels. In these 40 days, our families earned a total of 412 taels of silver. 412 taels. Mrs. Chen exclaimed excitedly, nearly fainting from joy. Is that pure profit? Brother-in, is that pure profit? Gu Jinan nodded. Yes, it's pure profit. The costs are already deducted. The 412 taels are what our families can share. Oh my, so much money. I need to sit down and breathe first, Mrs. Chen said, clutching her chest and sitting down as if she might faint. Mrs. Chu sighed with amazement. This tofu, which sells for only 5 cents each, actually makes so much money. She used to live in the county with Luo Fu and had seen large sums of money. Luo Fu's agency could earn hundreds of taels from a single trip, but that money was earned with great risk. Sometimes they didn't come back alive. Now, selling small snacks steadily earns so much, and she was shocked. Third grandma smiled and said, that's right. Selling little portions like this after more than a month, you can see big earnings. Old Yan's wife had a sore throat and was too excited to speak. Hearing third grandma's words, she could only nod in agreement. Gu Dafu nodded and said, Third Annie mentioned that if we were back home, we would never be able to earn so much money in a lifetime, but now in just over a month, we have already made it. His father is the village head, and their family is considered the wealthiest in the village. However, during the famine, his father sold half of the land, and combined with the family's savings over the years, they managed to gather 300 taels of silver. 400 taels of silver is truly hard to imagine. Old Qin was surprised when he heard this number. He has seen over 10,000 taels of silver before, but he also comes from a poor family and knows how hard it is for farmers to earn money. Now, in just over a month, their few families have earned more than 400 taels, which is truly remarkable. After hearing this, several families were shocked. Gu Jinan then said, this money is divided among the uncles, aunts, and relatives, each getting 10%. Each family will receive 41 taels and 200 coins. Please check if this is what your family received. They count their silver every day and remember how much they earned. After Gu Jinan announced the number, they thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Yes, that's correct. Gu Jinli's family owns 40% of the tofu business and can share 164 taels and 800 coins, which is the largest share among the 7 families. However, none of the families were jealous. The tofu was made by Xiaoyu, and being able to share a part was already generous. Considering everyone's shared experience of fleeing the famine, if they were ungrateful or jealous, it would be unkind. Although they earned so much money, Gu Jinli's family did not have that much silver now. A few days ago, they spent 58 taels on land and house deeds, plus buying more land. They also hired people to work the land and paid for daily expenses, so now their savings are only about 120 taels. But for Gu Dashan and the others, this was a fortune they wouldn't even dare to dream of. After settling the monthly accounts, Gu Jinli brought up hiring help again. Although we earned quite a lot in just over a month, it's been very tiring. The whole family has been busy from morning till night with no rest. If this continues, it will wear us out. I think starting next month, we should hire some help for the heavy work. That way, we can relax more and make even more tofu. Tian Auntie, who is used to hardship, was worried about spending money. She waved her hand and said, it's okay. We're not tired, and we don't need to hire anyone. Gu Jinli said, Annie Tian, my suggestion to hire help is not just because we're too tired, but also to help our families earn more money. We have few workers. Even if we keep working, we can only make about 1,500 pounds of tofu a day. If we hire someone to grind the beans, and we focus on making tofu ourselves, we can produce much faster. Making 3,000 pounds of tofu a day is easy. The more tofu we make, the more money we earn. As for the seasoning spices, grinding them is very hard work. Grandma Yen and the others can only grind about 10 pounds a day, which isn't enough to sell. If we hire help, we can grind 50 pounds or more each day. These spices are different from tofu. They can be stored for a year. We can order a batch of clay jars, sell them to others, and have them shipped elsewhere. This could bring us a big profit. Compared to tofu, she believes the seasoning spices are a better business. They have more potential to grow and last long. Gu Jinli quickly did some math and said, if we can make 3,000 pounds of tofu and 50 pounds of spices in one day, we can earn at least 50 taels of silver. 50 taels of silver in one day. The families were all surprised. Yes, we really can earn that much, Gu Jinli said to Aunt Tian. Aunt Tian, don't worry about paying workers. If we spend just 2 taels of silver a day on wages, we can earn dozens of taels more. It's worth it. Hearing this, everyone no longer worried about wages and agreed to hire help. Then what are we waiting for?
Let's hire people now.
However, DeFu was a bit worried. If we hire people to grind the beans, won't everyone find out that the tofu is made from soybeans? If someone tries to sabotage us by adding something to the soy milk, what will we do? Also, for the spices, if we hire someone to grind them, they'll know the types of spices. Our secret recipe could be leaked. DeFu's concerns were what the families were worried about too. Gu Jinli had already thought of a solution and smiled. Even if they know the tofu is made from soybeans, they won't be able to make it themselves. The key to making good tofu is the brine. As long as we control the brine, they can't make proper tofu. For the spices, it's the same. As long as they don't know the right proportions, they'll never be able to make the fragrant, tasty spices. They'll only produce harsh, hard-to-eat flavors. The raw materials for the spices have strong flavors. They need to be mixed in specific ratios to balance the taste and make them fragrant and delicious. As for the worry about sabotage, adding something to the soy milk or spices, we can sign contracts with everyone involved. We can implement a joint responsibility system. If there's a problem with the tofu or spices, all workers will have to compensate us for the losses. It's serious, but we can still report them to the authorities for investigation. No one should try to escape. That's a good idea, but isn't it too harsh?
Chen asked.
Even she thought it might be a bit too much, and the others agreed. Gu Jinli shook her head. Not at all. Only collective responsibility will make everyone cautious. Otherwise, someone might cause trouble on purpose and shift the blame to someone else. Our tofu and spices could still have problems. She wanted to ensure no one would tamper with the tofu or spices, so collective responsibility was the best solution. Workers would supervise each other to protect themselves. After hearing her, the families stayed silent for a moment, then nodded and said, Yu is right.
Let's do it that way.
How will we pay them? How much money per month? Chen was most concerned about money. If paid too much, she would feel heartbroken. Gu Jinli replied, no monthly pay. Pay by weight. For each good pound of soaked and filtered soybeans, give 1 penny. For spices, the easier to grind, 20 coins per pound. The harder, 80 coins per pound. This way, those who work harder will earn more. If paid monthly, workers might slack off. The families agreed that paying by weight was better and all nodded in agreement. As for hiring workers, they left it to Third Grandpa and Big Mountain Gu. Third Grandpa was experienced and Big Mountain Gu still needed practice. Now, Third Grandpa was guiding him, teaching him everything Gu Lao had not taught him before. Third Grandpa said, He Lao Gua and the others can finish clearing the land tomorrow. We'll see if they're willing to do the work. If they are, it's better to hire them. He Lao Gua and his team did good work clearing the land. They were honest and hardworking. If we hire them and still don't have enough people, I'll talk to village head He and ask him to help find more workers. With him involved, the He family might be less afraid, and we can build a good relationship. Although village head He had not been kind to them when they first arrived, they knew they needed to get along well with him to stay in the village. After discussing hiring, it was already dark. The family stood up and went home. Today, after learning how much money they earned from the mooncake business, Third Grandma was very happy. She went to the backyard and caught a wild chicken to cook as a reward for everyone. Gu Jinli saw this and deliberately asked with a smile, "Third grandma, didn't you say you wanted to keep the wild chicken for laying eggs and nesting?" Since coming to Dafeng village, they had gone into the mountains several times and caught some wild chickens. But third grandma was reluctant to eat them, saying she wanted to raise them to lay eggs and build nests. Grandma Sen knew she was asking on purpose. She scolded her with a glance and said, "Still joking with your old lady? Am I that stingy? When I earn money, I'll naturally be willing to share with you." She then carried the wild chicken to the kitchen, quickly killing it. Half was used for soup and the other half for braised chicken. That evening, their family enjoyed delicious chicken soup and fragrant braised chicken. The next day, Lao Guahe and his friends went to farm the land as usual, first visiting Gu Jinli's house to greet Grandpa San. In the past, when working in town, they had to inform the host every day. This was the rule. Even though they now worked in the village, they still kept this rule. Grandpa San was waiting for them. When he saw them, he called them over and told them about hiring someone to grind soybeans and spices. Lao Guahe and his friends were worried about having no work after clearing the land. Hearing this, they were happy. When asked about the pay, they were completely shocked. "Gu Lao Gu, how much do you pay for grinding a jean of soybeans?" Lao Guahe's eyes, clouded with age, widened as he stared at Grandpa San, his hands calloused as he asked. Grandpa San smiled and said, "1 fun for grinding and filtering a jean of soybeans." Wow, just 1 fun. Lao Guahe was very excited. He had seen Gu Dafu and others work. Grinding a jean of soybeans and filtering it didn't take much time. In a day, one person could grind at least 100 jean, which would be 100 fun. Over a month, that could add up to a few taels of silver. Lao Guahe was almost crazy with happiness. He Xingzi, listening nearby, spoke first. "Grandpa Gu, our 4 families will do this work." Their family was very poor. They not only had to support their younger sister, but also care for their elderly grandparents. Xingzi was already 16 and at the age to get married. If he didn't work hard, he might never marry. Yes. All 4 of our families will do this work," Hitugu quickly said, worried someone else might take the job. Grandpa Sen said, "Don't be in a hurry. Let me finish. Although this work pays well, to do it for our families, we need a contract." He called Gu Jinan over and asked him to read the contract he had written last night. Here it is," Gu Jinan responded and read the contract aloud to Lao Guahe's family. The first rule was that no one should have bad intentions. All tofu and spices must be safe. If there were any problems, everyone involved in the work would share the blame and compensate for the losses together and face imprisonment if necessary. Lao Gua and the others were stunned when they heard the first rule, not expecting the contract to be so strict. Gu Jinan explained, "Old Gua, everyone makes a living from tofu and seasoning spices. If there are problems with the tofu or spices, no one will benefit. For our livelihood, the first rule must be followed." Gu Jinan was good at speaking, smiling gently, his tone soft and reassuring, which eased Lao Gua and their worries. Lao Gua thought for a moment and asked, "My family can follow the first rule. What about you 3? The families of He Zhuang, He Go, and He Xingzi had worked hard to earn money through farming, and now they trusted him very much. They also agreed that since they were doing this work, they had to ensure the safety of the tofu and spices. If there were problems, their business would fail, and their work would be ruined. We can do it too, said He Zhuang, He Go, and He Xingzi. Seeing that they accepted the first rule, Gu Jinan continued. The next few rules were simple. They just required them to keep their work secret and not share any details. They also had to stay clean and hygienic while working, making sure sweat or other things didn't get into the soy milk or spices, which could ruin the taste. The items couldn't be taken home to make elsewhere. They had to be made in Gu's workshop and so on. After hearing this, Lao Gua and the others thought it was acceptable and immediately nodded. Brother Gu, since our families will do this work, we are willing to sign the contract. Once you sign the contract, you must follow what it says. If you don't, you might have to pay compensation or even go to jail. You should think carefully, said the third grandfather. There's no rush to answer now. We still need to repair the old house and buy stone mills and pestles. You can go home and discuss with your families before deciding. Brother Gu, what are you talking about? He village head, along with Song, came to pick up tofu. As soon as they entered the yard, they overheard the third grandfather talking about the contract work and asked curiously. Third grandfather didn't hide anything and told village head, our family's plan to use the newly bought old house to set up a workshop. We want to hire some workers to help grind soybeans and spices. Right now, we're discussing this with old Gu's brothers. Hearing this, village head's eyes lit up. He quickly asked Brother Gu, how many people do you want to hire? Our family has many members who can work. If you need workers, can our family do this work? Village head, he was worried that Grandpa San might worry that the family was too unruly, so he quickly said, Brother Gu, don't worry. After those troublemakers from De Kai's group were caught, the young men in the village have changed a lot. Although there are still some small issues, with me keeping an eye on things, I promise your families won't have any trouble. He also sighed, it's all because of poverty. If they had a proper job to earn money and support their families, and their lives had hope, they would definitely change for the better. Village head, he then talked about San Laizi. That young man is getting married today. Recently, he's been very honest and has become much more diligent. His old house used to be very dirty and messy, but now he repairs and cleans it himself. This change is because he sees hope for the future. So, if the family could find work and each household had hope for their lives, their problems would also improve. Grandpa San didn't immediately agree but said, we've already talked with old Pot's brothers. We need to take care of their families first. If we still need more people later, then we can consider others. Village head, he knew this wasn't urgent, so he smiled and said, that's the right way. He had no intention of taking work away from old Pot's families. They were also part of the family. He was just worried that the Gu family might hire outsiders for the work, so he wanted to help the family secure the job first. Village head, he then asked carefully about the contract and wages. When he heard that signing a contract was necessary and that they would be responsible if anything went wrong, he didn't think it was unreasonable. His family also signed contracts when selling tofu. When he heard the wages were so high, he was very happy and hoped that Chingu Luo Tian's business would grow bigger so they could invite all the family members to work. After talking with Grandpa San about hiring people, old Pot's family went to work in the fields. They had been clearing the land for about 10 days, and today was the last day. Once they finished, they could go collect their wages. After they left, Liang Juzi and others came to pick up tofu. They also heard about this and were very interested. However, Liang Juzi knew that as long as the family was around, they wouldn't get the work. But they could still compete for the seasoning spices. So, after picking up the tofu today, Liang Juzi didn't leave right away. Instead, he stayed and asked about the seasoning spices. Little fish girl, after your family opens the workshop, can you give us a bit more of the seasoning spices? Liang Juzi knew that Gu Jinli was the one who made the seasoning spices, so he directly asked her. Gu Jinli smiled. Liang Juzi was quite clever. He was quick to notice the seasoning spices. Why do you want so much seasoning spices? Liang Juzi looked at Director He, who was sitting in the Gu family courtyard chatting with Grandpa San. He really wanted to take him away. The old man was smart and saw that Liang Juzi stayed and didn't leave. He decided to listen to what Liang Juzi had to say. Director, he kept watching Liang Juzi. When he saw him look over, he smiled at him, making Liang Juzi feel a bit embarrassed. Unable to do anything, Liang Juzi had to tell him his plan. Seasoning spices don't last as long as tofu. I want to take about 100 jin more, sell them in other counties, and make more money. Tofu and seasoning spices are only sold in Tianfu County. Other counties don't have these products. If he took people to sell in other counties, he could earn a lot. When Director He heard Liang Juzi's idea, his eyes lit up. It was a good plan. But when he heard Liang Juzi wanted to take about 100 jin of seasoning spices, he immediately said, Liang family nephew, how much seasoning does old Gu's family make in a day? You want 100 jin? Don't be so greedy. Leave some for others. Liang Juzi often went to Gu's house to buy supplies and had become familiar with Director He. He no longer held back and said, Uncle He, if I take more seasoning spices, your family will have work to do. This benefits both of us.
Don't compete with me.
Uncle, I'm not competing with you. Our He family is poor. Even though Old Goo's family helps us, everyone wants to do profitable business, said Director He, standing up and speaking to Gu Jinli. Little fish, when we make more seasoning spices, your family can also give us some. We have many people, and we can sell farther away. A few hundred jin is no problem. If they could keep more spices, taking a little more wouldn't be a problem. Liang Zhuzi almost felt sick from hearing this. He only wanted about 100 jin, but He wanted several hundred jin. Who was really greedy? Gu Jinli didn't care about their fight, and just said, We've already made plans for the seasoning spices. We'll talk about it later. We can't agree to anything now. When Director He and Liang Zhuzi heard this, they felt relieved. They knew Gu Jinli was smiling, but she was firm. They didn't argue anymore and changed the subject. All right, we'll wait until your family makes more seasoning spices. Liang Zhuzi hurried off to sell tofu. After saying this, he quickly left. He village chief is sensible and also left with everyone. Today, San Laizi is getting married. He asked him to be the witness, so he needs to go back and prepare. San Laizi is poor. He lived until 24 and finally got married, but he had no money for a wedding feast, not even enough to buy a piece of red cloth. He worked as a laborer in town for a few days, earning just enough to buy half a kilogram of wine, 2 packs of candies, 1 kilogram of old rice, and a small piece of lean meat. The fatty meat was too expensive, so he decided to buy lean meat and cook a simple porridge for Chunyu to enjoy a good meal. These days, San Laizi was exhausted. He worked as a laborer in town until midnight yesterday and woke up very early today. He cleaned his house thoroughly, placed a pack of candies and half a kilogram of wine on the table, and waited for the right time to go to He village chief's house to pick up Mo Chunyu. As the witness, He village chief was thinking about San Laizi's wedding. When he got home, he asked his eldest daughter-in-law to check on San Laizi's preparations. He Lu, the wife of He Song, went to San Laizi's house. She saw that his home was clean but lacked any signs of celebration. She then went to the kitchen and saw it was cold and empty, with nothing inside. She couldn't help but say, The wedding is in a few hours. Why haven't you prepared anything? No candles or offerings. How can you get married like this? San Laizi rubbed his hands and smiled apologetically. I haven't earned much money recently, but I bought wine and candies, plus 1 kilogram of old rice and a piece of meat. When cooked, they can serve as offerings to our ancestors. This way, the wedding will be proper. How can you have a proper wedding with just these few things? Lu had never seen such a poor wedding. She was too tired of waiting and left, returning home to tell He village chief about San Laizi's situation. He village chief frowned when he heard this. He thought the wedding shouldn't be so poor, so he took some red paper from his house, asked He Jinxing to write a few happy characters, and also brought a pair of candles, a basket of sweet potatoes, a kilogram of tofu, a dish of pork fat, and 6 eggs. Lu was asked to take these to San Laizi's house. It's a big day for a wedding. Relatives and kin should help out a little. Recently, the family's tofu business had been profitable and life was better than before. Seeing that He village chief didn't give San Laizi much, Lu didn't say anything. She took the items to San Laizi's house, asked him to put up the happy characters, fry the tofu in pork fat, and steam the sweet potatoes, lean meat, and eggs to make proper offerings for the wedding and ancestor worship. San Laizi had never been married before. Whatever Lu said, he simply did as told. After working for several hours, by the afternoon at the hour of Shin, San Laizi changed into clean clothes and went alone to head his house. Everyone in Dafeng village knew that San Laizi was getting married today. Many people came to watch the celebration. Seeing that he was dressed in torn clothes, they mocked him, saying, Wow, San Laizi, where did you find these clothes? So many holes in them? San Laizi looked at the person speaking and retorted, Mind your own business, where I found these clothes. If you have the guts, go find some clothes yourself, and maybe find a wife too. Still a bachelor. The person he insulted was younger than him, but not married. He was angry at being called a bachelor and retorted back, but San Laizi insulted him again. San Laizi used to be a troublemaker and often used harsh words. The other person was no match for him, and after a while, he stopped arguing. A crowd of onlookers followed San Laizi to He's house, curious to see the bride. He saw that they were being unruly and scolded. "What are you doing? Have you finished your work in the fields? Why are you all here causing trouble? If you want to see the bride, have you brought a gift? If not, go back to work in the fields and stop bothering me." After scolding the He family twice, everyone was afraid of him. Seeing him angry, they dared not stay and watch, and they all dispersed to go home. After the crowd left, Mo Chunyu was helped out by He Lu Shi. Mo Chunyu was wearing an old red dress and a half-worn red cloth veil on her head. These were gifts from He's wife. During her stay at He's house, Mo Chunyu had been taking care of old Madam He. When old Madam He heard about her and learned she was often sick, she was kind-hearted and gave Mo Chunyu her best red cloth to make a wedding dress, along with a piece of cotton fabric, a complete sewing basket, and an old chest to serve as her dowry, so she could leave with dignity. San Laizi saw Mo Chunyu and nervously fidgeted, unable to speak, only smiling foolishly. He urged him, "Hurry up and stop standing there foolishly. Take Mo's girl back to the house to get married before the auspicious time passes." Yes, we're going now," San Laizi replied, helping Mo Chunyu. She was sensible and took his hand, kneeling with him to He and bowing. "Thank you, village head, for your kindness. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be able to marry San Laizi." Seeing this, San Laizi also thanked He. Mo Chunyu took San Laizi to old lady He's house to bow 3 times, then returned home with San Laizi and officially became engaged. This marriage was now settled. Village head He knew that San Laizi was poor, and he needed to save some food for daily life, so he didn't eat at their house. Instead, he only took half a bag of candies and drank a cup of water wine. After showing proper manners, he turned and went home. After village head He left, Mo Chunyu lifted her veil and asked San Laizi, "Did you get the job?" It was Mo Chunyu who suggested asking the Gu family for work, but several days had passed, and San Laizi hadn't told her the result. When she mentioned this, San Laizi looked unhappy. Mo Chunyu saw this and asked, "What's wrong? Did you not succeed? Then go ask again. The Gu family is kind-hearted. Keep trying and they will agree." San Laizi used to be a troublemaker with a bad reputation. At first, the Gu family was hesitant to hire him, which was understandable. He felt very troubled and told Mo Chunyu, "You don't know Gu Suyu's temper. She's very firm and doesn't change her mind." "What do you mean? Has she already refused us?" Mo Chunyu was very worried. "We still owe money. If we can't get the job, how will we pay our debts?" "What exactly did she say? Tell me carefully." San Laizi had no choice but to tell her about Gu Jinli, who had made them sell themselves and sign a 10-year contract. Mo Chunyu was stunned after hearing this, but also admired Gu Jinli. This girl is very clever. They made the two sign a contract to sell themselves, holding their lives in their hands, so they wouldn't dare to do wrong. If the adults thought of this method, Mo Chunyu wouldn't be surprised. But Gu Jinli was just a girl under 11 years old. San Laizi grumbled angrily, "Not just clever, she's smart to death. She's blocked all our ways. She's ruthless. If we sell ourselves to her and do something wrong, she might really beat us to death." He was still trembling when he remembered being beaten by Gu Jinli and threatened that she would throw him into the mountains to feed wolves. Mo Chunyu saw this and asked, "What's wrong? Are you cold?" She noticed that San Laizi's clothes were so tattered they were barely wearable. She turned and took a sewing basket from old lady He's box, pulled out some string, and measured San Laizi's size, tying a knot at the right spots as a mark. After measuring, she took some cotton cloth given by old lady He, cut the fabric, and made clothes for San Laizi. San Laizi was very excited and nervously asked her, "Are you going to make clothes for me?" Mo Chunyu nodded, "Yes. Since it's still early, I'll make a set of clothes for you now so you can visit the Gu family tomorrow." San Laizi was frightened by this and exclaimed, "You're going to visit the Gu family? To see whom? Gu Xiaoyu?" Mo Chun Yu corrected him. "We're going to visit the Gu family. Of course, to see the head of the family and Gu Xiaoyu." San Laizi said, "That girl doesn't like us. If we go without warning, she might chase us away. That girl is fiery and fierce. With her temper, she might really throw visitors out." Mo Chun Yu said, "Even if she throws us out, we still have to go. If we don't go, how can our family survive?" While speaking, Mo Chun Yu quickly cut out 2 pieces of cotton cloth. San Laizi knew she was determined to ask Gu Jinli for work, but he asked, "What if she refuses? Do we have to sell ourselves?" Mo Chun Yu paused for a moment after hearing this and said, "Let's try asking first. If she refuses, we'll think of another way." San Laizi wanted to persuade her, but when he heard her say she was hungry, he swallowed his words and ran to the kitchen to make her meat porridge. In the afternoon, Old Heapot and the others finally finished clearing the wasteland belonging to Qingu Luo Tian and the other families. They called the headmen of the 3 families and the other 6 households to the wasteland and pointed at the connected land, saying, "Old Gu, Old Qin, look at this land. How does it look? If you're not satisfied, just tell us, and we'll fix it again." Grandpa San, Father Luo, and Dafu Gu, all experienced farmers, walked over the land, picked up some soil, kneaded it in their hands, and nodded in approval. "Not bad. This land is well prepared." Old Heapot and the others had prepared this piece of wasteland very well. The soil was soft, and when they stepped on it, their feet sank in about a foot deep. The soil was moist and full of water vapor, clearly watered several times. The turned soil was gray, mixed with wood ash, and they had even done some fertilization work. In each plot of wasteland, they dug small ridges, ready for planting seeds directly. Dafugu looked at the ridges and smiled. "This land is prepared so well, we can plant seeds right away." Old Heapot had long been thinking of relying on the Gu family, so when they prepared the land, they were very careful, making sure to do everything properly and not neglecting any work. Grandpa San and his family were very happy after seeing the cleared land. They immediately paid Mr. He and his family. Mr. He took the 7.5 taels of silver handed to him by Grandpa San, trembling with excitement. He had lived his whole life, and this was the first time he received so much money at once, enough to buy an acre of water-rich land. He and his family members He Dazhuang, He Tugu, and He Xingzi were very pleased and kept smiling. Grandpa San then talked about repairing the old mud house and making it into a workshop. "Brother He, if you have extra workers, you can help us fix the mud yard. The work isn't hard, just turn the old house into a workshop. I've worked as a bricklayer before, so we can handle the important tasks. You just need to assist. The wages will be paid daily, 30 coins a day, including a meal." Mr. He agreed happily. "We're willing to do it. We're all poor, only dry land, no water-rich fields. During March, we don't need to plant rice, so we can help with any work you have." The workshop was for grinding beans and spices. Once it was ready, they could start working there. "That's good," Grandpa San said happily. Mr. He and his family were honest and hardworking. If they were willing to work, Grandpa San wouldn't need to find others. He and his family had many members. Besides Mr. He's 3 sons and the others helping with repairs, He Dazhuang, He Tugu, and He Xingzi, most of the older children went to chop firewood and sell it to Gu Jinli's family. Grandpa San mentioned that making tofu used a lot of firewood. Since their families were short-handed, they would be busier if more people went to chop wood. So, he discussed buying firewood from Mr. He's family. 1 basket of dry firewood costs 10 coins. "We need at least 10 baskets sent to us every day." They needed a lot of firewood to make soy milk, tofu, and sell fragrant 5-spice tofu in town. When Mr. He and his family heard this, they were very happy. They had sold firewood before, 1 basket for 10 coins, but it was a 2-hour walk to town to sell it. Now, they could sell directly to Gu's family, which was much better. "All right, it's settled. From now on, our families will send 10 baskets of dry firewood to Brother Gu's house every day. No wet wood, just dry, ready to burn firewood." Mr. He was very grateful that he hadn't looked down on Gu's family like other villagers. Instead, he had built a good relationship with them early on. Now he saw that Gu's family was giving them some work, enough to support their family. After everything was agreed, Mr. He and his family took the money and went home. I just got home and went out to the mountain with a machete. I cut 4 loads of firewood and brought them back. Tomorrow morning, I plan to deliver 4 loads of dry firewood to the Gu family. The remaining 6 loads will be cut early tomorrow, and I will deliver them in the afternoon. Old He and the other families are hopeful now. The 4 families are full of energy, walking confidently, leaving behind their previous feelings of boredom and frustration from sitting at home. Mo Chunyu is also worried about the household chores. Early the next morning, after she and he San Laizi dressed up, she prepared 2 gifts. First, she visited Head He's house to thank his family. Then she hurried to the Gu family. At Gu Jinli's house, they were busy weighing tofu for Liang Ziji and He Datsong, so they didn't have time to talk to the couple.
Montag Chunyu war smart.
Seeing that Gu Jinli's family was busy, she didn't go inside but waited outside the yard. He San Laizi understood her meaning. Holding a basket, he peeked into the yard and saw rows of wooden boxes. He nudged Mo Chunyu with his elbow. These wooden boxes probably hold tofu, right? Wow, so much tofu. They must be making a lot of money today. While talking, he saw Shan Gu carrying a wooden chest from the main room. When he opened it, a fragrant smell wafted out. Look, wife, that must be seasoning spices in the box, He San Laizi said. Mo Chunyu pulled him back, looking at him with displeasure. She whispered, "Be more careful. We're visiting, not sneaking around like thieves." Mo Chunyu was a bit angry. He San Laizi had a mischievous habit of acting sneaky. Whatever he did, he seemed a little suspicious. "Haha, wife, don't be angry. I won't look anymore. I'll stand here and wait," He San Laizi said, standing straight with his thin, bony body, tilting his head up. His family was poor, and he had never eaten good food. His chest was puffed out, making him look even bigger. Seeing that he listened, Mo Chunyu's mood improved. They stood by the yard gate. The people inside knew they were outside but didn't pay attention, busy with their own work. "Brother Liang, here are your tofu today. 600 jin, plus 6 jin of seasoning spices. Come over and take a look. You can taste the tofu and spices. Wait about 15 minutes, then you can leave if everything's fine," Gu Dashan said, pointing at the stacked wooden boxes and a bag of seasoning spices. Coming, Liang Ziji and the others were familiar with this process. They brought 5 villagers from Lianghe village. Everyone tried the tofu box by box, then dipped the tofu in the seasoning spices to taste. After finishing, they waited in the Gu family's yard for time to pass. He Datsong and the others weighed the tofu and spices carefully, then tasted them while squatting on the ground. He San Laizi looked worried and asked Mo Chunyu, "What are they doing? Are they foolish? They've already weighed everything, so why aren't they leaving?" Mo Chunyu pulled him back and said, "Don't interfere. Just stand and wait." In truth, she was also curious. Why did the Gu family make things so complicated? Isn't it enough to weigh the goods, pay, and leave? Why do they need to taste, and why wait 15 minutes afterward? What's the rule here?
Montag Chunyu wondered silently.
15 minutes later, Liang Zhuzi and the others stood up and said to Gu Dashan, "Brother Gu, today's tofu and spices are fine." Then he turned to Gu Jinan, who was holding the registration form, and said, "Angur, let's get our fingerprints." Gu Jinan smiled and handed over the form. Before they pressed their fingerprints, he said casually, "Uncle Liang, once you press your fingerprint, if there's any problem with the tofu or spices, it's your responsibility." Liang Zhuzi nodded and smiled. Got it, got it." He pressed his finger into the ink pad and then signed his fingerprint on the form. Soon, He Datsong and the others finished the same process. Mo Chunyu finally understood. They were testing the people who came to pick up the tofu and spices to prevent future trouble. The tofu and spices were selling very well, which had already attracted jealousy. Some might try to harm Gu's products by sneaking things into the tofu or spices, hoping to ruin Gu's reputation and cause financial loss. But after Gu's family set up this test, they protected themselves. Even if the tofu or spices had issues, Gu's family would be safe. The trouble would fall on Liang Zhuzi and the others. Mo Chunyu was shocked. Such a clever family. No wonder Gu's family could succeed. Uncle Gu San, Brother Gu, Little Fish Girl, were leaving. Liang Zhuzi and the others said with smiles, carrying their baskets and leaving the Gu family. He did song, and Hewanli even smiled so broadly their faces crinkled. They had received 400 jin of white tofu, 100 jin more than at the start. The more tofu they got, the more money they made. However, as they left, they saw San Laizi standing at the gate. He did song's expression darkened, and he warned him sharply, "Don't cause trouble. If you dare do anything bad to the Gu family, my father won't forgive you." The Gu family was about to open a workshop. Once it opened, the He family could work there, earning money by making tofu and selling spices for the Gu family. If San Laizi offends the Gu family at this time, it would ruin the lives of all the He family members. San Laizi shouted, "What bad thing could I do to the Gu family? My wife and I are just here to visit." Given how fierce Gu Jinli looked, he dared not cause trouble for the Gu family. Gu Jinli might have him severely punished. Mo Chunyu assured him, "Don't worry. We are here to seek work from the Gu family, not to cause trouble." He Did Song had heard from He Lu that Mo Chunyu was diligent and sensible. Hearing this, He Did Song felt more at ease and left with He Wanli and the others. Seeing them leave, Mo Chunyu knocked on the Gu family's courtyard gate and called out, "Grandpa Gu, Uncle Gu, Little Fish Girl, can we come in?" Gu Jinli and Gu Jinin were busy calculating the earnings from selling tofu and spices this morning. When they heard Mo Chunyu, they only looked up briefly and then continued to count their money. Mo Chunyu's face was a bit hot, but since they were the ones asking for help, she had to be brave and looked pleadingly at Grandpa Gu and Uncle Gu. Gu Deshan was worried about causing trouble for Little Fish, so he ignored Mo Chunyu and turned to the kitchen to prepare vinegar water for making tofu. After a moment of hesitation, Grandpa Gu said, "Come in." Mo Chunyu and San Laizi happily entered the courtyard. "Grandpa Gu, Little Fish Girl, my wife and I got married yesterday. We brought some wedding candies to your family," Mo Chunyu said, taking the basket from San Laizi and handing it to Grandpa Gu. The basket contained a large cabbage, which took up most of the space. On top of the cabbage, there was a bag of candies and 2 eggs. The gift was simple, even a bit modest. Grandpa Gu understood Mo Chunyu's difficulties and said nothing, but smiled and accepted it, pointing to the bench in the courtyard.
"Sit down."
"You haven't had breakfast yet, right? Wife, bring 2 bowls of soy milk and some bean cake." Grandma Gu, though not fond of San Laizi, felt sorry for Mo Chunyu. She brought 2 bowls of soy milk and a bowl of bean cake on a wooden tray and placed them on a bench. "Eat up." San Laizi looked at the fragrant, oily bean cake, swallowed hard, and reached out to take it. He was about to grab it but was scolded by Mo Chunyu, who quickly retracted her hand. Mo Chunyu stood up and said to Grandma Gu, "Thank you, Grandma Gu." Grandma Gu waved her hand and turned to Gu Jinin, saying, "Brotherin, have you finished the calculations? If not, finish them this afternoon. It's almost noon and you should eat breakfast quickly, or you'll be late for school." "I've finished. I'll come back and check later," Gu Jinin said, taking the account book and registration form back to his room, then washing his hands before going to eat breakfast with Gu Jinli. Gu Jinli and the others were eating inside the main hall, while Grandpa San and San Laizi's couple ate in the courtyard. Gu Jinli and the others were happily eating, but Mo Chunyu was feeling anxious and uneasy. She clearly knew that Gu Jinli was intentionally keeping them waiting. It seemed that their hope of finding work was gone. To earn money, the couple would have to sell themselves for 10 years. Mo Chunyu was very smart and already understood this. Her eyes were a bit red. She didn't want to sell herself, but now the family was in debt, and San Laizi was a troublemaker. No one in town would hire him for hard labor. Her family was full of bloodsuckers, and if she wanted to survive and get ahead, she had to rely on the Gu family. Fortunately, Gu Jinli had set a limit of only 10 years. If they worked hard for 10 years, life could improve. After finishing breakfast, Mo Chunyu was already prepared to sell herself and her husband as slaves. When Gu Jinli and the others finished eating, she took the initiative to speak, saying, "Little fish sister, we've thought about what you said the other day. We are willing to sell ourselves for 10 years to work for your family." Gu Jinli was holding a bowl of soy milk, sipping slowly. She looked at Mo Chunyu and said indifferently, "When did I say I wanted to buy you too?" She thought to herself that she probably looked like a villain in a TV drama, especially annoying. Mo Chunyu was shocked. "Didn't you agree with San Laizi to buy us to work for your family?" Gu Jinli replied, "What I said was, if there's no work, my family wouldn't hire a troublemaker like him. As for buying people, we can go to the government town to buy. Now, the town is full of disaster victims, and with 1 or 2 silver coins, you can buy a servant. Those servants have been trained and disciplined, and they're obedient. Buying them is much easier than dealing with you." Gu Jinli's words completely stunned Mo Chunyu. She had thought that selling herself as it was a great hardship, but it turned out she wanted to sell, and the Gu family didn't want her. What should she do now?
Montag Chunyu panicked.
She looked at San Laizi, then at Gu Jinli. Finally, she had no choice but to kneel in front of Grandpa San, choking with tears, and said, "Grandpa Gu, please be kind. Buy us, the couple. We promise to work hard, never cheat or be lazy, and we won't do anything to betray the family for money. Please give us a way to survive." Seeing this, San Laizi also knelt down and looked at Grandpa San, saying, "Grandpa Gu, please buy us. We can work."
Ah.
Grandpa San looked very troubled, unsure of what to do. He had spent his whole life working as a common laborer, never thinking about buying people. Buying someone was something only officials and landlords did. It had nothing to do with farmers like him. Gu Jinli told him, "Get up. Are you begging or forcing me?" San Laizi knew Gu Jinli's temper. She was firm and would not change her mind. Hearing this, he quickly pulled Mo Chunyu to her feet. Gu Jinli looked at them and asked, "Do you have anything worth me buying?" This question left Mo Chunyu and San Laizi speechless. They really had nothing impressive to offer. Mo Chunyu thought hard and said, "My husband and I can help grind beans to make tofu, and we can also help plant crops." Gu Jinli smiled and said, "Grinding beans, grinding spices, planting crops, those are jobs honest people can do." When Mo Chunyu and San Laizi heard this, they both hesitated and fell silent. Are they sure she's decided not to buy them? In her worry, Mo Chunyu started to cry. Grandma San felt sorry for Mo Chunyu. Seeing her crying so sadly, she couldn't help but comfort her, saying, "Child, don't cry. Even if you don't sell yourself, you can still find work." What kind of work could they find? Mo Chunyu knew very well. They had no skills, no reputation, and they had offended the Liu family. Who in the 10-mile radius would dare to hire them? If Gu's family decided not to buy them, they would have no choice but to leave their home and go somewhere else to find work. Mo Chunyu had run away from hardship many times, tired of the constant moving and suffering. She finally settled down, and she was not willing to travel again. Gu Jinli let Mo Chunyu cry until she had no strength left. Only then did she look at San Laizi and ask, "Do you know Jiang Qi?" San Laizi was stunned and nodded, saying, "Yes, I know. Jiang Qi is from our Yushu village. There's an old elm tree that's 100 years old in the village." "Get to the point." Gu Jinli interrupted him. "I want to know Jiang Qi's background, not the history of Yushu village." San Laizi understood and quickly changed his words, saying, "Jiang Qi is 26 years old. He started working for the Liu family 10 years ago, doing some shady jobs. The Liu family treats him very well, tsh. For us who work for the Liu family, doing something bad only earns us 100 coins and a meal. But Jiang Qi gets paid monthly, 5 taels of silver from the Liu family." San Laizi stretched out his hand, and when he mentioned 5 taels of silver, his eyes shone green with envy. Why does the Liu family pay him so much? After Gu Jinli learned about Liu Dezhu, she also heard about Jiang Qi, knowing that the Liu family supported more than just the group of troublemakers led by San Lai. Apparently, it's because of Zhang Myozi's older brother. San Lai looked toward the courtyard gate. Seeing no one around, he lowered his voice and said, Zhang Myozi's big brother, Zhang Huzi, and his gang have settled down. They do business along the rivers from Linhefu to Jiangnan, and it's said they have even caused deaths. Gu Jinli frowned. Was this really a notorious river pirate? San Lai's words frightened the third grandfather and third grandmother quite a bit. Are there still such evil people in nearby villages? Why don't the officials catch them? San Lai explained to the third grandmother, Zhang Huzi and his gang deal with trade from Linhefu to Jiangnan. It has nothing to do with Heian Prefecture. The officials here don't want to get involved. So, the Liu family must have seen the relationship between Zhang Myozi and Zhang Huzi and decided to support him with money, San Lai said disdainfully about Zhang Myozi. That guy has no real skills. He just relies on his brother's reputation to scare people. But that reputation was enough to frighten many, and the Liu family and county magistrate so benefited from it. However, don't be fooled by Zhang Myozi's current arrogance. When Zhang Huzi falls out of favor someday, his younger brother will also suffer, San Lai said happily, enjoying others' misfortune. When the third grandfather and third grandmother heard that Zhang Huzi was not in Heian Prefecture, they finally relaxed. The third grandmother prayed to the sky, Heavenly Father, please let Zhang Huzi die far away. Don't let him come back. San Lai assured her, don't worry, third grandma. Zhang Huzi won't dare come back. He's hiding too well. That's good. That's good. The third grandmother patted her chest, still feeling uneasy. After asking about Zhang Myozi, Gu Jinli also inquired about the troublemakers in the surrounding villages. San Lai knew quite a lot and shared many details, warning Gu Jinli about which villages had troublemakers and who their behind-the-scenes bosses were. Gu Jinli was very pleased. The only thing she liked about San Lai was his familiarity with the local troublemakers, which helped her prevent problems in advance. After her questions, Gu Jinli said, You're somewhat useful. San Lai's eyes lit up. Young lady, are you saying you want to buy us? Gu Jinli replied, This isn't up to me. You need to ask the third grandfather, third grandmother, and my father and mother. San Lai hurried to ask the third grandfather, third grandmother, Gu Dashan, and Cui Shi. Cui Shi was always someone who didn't like to make decisions. If Gu Dashan agreed to buy them, she would agree too. Grandmother San felt sorry for Mo Chunyu and even considered buying their family. As for why she wanted to buy instead of hiring them to work, she wasn't that naive. She knew San Laizi had a shady past, and it was better to keep the contract in hand to avoid problems. Grandpa San asked Gu Dashan, Dashan, what do you think? Should we buy him or not? Since Dashan was the head of the family, he had the final say on such important matters.
Me?
Gu Dashan was a bit confused, but after escaping hardship and working as a tofu seller for a while, he was no longer so helpless. He had his own ideas. Thinking about what Gu Jinli had just asked San Laizi, he knew that Laizi was aware of Zhang Myozi and the local troublemakers. He remembered a saying from Lao Qin on the way fleeing, to deal with bad people, you have to use their own methods. Since they arrived at Dafan village, their families had faced various troubles. They were honest farmers, but when confronted with shameless troublemakers, they had no choice but to rely on someone like Laizi to fight back. Gu Dashan already had a plan, but he still asked Gu Jinli, Little Fish, Laizi helped the Liu family before. Since he's part of the Liu family, if we buy him, will the Liu family be angry and come after us? Gu Jinli smiled and said, Dad, we already have plenty of enemies with the Liu family. This isn't a big problem. Buying Laizi could also weaken the influence of nearby troublemakers. When forces are divided, they become weaker. Gu Dashan felt more at ease and looked at Grandpa San, saying, Third uncle, as long as they don't live with us, I have no problem. You decide. Gu Dashan was a farmer and preferred his own family living together. He wouldn't be comfortable with outsiders moving in. San Laizi and Mo Chunyu listened eagerly, their eyes bright and full of hope, waiting for Grandpa San to speak. Grandpa San remained silent. Seeing him not speak, Laizi and Mo Chunyu grew anxious. Laizi couldn't help but call out, Grandpa Gu? Mo Chunyu tugged his sleeve, and he immediately shut up, waiting obediently. After a moment, Grandpa Sen finally said, "We are very grateful for what you did for us regarding Ludiju. Because you kept us informed, we will buy you. But you must remember who your real family is. If you dare to do anything that disrespects us, no matter how big or small, the outcome will be death." Grandpa Sen looked at the couple and said, "Don't think we can't do anything. We came from fleeing famine. We've seen more dead people than you have. If you don't believe it, ask the girl from the Mo family. On the way fleeing, how many people died?" Mo Chunyu remembered how people fought over food during the escape, which led to deaths. She shivered and nodded at San Laizi, confirming Grandpa San's words. Seeing this, San Laizi's face turned pale with fear. Although he had helped the Liu family break into villagers' homes, he had never killed anyone. He always thought he was pretty tough, but now, compared to these disaster victims like Grandpa San who crawled out of the pile of dead bodies, he felt he was nothing. We understand. We won't do anything bad to the main family, San Laizi promised nervously. Mo Chunyu also assured him, "Rest assured, we won't do anything harmful to the main family." "That's good to know," Grandpa Sen nodded, satisfied with their promise.
Gu Jinli then said, "Remember what you said today.
Even if you forget, it's okay. Your lives are yours. If something happens, you will be the ones who suffer." She smiled kindly and said, "Let me remind you, children born into slavery are also slaves and belong to the master's family. So don't think that after having children, you can do things like paying money to us to get better lives. It won't work. If you dare to do that, your children will suffer even more than you." Hearing this, San Laizi and Mo Chunyu's faces turned pale. They quickly said, No, we would never sell out the main family for our children." Gu Jinli was partly satisfied with this answer. Finally, she looked at Mo Chunyu and said, "You and your family handle the Mo family matters yourselves. If anyone from the Mo family dares to cause trouble at my house or at the workshop, and if they do it twice, I will sell you to the mountains, and you will never come back." The Mo family was greedy and troublesome. Mo Chunyu had no money, so it was fine. But if news spread that Mo Chunyu sold herself to work for them, the Mo family would definitely come to demand money. She didn't mind giving the Mo family a hard time, but she found it troublesome and didn't want to get involved. She just wanted to warn Mo Chunyu and her husband in advance. San Laizi hadn't expected trouble from the Mo family. After hearing Gu Jinli's words, he said, "Miss, don't worry. Although Chunyu is a granddaughter of the Mo family, I paid 5 taels of silver to marry her. Chunyu has nothing to do with the Mo family anymore. The Mo family won't dare come to trouble your family." "Is that so?" Gu Jinli looked at Mo Chunyu and asked, "Ask your wife, if you guys get rich, will the Mo family come after you? If they can't reach you, will they come to cause trouble at my house?" Mo Chunyu knew the Mo family, just a bunch of shameless troublemakers, always trying to take more blood.
Little fish sister is right.
I have to watch out for my family. She then reassured Gu Jinli, "Don't worry, little fish sister. My husband and I will stop the Mo family from bothering you." Gu Jinli said, "Empty promises won't do any good. If the Mo family comes to cause trouble once, I will deduct a month's wages from you too." Only when money is involved do Mo Chunyu and her husband pay attention. San Laizi was stunned, thinking Gu Jinli was really tough, knowing they were poor, yet using money to punish them, truly controlling their lives. But he couldn't refuse, so he agreed, "Okay, we agree." Grandpa San saw they had no objections and turned to Gu Dashin. "How much silver do you want for selling yourselves? How many months' wages? You decide." He was old and didn't know how long he had left, so he needed to pass on Dasha, and these decisions were up to him. Gu Dashin still felt a bit nervous. He looked at Gu Jinli, who said nothing, so he spoke up. "When we fled from famine, 1 or 2 silver could buy a person in the capital city. But this isn't the capital, so we'll pay the usual price. 2 or 3 silver per person, and the monthly wages are 300 won per person. But I won't provide food or accommodation. You'll go back to your own homes to eat. Are you willing?" San Laizi had worked hard for several days, earning only 91. Now, Gu's family was offering 300 a month. Even though they had to cook at home, the monthly pay was quite good. Yes, yes, Uncle Dasha. Whatever you say, we have no second thoughts, San Laizi quickly agreed, worried that if he delayed, such a good deal might fall through. Gu Dasha said, since you're willing, let's sign the slavery contract. Gu Jinli heard this, and went inside to get a pen, ink, and white paper to start writing the contract. Grandpa San asked Gu Dasha to go call village head He as a witness. He then asked San Laizi, did you bring your household registration? Bring it here. After selling oneself into slavery, if there are still family members, they just need to remove the sold person from the household register. If no one is left, the household registration should be kept and handed over to the master. I didn't bring it. I'll go back and get it now. San Laizi hurriedly stood up and ran home to fetch the household registration. After a short while, village head He arrived with Jiang. Seeing Grandpa Third, he asked, are the couple of three lames selling themselves to your family as servants? Grandpa Third nodded. They came to ask for work, but since San Lame has a bad reputation, our family can't hire him. They want work, so they have to sell themselves. Village head He understood the Gu family's concerns. After all, San Lame's reputation was poor. Without a sale contract, no family would dare to employ such a person. Will the 10-year period be correct before the contract is returned? Village head He, as the head of the He family, wanted to protect his nephew and didn't want him to become a. Grandpa Third replied, yes, if they remain mistake-free for 10 years, they can redeem themselves and return to being good citizens. Hearing this, village head He felt reassured. All right, since that's the case, I will act as the witness. Soon after, San Lame brought the household registration book and handed it to Grandpa Third. Gu Jinan took out 2 written sale contracts, read them aloud in front of everyone, then handed the contracts to village head He. Since village head He couldn't read much, he handed the contracts to Jiang, asking him to read them again. After confirming that his reading matched what Gu Jinan had said, he nodded. This contract is fine. Once village head He, as the official witness, confirmed everything was correct, Gu Jinan took out a box of ink paste and said, everyone, please stamp your handprints on the contracts. Village head He, Grandpa Third, Gu Dashan, San Lame, and Mo Chunyue each pressed their handprints on the 2 sale contracts in turn. Gu Jinan then said, I'll take the contracts to the teacher for his signature and stamp. Scholar Shang, who is well known, signed and stamped the contracts, giving them a different meaning. All right, you can take them, Grandpa Third, noticing the time, urged Gu Jinan. Hurry up and go to school. It's already past noon. Grandpa Third, don't worry. I'll run for a while and won't be late. Gu Jinan packed the contracts into a cloth bag, tied his pant leg, waved to everyone, and ran out the door toward Shangjia village. After rebirth, Gu Jinan and Gu Jinxiu had been practicing martial arts with her since she was young. So, on their escape journey, they never stopped training. When they arrived at Dafeng village, they still found time to practice daily. Now, Gu Jinan ran very fast, quickly disappearing from sight. With this speed, he definitely wouldn't be late. After Gu Jinan left, Gu Dashan took out 6 taels of silver and handed it to San Lame. This is the money for your sale. Keep it safe. San Lame saw the 6 taels of silver, and his eyes lit up. He hurriedly took the money. Before he could warm his hands, village head He took it away. You still owe the village 5 taels and 500 coins. Now that you have money, you don't need to pay it back year by year. Just pay half now. Village head He took 3 taels of silver and gave the remaining 3 taels back to San Laizi. Here, take this money. Use it to buy the tools you need at home and get your life back on track. Understood. Village head San Laizi said, happily holding the 3 taels of silver for a moment before handing it to Mo Chunyu. Wife, you keep this. You're in charge of the money. Mo Chunyu took the silver, her eyes turning red. This was the money they earned from selling themselves and their only savings. She paused for a moment, then, considering village head He, quickly assured him, village head, San Laizi tends to spend money carelessly. So, I'll keep this money. Rest assured, I will make sure we live a good life and get through these days. Hearing this, village head, he looked much happier and told them, the Goof family is a good family. Since you sold yourselves to them, you must work hard. Work for 10 years, and your family will live well. Don't be lazy or have bad thoughts, or the village won't protect you. Remember, you signed a contract. We understand, village head, he San Laizi and Mo Chunyu replied. Village head, he didn't look at them but turned to Grandpa Gu and said, Old brother Gu, whatever work you have at home, just let them do it. Don't worry. I'll go back now. His words were actually meant to protect he San Laizi and his wife. Grandpa San said, don't worry. It's just some grinding beans and spices. They don't live with us. They'll be back home by evening. Hearing this, village head smiled and said, that's good. That's good. It's no different from working at the Gu family's place. Village head, he quickly shook off his earlier worry and happily went home. Old lord, old lady, sir, madam, miss and young master, we, the couple, send our greetings. Whatever work you have, just tell us, said he San Laizi, who was good at flattering. He had just signed the contract, and before it was even registered officially, he started buttering them up. Grandpa and Grandma Gu, who had farmed all their lives, couldn't stand this and quickly waved their hands. Don't call us that. It sounds strange. Just call us by our proper titles. He San Laizi immediately changed his words and used the original terms. Gu Jinli, tired of watching he San Laizi act silly, directly assigned them work. Can you make mud bricks? My family needs to repair the old house and make a workshop. We need mud bricks. You and your wife go home, take a basket and go to the foot of the mountain to dig soil. Then carry the mud to Auntie's courtyard above the field, where we will prepare to make mud bricks. Okay, we'll go dig soil right now. He San Laizi and Mo Chunyu hurriedly left, went home, grabbed a pair of old baskets and borrowed a shovel from the village chief. They went to the foot of the mountain to dig soil. While they were digging, Lao Gua and others also arrived at Auntie's courtyard to start repairing the house. Their noise was quite loud. The villagers of Dafeng village saw this and ran over to ask, why are you fixing that old house? Lao Gua only said that the Gu family asked them to repair the old house. He didn't say what they planned to do with it. Although he didn't say, the villagers quickly figured out within half a day that the repair was because Qin Gu Luo Tian's family wanted to open a workshop. When this news spread, Dafeng village was in an uproar. Qin Gu Luo Tian's family is opening a workshop. It must be because their tofu and spices made a lot of money, so they want to open a workshop. It's not just about making big money. Not to mention the tofu stall in town. Even at home, many people are asking for tofu. They are a lot in just one day. Wow, it's only been a few months since they came to the village. Not only have they settled in, but now they want to open a workshop. How can they be so capable? Hey, do you think the Gu family is hiring people to work at the workshop? He Taishu suddenly said. Everyone heard this and all stood up, rushing toward the Gu family's house. He Taishu was right. If the Gu family is opening a workshop, they must need workers. They should go quickly and ask for work before others do, or they'll miss out. He Taishu looked at the 20 or so people running toward the old house at the village's end and was stunned. Why is everyone running away? Come back quickly. The village chief said we shouldn't pressure the Gu family. If we upset them, they might get angry. Then our He family won't be able to buy tofu or spices, and we'll be poor forever. He Taishu shouted, but no one listened. Everyone was running as if in a race, all heading to the Gu family. Someone turned back and shouted at He Taishu, Shuzi, don't be foolish. When will the village chief help us? We might as well go ourselves to ask the Gu family for work and tofu. He Taishu couldn't stop them. Worried that so many people going to ask the Gu family for work might anger them, he hurried to the village chief's house to find him. But the village chief was not at home. He Lu told him that village head he took to Gu and to Su to plow the fields. Village head, he has water rice fields. A few days ago, there was a heavy rain and the water was enough, so he took to Gu and to Su to plow. Gu and to Su are village head he's nephews. Every year during busy farming times, The two families worked together to make it easier. In previous years, Heetsong also helped plow, but this year, he went to sell tofu and spices. He can earn a few hundred coins a day, so village head, he didn't want him to stop working. Instead, he let him keep selling tofu and took his nephews to plow. When Taishu found village head he saw him carrying a basket behind Dagu, spreading manure on the fields. Many other families were also busy working in the fields. Taishu stood on the ridge and shouted, "Uncle village head, you should go check on the family." Guangsai and others heard that the Gu family is opening a workshop, so about 20 people went there, saying they want work. What? They went to ask the Gu family for work? Village head he was very angry. After telling Dagu, he immediately carried his basket onto the field ridge and asked Taishu, "When did they go?" "A quarter of an hour ago." "A quarter of an hour ago." Village head, he was very anxious. By the time he reached the Gu family, things would already be chaotic. These unthinking folks. Can't they wait patiently? I already told the Gu family that if they hire workers, they will first ask our He family. Now they're causing trouble, and if the Gu family gets angry, they won't give us work anymore. "Uncle, I'll go with you," Dagu said, handing his rake to Dasu and running to the ridge to village head he. More people going along can help control them. His uncle said that once the Gu family's tofu reached 500 jin, they would select 2 more He family members to do the tofu business. Their family was one of them. Seeing that they could start making tofu, if He Guangsai and others offend the Gu family today, their tofu business would be ruined. "All right, let's go quickly," said village head he, ignoring the mud on his feet, and hurried with Taishu and Dagu to the Gu family. More than 20 people from He Guangsai's group had gathered outside the Gu family's door, surrounding it tightly, shouting inside, "Brothers from Gu, we know you're opening a workshop. We're capable workers. Please let us work and you won't lose out." "What? Asking to work? Who do you think you are? Get lost. Don't block my family's yard. If you don't leave, I'll cut you down." San Laizi held a broken wooden knife in one hand and a muddy shovel in the other, shouting at He Guangsai and the others. San Laizi was well informed. When He Guangsai and the others arrived at the Gu family's house, he ran over to protect his master before they even entered. Hearing San Laizi's words, He Guangsai and the others were shocked. "Did the Gu family hire you for work? How much do they pay you a month?" 300 coins. San Laizi proudly declared loudly. "My wife and I each get 300 coins. Our family earns 600 coins a month." 600 coins. This made He Guangsai and the others very angry. Why? San Laizi was just a troublemaker. They were better at working than San Laizi and more honest and hardworking. Why would the Gu family hire San Laizi but not them? Seeing how frustrated and upset He Guangsai and the others looked, San Laizi felt even more proud. Who to hire or not is up to my boss. If I want you to work, my boss will hire you. Now, get lost. If you don't leave, I'll have Brother Qin come out and break your arms one by one, so you can taste what dislocated arms feel like. Qin's family lived nearby. When Qin Sanlang saw He Guangsai and the others come to the door, he immediately climbed over the wall into the Gu family's yard. He wanted to chase them away, but Gu Jinli stopped him, saying it wasn't the right time and they should wait and see. 3 Laizi is right. Village head he hurried over, panting, and stood next to San Laizi. He pointed at He Guangsai and the others and scolded them loudly. "Look at your behavior. Are you here to find work or to rob? Get out of here. If you dare to bother the Gu family again, I'll kick you out of the village." Hadn't he already told them clearly at the ancestral hall? He told them not to worry and that he would find work for them. Now that they had finally made some progress with the Gu family, they were back to causing trouble. Were they deliberately trying to cut off He family's livelihood? The He family was still afraid of village head he. After being scolded loudly and chased away by San Laizi with a shovel, they left quickly. After they left, the Gu family's gate opened. Village head he hurriedly took Taishu and Dagu into the yard, apologizing to Gu Dashin and Gu Jinli. "Dashin, little fish, are you alright? Don't worry, I've scolded them. They won't come again." He then said, for hiring workers, you can choose whoever you want. If anyone from the He family dares to come and pressure you, the old man will punish him severely. His words sounded sincere, but Gu Dashan still said, village head, we won't hire any of the people who just came. We'll only hire those who don't come in groups and cause trouble. After your family receives the tofu, do not share it with others. This was said by Little Fish. Little Fish mentioned that the people of Dafeng village have some bad habits and cannot be indulged. They must be taught a lesson, scared enough so they won't bother the family again. Village chief, he was very surprised to hear this. It seemed that the Gu family was planning to threaten He Guangxi and others to scare away those who might come to trouble them. Village chief, he felt helpless but had to agree, since He Guangxi and the others were the ones who first came to bother them. All right, I understand.
Don't worry, he said.
He then apologized to the Gu family and left with He Taishu and He Diyu. He San Laizi hurried over to take credit. Master, how did I do just now? He managed to stop He Guangxi and the others with just a hatchet and a shovel. Gu Jinli glanced at He San Laizi and said it was okay. Originally, He Guangxi and the others were knocking loudly on the door, but after He San Laizi rushed over and cursed at them, they were scared off. To deal with difficult people, you need someone like He San Laizi, someone willing to take risks, able to fight, and brave enough to tear things up. He San Laizi was pleased with the praise, smiling with his yellow teeth, and wisely left to continue digging soil at the foot of the mountain. After He San Laizi left, Qin Sanlang asked Gu Jinli, why did you stop me from driving away He Guangxi and the others? Gu Jinli replied, we're not home every day. If they can't find work this time, they'll come again. If next time they come when we're not around and bother us, what should we do? It's better to let them cause a fuss once and for all, until village chief he appears and handles them himself. Only she and Gu Jina knew some martial arts. Gu Jinxiu was still learning, but not very skilled. As a girl, she couldn't handle so many villagers alone. It's better to let village chief He step in and have the He family deal with their own people, so the He family wouldn't hold a grudge against the Gu family. If they're angry, they should go to village chief He. She's not scheming. Her goal after crossing over and rebirth has always been clear: protect her family and live a simple, comfortable life. She would rather push troublesome matters onto others and not waste energy on them. Qin Sanlang understood that she was using others' strength to suppress troublemakers, using village chief He's authority to control those who come to bother them. And her efforts to suppress were just beginning. The next day, when He Datsong and others came to pick up the tofu, the Gu family reduced their supply to only 250 jin, which was 150 jin, less than yesterday's 400 jin. Village chief, he immediately understood Gu Jinli's meaning. He did not blame the Gu family. Instead, he blamed the He family for being too troublesome. After leaving the Gu family, he only sent He Wanli and others to sell tofu, kept He Datsong behind, and had He Datsong beat a drum to gather the He family at the ancestral hall. He also beat He Guangxi and a few others who had caused the biggest fuss yesterday, each with 30 strokes of the bamboo stick. He Guangxi and the others felt very wronged and cried out, "Village chief, we didn't do anything bad. Why are you hitting us?" Village chief, he scolded, "You didn't do anything bad? Wasn't it you who caused trouble at the Gu family yesterday, demanding work? We just want to ask for work, and we didn't break anything. Isn't that wrong?" He Guangxi truly felt he was unfairly treated.
Pa,
You think you haven't done wrong? If your family wanted to open a workshop and hadn't announced it yet, and a large group of people surrounded your house, knocking on the door and shouting to get work, what would you think? Would you invite those persistent people in? Village chief, he pointed at them and scolded, "You are just a bunch of bandits, relying on the fact that the Gu family is new and looking down on others. That's why you dared to go demand work. The Liu family also has workshops and shops. Why don't you all go to the Liu family to ask for work? You're just a bunch of cowards who pick on the soft and fear the hard." After scolding them for a while, he paused and then said, "Do you know that the Gu family has already promised me that if they open a workshop and hire people, they will first invite our He family? If you cause trouble and ruin this, I will drive you out of the village." Hearing this, the other He family members were all shocked. Gu family promised you that they would hire our He family? Oh, why didn't you say so earlier? Now that He Guangxi and the others caused trouble, this matter might fall apart. They also scolded He Guangxi and the others. It's all your fault. Things were going well, but because of your fuss, the work will definitely fall through. Village chief, he said, if this work really falls through, don't come to me begging. Just take your family and leave the village. If you stay, you'll only bring disaster to the entire He family. He also took the opportunity to warn the He family present, if you want to do tofu business, make money, and have work, you must be honest. Don't gather a big crowd to bother the Gu family. Anyone who does this again will ruin the whole He family, and I won't forgive him. Yes, village chief, don't worry. We've learned our lesson, and won't gather in groups to ask the Gu family for work again. Hearing their promises, village chief, he felt somewhat calmer. After the beating of He Guangxi and the others, even though the He family members were anxious and wanted to work at the Gu family's workshop, no one dared to bother the Gu family anymore. Gu Jinli heard that village head he had beaten He Guangxi and others. The next day, she increased the tofu supply for He Datsong and his family to 400 jin. After 3 days of repairs, the old mud house that was to be used as a workshop was nearly fixed. Gu Jinli worried that the rainy season would cause water to leak through the thatched roof and ruin the spices, so she asked Gu Dashan to tell old He and his family to collect old tiles from nearby villages. New tiles cost 2 coins each, but old tiles could be bought for 2 for 1 coin. Although some tiles had cracks, they could still be used and were better than thatched roofs. Over 3 days, they collected a total of 1,500 old tiles, enough to replace the roofs of 3 houses. The remaining 2 houses still had thatched roofs, which was fine since they were used for grinding and filtering soy milk. After installing the new roofs, they also leveled the ground inside the houses and spread white lime. Scholar Shang knew that their family needed stone mills and pestles for the workshop. Luckily, someone in Shangjia village made these tools. He took Gu Dashan and Gu Jinan to see shopkeeper Shang, who sold 3 stone mills, 8 pestles, and other stone tools for grinding spices at a price 20% cheaper than market. These tools were very heavy. Shopkeeper Shang and his workers took 2 days to transport everything. Meanwhile, Gu Jinli visited the hanging pot shop to talk to old Dr. Wu about increasing the purchase of aromatic spices. She used several medicinal herbs for her spices and trusted old Dr. Wu, who usually supplied her. But since she needed a large amount this time, she had to wait a few days. Gu Jinli was not in a hurry. Their family still had to focus on spring planting and wouldn't start the workshop until after planting season. However, the villagers of Dafeng village were very anxious. Because of village head He's warning, the He family dared not bother the Gu family anymore. Instead, they went to the Tian and Gu Damu Gu Dalan brothers and Gu Dafu Gu Dagwa families, trying to flatter them and get them to help open the workshop. They knew that although the workshop building was bought by the Gu family, the business involved Qin, Gu Luo, and Tian families. Since the Gu family couldn't be bothered, they hoped to gain favor with the others. Tian Auntie and Uncle Tian were honest people and couldn't be swayed by villagers' flattery. They avoided villagers and didn't open the door when someone knocked. Gu Damu and Gu Dalan's families had old Yen sitting with them, so they weren't fooled by the villagers' flattery. But Gu Dafu and Gu Dagwa couldn't stand it, especially Gu Yume, who was overwhelmed by the village girls' and young women's attention. Gu Yume was frightened by the story of a few troublemakers surrounding the courtyard wall and talking dirty. She had been very obedient for over a month, but inside, she still envied Gu Jinli, thinking she was just lucky to make tofu and spices. If she were willing to try, she could definitely make something even more popular than tofu and spices. But it was just a thought. She couldn't produce other new, popular items, let alone make tofu and spices. This made Gu Yume angry. She had tried working with a few families making tofu and spices, but none of them knew how the tofu was made. They knew how to soak soybeans, grind beans, filter soy milk, and cook it, and they knew about the coagulant needed for tofu, but they didn't know what that coagulant was. Without it, she couldn't make tofu. As for the spices, she knew the raw materials, but she couldn't mix them to get that fresh, fragrant taste. She tried mixing different spices she grabbed, but the flavor was so strong it made her want to. It wasn't fresh and fragrant at all, almost choking her to death. When her second aunt found out she was experimenting with spice powders, she scolded her harshly, saying she was wasting ingredients. The few handfuls she used could only sell for a few dozen coins. Guiyume felt resentful but had no choice but to hold it in. She stayed home feeling stifled, wanting to go out and play with the village girls but afraid of encountering troublemakers, so she didn't dare to go out. Now, because of the workshop she planned to open, villagers kept coming to flatter her every day. "Mei Jie, here are some boiled eggs from my sister-in-law's house this morning. Try them, they're really good," Xiangzi's wife said, placing 2 eggs on the table for Guiyume to eat. Guiyume glanced at the eggs, then picked up a bean dreg cake, took a small bite, and swallowed slowly. She said, "My family doesn't lack eggs.
You can take them back."
Since starting her tofu business, life had gotten better. Although they couldn't eat meat every day, her father loved them and gave them an egg daily. So, she wouldn't be bought with just 2 eggs. Hearing this, Xiangzi's wife's face turned pale. Danhua quickly said, "Mei Jie, try some of our honey dates. My father bought them in town. They're soaked in honey, very sweet." Danhua smiled gently, carefully unfolding her handkerchief and offering a date from inside to Guiyume. "Danhua, the town's honey dates usually come in packs of at least 6, wrapped in red paper. Are you sure this date is from your family? Could it be trash picked up from some corner?" Chuer covered her face and laughed, revealing Danhua's lie. Danhua's face instantly turned pale and white, and Chuer was right. Her family was poor and couldn't afford to buy honey dates. The honey dates were given by a wealthy master in town as a reward for her father's part-time work. Her father didn't eat them. He brought them home to save for her mother, saying they were for gifts or entertaining guests. Just then, news spread that the Gu family was opening a workshop. Her parents wanted her to work there. Seeing that she was about the same age as Guiyume, they told her to bring the honey dates to flatter Guiyume, hoping she would agree to let their family do some work in the workshop. Guiyume was happy to be praised, but when she heard this, her face darkened. She wondered if Danhua didn't want to work in her family's workshop anymore because she was asked to eat something she found. She snorted coldly and ignored Danhua. Danhua wanted to explain but was interrupted by Chuer. "Sister Mei, look at this. My eldest brother bought this handkerchief at Qingyan embroidery shop in the county town. It's made of brocade and is something only wealthy young ladies in town use. It's very expensive. One costs 100 coins. My brother bought 2, and I kept one for myself. This one is especially for you.
Please take it."
Brocade? When Guiyume heard the word brocade, her eyes lit up. Back in her old home, her family was doing well, and she had a brocade handkerchief. But since fleeing from hardship, she only used coarse cloth. Now that life was better, her family had become frugal. Her father loved her, but only bought her cotton cloth. Brocade was never bought for her. Guiyume knew accepting this handkerchief might be inappropriate, but her current handkerchief was made of cotton, embroidered with rough thread showing a patch of grass, nothing compared to the smooth brocade that could reflect a person's face. The brocade was decorated with a delicate red thread-embroidered peony, beautiful enough to dazzle the eyes. She was very tempted and looked at the handkerchief several times. Chuer was clever. Seeing her interest, she quickly shoved the handkerchief into her hand and smiled. "Sister Mei, take it. From now on, we each have a brocade handkerchief, like the wealthy young ladies say, a handkerchief friendship." Guiyume held the brocade handkerchief, smiling. This 100-coin handkerchief was much better than a 10-coin cotton one. It felt soft and comfortable in her hand, making her feel more precious instantly. But how should she refuse Chuer and prevent her family from working in the workshop? Surprisingly, Chuer didn't say a word, as if giving such an expensive handkerchief wasn't meant to ask for favors. Guiyume was very pleased, thinking that Chuer was different from Danhua and Sister Xiangzi. She truly wanted to be friendly, not just seeking work at the workshop. It seemed that Chuer really came to deliver the handkerchief. After Guiyume accepted it, she sat for a little while and then got up to leave. She said, there are farm chores at home, so I can't stay long. I need to go back and work. She returned home, leaving Sister Xiangzi and He Danhua behind. He Danhua was still flattering Gu Yume, but Sister Xiangzi looked at her with a strange expression. Soon after, she also said goodbye and left, not going home but standing at the village end road, waiting for Chen Shi. When Chen Shi and others returned from selling goods, Sister Xiangzi stopped her and whispered a few words. Chen Shi immediately exploded with anger, scolding, "This fool! Can't she behave herself a little?" Chen Shi even left her burden behind and hurried back home, with Gu Degui calling after her, "You woman, what are you crazy about? It's just a few steps, and you're throwing your burden here. Carrying it back will kill you." "It will." Chen Shi turned back and retorted sharply, scaring Gu Degui. She was really angry. When Chen Shi got home, she saw Gu Yume sitting inside her room, slowly eating a piece of bean pulp cake with one hand. After finishing, she took a piece of embroidered handkerchief and slowly wiped her mouth. Inside the room, He Danhua was still praising her. "Sister May, your movements are so graceful, like a rich girl from the town." "Rich girl?"
Bah.
Gu Yume was just a country girl. Chen Shi was furious, but suppressed her anger and told He Danhua, "Our sister, May, still has things to do.
You should go home now."
Seeing Chen Shi's bad mood, He Danhua didn't dare say anything and hurriedly ran away. After He Danhua left, Chen Shi immediately went to Gu Yume, grabbed her hair, slapped her twice, and shook her. Gu Yume was stunned, looking at Chen Shi with disbelief. After a while, she burst into tears, pointing at Chen Shi and scolding, You dare to hit me. You're not my mother, so why are you hitting me? I haven't done anything wrong, boo-hoo." Chen Shi sneered and pointed at the handkerchief in her hand, angrily saying, "Not doing anything wrong? Then, what is this? Do you know? This handkerchief was bought by He Chuer's older brother. And you dare to accept it? Are you trying to become someone's stepmother?" He Chuer's older brother, He Minzi, is 26 years old. He was married but lost his wife in childbirth a few years ago, leaving behind 2 sons. He Chuer's family is busy arranging for He Minzi to get married. At this moment, you took the handkerchief bought by He Chuer's older brother. If this gets out, it would be considered secretly arranging a marriage. I've already been gentle with you. If you were back home, you'd be thrown into the pond. Oh, big sister-in-law is so clever. Why did she have to give birth to such a fool like you? Mrs. Chun poked Gu Yume's head, really wanting to open her head and see how much nonsense was inside. Gu Yume's face turned pale with fear, and she cried, I don't know. She said she also had a handkerchief and gave me hers, saying we could be friends. Friendship with a handkerchief? You're such a fool. You stay at home pretending to be a young lady, complain about a headache when asked to grind some spices. You can't do anything right, your brain doesn't work well, you love to make trouble, and you're so spoiled. Why did I end up with a niece like you? Mrs. Chen was furious. She snatched the silk handkerchief from her, but Gu Yume was too nervous, and Mrs. Chen couldn't pull it out immediately. She scolded, "What are you pulling for? Hurry up and let go. If I don't get that handkerchief back, you'll be a stepmother for someone else." Gu Yume quickly let go. After Mrs. Chen took the handkerchief, she grabbed Mrs. Chen's hand and begged, crying, "Second aunt, please help me. I don't want to be a stepmother.
Boo-hoo.
Let go of me. If you keep holding on, once He Chuer's family spreads the news, your reputation will be ruined, and no one can save you." Gu Yume hurriedly released her. Mrs. Chen ran out of the house quickly and headed straight to He Chuer's home. When Gu Dogwai returned, he saw Mrs. Chen rushing out and called after her, "Where are you going again?" Hearing crying from Gu Yume's room, Gu Dogwai frowned and asked inside, "Mayor, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Did your second aunt scold you again? Don't be upset. When she comes back, I'll teach her a lesson." Gu Yume heard this and cried even louder. Gu Dogwai felt troubled. He wanted to go inside to see, but Gu Yume was grown up now. Although he was her uncle, he couldn't go in himself. He could only ask Fa Gur, who was grinding spices in the yard, what's wrong with Sister Yume. She seemed happy these days. Why is she crying today? Because of the workshop, many girls of the same age from the village came to play with Mare, making her very happy. She hadn't argued with Mrs. Chun these days. Gu Dogwai had 2 sons, Gu Duong, who was almost 9, and Gu Defa, who was nearly 7. Gu Duong seemed slow but was actually clever, while Defa was truly slow. Hearing his father's words, he froze for a moment and said, "She fought with Mom." "What? Your mother even hit someone?" Gu Degui was very angry. His older brother had been so good to their family, and he had already given up on remarrying. This life, only Mei Jie and Xingge were his children. How could Qinshe hurt Mei Jie? How could he face his older brother? This wicked woman, just wait. I will deal with you. Gu Degui sat angrily in the yard, waiting for Qinshe. He waited for a full quarter of an hour before seeing Qinshe return proudly, looking very pleased, like a victorious rooster. "Why did you hit Mei Jie?" Gu Degui asked coldly. "Haha, why did I hit her? You should ask her yourself," Qinshe said, lowering her voice so as not to ruin Mei Yumei's reputation. She told him about He Chuer plotting against Gu Yumei with a handkerchief, but she kept it quiet to protect Mei Yumei's honor. Hearing this, Gu Degui stood up in a rush and asked the house, "Mei Jie, is what your second aunt said true?" Gu Yumei cried out of panic and replied, "I don't know. I didn't expect her to be like that." Seeing her admit it, Gu Degui didn't know whether to scold her or not. Qinshe sneered and said, "Just spoil her. Let her become more and more foolish and ruin herself for life. When you all die, how will you face the eldest sister-in-law?" Xingge and Mei Jie lost their mother. Gu Defu and Gu Degui felt sorry for them. Qinshe knew this, but she couldn't spoil them blindly. Look at these 2 siblings. One always has a stern face, as if everyone owes him money. The other daydreams about being a young lady. They don't seem like farm children at all. Hearing this, Gu Degui's face burned with shame. He realized he had wrongly accused Qinshe. He quickly apologized and asked, "What about the handkerchief? Did you return it? Did He Chuer's family spread any rumors?" "They dare," Qinshe said proudly. "I've warned them. If they spread bad words about us, the county officer will send soldiers to destroy their house, and all their men will be taken to work at the official mines." She also slapped He Chuer twice and grabbed 2 of He Minzi's sons, hitting each of them once. She warned He Minzi's mother, "Don't think that if you ruin Mei Jie's reputation, she will marry into your family. If you try to bring Mei Jie into your home, we will make her mistreat and even kill these 2 little kids and ruin your son's manhood." He Chuer's mother was so frightened she nearly fainted. She had lived her whole life and had never seen Qinshe so vicious. Thinking that the Qin family came from fleeing famine, everyone in the village said they had seen blood in their hands. They were very afraid and quickly assured that they would no longer target Gu Yumei. Gu Dogwai felt relieved after hearing Chen's words. However, he was worried about Sister Mei and Xingge. Their current situation was not good, and they couldn't keep spoiling them. At dusk, Gu Dafu and Gu Dexing returned from Luo's mill after grinding beans. Gu Dogwai told him about the handkerchief incident. Gu Dafu was very frightened, scolded Gu Yumei harshly, and made her apologize to Chen. If it weren't for Chen, she might have been taken away by He Chuer's family. Chen sat with her legs crossed and received a loud slap from Gu Yumei. After teaching Gu Yumei a lesson, Gu Dafu finally decided they could no longer spoil her and Gu Dexing. He said seriously, "Starting tomorrow, several families will begin spring plowing. You 2 shouldn't stay at home. Go work in the fields." Gu Yumei was surprised and begged, "Father, I'm already a grown girl. Going to work in the fields doesn't look good. I'll stay at home and grind incense. This time I'll grind carefully and won't complain about my hand hurting." Gu Dafu was determined to correct her spoiled habits and refused. He said firmly, "You're not engaged yet. What's wrong with going to the fields? Go see for yourself how many young girls around your age are working in the fields. Besides, when you get married, you'll have to work in the fields too. It's good to practice now so you won't be looked down upon in your future in-law's house." Xingge will also go to the fields. After spring plowing, you can go study at Su Tongxing's house in Songzi Gully. Don't think about asking Shang Xiukai to be your teacher anymore. Gu Dafu looked sternly at Gu Yume and Gu Dexing and said seriously, our family are farmers. Our ancestors' fate is set. Don't think about becoming a noble or a big official. You have to accept your destiny. Gu Dexing was unhappy and looked very upset. He sat silently. Earlier, he wanted to study under Shang Xiukai, but Shang refused and even sent him a letter. The letter said he should go to the town's private school and study for 10 years. Maybe he could pass the imperial exams. But now his father was telling him to study with Su Tongsheng in Songzi Gully, which clearly felt like a deliberate punishment.
Gu Dafu was doing it on purpose to discipline him.
If he didn't suppress his ambitions now, who knew what he might do? Seeing Gu Dexing's gloomy face, Gu Dafu was annoyed and said directly, if you don't want to study at Su Tongsheng's private school, then don't. Stay at home and farm. Gu Dexing didn't want to stay home and farm. He knew how hard it was to work in the fields, so he just nodded in agreement. Gu Yume saw her older brother agree and could only accept it. Mrs. Chen was happy because the two young masters and young ladies finally seemed to have regained their spirit. If they kept acting like this, even if Gu Dagwa didn't agree, she would consider dividing the family. The next day, Gu Yume and Gu Dexing wore rough cloth clothes, carried baskets, and held farming tools, following behind Gu Dafu to work in the fields. The villagers weren't surprised to see Gu Dexing working in the fields, but when they saw Gu Yume, they were truly amazed. Sister Mei was working in the fields. This was something new. Usually, she would cry and say her hands hurt when asked to grind spices, refusing to work, and Gu Dafu wouldn't scold her, letting her do as she pleased. But today, what was going on? Was the sun rising in the west? Third Grandma and Gu Jinli were planting bean seedlings in the field. When they saw Gu Yume working in the fields, Third Grandma nodded and said, that's right. Farmers can't be spoiled like this. Well-behaved girls are often spoiled too much. Farmers have to do farm work. They are not wealthy city girls. They can't be spoiled all the time or risk being laughed at for pretending to be delicate. The abandoned lands of several families were connected. When they reached the end of the field, Gu Dafu pointed to Gu Jinli's family's land and said, Sister Mei, follow your second aunt to Siuyu's seedbed to get bean seedlings. In the past, they planted soybeans by directly sowing seeds, but Xiuyu suggested starting with seedlings and transplanting them later, which could increase the yield of soybeans. Back home, Xiuyu's idea would have been considered crazy, but she made tofu that helped several families earn money. Everyone believed in her. Although her method of seedling transplantation went against traditional farming methods, they agreed to try it. After the families agreed, Gu Jinli used her own land, about an acre, to grow seedlings. Now, the bean seedlings had grown to about half a palm high and were ready to be transplanted. Gu Yume looked sulky, following behind Mrs. Chen as they headed toward Gu Jinli's family's land. She muttered, Xiuyu just causes trouble. Why grow seedlings? It's better to just sow seeds directly. Transplanting was so troublesome, having to carefully plant each seedling, it was exhausting. Mrs. Chen turned around and scolded her, shut up and work quietly. Don't say anything to upset Xiuyu. Gu Yume looked wronged and said, why should I shut up? If she's upset, does that mean I should be happy? She only cared about Xiuyu and wondered why no one cared about her. Mrs. Chen felt tired and wanted to slap her again. She didn't want to argue and simply said, work honestly. If you don't listen, I'll tell everyone about the incident with Lao Lao's handkerchief.
See how you get married then.
Mrs. Chen was just trying to scare her. She wouldn't really reveal such a shameful secret. If her reputation was damaged, her family would have to support her for life, which wasn't worth it. Gu Yume was both angry and sad, tears falling, but she dared not speak badly of Gu Jinli. Third aunt, we're here. Where are my family's bean sprouts? Mrs. Chen put down her basket and asked the third grandma, then turned to Gu Yume and said, call someone. Are you mute now? Gu Yume didn't dare disrespect the third grandma, so she quickly called out, third grandma, but didn't call Gu Jinli. Gu Jinli didn't care at all and didn't even glance at Gu Yume. Hey, the third grandma responded, pointing to the 3 rows of bean sprouts on her right. Those are your family's 3 rows. The small fish have already been counted. 1 row of bean sprouts can be planted on 2 acres of land. She then told them, be careful when planting the bean sprouts. Don't break the main roots. If the main roots are broken, the sprouts won't survive. Got it. Third aunt, Gu Jinli had explained how to plant bean sprouts a few days ago, and Mrs. Chun and others remembered. When they arrived at the seedbed, they squatted down and followed Gu Jinli's method to plant the bean sprouts. Gu Yuemei was clumsy. When planting, she broke many main roots, which made Gu Jinli frown and say, the seedling planting was carefully calculated. Each family only grew half a gene of bean seeds more. If too many die, you can make up for it. Gu Yuemei wanted to work in the fields. She was already angry inside. Hearing this, she angrily said, it's not your fault. Can't we plant as usual? You insisted on transplanting seedlings, making everyone exhausted. Who says we get about 40% higher yield? Who do they think they are, pretending they haven't grown soybeans before? Besides, soybeans cost only 3 cents a gene. What does it matter if the yield is high or low? We're not short of money. We can just buy more if needed. Gu Jinli looked at Gu Yuemei as if she were a fool and mocked. 3 cents a gene for soybeans isn't expensive. You can buy them yourself. She added, don't make money from tofu and spices. Make some new products yourself and sell them. This made Gu Yuemei feel very embarrassed. She wanted to argue but truly lacked the ability to create new products. The good life at home was thanks to tofu and spices, and those 2 things were made by Gu Jinli. Mrs. Chen spoke harshly. Do you think our family has a mountain of gold? Look down on 3 cents now. Hurry up and plant the bean sprouts. If you don't want to, then go plant your own. Those sprouts are even more tiring. Gu Yuemei was very wronged. She wiped tears and squatted down to plant the bean sprouts. After damaging many sprouts, she finally learned how to plant them properly. After working for about half an hour, she finally carried a basket of pea shoots and headed towards her own field. Gu Dafu saw her wobbling while carrying the basket and quickly went to help her, worried she might fall. Gu Yuemei knew her father was upset because her mother had died, and she felt guilty. She cared deeply for her siblings. When she saw Gu Dafu, her tears, which had stopped, started to fall again. Gu Dafu initially wanted to comfort her, but seeing her like this, he decided not to. He simply said, follow your second aunt and third grandma to work. Don't complain about the dirt or tiredness. Farming is never clean or easy. Gu Yuemei was pretending to cry. Hearing this, she really started crying and even thought her father had gotten some money and planned to marry a stepmother for them, so he no longer cared about her and her older brother. Gu Dafu didn't realize how much Gu Yuemei was overthinking. He looked stern and told her to put down the pea shoots. Gu Yuemei was so angry and upset that she kept crying, her eyes swollen. By lunchtime, she didn't see Gu Jinxiu and immediately pointed at Gu Jinli, shouting, why isn't your sister working in the fields? Everyone works during spring planting, and she's not the young lady. Why isn't she coming? Gu Jinli looked at Gu Yuemei and thought she was really sick, seriously ill. My big sister is at home making tofu and doing pickled vegetables. She's busy. Why should she work in the fields? If she's in the fields, who will make the tofu at home? Do you know how to do it? And besides, whether my big sister works in the fields or not has nothing to do with you. Did we let you help plant our land? You're just meddling in other people's business. Their family, combined with Grandfather San's family, only has 9 acres of wasteland. They plant 8 acres of soybeans to fertilize the land, and the remaining 1 acre, Gu Dasha and Cui Shi agreed to use for trying medicinal herbs. With only this small piece of land, and with Grandfather San, Grandmother San, Gu Dasha, Gu Jinan, He San Laizi, and Mo Chunyue, there's no need for Gu Jinxiu. Gu Yuemei couldn't find fault with Gu Jinli, and was scolded by her instead. She was so angry she almost fainted, but no one helped her. Mrs. Chen was nearby, happily watching, and said, you can't beat her, so you pick fights. That just makes you angrier. You're only hurting yourself. Hearing Mrs. Chen's words, Gu Yuemei started crying loudly. Wah wah, everyone is bullying me. Gu Jinli smiled and said, What skills do you have that make us jealous and bully you? Don't flatter yourself. If you don't go work in the fields today, our families will forget what you look like. Gu Jinli was telling Gu Yumei she was worthless and not worth their trouble or bullying. Gu Yumei realized what was happening and almost fainted from anger. Yan Shi and Jin Yo were also planting bean sprouts. Seeing Gu Yumei crying so hard, she comforted her, saying, "Sister Mei, don't cry. Planting soybeans isn't tiring. We have little land, so after a couple of days, we'll be done. Just 2 more days of work."
Gu Yumei cried even harder.
Third grandma frowned and said impatiently, "Sister Mei, stop crying. How long have you been crying? Aren't you tired?" Gu Jinli said, "Third grandma, let her cry. It's busy farming now, and everyone is working in the fields. If she keeps crying like that, people will see. Soon, the whole village will hear about her crying in the field, and she'll be the joke of the village." Gu Yumei cared about her reputation and couldn't stand being talked about. When she heard this, she immediately stopped crying. It seemed she knew crying wouldn't help, so after eating the lunch sent by Brother Fa, she quietly went back to work in the afternoon. After 2 days of effort, several families finally planted all the soybeans on the wasteland. Old Gua, seeing how they planted the soybeans, curiously asked, "Brother Gu, why do you all plant soybeans this way? Isn't it easier to just scatter the seeds?" Third grandpa replied, "This is how we do it back home. Planting soybeans like this can increase the yield." Third grandpa didn't want the villagers to think Gu Jinli was strange, so he said this was their traditional way from home. Since they had run away from famine, villagers wouldn't go to the northwest to check. Farmers cared most about food. When they heard that transplanting soybeans could increase harvests, Old Gua and the others were very interested. But they were afraid of risks and didn't immediately switch to this method. They decided to wait and see. If the harvest from Qin Gu Luo's fields really increased, they would adopt this method next year. After planting the soybeans, Gu Jinli started planting medicinal herbs. Gu Deshan and Cui Shi had never planted herbs before. Afraid she would mess up, they only gave her 1 acre of wasteland. She planted half an acre of pagostemon cablin. Since pagostemon is harvested in 1 year, she chose easy-to-grow herbs first so her family could see the benefits. Later, when they wanted to plant large areas, they wouldn't oppose it. The remaining half-acre she planted with many herbs she dug up from the mountains, including puhuang, su duan, and dry half-summer, among others. Third grandpa, Gu Deshan, Gu Jinan, and San Laizi with his wife worked with her for a day and finished planting all the herbs. At this point, planting for several families was done. The date was March 12th, and in 4 days, the workshop would officially open. That evening, several families gathered to discuss opening their workshop. Old He and the other 3 families have agreed to work with us, and they will sign the contract tomorrow. But we still need more workers. There's no rush. We can start the workshop and look for people at the same time. We must choose good-hearted folks, not those with bad intentions. Grandpa San took the opportunity to say, "All of our families have grown-up girls and boys, and some have widows who need to remarry. We shouldn't rush to find people. We must be careful and see clearly. We don't want to fall for tricksters, letting our good girls be taken away, or letting our boys marry troublemakers who could ruin our businesses." Grandpa San specifically mentioned this because Gu Defong told Gu Jinli that Gu Yumei was almost tricked by He Chuer using a handkerchief, and she almost ended up as a stepmother. Although Gu Dafu's family kept this secret tightly and told Gu Defong and his brothers not to tell anyone, fearing it would ruin Yumei's reputation and make it hard for her to find a good husband, Gu Defong recently spent more time with Gu Jinli. He thought Sister Xiaoyu was better than Sister Yumei because she never scolded him like Yumei did and often shared snacks with him. So he told Gu Jinli about what he knew. Gu Jinli understood that those people wanted to marry into their families to get work at the workshop or use relatives to obtain their tofu and spices. She found this very shameful. Since their families had many grown-up girls and boys, and some widows who lost their spouses on the run and needed new wives, they had to be cautious. She told Grandpa San about this, which led to his earlier warning. When the families heard Grandpa San's words, they were initially confused. After thinking for a moment, they realized the danger and felt a chill. Especially Refugee, whose sister Yume almost fell for the trick. He quickly said, "Uncle San, don't worry. We remember this. We won't recklessly find wives for our children." Old Yan's wife was currently looking for a new wife for Dalingu. Hearing Grandpa San's warning, she was startled and quickly said, "Don't worry, Uncle San. Our family isn't in a hurry. We'll take our time to find the right person." Dalingu's wife, Xia, was taken by a group of bad people during their escape. No one knows if she is alive or dead. Even if she is alive, she was badly mistreated. Old Yan's wife was thinking of finding a new wife for Dalingu, but now, after hearing Grandpa San's words, she was afraid to do so quickly. Anyway, life at home was getting better. Although Dalingu was planning to remarry, she was confident he would find a good girl. Gu Dalin sighed in relief. He didn't really want to marry a new wife because he felt responsible for not protecting the Xie family, which led to her being taken away by bad people. After the third grandfather told several families about this matter, everyone understood the situation. When others tried to flatter them by saying how good the girl from that family was or how nice the young man was, they became more cautious and stopped listening to those people. Those who wanted to use marriage connections to get work at the Gu family workshop or to trade tofu and spices were upset when they saw that the Gu family was not interested. Gu Jinli and her family didn't care about their anger. They happily prepared for the opening of the workshop. Shang Xiao, the scholar, knew that the workshop would open on March 16th. He specially made a sign that read Gu family workshop, covered it with red cloth, and asked old Luo to deliver it to the Gu family. On March 16th, they would unveil the sign and start the business. Xuanhu Workshop also sent the spices and raw materials Gu Jinli requested. Bags of spices were unloaded from the mule cart and placed at Gu Jinli's house. Previously, she only made 5 flavor seasonings, but this time she added 3 more, making a total of 8 spices. Gu Jinli planned to create 3 different flavors of seasoning using these 8 spices. One was the original seasoning she sold, which she named 5 Blessing Spice, another called 6 Blessing Spice, and the third 8 Blessing Spice. She didn't include a 7 Blessing Spice because ancient people believed the number 7 was unlucky, so she avoided it. The 3 seasonings had different flavors. The 8 Blessing Spice was the best tasting and the most expensive, so it was sold at the highest price. Since she ordered many spices and was familiar with Xuanhu Workshop, Mu Tong personally delivered the spices. "All the medicinal herbs are here. Please check them," Mu Tong said as he and 2 herbal apprentices opened the bags of herbs. Gu Jinli carefully took out a few pieces from each bag, smelled them, then chewed a little to taste. After a moment of tasting, she nodded and confirmed, "Uncle Mu Tong, the mountain nut is fine." Hearing this, Mu Tong wrote a good in the mountain nut column of a notebook. She moved to another bag, took out the sand, chewed it, and after confirming it was okay, told Mu Tong. 15 minutes later, she finished checking all 8 herbs. Mu Tong reported to their family, "You bought 8 kinds of herbs, 50 jin each, totaling 400 jin. The average price per jin is 141, which adds up to 56 taels of silver." Wood Tong spoke as he handed Gu Dashin a yellow paper filled with tiny writing. "Here are the detailed prices of various herbs. Brother Gu, take a look." Gu Dashin took the yellow paper, handed it to Gu Jinli, and smiled. "Little fish can read. Mrs. Chui had also taught him to read, but he was busy earning money to support the family and had only learned some simple characters. On this paper, he couldn't recognize about 8 out of 10 herb names. Gu Jinli looked at the paper, then put it away. "Uncle Mu Tong, the accounts are correct." Hearing this, Gu Dashin took out a bag of silver and handed it to Mu Tong with both hands. "Brother Mu Tong, count the money." This silver was pooled from several families. Based on their share of the profit, his family needed to contribute 4 parts, and the other 6 families each contributed 1/10. Mu Tong took the silver, waited to make sure it wasn't fake, then opened the bag and counted. The amount is right, exactly 56 taels. He then looked at Gu Jinli and smiled. "You're thinking of using herbs to cook, and I must say, the seasoning spices smell wonderful. What's more, all the herbs she used were good for health, so Even people with illnesses could eat them without worry. Gu Jinli said, Uncle Mu Tong, this is a family secret. Please keep it confidential for us. Mu Tong knew she was joking. Seasoning spices are like recipes. Even if you know all the ingredients, if you don't use the right amounts, you won't get the same effect. So, there was no need for the Gu family to keep their use of herbs for seasoning a secret. Knowing the Gu family had been busy lately, Mu Tong exchanged a few words and then took his leave. We'll head back first. You all be busy. Brother Mu Tong, safe travels. Gu Dashan went to see Mu Tong off, then returned and carried the herbs back to their main hall. While they were moving the herbs, Old Qin and Qin Sanling, along with the kiln workers, returned to the village's end. Here is the place. Move the water tanks and clay jars down. Put the water tanks in the room on the left and the clay jars in the main house, Old Qin said, standing in the workshop yard, pointing to the left room and the main house. Got it, the kiln foreman told the workers bringing supplies. Hurry up, be quick. 8 kids go move the clay jars and the rest, follow me to carry the water tanks. Be careful, break one, and we'll have to pay for it ourselves. Understood, Boss Fong, the workers replied. 5 of them moved the clay jars, while the other 4, in pairs, carried the water tanks. Old Qin and his group bought large water tanks with a diameter of 1 meter and a height of 1.5 meters. They were very heavy to move. Foreman Fong and his team carefully worked for 15 minutes to move all 4 big tanks. Everyone was very tired, but since they got paid for transporting the goods, it was worth it. After resting for a while and catching his breath, Foreman Fong said to Old Qin, Old Master Qin, your family bought 4 large water tanks, 10 pottery jars weighing 5 jin each, 30 jars weighing 1 jin each, and 50 jars weighing half a jin each. The total cost is 3,651. You paid 3 taels of silver to the kiln, but you still owe 651 for the pottery and 261 for transportation. Because the items were heavy and the journey was long, transporting them was hard work. He decided to give each worker 51 for their effort, but as the foreman, he would add 10 more. Old Qin knew they were all laborers and wouldn't deduct their hard-earned money. After allowing Qin Sanling to check the water tanks and pottery jars to ensure nothing was damaged, he took out 1 tael of silver and handed it to Foreman Fong. Foreman Fong happily accepted the money and gave Old Qin 90 yuan back. Here you go, sir. Our work here is done. Old Qin nodded and said, Thank you for your hard work. Safe travels. After receiving the money, Foreman Fong and his team loaded their cart and left Dafeng village. In the afternoon, when Grandfather San and the others returned from their stall, village head he brought He Lao Gua and others to sign a contract. Only after signing the contract could they work at the Gu family's workshop. The commotion caused by the Qin Gu Luo family's activities that day was quite loud. The villagers looked on with envy. But envy didn't help. Village head he said that the Gu family could hire anyone they wanted and they couldn't cause trouble. If they wanted to work at the Gu family's workshop, they had to wait patiently. There was nothing they could do but wait and hope that once Qin Gu Luo's business grew and prospered, and when they needed more workers, they might be allowed to work there. The Lu family also envied them. Many wanted to work at the Gu family's workshop, but since the Lu family had offended the Gu family badly, it was impossible for the Gu family to hire them. The Lu family was upset because the high wages offered by the Gu family hurt them. They cursed old Lu. That unlucky pig. That old fool. When your family is rich, you just enjoy your luck. When trouble comes, you drag us down. What kind of sins have we committed? Meanwhile, the Gu Jinli family didn't care about how the Lu family envied or cursed them. After working for 3 days, it was finally March 16th. That day, the families got up before dawn, slaughtered chickens, prepared food for offerings, changed into new cotton clothes, and hung the plaque given by Scholar Shang on the gate. Dashan, set up the incense table. Degui, go see how your wife is doing with the bean pulp pancakes. Tell her that there are many people in the village, so don't be stingy. Since she's already made the bean pulp, if she doesn't share, there won't be enough for everyone and it won't look nice. Today, they didn't set up their stall, only selling plain tofu. The leftover bean pulp was all made into pancakes and shared with the villagers as a way to celebrate the opening of the workshop. Okay, I'll go now. Gu Gui ran home and told Mrs. Chen what Grandma San said. Mrs. Chen didn't think it was necessary to share the bean pulp pancakes with the villagers. She thought it would be better to sell them for money. But since they still wanted to live in the village, they had to follow local customs and share some things during happy events. Got it, got it. Do I look like a stingy person? Mrs. Chen said unhappily as she turned the bean pulp pancakes in the iron pan. Gu Gui was surprised, looking at her with eyes that clearly said, "You are indeed stingy." Even Gu Fa, who was tending the fire, looked up at her, but he was afraid of his mother, so he quickly lowered his head and worked hard to keep the fire going, worried about being scolded. But Mrs. Chen still scolded him. "Why are you burning such a big fire? The pancakes are almost burnt. Wood doesn't cost money, so use a small fire for mother." Then she told Gu Yume, sitting on a stool and wrapping the bean pulp pancakes, "Hurry up, why are you so slow? Wrapping a pancake shouldn't take so long. With your skills, you'll be scolded by your in-laws in the future. Don't just sit there, stand up and wrap faster." She also instructed, "Make the pancakes smaller, don't make them so big. These are for giving away, and if they're too large, we'll lose money." Gu Yume felt unhappy, but didn't dare argue with Mrs. Chen, so she stood up and wrapped the pancakes. Gu Gui saw how Mrs. Chen was scolding everyone without holding back and quickly left the kitchen, wiping the sweat from his forehead. How did he end up marrying such a fierce wife? Actually, he chose her himself. If her family's conditions had been better, she wouldn't have married into his family. His father was the village chief, and as the son of the village chief, he was quite well off. Gu Gui looked into the kitchen and saw Mrs. Chen busy working, getting up before dawn to make bean pulp pancakes. He thought she was working very hard, so he borrowed an iron griddle from Gu Jinli's house, placed it on the stove, and started making pancakes. He poured oil in, and with a sizzle, the oil started smoking. Then he put the pancakes on and began to fry them slowly. When both sides turned golden, he added a little water. After the water evaporated, he sprinkled some seasoning and spices, fried for a little longer, and then took them off the stove. The couple each used a pan to fry the pancakes. One pan could make about 10 pancakes, which made Gu Yume very tired. "Wangger, where did you go? Come here and make some bean pulp cakes for Mom," Mrs. Chen shouted. Gu Duong hurried into the kitchen to help Gu Yume make the bean pulp cakes together. The family worked busy from early morning until 9:15, finally finishing the 200 jin of bean pulp cakes assigned to their family. The remaining 200 jin of bean pulp cakes were being made by Demu's family. After finishing the cakes, De Gui placed them in baskets and carried them to the workshop one load at a time. Demu also brought his family's prepared cakes. All the cakes were arranged together, filling 10 baskets. Even if villagers came to celebrate, there would be enough to share. There's less than half an hour until the auspicious time. Those who haven't changed clothes, hurry home to put on new ones. Get ready. Today is a big day for our families, Grandma San urged everyone. Mrs. Chen and the others had been busy since early morning and hadn't changed clothes. Hearing this, they hurried home to change. By the time it was 9 o'clock, 30-some people from 7 families had all returned to the workshop, waiting for guests. Old He, De Zhuang, Tu Go, and Sheng Zi's families arrived first, each bringing gifts. Each family brought generous gifts, half a yard of cotton cloth, 20 eggs, and a bag of candies. Grandpa Sen said, "We all live in the same village, no need to bring so many gifts." Old He smiled and said, "Today is Gu Ji's big day. We can't be stingy." Then he handed over his family's gifts. De Shan took the gifts and placed them on a nearby table. Gu Jinan quickly recorded the gifts from Old He's family in a notebook. These are social favors that need to be remembered and repaid later. After recording Old He's gifts, the families of De Zhuang, Tu Go, and Sheng Zi also presented their gifts. "Uncle He, Uncle Lao Yang, and Brother De Zhuang, you all sit over here. When the auspicious time arrives, we will unveil the plaque," Gu Deshan said, guiding them to sit on benches on the left side of the yard. Lao Yang is the grandfather of Sheng Zi. He is of the same generation as old He, old Tian, and village head He, but he is not in good health and usually doesn't go out much. Today, since it's the big day for Gu's workshop opening, he had to come himself as Sheng Zi's grandfather. Grandma San took Cui Shi and the women and children from several families to the right side room. Aunt He, Aunt Lao Yang, Sister De Zhuang, and Sister Go, come sit inside. Let the men chat outside. Yes, yes. Old He's wife, Lao Zhou, bent over and looked a bit shy. Supported by her daughters-in-law, she entered the room. He Lao Yang's wife, Old Fong, held her granddaughter's hand and followed behind the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law of Lao Zhou. He De Zhuang's wife was quite talkative and responded to the third grandmother. Third auntie, we're not really guests. Since you're part of the family, you don't need to entertain us. Just tell us if there's any work to do. The girls from Guzi's family and the other young women are all capable and willing to help. The workshop needed help grinding spices, and He Laogu's family had been helping with chopping firewood and clearing land. After some time, Qinggu Luo Tian's family trusted them more, so they selected a few daughters-in-law from these families to work in the spice grinding workshop. Now, He Laogu's 3 daughters-in-law, He De Zhuang's wife He Yang, He Tugo's wife Tang, and Grandma He Xingzi along with her younger sister, had all signed contracts to work in the workshop. Third grandmother smiled and said, "All right, you can chat with my older sister-in-law first. I'll go outside with Deshan's wife to look around." The older sister-in-law she mentioned was Old Yen. Old Yen was not in good health and had a weak voice, so she sat with the girls and young children in the side room to entertain guests. "Hey, you and Deshan's wife, go ahead and busy yourselves. We'll chat with Aunt Guda," said He De Zhuang's wife, seeing third grandmother and Cui. She then went out to see them off and returned to sit and talk with Old Yen and the others. Gu Yumei was also there, but ignored He Yang and the others. In her eyes, these families were her helpers, and she, as the young lady of the household, felt it was beneath her to sit with them. In the yard, village head, he arrived with He Song and He Jinsheng. "Old brother Gu, congratulations." Village head, he looked at the sign with the big red characters that read grand opening and the Gu family workshop decorated with red cloth.
He felt very proud.
Thinking that Gu's business was doing well and that their own family could benefit, he smiled wider. "This is a small gift from my family. Please accept it, old brother Gu." He Song handed 2 heavy baskets to Gu Deshan, who took them in. Grandpa Sen looked at the baskets in surprise and sighed. "Such a generous gift. Your family really spent a lot." The gift from village head, he was the most generous. 1 basket contained a bolt of cotton cloth, a bolt of cloth, and eggs at the bottom. The other held a jar of wine, 2 packs of candies, and a 2-jin piece of pork. Village head, he waved his hand. "No need to thank me. I just want to see old brother Gu happy. It's my pleasure to spend money on him." Their family had made a good profit from selling tofu and spices from Gu's shop, and they hoped to earn even more in the future. No matter how much they spent on gifts, it was worth it for the family's prosperity. Along with village head He, there were also Wanli He, Old Tian He, Daga He, and Saka He, as well as the family of Hiwazi. Each family brought their congratulatory gifts. The wives of these families also came, including the widow of Hiwazi. Yesterday, they went with village head He and their husbands to sign a contract at Gu Jinli's house, so now they are part of Gu's workshop. Besides these families, He Tishu's family also arrived. Since he didn't go to ask for work from He Guangcai and others, but instead informed village head He indirectly helped Gu's family. Because of this, Gu Jinli's family hired his wife to work in the workshop. Now there are 14 women and children working in Gu's workshop to grind spices. Each person grinds about 2 to 3 jin of spices a day. 14 people can grind around 40 jin, which is a bit short of Gu Jinli's goal of 50 jin. But that's okay. They can take their time to recruit more workers to avoid problems. "Congratulations on opening your workshop, sister-in-law Gu," said old lady Daegu, bringing her 2 daughters-in-law. Behind her, there were 2 daughters-in-law from old Tian's family, Wanli He's wife, Taishu He's wife, and the widow of Hiwazi. A group of women followed third grandma into the right side room. Third grandma talked with them for a while, then took Chui's wife out to work. As the auspicious time approached, more villagers came to offer congratulations. Most of them were from the He family, with 3 families from the Lu family also bringing gifts. Today was a happy day. Third Grandpa didn't want to cause trouble, so he accepted their gifts but gave back gifts that were more valuable than what they brought. Lu Zhensheng and his group felt a bit awkward. They knew Third Grandpa wanted to distance himself from them, making them understand that giving gifts once wouldn't erase the debts owed by the Lu family and others to Qin, Gu, Luo, Tian, and the others. Old brother Gu, we'll head back first. Please stay, no need to see us off. Lu Zhensheng and his group wisely understood that the problem couldn't be solved in one go. After accepting the gifts, they left Gu's workshop. Village head, he saw their awkwardness and felt relieved. He was glad he realized quickly, otherwise, the He family might have been like Lu Gensheng's group, watching Qin, Gu, Luo, Tian, and others get rich while they worried. Everyone, hurry home after the congratulations. Village head, he said to the He family members who came to celebrate. These unhelpful people, after giving gifts, refused to leave, making a fuss. Hearing this, the He family members looked at village head He's stern face, remembered his warning, and quickly said goodbye and left. Not far away, behind the wall of an old earthen house at the end of the village, Granny Mo peeked out. She saw villagers walking back and was startled. She quickly withdrew her head and asked Grandpa Mo, who was hiding at the base of the wall, "Old man, the villagers have all left. Has the Gu family workshop already been officially opened? Are we still going to cause trouble?" Grandpa Mo frowned as he listened. He looked toward the Gu family workshop and said, "The sign hanging on the door is still covered with red cloth. It hasn't been unveiled yet, so there's no need to rush. Let's wait a bit longer."
Wait?
The villagers have left, and we're still going to cause trouble for whom? Of course, for Shang Xiaocai. Grandpa Mo replied, "Today, the Gu family workshop is opening. The girl from the Gu family saved Shang Xiaocai's daughter. The Shang family will definitely come. When they arrive, we'll cause trouble. At that time, the Gu family will want to save face, and will likely pay us some silver money." Their family was hiding here to take advantage of the workshop opening to cause trouble and demand money. That dead girl Chun Yu thinks we can't do anything to her just because she sold herself to the Gu family? Since she's now part of the Gu family, we'll go to them and ask for her bride price. If they don't give it, we'll cause trouble. On the second day of the 3rd lunar month, they heard that Mo Chun Yu had sold herself to the Gu family with He San Laizi and received 6 taels of silver. They were so jealous their eyes turned red. He immediately sent Dolly to He San Laizi's house to ask for money, but He San Laizi not only refused but also beat Dolly up. Chun Yu, that shameless girl, didn't even speak up for Dolly and let He San Laizi hit her father. On the 3rd day of the 3rd lunar month, he sent Granny Mo and 2 daughters-in-law to visit, crying about their family's hardships. But that dead girl was indifferent, and He San Laizi even chased them out with a firewood knife. Having been beaten twice, they realized it was impossible to get money from He San Laizi or Chun Yu. They could only go to the Gu family to ask. But the Gu family was tough, and Gu Xiaoyu, that bratty girl, even dared to threaten him with a knife. They didn't give him any face at all. After thinking it over, Grandpa Mo came up with a plan. On the day the Gu family workshop opened, he would bring his family to cause a scene, crying and making trouble. Since the workshop was busy with many visitors, the Gu family would suffer a loss and give them a bag of silver as compensation. "Granny, later you take Dongyue and Beige to the door. You don't need to go inside the workshop.
Just sit at the door and cry."
Dongyue and Beige were the youngest grandchildren. An old woman crying with 2 small children would surely touch people's hearts. Especially the scholar, old master. These educated men are the ones who dislike seeing women and children suffer. If a scholar sees his wife crying sadly, he might even give her some silver. That means his family will be lucky. Qiuyu, follow your grandma and the others. Don't cry loudly. You need to cry convincingly. When Gu Jinan comes out, pretend to fall and throw yourself at him. Hug him in front of everyone. Once you do that, Gu Jinan will have no choice but to marry you. Not only is the Gu family now wealthy, but Gu Jinan is also studying under Scholar Shang. He's a student, and he will definitely become a scholar in the future. If you marry him, you'll be a scholar's wife, and you won't have to worry about anything for the rest of your life, Old Master Mo said excitedly. Qiu is only 12 years old and not yet of marriageable age, but after fleeing from hardship, she understands many things. Hearing this, she blushed at Gu Jinan's handsome face, nodded shyly, and whispered, "Yes, Grandpa, don't worry.
Qiu won't let you down."
Mother, Qiu is so promising. She'll be a scholar's wife in the future. Mama's whole life depends on her, Mo de Kuei's wife said happily, holding Qiu's hand. She thought the idea her father came up with was wonderful, and they had found such a good match for Qiu. Mother Qiu blushed like a sunset, lowered her head, shy and sweet. She was already imagining herself marrying Gu Jinan, becoming a scholar's wife, maybe even a successful candidate, and going in and out of officials' homes with him. Mo de Yang's wife looked at little Mo Dongyue, who was only 8, and felt uneasy. She wished her own son was a few years older. Father, Mother, stop talking. Look, a mule cart is coming. It looks like it's from Scholar Shang's family. Mo de Kuei, who was watching for news, said quickly when he saw a team of mule carts heading toward the village end. Everyone lie down and stay silent. When Scholar Shang and the others get out of the cart to bring the wedding gifts, you, wife, take the 2 children outside, Old Master Mo ordered. All 13 members of the Mo family crouched at the base of the courtyard wall, waiting for the mule carts from Shang's family to pass by. Clang, clang, the sound of wheels rolling on the dirt road came closer. For mule carts passed by the old mud house where Old Master Mo and his family were hiding, heading toward the Gu family workshop. Behind the 4 mule carts, there were 6 swift horses. On the 6 horses sat 6 people of very different ages, but all lively and energetic. They chatted and, in the blink of an eye, rushed ahead of the carts to the open space in front of the Gu family workshop. Mo de Kuei was very clever. When he saw the 6 people on the fast horses, he worried and said, "Father, who are these people? They seem to have some background. If we go out and cause trouble, will something bad happen?" Mo de Kuei was a little scared. Old Master Mo was also afraid, but he was more afraid of poverty. That thin man on the red horse is probably Shang Xiuzai. Shang Xiuzai's friends are usually important people. There's nothing strange about that. Old Master Mo pushed Mo's wife and said, "Hurry, take the 2 children and cry loudly. Act really sad." Mo's wife hesitated and didn't go out. She said to Old Master Mo, "Old man, the Gu family has a habit of reporting to officials. If we rush out and make trouble, won't we get taken to jail?" Thinking about Hide Kai and Lu Lao San, she felt scared. The Gu family even dared to arrest Lu Lao San and send him to the officials. If she caused trouble, would she have to stay in prison forever? What are you afraid of? We're just going to cry about being unfilial to Chun Yu and about our family's hardships. We're not going to destroy the Gu family's workshop. What can the Gu family do to us? Old Master Mo scolded her first, then lowered his voice. "Wife, don't be afraid. With these important people here, the Gu family won't dare to cause trouble for us. They'll probably come out soon and give you the money. When that happens, just take the silver and come back." He added, "Before you return, pretend to fall down. Push Qiu and make her fall onto Gu Jinan." Old Master Mo said to Mo, Qiu, did you see? The Gu family is getting better and better. You must seize this chance. As long as you get close to Gu Jinan, you'll be close to a big person in the county." After this persuasion, everyone in the Mo family felt excited, and Mo's wife's courage grew stronger. At the Gu family workshop, the 3rd uncle and others heard the sound of a mule cart and knew Shang Xiuzai's family had arrived. They hurried to greet them. When they saw the 6 people on the horses, they were truly surprised. 6 tall horses, with Shang Xiuzai, County Magistrate Jiang Qi, and a middle-aged man who looked like County Magistrate Jiang, probably one of Jiang's sons, were sitting on the horses. The other 2 were a man in his 50s, tall and strong like County Magistrate Jiang, and a man in his 30s, taller than average but with a scholarly air, indicating he was educated. "Brother Gu, long time no see. How have you been lately?" County Magistrate Jiang dismounted first, looked at the third uncle, and said loudly with a smile, "I heard your workshop has opened. I brought my eldest and second sons to visit. Please don't mind us. We'd like to share a drink of water and wine." The workshops of Qin Gu Luo Tian and a few others have opened, but they only invited Scholar Shang, old Dr. Wu from the Hanging Pot Shop, and Dr. Du. They did not invite the Jiang family since the Jiang family is an official family and these common folks find it hard to reach that level. Grandpa Third hurried forward, ready to bow to Officer Jiang, but Officer Jiang stopped him. "Old Brother Gu, our two families are old friends. If you and your younger brother do this, it would be too formal. Whether in Great Chu or the previous dynasty, common people bow when they see officials." Grandpa Third heard this and didn't refuse. He straightened up and smiled, saying, "Then let's just call each other brothers."
Haha, that's right.
Officer Jiang, who has a military background, prefers straightforward people. He doesn't like those who act overly complicated. After talking with Grandpa Third, Officer Jiang looked at Gu Jinli and said, "Little girl, are you in a hurry?" "Don't worry, I remember about the soybean oil." Recently, Officer Jiang had been busy with the county magistrate in the county seat, helping to send disaster victims back to Tianfu County for resettlement, so he hadn't had time to deal with the soybean oil issue, which caused some delays.
But
"I brought two people for you. They're very interested in soybean oil and spices." Officer Jiang called to the two men who had already dismounted. "Fifth brother, Ji, come over. This is the girl from the Gu family I told you about, called you." Gu Jinli, as the younger generation, stepped forward first and bowed to Officer Jiang. "Grandpa Jiang, hello." Then she said to the two men, "Hello, fifth grandpa, Uncle Ji." Lei Fifth looked at Gu Jinli and smiled. "You're that little fish? Not bad, not bad. You look clever." Gu Jinli's lips twitched slightly, and she nodded with a smile. "I am Gu Xiuyu. Just call me Fish, as long as you buy my family's spices and soybean oil." Seeing her twitching lips, Ji also smiled and nodded, greeting her. "Where's the Qin kid? I didn't see him. Is he hiding from me?" Jiang Qi admired Qin Sanling very much and always wanted to bring him to the county office. But ever since they met in the back alley of the county office last time, they hadn't seen him again. He hadn't told her whether he would work at the county office or not. "Big brother, with your bandit-like attitude, who wouldn't be scared?" Zhang Jiao said. Zhang Jiao is the second son of Officer Jiang. He doesn't like joining the army or working at the county office. He manages the family business. Because of the soybean oil matter, Officer Jiang brought him along too. Qin Sanling got up before dawn and kept watch at the Liu family's place, just in case something strange happened today. Now that the auspicious time is approaching and I have just returned, I heard Jiang Qi's voice calling from behind them. "Uncle Jiang, the boy is here." Jiang Qi turned around and saw Qin Sanling, dressed in a black short outfit, bowing with his fists clasped in greeting. He immediately grabbed Jiang Jiao and said, "This is the person your older brother likes. Just look at his build, broad shoulders, a strong waist, and arms. He's clearly a martial artist, made of good material for soldiers." Jiang Jiao looked at Qin Sanling and saw that he was upright and strong, like a pine tree or a solitary peak. He couldn't help but nod. Indeed, he's quite impressive. Hearing his two sons' words, County Magistrate Jiang looked at Qin Sanling and asked, "Does your family have anyone in the army? Farmers usually can't raise children with such sharp and brave qualities." Qin Sanling smiled, showing a small dimple on his face that softened his fierce appearance, and replied, "My father and uncles all served in the army." "That explains it," nodded County Magistrate Jiang, feeling reassured. Gu Jinli, standing behind the third grandfather, said to him, "Grandpa, let's welcome the guests inside first." The third grandfather snapped out of his thoughts and hurriedly said, "Brother Jiang, please come in first. We can talk inside." Yes, inside we go." "I almost forgot to say that," said County Magistrate Jiang, leading Lei Wuya and others, following the third grandfather into the Gu family workshop. As everyone turned to head toward the workshop, Madame Mo, along with Mo Dongyue and Mo Xiangbei, hurriedly rushed over. Behind Madame Mo was Mo Chuyue. Mo Chuyue's walking style was a bit strange. It was unclear who she had learned it from. Despite her young age and small stature, she was already twisting her waist and swinging her arms. Her unsteady, sway-like gait looked quite delicate, like a willow swaying in the wind. Mo Chuyue was also looking behind her, as if searching for someone in the crowd. Gu Jinli followed her gaze and saw her older brother's back of the head, suddenly understanding everything. She silently cursed Mo Chuyue with a rude word and looked at San Laizi, who was guarding at the door, and said, "Your 601 is about to fly away. You and your wife better do something quick." She had told San Laizi and his wife that if the Mo family caused trouble, they would lose a month's wages. San Laizi saw so many important people coming to celebrate at the Gu family workshop and felt overjoyed. His heart was pounding. This wasn't just a good omen. It was like the ancestral grave was on fire. The workshop had just put up a plaque, and the county magistrate, along with his son and son-in-law, had come. That was much more impressive than the Liu family. Thinking about old Master Liu's family, they also opened a few shops. But every time they opened, I never saw the county magistrate personally attend. Usually, Aunt Liu sent someone to deliver a congratulatory gift to show respect for the Liu family. Remembering what the Liu family once told them, if they worked as enforcers and did their jobs well, they might get a chance to meet the county magistrate and work in his office, having a good life. With good days, I'd rather not believe such lies. I actually believed those lies before. I worked for the Liu family for many years, but I never saw a direct relative from the Zhou family. Just thinking about it makes me angry. Now, after working for the Gu family for just half a month, I've already seen the county captain. I can't help feeling excited. Just as I was feeling proud, I suddenly heard Gu Jinli say, "What? Our 600 coins are flying away? That's terrible. Wife, come out quickly. Your family is here." San Laizi shouted to Mo Chunyu working in the yard, grabbed a nearby wooden stick, and ran out of the workshop gate toward Mo's family. Jiang County Magistrate and others heard the noise and looked toward the village road below the workshop. They saw an old woman pulling 2 children and running this way. San Laizi was rushing toward them, and a young woman also ran out of the workshop yard, holding a muddy broom. Gu Jinli smiled and said, "It's okay. That's Mo grandma, here to find her granddaughter and grandson-in-law." Hearing this, Jiang County Magistrate and others smiled and didn't pay further attention to Mo's family. Instead, they happily headed toward the workshop yard. Mo Chuyue saw Gu Jinan also about to follow that group into the yard and anxiously shouted, "Brother!" And from a distance, everyone couldn't hear clearly, but Gu Jinli heard her very well. She initially thought she was mistaken, but it turns out Mo Chuyue really meant it. "Fine, she'll help her. Great-Grandpa San, you go in first. I'll go with San Laizi and his wife to see what's happening," she whispered to Gu Jinan, who was following Deshan, and said softly, "Brother, after you send Jiang County Magistrate and the others inside, come stand at the gate." Gu Jinan frowned but nodded, although he didn't know what she was planning. "Okay." Seeing that he agreed, Gu Jinli quickly ran toward Mo's family. Village head Qin, afraid Gu Jinli might get into trouble, also followed. Village head, he brought Hida Song and He Jin Sheng to greet Jiang County Magistrate as they came out. Although I didn't get a chance to speak with Officer Jiang and the others, I felt very excited inside. I knew the Gu family had truly connected with the officer, and they were about to rise. Our He family has a good relationship with the Gu family, so we could benefit too. Just as I was feeling happy, I suddenly heard Gu Jinli speak and saw Mrs. Mo rush over quickly. I became very anxious, worried something might go wrong. After thinking carefully, I decided not to follow the third grandfather and the others into the house. Instead, I took He Song and hurried down there. At that moment, several groups of people left the Gu workshop and ran towards Mrs. Mo. Even a fool could tell something was wrong. But Officer Jiang and the experienced elders knew some things shouldn't be asked about. They pretended not to notice and cheerfully followed the third grandfather into the workshop. They waited until the third quarter of the day to open the shop and start business. San Laizi ran quickly and reached Mrs. Mo first. He held a big stick and stopped her, shouting, "Old witch, how many times have I told you not to come looking for us or the Qin, Gu, Luo, and Tian families? Are you deaf? You forget every time. Get lost now, or I'll cut you apart." He raised his wooden stick, as if to hit her. Mrs. Mo was no fool either. Seeing that they were near the Gu workshop, she immediately sat down on the ground with Mo Dongyue and Mo Xiangbei and started crying loudly. "Chunyu, my granddaughter, please be kind and help the family. We have no food left. If you don't help, we'll all starve to death."
Boo-hoo.
Mrs. Mo didn't curse anyone. She just cried and begged for sympathy, hoping the Gu family would give them money. Hearing her words, San Laizi spat at her in anger.
Pa.
"Who's your granddaughter? Ever since you took 5 taels of silver from the He family, Chunyu is no longer part of your Mo family. She has nothing to do with you anymore." Mrs. Mo ignored him. When she saw Chunyu come over, she cried directly to her. "Chunyu, my good granddaughter, please help us out. Give some silver to buy food for the family." Then Mrs. Mo pinched Mo Dongyue and Mo Xiangbei, making the children cry loudly. "Sniff, sniff, big sister, please help us. Ask the Gu family for some silver so we can buy food. We have nothing to eat, and we will starve to death."
Boo-hoo.
Mo Dongyue and Mo Xiangbei, following what their family told them, kept crying. Mrs. Mo hugged them, and the 3 of them cried sadly and pitifully. Chunyu was so angry she was trembling all over. All right, now it seems they can't handle the tough approach, so they switched to a softer one. They're still causing trouble on the day the Gu family workshop opens. It looks like they won't stop until they ruin her completely. Old Mo sees Mo Chunyu trembling with anger and feels they've won, so she cries even harder. When tears won't come, she just wails loudly. When Gu Jinli arrives, she sees this scene. She can't hold back and snickers, laughing out loud, which makes old Mo, who is crying happily, start crying even more. Gu Jinli quickly says, "You don't need to pay attention to me. Keep crying. Village chief, he is coming soon." Just then village chief He and He Song rush over, pointing at them and scolding, "Mo family, what are you trying to do? Causing trouble when the Gu family workshop opens. It looks like you don't want to stay in the village anymore. If you really don't want to stay, then leave immediately. Get out of Dafeng village." Old Mo is afraid of village chief He. Hearing this, she shrinks back, but remembers old Mo's instructions. She clenches her thigh hard, tears falling, and cries, "Village chief, we didn't come to cause trouble. Our family is really starving, so we had no choice but to come ask Chunyu for help." She then pleads with Mo Chunyu, "Chunyu, please be kind and help us find a way out. We really have no food left." Gu Jinli interrupts, "What do you mean? Chunyu should help your family? I told you already, Chunyu has nothing to do with you anymore." San Laizi, holding a wooden stick, threatens, "Are you leaving or not? If not, I'll do something." Old Mo ignores San Laizi and just keeps crying about their family's poverty. Today is the day the Gu family workshop opens. Some members of the He family, who haven't come to congratulate, are carrying gifts to the village's edge. When they see old Mo and others sitting on the ground crying miserably, they all stop. Mo Chiyue takes the chance to come over, supporting old Mo, and says, "Grandma, let's go home first. Big sister is having a hard time too. We shouldn't cause her more trouble." She speaks with a choked voice, tears streaming down her face, looking both pitiful and considerate of Mo Chunyu. Gu Jinli almost can't help clapping for her. Her acting skills are impressive. She underestimated her. Gu Jinli appreciates her acting for a while, then turns to leave. Mo Chiyue hurriedly stops her, asking, "Little fish sister, are you going back? Is she going to call Gu Jinli out? Little fish sister? Who are you calling sister? Don't make her uncomfortable." Gu Jinli turned around and saw Mo Chiyue looking at her with a worried face, her eyes drifting behind her as if she saw something surprising, showing a look of happiness. Gu Jinli followed her gaze and saw Gu Jinan standing at the workshop door, looking in their direction. Haha, the test was successful. No need to doubt anymore. Mo Chiuyue definitely has feelings for Gu Jinan. Since that's the case, Gu Jinli quietly whispered to Qin Sanlang beside her. Qin Sanlang frowned but did not object. He turned and waved at San Laizi. San Laizi immediately ran over obediently. Brother Qin, what's the matter? San Laizi had been hit twice by Qin Sanlang and was afraid to disobey him. Qin Sanlang pulled San Laizi close and whispered a few words in his ear. Laizi's eyes lit up, and he turned to Long Ma, saying, "Village chief, are you going to handle that old lady? If not, I might have to do something myself." Village chief, he was also annoyed that Mo family was not being sensible. Hearing this, he told San Laizi, "Take Mo Chunyu and the old woman away. Don't let her cry here and ruin the happy occasion of the Gu family." Okay, got it. San Laizi was waiting for this order. He threw down his wooden stick and rushed toward Mo's wife. Mo's wife struggled and shouted, "What do you want to do? Let go of me." "I won't go, I won't." San Laizi wouldn't let her go. He called Mo Chunyu over, and the couple, along with Mo's grandmother and son San, started pulling and tugging. Mo's wife was old and no match for San Laizi and Mo Chunyu. She quickly called Mo Chiuyue, "Come help." If they were taken away, their plan would fall apart. Mo Chiuyue didn't want to go help. Her task was just to cry convincingly, waiting for Gu Jinan to come and take her. But if they were driven away, their plan for today would fail, and she wouldn't be able to marry Gu Jinan. Gu Jinan was standing at the workshop door watching. He even came down, probably seeing them crying so sadly and coming over to mediate. At this critical moment, she absolutely couldn't be driven away. Mo Chiuyue hurried forward, grabbed Mo Chunyu's hand, and tried to pull her away. "Big sister, let go. You're being unfilial." "Unfilial? Your mother's unfilial. How dare you call my wife unfilial? I'll beat you up," San Laizi shouted, raising his fist and aiming it at Mo Chiuyue's face. Mo Chiuyue wanted to attract Gu Jinan's attention with her face, so she couldn't let her face get hurt. She screamed and quickly dodged, but she didn't realize someone had tripped her from behind. She lost her balance and fell toward San Laizi. With a loud thud, Mo Chiuyue fell heavily onto San Laizi. San Laizi took the chance to hold her, rolling on the ground while shouting loudly, "Hey, you little girl, you're too shameless, throwing yourself at your own brother-in-law. Get up quickly. I have a wife, and you better not try to take advantage of me." But even as he said this, his hands were grabbing Mo Chiuyue's clothes, preventing her from getting up. Nearby, villagers who had come to congratulate the Gu family with gifts could clearly see them together, and they started shouting, "Oh my goodness. I didn't expect Mo's second granddaughter to be so fierce, actually throwing herself at her brother-in-law. That's so shameless." Back in their hometown, what kind of work did Mo's family do? How did they raise such a daughter? Everyone is eyeing San Laizi. Is it poor upbringing or bad eyesight? Mo Chiuyue was already scared stiff. Hearing the villagers' words, she immediately started crying and shouting, "That's not true. That's not true. I didn't like him. I liked." Before she could finish, San Laizi kissed her on the face with a loud smacking sound, stopping her from speaking further.
Montag Q was stund.
Did San Laizi just kiss her?
Ah.
Mo Chiuyue screamed and quickly scrambled to get up from San Laizi, trembling as she vigorously wiped her right cheek with a handkerchief. Mo's wife was so frightened she nearly fainted. When she regained her senses, she cried out, "You shameless scoundrel. How dare you take advantage of my granddaughter? I'll kill you." Mo's wife reached out her hands to scratch San Laizi's face, trying to tear him apart. Seeing her chasing after him, San Laizi turned to chase Mo Chiuyue, shouting, "Old hag, it was your Mo Chiuyue who threw herself at me. If you want to blame someone, blame your own girl." Mo Chiuyue saw San Laizi chasing her and hurriedly ran to the side. Mo's wife was so frightened she stopped immediately, saying to San Laizi, "Stop. Stop chasing my Chiuyue. I won't chase you anymore." Hearing this, Mo Chunyu quickly pulled San Laizi aside and said, "Stop making trouble." She glared sharply at San Laizi, unhappy that he deliberately held onto Mo Chuyue. Fearing she would be angry, San Laizi quickly whispered in her ear, "Mo's family is too difficult to deal with. This is the only way to keep them at bay." Brother Qin said that Mo's parents were supportive of Mo Chuyue and that a young lady cares about her reputation. As long as he acted shamelessly and kept pestering Mo Chuyue, Mo's family wouldn't dare come to trouble them. Now it seems this method really works. As he clung to Mo Chuyue, Mo's wife was afraid. Mo Chuyue saw San Laizi stop chasing her and fall to the ground with a thud, crying loudly. Why is it different from what Grandpa said? The person hugging her should be Brother Jinan, but now it's San Laizi? Mo's wife saw Mo Chuyue crying and thought their plans had failed. She felt very sad and sat on the ground crying loudly. Oh, why is our family's life so hard? No matter what they plan, it always goes wrong. Earlier, the situation with Chunyu was the same. Things looked like they would work out, but San Laizi ruined it. Today's problem is the same. What kind of troublemaker is San Laizi? Why does he keep causing problems for our Mo family? Village head, he looked at the messy scene and shouted angrily, "Shut up. Why are you crying? If you cry again, get out of the village." He was tired and annoyed. What does the Mo family want? Why do they always cause trouble? Can't they just live peacefully? Mo's wife was also angry about their failure and stood up shouting, "Shut up. My daughter Chuyue has suffered so much, and you want me to stay silent? I tell you, if we don't get justice today, our Mo family won't give up." Village head, he was frightened by Mo's wife's sudden anger. Gu Jinli, however, was not afraid of Mo's wife and said to Village head, from what Grandma Mo says, it seems she wants San Laizi to marry Chuyue. Let's call Grandpa Mo and settle this marriage. Since they've already hugged and kissed, they should get married. Gu Jinli's words hit like a thunderbolt, making everyone stunned. Mo's wife and Mo Chuyue were both anxious. Mo's wife pointed at Gu Jinli and said, "You brat, what are you talking about? When did I say Chuyue should marry San Laizi? He's just a troublemaker. He's not worthy of my daughter Chuyue."
Bah.
Her two granddaughters had already been involved with San Laizi. If she lost another, she'd be so angry she might jump into the river. Gu Jinli smiled and said, "Your Mo Chuyue is already hugging and kissing San Laizi. If she doesn't marry him, who else can she marry? If she doesn't marry San Laizi, she can only marry a widower and become someone's stepmother. Don't blame her for speaking harshly. It's because Mo Chuyue was looking for trouble herself. She was dreaming about someone she shouldn't." The villagers nearby supported her, saying, "Yes, Aunt Mo, your Chuyue has already been kissed by San Laizi. She should marry him. Pick a date quickly and get her married." Congratulations again to San Laizi. I didn't expect it, San Laizi. You're quite lucky. Before, you couldn't marry a wife, but now you married two. That's really good luck. San Laizi was polite and said to the villagers, "Thank you. Thank you. It's because my in-laws value me. But my wife Chunyu treats me very well, so I don't dare to marry another wife. Just a concubine will do." Mo Chuyue nearly fainted when she heard this. She looked at San Laizi, who was dressed in rough gray cloth clothes, very thin, with a hunched chest. She almost vomited. She grabbed Mo Laupa's hand and cried, "Grandma, I don't want to marry San Laizi as a concubine. Let's go, hurry home, pretend nothing happened." Gu Jinli smiled and said, "Since it's all out in the open, everyone saw it. How can we pretend nothing happened?" Mo Chuyue was very scared. She turned around and glared at Gu Jinli, pointing at her. "Gu Siu, you brat. Don't talk nonsense. Are you trying to push me to my death? If she married San Laizi as a concubine, she might as well die." Gu Jinli stepped in front of Mo Chuyue, grabbed her finger, and twisted it hard. Mo Chuyue cried out in pain, looking at Gu Jinli with a frightened expression. What made her even more scared was what happened next. Gu Jinli leaned close and whispered in her ear, "This time was just a small lesson. Put away your little thoughts. If you dare to think about my family again, next time it won't be just about making you a concubine for San Laizi. Her voice was very low. Only Mo Chiyue could hear clearly. Mo Chiyue stared blankly at Gu Jinli for a moment, then rolled her eyes and fainted. Chiyue, what's wrong? Wake up quickly, don't scare Grandma. Mo Laupa held Mo Chiyue and looked up at Gu Jinli, angrily asking, You wicked girl. What did you say to Chiyue? Why did she faint out of nowhere? Gu Jinli grinned and said, I didn't say much. I just said our family would pay for San Laizi's wedding banquet. She got so happy she fainted. Mo Laupa couldn't believe her words. Now she had lost face, and her granddaughter was fainted. She was so frightened she was at a loss. She didn't bother with Gu Jinli and shouted to the dirt house where old Master Mo and others were hiding, Old man, come out quickly. Chiyue fainted. Hurry and carry her back. Old Master Mo, hearing this, almost wanted to strangle Mo Laupa. Silly woman. This time, you're going to ruin our Mo family. Mo Dolly was panicked and grabbed Old Master Mo's hand, saying, If we go out, we'll lose face. Old Master Mo was also flustered, but he was usually selfish. Seeing that things were exposed, he quickly said, We can't go out. If we do, village chief, he won't forgive us. He looked around and pointed to a drainage ditch behind them, saying, Let's go this way. We'll go home first. If village chief he asks, we'll say we don't know. Your mother went to the Gu family workshop on her own. Just as they were about to run away, village chief he's voice came from nearby. Mo family, if you dare to run, Mo Chiyue will be forced to be a concubine for San Laizi, even if it kills her. Hearing Mo's wife's words, village chief, he was both angry and furious. Today, the entire Mo family came to cause trouble, trying to embarrass the Gu family. Since the He family had just gotten rich through the Gu family, Mo's family dared to cause trouble for them. If he didn't punish Mo's family harshly, he wouldn't be called He. Ditsong, go and bring them out. Village chief he ordered directly to He Ditsong, who was in charge of catching people at the old mud house. Okay. He Ditsong hurried over, and some villagers who liked to watch the fun also went to see. Old Master Mo couldn't face this shame. When he saw He Ditsong and the others coming, he wanted to run away, but was held back by Mo Daku and his wife. Mo Daku's wife cried, Father, you can't leave. If you do, Chiyue will be taken by village chief He to be a concubine for San Laizi. Their Mo family had escaped famine, with no strong backing or support. Since Chiyue had openly hugged San Laizi, if village chief he caught this and forced her to marry San Laizi as a concubine, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Mo Daku also begged old Master Mo, Dad, please, you care about Chiyue. Stay and save her. Old Master Mo wanted to struggle, but He Ditsong and the others arrived. Old Master Mo, come with me. My father is waiting for you, He Ditsong said. Villagers who came to watch also said, Old Master Mo, stop hiding. Come out quickly. We all saw you. Old Master Mo's face was burning with shame. He could only lower his head, cover his face, and lead his family to follow He Ditsong toward village chief He. Village chief, the Mo family approached village chief He. Mo Dolly negotiated with him because old Master Mo couldn't face speaking now. Village chief he didn't bother with words and directly told old Master Mo, 5 taels of silver. Hand over 5 taels. Your granddaughter's matter is settled. Why should we give you 5 taels? Chiyue is the one who's been wronged.
Madame Montag Daku was furious.
She looked at her unconscious daughter, thinking about the hardships her daughter had suffered, and she was so angry that tears fell. Her daughter Chiyue was supposed to marry Gu Jin and to become a scholar's wife. Now, because of the trouble caused by San Laizi, that marriage was ruined, and their family's reputation was damaged. The Mo family hadn't even settled accounts with San Laizi yet, so why should they pay him?
No.
He Xuanzhong said to San Laizi, Today is a good day for marriage. You should bring the second granddaughter of the Mo family home now. Thank you, village chief, San Laizi said, rubbing his hands eagerly as he walked toward the unconscious Mo Chiyue. Madame Mo de Kue was so scared, she threw herself onto her daughter and shouted at Hsiu and Zhang. Yes, 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 our family will give it. Their family was not as poor as it seemed. They had 5 taels of silver, which they still kept. Her father-in-law was clever and had hidden some savings, and the family's food and expenses, including some costs during their escape, were all paid for by Mo Kuezi's family. The truly poor family was Mo Kuezi's. Old Master Mo was so angry when he heard Madame Mo de Kue's words that he almost wanted to choke her. But today's shame was already enough, and there were 4 villagers watching nearby. Old Master Mo didn't want to lose face again. He trembled and took a small purse from inside his clothes, took out 5 taels of broken silver, and handed it to Mo de Kue. Mo de Kue quickly took the silver and handed it to Hsiu and Zhang. Hsiu and Zhang took the silver, waved his hand impatiently, and said to the Mo family, "Hurry home. Seeing you makes me upset. Remember this lesson today. If there's a next time, it won't be just about paying money." The Mo family suffered a big loss and lost face. They didn't dare stay any longer. Seeing the village chief release the people, Old Master Mo immediately turned and left. Mo de Yong and his wife pulled their daughter Mo Dongyu, took their eldest son Mo Jiang Qi, and hurriedly followed Old Master Mo de Li glared at Mo Chunyu, angry that she didn't help her family. But Mo Chunyu snorted coldly, turned her head away, and ignored him. Mo de Li was very annoyed but didn't dare scold her in front of village chief He. He could only turn and leave. Madame Mo and Mo de Kue helped the unconscious Mo Chiuyu, Mo de Kue and Mo Xiang Bei and Nan, and left in a dejected way. Village chief He said to Gu Jinli, "Xiao Yu, don't worry. With today's lesson, their family won't dare cause trouble for your family again." He then handed her the 5 taels of silver. Gu Jinli refused. "This silver is hard for my family to take. Village chief, you should keep it for the village." When village chief He saw she wouldn't accept the gift, he put the silver away and said to He16 and the others carrying congratulatory gifts, "The Gu family workshop has visitors. Please deliver the gifts and then take some bean cakes home. The Gu family won't forget your kindness. Commander Jiang personally came here. He doesn't want the villagers to be rude and disturb the officer." He16 said, "Village chief, don't worry. We are sensible people. We'll deliver the gifts and then leave." He called out to those carrying gifts, saying, "Hurry up, follow me to deliver the gifts. After that, we need to get back to work." "Okay." The other 3 villagers immediately followed He16. He16 is one of the few well-off families in the He family, but he does hard work, mainly finding stones. Stones were very important in ancient times, used for making millstones and building houses. But stones are heavy, and if not careful, they could crush someone. He16 became wealthy because, when he was young, he found a strange stone that a rich man saw and bought for 100 silver coins. He was so shocked he was speechless. He kept that stone because he thought it looked nice and didn't want to throw it away. Unexpectedly, it made him a lot of money. Later, He16 learned that wealthy people in the city liked to place strange stones in their study or yard. These odd stones were worth much more than large chunks of stone. Over the years, He16 searched for big stones to sell to stone yards and looked for rare stones to make more money. But luck only comes once in a lifetime. After that, he never found another special stone. He kept searching with his brothers and cousins. Now that he's older, doing such dangerous work is too tiring. He wants to find a safer job for his family, so he came to the Gu family workshop to give gifts. Village chief He and the others also headed toward the Gu family workshop. Qin Sanlang and Gu Jinli walked at the back. Soon, everyone returned to the workshop. Gu Jinan hurried to greet them. After greeting village chief she went to Gu Jinli and asked Little Fish, "What about the Mo family?" Gu Jinli looked at Gu Jinan and smiled mischievously. "Big brother, spring is here, and your peach blossoms are blooming. But the flowers are too sparse. I plucked some for you." Gu Jinan, being clever, frowned for a moment and then understood what Gu Jinli meant. His face turned red with anger. The Mo family really has no sense of propriety. No wonder Mo Chuyue kept looking this way. She had such intentions. Just thinking about it makes him feel sick. Little fish, don't worry. Big brother will be more careful in the future. Although Gu Jinan is already 15, he does not plan to marry early. Instead, he wants to study hard for a few more years, pass the imperial exam as a scholar, and then consider marriage after turning 20. Due to the wild scholars of the previous dynasty, many talented people in Dacha marry late. Some only settle down at 30. Suddenly, the sound of mule carts approaching came from behind. Gu Jinli turned around and saw Jiyu, immediately smiling. Uncle Jiyu, you've arrived. Yes, we're here. Hope we didn't come too late. Jiyu stopped the mule cart. Old Dr. Wu, Dr. Du Xixing, and Du Dingtang got off. Gu Jinli smiled and said, No, you're not late. Our workshop hasn't even hung the sign yet. It's good you're not late. If you missed the auspicious time, I'd be to blame, old Dr. Wu said. Hearing Wu Lao Daifu's voice, Gu Dashan hurried out. Dr. Wu, Dr. Du, you've arrived. Please come in. Everyone's waiting for you. We'll come right away, Dr. Wu said to Jiyu. Bring down the wedding gifts from the cart and take them to the yard. Okay, Jiyu responded, carrying 2 baskets wrapped with red paper on a pole into the yard. Gu Jinli saw what was inside the baskets and felt very happy. Grandpa Wu, your gifts really saved us from a big problem. The 2 baskets contained several iron mortar grinders and copper pestles. These are used to grind medicinal herbs into powder, which she needs for making fragrances. However, Dachu also controls these items. Unless you own a pharmacy, it's hard to buy them. Wu Lao Daifu knew this, so he brought them as a gift. Old Dr. Wu waved his hand and smiled. Not much, but your family probably still needs some. I can help buy them for you. Gu Jinli quickly said, Thank you, Grandpa Wu. With his words, they no longer worried about buying iron mortar grinders. Don't thank me. It's already 3/4 past noon, and the auspicious time has come. Let's go inside and hang the sign, old Dr. Wu said decisively. He quickly entered Gu's workshop. After greeting the officials passing by, they began worshipping heaven and ancestors, and then hung the sign. And Gur, Xiaoyu, San Lang, go stand at the back. Third grandma pointed out a spot for them. Okay, Gu Jinli and the 2 boys moved behind the adults, standing with some children from other families. He Shirlu and others, who happened to stay behind, joined in hanging the sign. When they learned that the elderly man in a black brocade robe was Jiang County Magistrate, they were so excited they couldn't contain themselves. Grandpa Third entrusted the matter of offering wine to heaven to Officer Jiang. Officer Jiang accepted the task without hesitation. He picked up a wine cup placed on the incense table and spoke a short message, announcing to heaven and the ancestors of each family that the Qin, Gu, Luo, and Tian families had started workshops, asking for their protection. After speaking, he poured each of the 9 cups of wine onto the ground. Once the wine was poured, everyone bowed 3 times to the incense table. After the bows, Officer Jiang led everyone to the workshop gate, holding a red cloth tied to a rope. He shouted, The Gu family workshop is now open. He then pulled the rope, and the red cloth covering the sign fell, revealing the large characters Gu family workshop written in a lively style. This workshop was a joint effort by the Qin, Gu, Luo, and Tian families. Since the Gu family had the most members and the yard was bought by Gu Jinli's family, they named it Gu Family Workshop. The Qin, Luo, and Tian families agreed to the name. Old Brother Gu, congratulations on your workshop opening. Business will surely be prosperous and customers will come in droves, said village chief He to Grandpa Third. Grandpa Third smiled and nodded politely. Thanks for your kind words, village chief. He 16 and others also offered their congratulations. After the greetings they left, but they were still very excited. Officer Jiang and the others had helped unveil the sign together. After they left, Officer Jiang turned to Gu Jinli and said, Little girl, go check on your spices. We're all curious. He then looked at Lei Wuya nearby, clearly implying, hurry up. The main guest is right here. Show him the good stuff. Don't let him down. Gu Jinli understood well and said to Lei Wuya, Grandpa Wuya, let's go see how the spices are made. She called over Jiang Qi and the others, giving each of them 2 ounces of herbs to start making the seasoning spices. Since they had signed a contract on March 12th, these 4 days they had been visiting Gu Jinli's home daily to learn how to grind spices. Now they were quite skilled. When Gu Jinli gave the order, they took the herbs and tools and began grinding. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the house was filled with the sound of grinding herbs. Some herbs were hard and needed to be hammered with an iron hammer, which had been custom-made at the iron shop. After a few hits, the hard herbs were broken into smaller pieces and then placed into a stone grinder. The stone grinders varied in size. Tough herbs were put into the large grinder. Someone stepped on the wooden lever of the grinder, crushing the herbs with each press. Once the herbs were ground into powder, they were transferred to a smaller stone grinder and carefully ground with a stone pestle. After grinding, put the ingredients through a fine sieve. Once sieved, grind them 2 more times and sieve again until fully prepared. When Hyang and her team finish grinding the herbs, Gu Jinli points to the 8 herbs in the 8 wooden bowls and says, "Mix these herbs in certain proportions, then fry them to make seasoning spices." That's how the flavoring is made. She takes out 3 packets of seasoning spices and hands them to Grandpa Lei. "Grandpa Lei, try this. This is my homemade spice blend. The one labeled Wu is for the 5 blessing spice, made from 5 herbs. The Lu is for the 6 blessings, made from 6 herbs, and the Ba is for the 8 blessings, made from 8 herbs." Grandpa Lei takes the 3 packets, places them on the table, and opens each one. He and Ji taste a bit of the spices. As soon as the spices enter their mouths, a fresh, fragrant flavor fills the entire mouth, something they have never tasted before. Among the 3, the 8 blessings spice has the best taste. Grandpa Lei looks at Ji and asks, "How is it? Any conflicts with your body?" Hearing this, Gu Jinli realizes that Ji understands medicine.
Agiri place, no conflicts, no harm.
It's good for health, and eating it regularly can help remove cold and dampness from the body. He pauses and adds, "It's very suitable for people over there. They will like it." Hearing this, Gu Jinli's eyes light up. There might be a good business opportunity. But Grandpa Lei doesn't agree immediately. Instead, he says, "Today we brought some beef, lamb, and rabbit. The roasted meat is very delicious. It's almost noon, so let's eat first, then discuss." Beef, lamb, and rabbit? Gu Jinli thinks for a moment and realizes they plan to test the spices on the spot. "All right, let's have some roasted beef and lamb today." County Magistrate Jiang laughs loudly and says to the 3rd grandfather, "Gu Lao, let's bother you to come over for a meal. This is a workshop, a place for work, so it's not suitable for roasting meat here." "Okay, I'll go to my house." The 3rd grandfather agrees, then invites Head Village He, old Dr. Wu, and Dr. Du's family. Head Village, he wants to have a meal with Jiang County Magistrate and his family, so he doesn't refuse and follows Qingu Luo Tian's family to Gu Jinli's house with a large group. Meanwhile, Old Pot He and Big Zhuang He stay behind at the workshop to continue working, grinding beans and spices. The 2 who signed sell your body contracts, Mo Chun Yu and another, are responsible for guarding the workshop. The workshop is close to Gu Jinli's house, and soon they arrive there. Jiang County officer was not polite. As soon as he entered Gu Jinli's courtyard, he immediately shouted at the 2 men driving the cart, "Kunzi, Chuan, bring all the cattle, sheep, and rabbits from the mule cart inside." "Okay." Kunzi and Chuan jumped down from the mule cart and carried out the cattle, sheep, and rabbits. The cattle had already been slaughtered, with half a head remaining. The sheep were alive, 2 of them, and there were about 20 rabbits, packed in a large wooden cage. Besides the cattle, sheep, and rabbits, Kunzi also brought down a face-sized, sun-dried piece of meat that was gray with a reddish tint. Qin Sanling glanced at it and recognized it as horse meat, which deepened his suspicion about Lei Wuya and Ji's identities. Horses were military supplies. In Dechu, they were strictly ordered to be slaughtered. Only in places outside Dechu, where horses were not in short supply, would people kill horses for meat. Old Qin tugged at his clothes from behind, signaling him not to stare at the horse meat and to pretend he didn't recognize it. The moment Qin Sanling's clothes were tugged, He looked away. Next to him, Gu Qingliang was amazed at how much beef, mutton, and rabbit meat Lei Wuya and his men had brought. Grandpa Wuya is really generous. He just gave us so much meat. I've never eaten beef or mutton before. I wonder if it's good. Qin Sanlang took the opportunity to agree. Back in my hometown in the northwest, we eat lamb soup in winter. It tastes pretty good, and it makes your whole body warm. Gu Qingliang envied him. Sanlang, you really have good days. You can still eat lamb soup in winter. My family only eats pork stew with cabbage. I come from a poor family too. My father and uncles are soldiers, and we get military pay, Qin Sanlang replied. After saying this, he stopped talking. But A.G. still looked at him. This was the second time A.G. had looked at Qin Sanlang. Qin Sanlang noticed his gaze, turned around and grinned at him, showing a faint dimple, looking like a sunny boy. A.G. smiled back and nodded. Soon after, Kunzi and a Chuan carried the cattle, sheep, and rabbits into the workshop courtyard. Gu Qingliang and Gu Qingtian, who had never eaten beef or mutton, were eager to try. When they saw Kunzi carrying half a cow in, they immediately ran into the main hall and moved a table outside. With a bang, Kunzi placed the half cow on the table, drew a bone knife from his waist, and began to cut the meat, saying, "This cow's bones are good stuff. We can use them to make beef bone soup. It'll taste great. I'll go boil some water," Gu Jinli said, rushing into the kitchen. In the kitchen, Grandma San, Cui, Gu Jinxiu, Yan, and Chu were already preparing the food. The smell of fried meat filled the air. "Mother, I want to use an iron pot to make beef bone soup." Cui pointed to the iron pot in the back and said, "Use this pot." Gu Jinli immediately washed the pot, poured in more than half a pot of water, added a piece of 2 large star anise and a cinnamon stick, then started the fire and waited for the beef bones. Gu Jinxiu said, "Little fish, I can start the fire. You go play." Gu Jinxiu didn't like noisy crowds. She was already 15, a young lady, so she stayed in the kitchen to help. "Okay, big sister, you start the fire. I'll go get the beef bones," Gu Jinli said, then ran out of the kitchen. Just as she was leaving, she saw Luo Wu carrying a bucket of beef bones. He smiled at Gu Jinli and said, "Little fish, Uncle Kunzi has cleaned the beef bones. I brought them to you." He didn't let Gu Jinli take the bucket, but carried it into the kitchen himself. Seeing Gu Jinxiu sitting quietly by the stove, burning the fire, his heart softened. "Brother Wu, give me the beef bones." Chu saw Luo Wu staring at Gu Jinxiu as soon as he entered the kitchen. She quickly walked over, took the bucket from him, and carried the beef bones to the last stove, placing them in the pot piece by piece. Soon, she handed the bucket back to Luo Wu. "The kitchen is busy and chaotic. If you're not doing anything, don't squeeze in here. We still have work to do." Luo Wu didn't say anything. He looked at Chu, and then turned to leave. Gu Jinli frowned as she watched. Could it be that the Luo family never came to propose marriage because Chu was dissatisfied with Gu Jinxiu? She looked at Gu Jinxiu, who seemed calm, not blushing, shy, or sad. She relaxed. No matter what the Luo family thought, as long as her sister wasn't interested, she wasn't worried. Luo Wu liked her sister, and her sister hadn't done anything to provoke him. Now her family was getting better and better. Her sister wouldn't have trouble getting married. Gu Jinli put aside thoughts about Luo Wu and Gu Jinxiu and stayed in the kitchen to help cook. Outside, the children from several families returned home, bringing tables, stools, bowls, and chopsticks, preparing to eat at Gu Jinli's house. Meh, meh. A few sheep bleated, and Ah Chuan quickly slaughtered 2 sheep, skinned and gutted them smoothly. In just 15 minutes, he had prepared both sheep perfectly. He then used dry firewood from the yard to build 2 fires, set up 2 racks, and tied the sheep meat onto the racks with wire, beginning to roast the whole sheep. Kunzi is more skilled than Ah Chuan. They prepared 3 fires, 1 for roasting beef, 1 for roasting rabbit meat, and 1 for roasting horse meat. The horse meat is dried, so before roasting, it must be soaked in hot water. Luo Huanyang loves eating it and cheerfully offered, "Uncle Kunzi, I'll help you wash that piece of meat." "Okay." Kunzi handed the horse meat to Luo Huanyang. She held the meat with both hands and happily ran to the kitchen. Next to them, Guiwame looked down on her with disdain, thinking they act like they've never eaten meat before. It's embarrassing for their families. Guiwame felt mixed emotions, happy that her family's workshop had opened with important guests like Jiang County Magistrate visiting, but also annoyed that Zhang's family didn't come. She dressed up beautifully today to entertain the scholar's wife, but since Zhang's wife didn't show up, she felt uncomfortable. Gu Dexing was nervous, frequently glancing at Shang's scholar sitting in the yard talking with Grandpa San and others. He wanted to go talk to him but was embarrassed because Shang's scholar clearly said he wouldn't take him as a student. He couldn't bring himself to approach him again. Gu Duong pulled Gu Defra aside, eating bean paste pancakes while watching Kunzi and Achuan roast beef, lamb, and rabbit meat. When Gu Dexing wasn't paying attention, he stuck out his tongue at him and made a silly face, saying, "Lulu, you cowardly Gu, only bullying us at home. Why don't you go talk to Shang's scholar?" Hearing this whisper, Gu Dexing turned to look at Gu Duong, who was watching the kids gather around the fire to see the roasting meat. He frowned, wondering if he had misheard. Kunzi and Achuan were busy flipping the beef, lamb, and rabbit meat, working hard. Gu Jinli poured 3 kinds of spices into 3 wooden bowls, then added oil and boiling water. She placed the bowls on a small stool beside Kunzi and Achuan and said, "Uncle Kunzi, Uncle Achuan, the spices are here. Just brush them on." "Okay," they replied and continued roasting the meat. Both Kunzi and Achuan were experts at roasting beef and lamb. After about half an hour, they finished roasting the beef, lamb, 10 rabbits, and that piece of horse meat. Grandma San and a few women, including Chui, prepared the dishes and brought them out on wooden trays. "Meal is ready. Meal is ready," Grandma San called out. She and the women arranged the dishes on the table in bowls. Men ate in the yard, and women ate inside the main hall. The meal was abundant, including crispy fried meat, meatballs, crystal sweet and sour pork, stir-fried pork, and braised chicken. These were the essential dishes. Gu Jinli knew that Shang Xiaocai would come, so she prepared dishes he liked, such as chicken soup with fried bean sprouts, meat sauce rice noodles, grilled fish on an iron plate, and tofu skin spring rolls. The main staples were plain rice porridge and bean pulp pancakes. Bean pulp pancakes were new to Jiang County Magistrate and his family, and all 3 of the Jiang family ate quite a lot. Lei Wuwu and AG also ate, but they were thinking about roasted beef and lamb. As soon as the meal started, they asked Kunzi and Achuan to bring out the roasted beef, lamb, and rabbit meat, which they cut and ate eagerly. When the lamb seasoned with fragrant spices was first tasted, Lei Wuwu's eyes lit up. "Fifth Lord, this is roasted with Lu Fu spices," Achuan said nearby. Lei Wuwu remembered this and also tasted rabbit meat, horse meat, and beef roasted with Wu Fu spices. He nodded constantly and said to Jiang County Magistrate, "Third brother, you really found a good thing for me. If these 3 spices were sold outside the Longshan Mountains, they could make a big profit." Hearing Lei Wuwu's words, the grandfather and others relaxed their worries, and everyone happily finished the meal. Lei Wuwu, like Jiang County Magistrate, was straightforward. After eating, he immediately asked Gu Jinli Siyu, "How much do you sell your 3 spices for?" Knowing he was a major customer, Gu Jinli didn't dare to delay and quickly replied, "Wu Fu spice is 500 won per jin, Lu Fu spice is 600 won per jin, and Ba Fu spice is 800 won per jin." Lei Wu chuckled. "Your prices match the spice names? Are you trying to fool Grandpa Wu?" Gu Jinli smiled. "You are our workshop's big customer. No one dares to cheat you." Lei Wu already knew from Jiang County Magistrate that Gu Jinli's family sold spices at 500 won per jin for Wu Fu. The other 2 spices, Lu Fu and Ba Fu, were much better in flavor and worth the price. He didn't think the price was high. Outside of Great Chu, these 3 spices could sell for at least 2 taels of silver per jin. The price Gu Jinli offered was not a problem for their trading team. Lei Wu said, "All right, the price isn't high. We'll buy all 3 spices. Each type, initially, we want 800 jin." When everyone heard this, they were all shocked. Leiwu, did you say each spice needs 800 gene? The grandfather's voice trembled. Each 800 gene meant over 2,000 gene of spices. How much profit would they make? He couldn't even do the math anymore. Master Lei Wu smiled and said, Old Brother Gu, you heard right. Each type of seasoning spice needs 800 gene. If the timing hadn't been so tight, he would have wanted each type to be 1,000 gene, but he was worried that the Gu workshop couldn't produce that much seasoning spice in time. Gu Jinli's eyes sparkled. As expected of a big client, he was so generous with his orders. Grandpa Wu, when will you pick up the goods? Gu Jinli asked, focusing on this important detail. Master Lei Wu replied, we need to leave before May. At the latest, by April 26th, you must have the goods ready for us. Our people need a few days to inspect the products. Although Ji said these spices wouldn't cause any issues, and they had tried them without feeling unwell, they had only tasted today's batch. Who knew what the next batch of spices would be like? So, careful inspection was necessary. That's reasonable, Gu Jinli said, calculating the time. After confirming that their workshop could produce this batch of spices, she said, we accept this business. Our workshop will ensure the goods are ready by April 26th. Seeing her agree, Master Lei Wu smiled and said, all right, let's sign the contract now. Ji, who was used to writing such documents, quickly drafted 2 contracts and placed them on the table for Master Lei Wu and the Gu workshop team to review. Gu Jinli looked over the contracts, saw they were identical and that the terms were fair, then nodded and said, the contract is fine. Grandpa Wu and his team will pay us a 30% deposit first. On the day of pickup, they will pay the remaining 70%. If we can't deliver on time, or if the spices are found to be defective, the deposit will be refunded, and no further compensation is needed. The contract was mostly in their favor. It seemed that Master Lei Wu had a good relationship with Officer Jiang, or he wouldn't have gone to such lengths to accommodate him. All right, let's sign the contract quickly. Qinsher couldn't wait and called out. She was glared at sharply by Third Madam and quickly shut her mouth. Master Lei Wu smiled and said, okay, let's sign. Ji took out the ink pad and placed it on the table, saying, Master Wu is the buyer. The Gu workshop owners are the sellers, and Brother Zhang and Uncle Jiang are the guarantors. Everyone needs to sign and press their thumbprints on both contracts. Master Lei Wu was the first to sign and press his thumbprint on both contracts. Gu Jinli, who could read, wrote the names of the heads of the Qin, Gu, Luo, Tian, and Qi families on the contracts, then had them press their thumbprints. Next, Scholar Shang and Officer Jiang signed and pressed their thumbprints next to the guarantors. With that, the contracts were signed and completed. Ji handed a contract to Grandpa San. Please keep this safe. She then put away her own contract, looking silently at the 3 characters Qin Longzi on it, and smiled quietly. After securing the contract, Ji took out 5 silver notes and handed them to Grandpa San. This is a 30% deposit, totaling 500 taels of silver.
Please take it.
The remaining 1,020 taels will be paid when you pick up the goods. Grandpa Sen looked at the 5 silver notes and listened to Ji's words, his mind buzzing, almost unable to stand and faint. Mrs. Chun was worse than Grandpa San. She couldn't handle the shock, rolled her eyes, and fainted.
Gu Dogwai was confused.
Seeing her fall back, he hurriedly caught her and muttered, You woman, just this much ability. Afraid she would embarrass herself, Gu Dogwai quickly helped her back to the main hall and told her to rest inside. Gu Jinli looked at the fainted Mrs. Chun with helplessness, wishing she could tell her she fainted too early. The silver looked a lot, but after deducting costs and wages, only about 1,000 taels remained. The 7 family members would share it, and no one would get much. Not only Mrs. Chun, but almost everyone present was dizzy. Village chief, his legs were trembling. Did I hear that right? The workshops of the Qin, Gu, Luo, and Tian families just received a business deal worth over 1,000 taels, more than enough to buy all the people in Dafeng village by weight, and it still wouldn't amount to this much money. Village chief, he felt like he was about to faint. But he was an experienced elder. After a moment of dizziness, He regained his clarity and quickly said to Grandpa San, "Old Gu, your family is busy.
We won't bother you.
We'll head back first." This was about Gu's workshop business. Although he was village chief, he shouldn't stay too long. It was better to be polite and leave quickly. He also reassured them, "Old Gu, don't worry. Our two families have signed a contract. What shouldn't be said outside, we won't say." They still relied on Gu's family for tofu and spice business, and behind Gu's family was Jiang County Magistrate. He would never dare to reveal that Gu's workshop had made a lot of money. Grandpa San gratefully said to village chief, "Let me see you off." "No need, no need. We're from the same village. No need for such formalities. Old Gu, accompany the county magistrate. My grandson, my son, and I will go back ourselves," said village chief Then Song and Jinsen bowed to Jiang County Magistrate, supporting each other as they left Gu's courtyard. County Magistrate Jiang initially looked down on village head thinking he was too timid, which allowed the Liu family to do as they pleased in the village. Now that he sees he acting more wisely, his dissatisfaction has lessened. He, his grandson, and the others were still feeling dizzy when they returned home. As soon as village head got home, he sank into a grand chair. Song sat directly on the floor, exclaiming, "Oh heavens, Chingu Luo Tian's family really made a lot of money. Over 1,000 taels of silver. How much is that?" "Shut up," he quickly scolded him. Then he explained to Jinsheng, "Everything we saw at the Gu family today, keep it to yourself. Don't say a word about it, understand?" Jinsheng knew this was a big matter, so he promised, "Don't worry, father. We won't say anything." Jinsheng also assured, "Grandpa, I won't tell anyone about this." Jinsheng was only briefly surprised by the large order the Gu workshop received. After that, he felt nothing special. He regretted not having a good chat with Scholar Shang about learning. If only Scholar Shang had given him some advice, his knowledge would have improved a lot. At the Gu Jinli household, after the shock wore off, everyone regained their composure and was happy that the workshop could sign such a big deal on its first day. After discussing the seasoning spices, County Magistrate Jiang brought up the soybean oil business. "Our Jiang family is involved in the soybean oil trade, but we need to include the fifth brother and his team." He explained, "Fifth brother has a trading caravan, and with their help, the soybean oil can be sold farther away." He added, "Don't worry about the profit sharing. Your family will still get 30% of the profits." Gu Jinli naturally agreed. "All right, Grandpa Jiang, you decide. I trust you." County Magistrate Jiang liked her straightforward attitude. "Good. Then let's sign a contract among the 4 families." He snapped his fingers, and 4 pre-written contracts were placed on the table. Gu Jinli and Master Lei signed their names and stamped their thumbprints. As for the Jiang family and Scholar Shang, they used the official seals of the Jiang clan and Jiang's wife. Since Jiang was an official, he couldn't use his own name for business. The family business had always been under Jiang's wife's dowry name, and the same went for Scholar Shang's family. To Gu Jinli's surprise, Master Lei's share was 30% of the profits, with the remaining 40% split evenly between the Jiang family and Jiang's wife. Jiang Jiao is very attentive. Seeing Gu Jinli's subtle surprise, he explained, "My 5th uncle has many brothers, and those brothers all know my father. He decided to give an extra 10% profit to 5th uncle, which also benefits our old brothers. Grandpa Jiang is so kind." Gu Jinli really likes Jiang County Magistrate more and more. This old man is not only generous but also free of family bias. In ancient times when officials and civilians are clearly separated, Jiang County Magistrate is a rare exception. At this moment, several families realized that Gu Jinli's plan to make soybean oil was for business, and her soybean oil venture has actually succeeded. Although their families didn't share in the soybean oil business, no one was jealous or resentful. The soybean oil was originally made by Gu Jinli herself, and they had just earned a lot from the seasoning spices. If anyone still had bad thoughts, they would be unkind. After signing the contract, each family took a copy. Jiang County Magistrate put away his copy and said to Gu Jinli, "The capital for the soybean oil business will be deducted from your share of the profits. Although Gu Jinli used her soybean oil recipe to invest, it was fair that she also had to contribute capital. Jiang County Magistrate knew her family was just starting out and still needed to spend money on many things, so he made it easier for her by allowing her to offset the capital with her profits. "All right, you decide," she said. The soybean oil business was a pleasant surprise for Gu Jinli. She didn't want to manage it herself. She just wanted to be a hands-off boss. She handed the well-prepared soybean oil recipe to Jiang County Magistrate. "Grandpa Jiang, here you go." The recipe not only detailed how to make soybean oil but also explained the pressing principle, and even included a drawing of a wooden oil press. Jiang County Magistrate couldn't understand the drawing, so he handed both the recipe and the diagram to AG. "AG, you're good at this. Take a look. Since you're still in Tianfu County, quickly make the things in the diagram." AG took the recipe and the diagram, and his eyes immediately focused on the drawings. He studied them for a full 15 minutes before understanding. First, make the dough, then put the dough into 2 half-round wooden pressing chambers. Insert a wooden wedge so that one end presses against the dough, and then use a manual hammer to hit the wedge. The force from the hammer will squeeze the dough and extract the oil, AG explained, looking at Gu Jinli. "Miss Gu, does this match what is written and drawn here?" Gu Jinli was surprised. This AG had only looked at the soybean oil recipe and the diagram of the wooden press, yet he already knew how to produce the oil. Gu Jinli has never underestimated ancient people, but Aji is quite impressive, which surprised her. She nodded and said, "Uncle Aji is right. That's exactly what I mean. This wooden oil press works simply. Basically, it's a cover over the cake dough, with a few wooden sticks inside. When you hit the sticks with a hammer, it presses the dough and extracts the oil. This kind of wooden oil press not only saves money, but also reduces labor. More importantly, it can extract the maximum amount of oil from the beans." Aji nodded repeatedly and said, "Gu girl, since the weather is still good, let's make some bean oil." "All right, let's go to the kitchen and make the oil," Gu Jinli agreed. Jiang County Magistrate laughed loudly and said, "Ha, you're straightforward, girl." Then he looked at Jiang Jiao and said, "Jiao, from now on, you'll be in charge of the bean oil workshop. You can go help make the oil." Jiang County Magistrate was worried because Gu Jinli was a girl. Although she hadn't fully grown up, she still needed a woman to accompany her. So he said to Third Madam, "Old sister-in-law, please go to the kitchen and help out. Let's make the bean oil." "Okay," Third Madam replied, leading the way to the kitchen to wash the pots and start a fire, preparing to fry the crushed soybeans for Gu Jinli. Ji and Jiang Jiao followed Third Madam into the kitchen. Gu Jinli ran back to her room to get an iron cake mold, an iron hammer, crushed soybeans, a small cloth bag for the dough, and a wooden frame for fixing things. She carried these 5 items to the kitchen one by one. Qin Sanlang wanted to help but hesitated because Ji was present. Jiang Qi didn't give him a chance to enter the kitchen. He grabbed Qin Sanlang and said, "Little Qin, come and have a match with Uncle Jiang." Before Qin Sanlang could refuse, Jiang Qi threw a quick punch at him. Qin Sanlang had no choice but to fight Jiang Qi for over 30 rounds. In the end, Jiang Qi defeated him. That was so fun, so exciting. "I haven't fought like this in years," Jiang Qi said happily. He loved fighting, but since leaving the military and returning to Tianfu County, he hadn't fought so freely. The officers in the county office were all show and no skill. Even Yang Ban, too, could only fight him for about 20 rounds, never more than 30. Ji was originally watching Gu Jinli fry the crushed soybeans in the kitchen. When she heard the sounds of fighting outside, she stood at the door of the kitchen and watched for a moment. She could tell Qin Sanlang wasn't using his full strength. If he had, Jiang Qi wouldn't have won. He is just a young boy, not even a teenager. Even if someone in his family is in the army, they wouldn't have such skills or constantly be on alert like he's always acting.
Quinn Sanlan keenly sensed Aha's gaze.
His smile remained the same. He sat on the ground with Jiang Qi, panting heavily, without once glancing toward the kitchen. "Little Qin, let's fight again," Jiang Qi said excitedly, still wanting to spar with Qin Sanlang. Qin Sanlang quickly waved his hand and pointed at Luo Wu. Uncle Jiang, let Luo Wu fight you. He's been practicing martial arts since he was young, and is good with his fists.
Oh, really?
Jiang Qi became interested. He pointed at Luo Wu. Luo family boy, come on, spar with your Uncle Jiang. Without giving Luo Wu a chance to refuse, Jiang Qi threw a punch. Luo Wu had trained with his father since he was young. His martial skills were good. He fought with all his strength and managed to exchange 40 moves with Jiang Qi, more than he did with Qin Sanling. Old Qin and Qin Sanling both let out a sigh of relief. Jiang Qi was surprised. Good kid, your skills are impressive. No wonder the Qin family and Luo family could survive on the escape route. It turns out many of them are skilled fighters. Jiang Qi also took notice of Luo Wu. He was a decisive and energetic person. He immediately asked, Luo family boy, are you willing to come work at the county office? Luo Wu was startled. He didn't expect Jiang Qi to invite him to work in the government office. But the county was far away, and the village was not peaceful. He didn't want to be too far from Xiaojie. I have no intention of working in the government office. Luo Wu shook his head, refusing Jiang Qi's kind offer. Jiang Qi was about to be frustrated. He pointed at Luo Wu and Qin Sanling. What's wrong with you young ones? Why are you all against me? Are you doing this on purpose? Jiang Qi felt a bit down. Why was it so hard to find good people he liked? Did they realize how difficult it was to find promising talents? Jiang County Magistrate, hearing this, laughed and teased his son. Haha, old big, you're no good. These young kids don't like you at all. He also admired Qin Sanling and Luo Wu. Both were promising young men. Not only were their martial skills good, but they were also calm and cautious, better than most of the officers in the county office. If they were trained well for a few years, they could become valuable helpers for the Jiang family. Jiang Qi's father teased him, but Jiang Qi didn't blush. Instead, he encouraged Qin Sanling and Luo Wu. Little Qin, little Luo, our officials in Daqing are good people. If you do well, it can benefit your entire family. Others are eager to join the government office. Don't you want to go? Jiang Qi thought for a moment and then said, if you don't want to be a government officer, then go to the military office and join the army. If you do well, you can get promoted or be recommended by the county to the military camps across Great Chu. Maybe someday you'll even become a little general. His father was once a small soldier in the county, recommended by the military office to join the army. After earning merits in the military, he was recommended back to the county and became a county captain. After Jiang Qi finished speaking, worried that Qin Sanling and Luo Wu might refuse, he quickly raised his hand and said, don't rush to answer. Take some time to think about it and tell me when you've made up your minds. Jiang Qi was afraid of these two, worried they might embarrass him publicly again. So he gave them time to think carefully. No need to think further. I want to join the military office. Uncle Jiang, are you willing to accept me? Qin Erling strode into the Gu family courtyard, standing with his hands behind his back, looking at Jiang Qi sitting on the ground. Both Qin Lao and Qin Sanling were surprised. They didn't expect Qin Erling to suddenly appear and speak to Jiang Qi like that. Qin Sanling immediately stepped forward, grabbing Qin Erling, and with a caring smile on his face, said, second brother, you're still sick. Why did you come out? He used all his strength to pull Qin Erling, making his elbows hurt, warning him not to take unnecessary risks. But Qin Erling was stubborn and determined. Once he made up his mind, he wouldn't change it. He turned to him and said, it was just when I was out gathering firewood on the mountain, I ran into 2 wild wolves. During the fight, I bumped into a rock and hurt my arm. It's almost healed now, no big problem. Was he trying to make Jiang Qi think he was weak and sick so he wouldn't accept him? Unfortunately, Qin Erling had a plan for that. Sure enough, Jiang Qi was first stunned. After hearing Qin Erling's words, he was surprised and said, you young man are quite impressive. To survive against 2 wild wolves on your own, you must be truly brave. But how do I know if what you're saying is true? Come, let's have a few moves. After a test, we'll decide. Jiang Qi immediately stood up and attacked Qin Erling. Qin Sanling didn't dare to hold onto Qin Erling anymore. Things had already gotten out of control. If he kept holding him, it would only raise suspicion. He could only loosen his grip and let Qin Erlang face Jiang Qi. Qin Erlang was quite sensible. After about 40 moves with Jiang Qi, he was defeated. Haha, not bad, not bad. Truly a good brother, even better than San Laizi, Jiang Qi said happily, sitting on the ground to catch his breath while observing Qin Erlang. Qin Erlang's build was similar to Qin San Laizi's, and his looks also resembled him somewhat. But his aura was different from Qin San Laizi's. Qin San Laizi's smile could soften the coldness on his face and add a touch of warm sunshine. However, even when Qin Erlang smiled, he still gave off a slightly cold feeling. According to his father, it was because his sharpness was too strong, like a weapon frozen in ice and snow. People like him are best suited for the military. Jiang Qi liked Qin Erlang's potential, so he became serious. He stood up, sat down on a chair, and asked Qin Erlang, "Do you really want to join the military office? Why do you want to join? Is it to serve the country or to seek personal gain?" Qin Erlang also straightened his expression and replied, "I want to join the military office. My father was a soldier who died in battle, and I am determined to go to the battlefield to serve the country." He looked at old Qin and said, "But Grandpa has always been reluctant, worried that we brothers might follow in our father's footsteps." Qin Erlang explained everything clearly in just 2 sentences. Initially, Officer Jiang was suspicious, but now he believed him mostly. Boys often take their father's achievements as their goal. Since Qin Erlang's father died in battle, it is normal for him to want to join the army. It is also normal that old Qin's sons, who also died in battle, do not want their grandsons to enlist. After hearing this, Jiang Qi praised, "Your ambition is good. Our military office is willing to accept you, but it still depends on your grandfather's approval." Jiang Qi understood why Qin San Laizi refused to go to the county office. He probably knew old Qin's worries, so he declined. "Grandpa," Qin Erlang looked at old Qin, pretending to kneel, but old Qin stopped him. "Let me think about it first. Erlang, let me think about it, okay? Don't kneel, kid. There are so many people here, especially Uncle Lei Wu and Jia. If you really kneel, they might suspect something." Qin San Laizi also looked at Qin Erlang, warning him with his eyes not to act foolishly, or it might bring them deadly trouble. Their identities are from escaping hardship for a few months, and changing their identities again is not easy. Qin Erlang is not stupid and cares about old Qin's kindness. He nodded and said, "All right, grandson will wait for Grandpa's answer." Ding ding ding. A knocking sound came from the kitchen, startling everyone in the yard. It relieved the 3 generations of the Qin family. While Qin San Laizi and his brothers were competing, Gu Jinli had already roasted the broken yellow soybeans, packed them into small cloth bags, and made dough for pancakes. She started pounding them with an iron hammer. Jiang Jiao said, "Gu family girl, give me the hammer so I can hit it." "Okay, here you go." Gu Jinli handed the hammer to Jiang Jiao. Jiang Jiao hammered hard, and after a while, the dough was pressed, slowly dripping oil and water. Seeing this, Jiang Jiao said to Ji, "Ji, it's oiling." Ji looked away from the yard and watched the oil drip into the wooden box, nodding happily. The method was simple, but no one had thought of it. Gu Jinli indeed had clever ideas. Gu Jinli pointed to the wooden frame covering the iron cake and said, "This is also a pressing device, but it's vertical. What I showed Ji and you all is horizontal. The principle is the same, either way works." Ji nodded, indicating he understood. "We can make this," Ji told Gu Jinli and Jiang Jiao confidently, then put away the plans and drawings. Jiang Jiao was very happy. "That's exactly what I was waiting for. If you can't make it, we won't be able to either." His father said that Ji's family name was Ning and that they had some background. His family made military equipment through their elders in the army. Since childhood, Ji had been influenced by this, so making a small wooden oil press was easy for him. Jiang Jiao was not as strong as Qin San Laizi. To press out oil from 20 gene of soybeans, it would take quite some effort. Ji didn't want to waste time. He shouted loudly outside, "Kunzi, Chuan, come in and press the oil." "Coming, Kunzi and Chuan ran into the kitchen. They took turns hammering the iron cake with their hammers and soon pressed out a lot of oil. Seeing that there was nothing more for him to do, Gu Jinli took Grandma San out of the kitchen. As they walked, he said to her, "Grandma San, County Lieutenant Jiang, and the others are finally here. We should quickly ask if there's any news about Sister Fuya and Sister Daya." Recently, they had been searching for Sisters Fuya and Daya but had no news. Now that County Lieutenant Jiang was back from the government city, they had to seize the chance to ask. Yes, let's go ask County Lieutenant Jiang. Grandma San also cared about this. When they reached the yard, she silently signaled to Third Grandpa, whispering the names Fuya and Daya. Third Grandpa had been worried about this matter, but was also afraid of hearing bad news. He hesitated and didn't dare to ask. Scholar Shang was talking with old Dr. Wu and Dr. Du when he saw Grandma San signaling to Third Grandpa. Knowing they wanted to ask about Gu Fuya and Gu Daya, he said to County Lieutenant Jiang, "Father-in-law, do you have any news about the two Gu sisters in the government city?" The county magistrate Jiang looked at Grandpa San and Gu Dashan and shook his head. "I've checked the records for the recent disaster victims. There are no records of Xiepingzi's family, Gu Fula's family, Qi Panzi's family, or Gu Daya's family. But they might have arrived in Heian Prefecture before you. Before I returned, I asked the local clerk to check the old records. Since there are many disaster victims from before the new year, it takes some time to search through the old files. Please wait patiently. If there is any news, the clerk in the city will send someone to inform you." The magistrate, experienced in handling affairs, added, "I told those two clerks to copy the registration books of villagers from Chongping Town's Zijiaping and Huaizi Town's Dacao village in Mingshan County. Once we have the books, we can ask these people directly. We should be able to find out about their families." Grandpa San, Grandma San, and Gu Dashan had already lost hope, but hearing this, they became hopeful again. Their eyes reddened. Grandma San wiped her tears and said, "Thank you, Your Honor, for your trouble." She was about to kneel before the magistrate. The magistrate hurriedly said, "Old sister-in-law, don't do that. If you keep acting like this, I might stop helping you find people." Hearing this, Grandma San quickly straightened up, afraid that the magistrate would really refuse to help. Grandpa San was worried that Gu Fula's family and Gu Daya's family might encounter military trouble. He asked about the situation. "Brother Jiang, is the chaos in the east and northwest still ongoing?" Lao Wuyi knew about this. "It won't last long. The emperor sent the Duke of Xing to lead the rebellion suppression. The Xing army is powerful. They fought from the capital all the way to Yongtai Prefecture, then split up. One army, led by General Su, went northeast, and the other, led by Duke Xing, went northwest. The northwest is under the control of the Duke of Wei's family. After the three clans of the Duke of Wei were executed, the northwest military caused a lot of trouble. But Duke Xing is one of the 6 founding dukes. He is close friends with the late Duke Wei. With Duke Xing's help, the Northwest Army will be calmed down and will continue to serve the Great Chu." Qin Erlang hadn't left yet. When he heard this, his fists clenched tightly and he almost spoke out, but Qin Sanling spoke first. "It seems we'll soon be able to enjoy peaceful days." Qin Erlang was distracted by Qin Sanling's words and finally calmed down, lowering his voice. Lao Wuyi continued, "Yes, it's good to have peace. Otherwise, our caravan would be worried about accidents on the road." After saying this, it seemed he didn't want to continue discussing Lord Xing and Lord Wei's families. He said to the third grandpa, "Our trading team travels all over the south and north. We meet many people and will ask around for you. If we find any news about your daughter or niece, we will send the message to you." The third grandpa and Gu Dashan were very grateful to hear this. In the kitchen, Kunzi and Chuan had already kneaded the dough until it no longer dripped with oil. Aji instructed them to stop adding oil and asked Kunzi to bring a scale from the mule cart to weigh the oil. Kunzi quickly brought the iron scale and measured the soybean oil, saying, "A total of 4 jin 3 liang. 20 jin of soybeans produced 4 jin 3 liang of oil. That's good. This business can be done," Zhang Jiao said happily. It was even more than what Wen Yuan had told them by about a liang. Aji nodded. leaving the soybean oil in the Gu family kitchen, then took people to the yard to tell Lei Wuya, Uncle Wu, the soybean oil can be made. Good, then it's settled. Lei Wuya and his group had already been at the Gu family for 2 hours. Now it was late afternoon. Having finished everything they needed to say, they got up to leave. Old Dr. Wu and Dr. Du, along with their grandson, also bid farewell to Jiang County Magistrate and the others. Old Dr. Wu was pleased. Today, their apothecary shop didn't come to the Gu family for nothing. Lei Wuya and the Gu workshop asked for more than 2,000 jin of spices, and the herbs used for the spices would be bought from their shop. When they were in the yard, Old Master Gu had already told him about this. Their shop would start delivering large quantities of herbs tomorrow. The third grandpa and others knew these were important people. They came today mainly because of Jiang County Magistrate and the spices and soybean oil. They didn't stay long and, together with some families, saw Jiang County Magistrate off. The Qin family's grandfather, grandmother, and grandson also squeezed among the families to see off Jiang County Magistrate and his group. Before leaving, Aji looked at the three of them and smiled before riding off with Jiang County Magistrate. Jiang County Magistrate and his group left the village in a grand procession. Along the way, many villagers ran to the small paths to watch the fun. They saw Jiang County Magistrate riding tall on a horse, with 5 mule carts following behind, looking very impressive. After Jiang County Magistrate and his group left, several families gathered in the yard. Third grandma took charge and divided the leftover beef, mutton, rabbit meat, and the gifts they received among the families. Today, since the workshop opened, they received many congratulatory gifts. There were over 300 eggs received, 10 pieces of meat, 10 bolts of cotton cloth, 10 bolts of rami fabric, 20 bundles of coarse cloth, as well as 4 baskets of rice, flour, soybeans, sweet potatoes, cabbage, and radishes, along with fresh spring vegetables. The crops in those 4 baskets were sent by families in the village who were not well off. They wanted to work at the Gu family workshop but had no money to buy gifts, so they took a few eggs and a basket of produce as their gift. These families were all poor farmers and did not mind giving these simple gifts. The gift from the Shang family was prepared by Mrs. Jiang. Besides rice, flour, meat, and sweet and sour wine, she also sent 7 bolts of cotton cloth and 7 bolts of rami fabric. Most of the cotton and rami fabric received today by the Gu family was sent by the Shang family. In addition, Mrs. Jiang also sent a piece of brocade, a pack of embroidery threads, and a complete set of embroidery needles to Gu Jinxiu. Mrs. Jiang loved embroidery and knew that Gu Jinxiu was skilled at it. Since the Gu family couldn't afford expensive brocade, she sent these to her. Gu Jinxiu was very happy to receive these gifts. However, Gu Yume was very angry. She was standing in the yard waiting to receive her own gifts and almost tore the handkerchief made of cotton cloth in her hand. The gifts from the Jiang family were as generous as those from the Jiang County Magistrate himself. Knowing that the Gu family workshop was going to make tofu and seasoning spices, the Jiang family sent a whole cart of medicinal herbs and 20 bundles of coarse cloth. These coarse cloths are for lining the wooden boxes for tofu. 1 bundle per family is enough, said the third grandma. After working for about half an hour, she finished dividing all the gifts and handed them out to each family to take home. The Qin family's grandparents and grandchildren finally finished receiving their gifts. As soon as they got them, they immediately said goodbye and left for home. As soon as they entered their house, Qin Erlang, before Qin Lao could scold him, knelt down and said, "This place is too remote. No news can reach us here. I must go to the military office to gather information. Please, I beg you to agree." With that, he suddenly hit his head the floor of the main hall. Qin Lao stepped back a few paces, not accepting his gesture. Qin Sanlang went to the door, slightly closed the main hall door to prevent passers-by from seeing inside. After closing the door, he looked back at Qin Erlang kneeling on the ground and sneered, "That AG has already noticed us. He will definitely come back tonight to surround us. You don't need to go to the military office. You can go straight to prison." He spoke in a low, cold tone. Throughout the journey, he had never been angry with his so-called second brother, but today, he simply couldn't hold back. Does the second brother think only his family has died? All 3 clans are gone. Who is luckier than whom? Qin Erlang saw that Qin Sanlang was truly angry. He felt guilty, knowing he shouldn't have been so impulsive. But he was fed up. He hated this place, this broken-down countryside. It took 2 hours to reach the town, and they couldn't get any useful news. Even when old Duke Jing was in charge of quelling the rebellion, it was only because Lord Lei told them. That Ji is from the Ning family. The Ning family has always been friendly with us. They won't betray us, Qin Erlang said. And Ji hasn't seen us before. Even if he suspects, we can deny everything. He has no proof and can't arrest us. Do we need proof to kill us? Qin Sanlang sneered. That person is known for never letting go of those who wrong him. Old Qin also looked worried. Today was a mistake. They thought only Commander Jiang would come, but unexpectedly, a Ning family member arrived. So, what should we do? We've seen each other now, Qin Erlang said, feeling very annoyed. His long-held frustration made him more irritable. If it really comes to it, we should run now. Hearing this, Qin Sanlang narrowed his eyes and looked at Qin Erlang with disappointment. Second brother, do you even know what you're saying? If we run, what about Grandfather San and the others? There are more than 30 people. Although they didn't think losing a few dozen people was a big deal, those families had helped them. They had known each other for a long time, and people's hearts are made of flesh. They couldn't be so selfish. Qin Erlang didn't speak, but he had thought about those families. Old Qin and Qin Sanlang knew, but no one said it aloud. For now, we can only gamble, Old Qin said after a long silence. We have to trust that the Ning family doesn't mean us harm. Once Old Qin made up his mind, the 3 generations began to prepare. The other families didn't know about the Qin family's situation. After receiving their share of the gifts, they happily went home. Back home, they didn't rest but went to the workshop. Old Gua and the others had already ground a lot of beans. After filtering the soy milk, they stored it in buckets and took it to the workshop kitchen. This kitchen used to have only 3 stoves, but when they repaired the house, Grandfather San and Guda Shan built 5 more. Now there are 8 stoves and 8 iron pots. Soon they would be boiling soy milk and making tofu here. Grandfather San led the men from several families into the kitchen, where Guda Shan was teaching them how to prepare brine and make tofu. The method is simple. Cook the soy milk until it's fully done. Wait until the temperature drops by about 10%, then peel off a few soy skin sheets. Pour in the marinade to make the tofu, allowing the soy milk to separate into tofu pudding. Once the tofu pudding becomes large blocks, scoop it into a wooden box lined with coarse cloth. Cover it with a cloth, place a wooden lid on top, and press it with stones to shape it. Although the method is simple, the vinegar water is prepared by Gu Jinli's family and brought to the workshop, so there's no need to worry about the tofu recipe being leaked. This plan was agreed upon by several families long ago. The tofu recipe is kept by Gu Jinli's family, who deliver marinade to the workshop daily for several families to make tofu. After learning the process, Father Luo, brothers Gu Damu, Gu Dalin, Gu Dafu, Gu Dagawei, and the 2 Gu Qingtian and Gu Qingliang start making tofu in the kitchen. Within less than an hour, they produce nearly 1,000 pounds of tofu, almost finishing the soy milk ground by Old He's pot. Gu Jinli then goes to the main hall of the workshop, where He Yangshi and others are grinding spices. Mrs. Chun is already awake, sitting in the hall with her legs crossed, biting a piece of crispy fried meat, pointing at Hituga's wife and saying, "You're not good enough. You need to grind it more." She then points at Hiwazi's widow and says, "You're not good enough either. Sharen amomum seeds are hard to grind. You need to use more effort. Crush the sharen thoroughly, then grind it in the copper mortar. And you, Shengzi's sister, this fragrant leaf is light. You can't just smash it. You need to grind it slowly." Mrs. Chen acts like a bossy landlady giving orders to her workers, so annoying. When she sees Gu Jinli come in, she pretends to be casual and says, "Little fish, why are you here? Your noble aunt is here, no mistakes, you don't need to watch over this." Gu Jinli's lips twitch slightly. Mrs. Chun is truly The kind of person who, if you give her a little sunshine, will cause a big fire. She's a master at causing trouble. She ignores Mrs. Chen and instead counts how much spice Jiang Qi and others have ground. With the handy tools like the iron pestle, they grind quite a lot of spices, but it's not enough. At this rate, they won't be able to deliver 2,400 jin of goods before April 26th. Mo Chunyu sees Gu Jinli frowning while watching Jiang Qi grind spices. After hesitating for a moment, she finally gathers her courage and says, "Young Master Dong, what do you think of Aunt Kuei and Sister Qin?" Gu Jinli looks at her.
Why?
Are they asking you to speak well for them? Mo Chunyu quickly shook her head.
No.
Aunt Kuei didn't come to ask me for help. I just wanted to help Aunt Kuei. Although she was going through a tough time now, she still had work to do, food to eat, and wages to earn. But Aunt Kuei's family was truly struggling, being bullied by her grandparents, with all their money spent on buying grain, leaving her family hungry. It was very sad. Mo Chunyu spoke up for Aunt Kuei's daughter-in-law because on the night she married San Laizi, Aunt Kuei's daughter-in-law secretly came to her house after dark, brought her some coarse grains, and gave her 30 coins, saying it was for her makeup. Mo Chunyu cried then. Her family didn't come to her wedding because they looked down on her for marrying someone poor and thought she wouldn't benefit. Only Aunt Kuei came, bringing her some makeup. Because she remembered how kind Aunt Kuei's daughter-in-law was, Mo Chunyu decided to speak up for her. Gu Jinli heard this and was quite pleased with Aunt Kuei's daughter-in-law. If she dared to persuade Mo Chunyu to speak well of her, she wouldn't be the person she wanted to use. "Is anyone there?" While they were talking, a woman's voice came from outside the yard, trembling and a bit scared.
Who is that?
Chen Shi immediately got up when she heard someone, ran to the main hall door, stretched her neck, and called toward the yard gate. "This is our Gu family workshop, where we work hard to earn good money. No outsiders allowed." Aunt Kuei's daughter-in-law, Jiang Qi, with her daughter, stood outside the yard with a basket. Hearing this, her face turned red, and she hurriedly explained, I am from the Kuei family. I came to send a gift of congratulations, not to cause trouble." Jiang Qi deliberately said cause trouble because she knew that old Master Mo's family had come to cause trouble at the workshop today, and they had been caught by village head He and severely reprimanded. When old Master Mo's family was caught by Song He, she and the head of the household were nearby. They had come to send gifts to Qin Gu Luo Tian's family to celebrate the opening of their workshop. Unexpectedly, they ended up witnessing old uncle's family being caught. It was very embarrassing. Feeling ashamed, the couple didn't come out. They planned to wait until old uncle's family left before going to send their congratulations to Gu's workshop. But by coincidence, after old uncle's family left, Gu's workshop was officially opened. Then the county officer and his men came out of the workshop in a grand procession. Not daring to disturb the county officer, they went home and only came now to send their gifts. Here to send congratulations, Chen Shi immediately smiled warmly and went to greet Jiang Qi herself. "Neighbors and friends, such politeness. What good things did you bring?" Mrs. Zhang's face turned redder. "No, there's nothing good, just some things from farmers." She handed the basket to Mrs. Chen. Mrs. Chen looked inside and immediately pouted, showing disgust as she flipped through the items. Just 3 eggs, a bunch of spring vegetables, and a bowl of old rice. Mrs. Chen's words almost made Mrs. Zhang cry. Qin, who came with Mrs. Zhang, was strong-willed. Hearing Mrs. Chen, she looked up and said, "Auntie Gu, we're poor. We can't give fancy gifts, but these gifts are what my father earned from working hard in town. The thought matters more than anything." Mrs. Chen was taken aback and looked unhappy. She glared at Qin and said to Mrs. Zhang, "Your girl has a big temper. Girls should be gentle. Look at our Gu girls, they're all gentle and kind." Gu Jinli couldn't help but laugh when she heard that. "Auntie, thank you for praising me." She was already sharp with a knife. How could she be gentle and kind? Gu Yumei and the other Gu girls didn't match that description either. They often argued with Mrs. Chen at home, and their shouting could be heard from far away. Only Gu Jinxiu could be called gentle and kind. Mrs. Chen glared at her in displeasure, then took the gift from Mo Qizi's family into the yard and said to Mrs. Zhang, "Come in. I'll get you some bean curd cakes." This was a gift for villagers who came to congratulate. Anyone who came to visit would receive one. Although Mrs. Chun was stingy, she didn't refuse Mrs. Zhang's bean curd cakes. Before Mrs. Zhang could react, Qin pulled her mother into the yard and nodded to Gu Jinli. "Gu family girl." Then she called to Mo Chunyue at the door, "Big sister." After greeting, Qin directly said to Gu Jinli, "Our family just rented a new house in the back village. We'll move out tomorrow and won't live with Uncle Old Master anymore. We're honest people, capable of working. If your family doesn't mind and needs help, could you let us work for you?" She added, "We don't ask for much pay. Any kind of work is fine. We can do farm chores like fetching water, carrying manure, or tending crops. We don't have to work in a workshop." Hearing Qin's words, Gu Jinli looked at her with new respect. She didn't like delicate girls, but girls like Luo Huanyang and Qin suited her taste. Qin was also very clever. She started by saying that her family would distance themselves from old Master Mo's family, which made her even more trustworthy. "Do you want to come work in the workshop?" Gu Jinli was very straightforward. "If you want to work in the workshop, you need to sign a contract. The contract is strict. If one person makes a mistake, everyone is responsible. You might have to pay money or even go to jail." Qin Jia knew that working in Gu's workshop required signing a strict contract, but she immediately nodded, "Of course. I dream of working in your workshop to earn money for my family." Her family was almost out of money. Her father worked every day to support them, but the townspeople were wary of hiring those who fled from hardship. Even if he found work, his wages were lower than others. Seeing her father work so hard, she felt both anxious and sad. No matter what, she wanted to find work to help her family. As long as she could earn money and lighten their burden, she was willing. Gu Jinli said, "All right, you're a good person. You can come to our workshop tomorrow morning. After signing the contract, you can start working." After a few words with Qin Jie, they finalized the work plans. Zhang and Chen listened in shock. Zhang was in disbelief, completely stunned. Chen was so angry she shouted, "Now they want Mo's girl to work in our workshop? She's from the Mo family. If we hire her, old Mo's family might take the chance to come over." Mo Qinzi quickly said, "We've rented a house and we'll move out tomorrow. We won't live with old uncle anymore. My parents have seen through old uncle's true nature and won't be soft anymore. Don't worry, Aunt Gu." Zhang snapped out of her shock, grabbing Chen's sleeve. "Gu's sister-in-law, don't worry. We won't have anything to do with old uncle's family anymore. And don't stop Jie from working in the workshop." Chen pulled her sleeve back, giving Zhang a disdainful look. "Ha! You say that, but do we really believe you? You're all from the Mo family, relatives, and kin. Can you really cut ties?" She wasn't unwilling to let Mo Qinzi work in the workshop, but she was upset that Mo Qinzi talked back to her. She wanted to make things difficult for her. Chen's displeasure was obvious, and Gu Jinli saw through her immediately. But Chen had a point. "All right, let's add a rule to the contract. If old Master Mo's family causes trouble for our workshop, each time they do, we deduct a month's wages. If they cause trouble twice, they will be expelled from the workshop." Gu Jinli said to Mo Qinzi, "Think about it. If you agree, come to sign the contract tomorrow morning. If not, then forget it." "Of course I agree. There's no need to think about it." Mo Qinzi dislikes the Mo family and wishes to cut ties with them, even though they gave up the chance to work in the workshop. "All right, you can go back first. Come again tomorrow," Gu Jinli said. "Thank you, Miss Gu. I'll come early tomorrow," Mo Qinzi said happily, almost excited. Mother and daughter, with the gift from Aunt Chen, happily went home. Aunt Chen was annoyed and glared at Gu Jinli. "Bullfish, there are so many people in the village. Why did you choose to use the Mo girl? She's so fierce, and she dared to argue with me before even working in the workshop. Once she's in the workshop, she'll be even more arrogant. Old Master Mo looks down on Mo Kuei's family. If our workshop hires Mo Qinzi, old Master Mo will be furious when he hears about it," Gu Jinli said. This made Aunt Chen smile happily. "Oh, Auntie, you're so clever. I see you're planning this. That's a good idea. It's best to make old Master Mo so angry he can't cause trouble anymore, Aunt Chen said happily, returning to the workshop's main hall to continue giving orders to Yang and others. As it got dark, Yang and the others finished work. Yen sure measured spices for them. Big sister-in-law measured 2 jin and 2 liang of cinnamon. Yang, who is strong and capable, had difficulty grinding the cinnamon, but after half a day, she managed to grind 2 jin and 2 liang. Tuga's sister-in-law ground 2 jin of sand. Laoyang and ground 1 jin and a half of cloves. Rice head girl ground 2 jin and a half of bay leaves. He Dawei, who is only 8 years old, was He Xingzi's younger sister. She was quick at work and managed to grind 2 jin and a half of bay leaves in half a day. Gu Jinan was responsible for recording the weights. After each person finished grinding, she would have them sign in the book to confirm they did it themselves. If anything went wrong later, this would be proof. After about 15 minutes, Gu Jinan finished recording the spice weights. 14 people worked for half a day and ground 26 jin and 4 liang of spices. Each person ground nearly 2 jin. If they worked all day, each could grind at least 3.5 jin. Gu Jin was very satisfied with this speed. The spice weights are all recorded for everyone.
No mistakes.
It's getting late. Everyone go home, Gu Jinli said. She and Aunt Chen and Yen Shi handed out the gifts they had prepared. These bean paste cakes, take them home. When they saw a basket full of bean pulp cakes, He Yang and the others laughed happily. These are quite expensive in town. Thank you for the gift. Mrs. Chen held her chin proudly and said, What's expensive? No matter how costly, our workshop can afford to give it. Gu Dagua was outside with Gu Dafu, weighing soybeans for old He and others for tomorrow. Hearing this, he cursed Mrs. Chen silently. Can't she be a bit more modest? Can't she hide her pride? That's right. Your families are doing well now. From now on, we'll rely on you. He Yang knew Mrs. Chen's temper. After saying a few kind words, she took her things and left. After they left, Gu Jinli, Mrs. Chen, Yen, and Mo Chunyue packed the fragrant spices they had prepared into a wooden box inside the house and locked it with a big lock. After finishing the spice work, Gu Jinan put away the notebook and went outside to record the weights of soybeans brought by Old He and others. Uncle He's family took 250 jin of soybeans. Old He's family, a father and 3 sons, all ground soybeans together, so they took 250 jin. Brother De Zhuang's family took 130 jin. De Zhuang came with his son and took 130 jin. He Tugu also came with his son, and they took 130 jin as well. He Xingzi, who was alone, ground 80 jin of soybeans. Brother Xingzi, you took so much soybeans. Will you be able to grind them all? If you can't finish, our workshop won't wait for you to finish before closing. Gu Jinan reminded him. Grinding soybeans isn't as easy as it sounds. They weigh the dry soybeans first. When soaked, the soybeans will swell and become hundreds of jin. It's tiring to grind soybeans and filter the soy milk alone. He Xingzi wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled, no problem. I'm young and strong. I can do it. His grandparents are old, and he's grown up now. He needs to save money. If he doesn't work hard, how can he afford to support his grandparents, build a house, marry a wife, or save for his sister's dowry? Gu Jinan had to remind him again, if you don't finish grinding today's soybeans tomorrow, you won't be able to take as many soybeans then. That was the rule they agreed on early in the morning. Okay, brother, and don't worry. I understand, He Xingzi said happily. He carried his soybeans to soak in a large water tank. This soaking work was done by themselves. They had to fetch water themselves, and the Gu family's workshop wouldn't hire anyone else to do it. He Laogua and others also used the soybeans they received to soak in water. After soaking the beans, they left the workshop. Mrs. Chun and Mrs. Yen went home to do chores. And Gur, Xiaoyu, you two can go back first. We'll wait here for Brother Luo and Brother Wu. The Luo family father and son are skilled in martial arts. The workshop has many blocks of tofu and spices, which are valuable. Someone must stay to guard the night. Originally, They planned for the Luo father and son and the Qin brothers to take turns guarding the night. But today, second brother Qin said he needed to go to the military office, so the guard duty might change later. Then we'll go back first. Thank you, two uncles, Gu Jinan said, holding a book, and took Gu Jinli home for dinner. While they were having dinner at home, someone was rushing toward Dafeng village. That person was a Ji. A Ji did not ride a horse because horses are precious. Without Commander Jiang, riding a horse in the countryside would attract too much attention. He also didn't use a mule cart. Instead, he changed out of his fancy robes into rough cloth clothes, carried a burlap sack, and dressed like a farmer heading to Dafeng village. When he was near Dafeng village, he didn't go straight in. Instead, he hid in a forest with new leaves, waiting until midnight before emerging. He took a small path to Qin's house. He knocked on the courtyard gate. Inside the main room, the Qin family grandparents and grandchildren were already waiting for him. Hearing the knocking, Qin Erlang was pleased and whispered, "It's the secret signal of our border army comrades." In the Northwest Border Army, they have their own secret signals. 3 long knocks followed by 1 short is one of them. During a night raid, if they encounter unfamiliar soldiers, they will give this signal. If the response is the opposite, 1 long and 3 short, it means they are allies. But Qin Lao was not so trusting. He whispered, "This signal is known to anyone who has ever raided in the Northwest Border Army. It's not new. Don't lower your guard yet. Wait until he comes in and see what he wants to do." Qin Sanling nodded. Grandpa is right. He then told Qin Lao and Qin Erlang, "I'll open the door." Grandpa and second brother do as planned. Qin Erlang turned and went inside to hide, ready to act immediately if something was wrong. Qin Lao stayed in the main room to test and negotiate, waiting for him. Qin Sanling opened the door, went to the courtyard gate, looked outside through the door, and saw only one person at the door. He then unlocked the courtyard latch and opened the gate. Ji smiled at Qin Sanling and said, "Don't worry, only I am here. No one else." Then he headed straight toward the main hall. Qin Sanling didn't believe Ji's words. He had a dagger hidden in his sleeve and followed closely behind, entering the hall just after Ji. Ji looked around the hall, but didn't see Qin Erlang. He didn't mind and bowed to old Qin, saying, "Junior Ji greets General He." General He was quite a legend. He was originally a servant but went to war with his master, earned great achievements, and was promoted to general. He thought he would stay famous forever, but sadly, he lost his son in middle age. When he grew old, his adopted son's family and his former master were all executed. "General He, you are noble and admirable," Ji said. General He could have stayed out of it, but he fought to protect his adopted son's family and his former master, even pretending to die on the battlefield and fleeing with the children of both families. Old Qin looked at Ji and said, "You have the wrong person. My surname is Qin. I come from a humble background and am not a general." Ji smiled and said, "General He, you don't need to be so cautious. I am here only for myself, unrelated to the Ning family." "What do you mean?" Old Qin frowned and looked at Ning Ji. The Ning family had a rebellious young son. Since Lady Ning died, he left the family to travel. After wandering through Great Chu and then staying in Great Rong for a few years, he finally formed a trading caravan and started doing business between Great Chu and Great Rong. There had always been wars between Great Chu and Great Rong, and Old Ning was very angry about his son's actions. But he loved his son deeply and couldn't bear to kick him out, no matter how reckless he was. Ji visited Old Ning every year. Their relationship wasn't as bad as outsiders thought, so Old Qin didn't easily believe what Ji said. Ji smiled and said, "General He, you don't need to be so cautious. I said this only on my own behalf, unrelated to the Ning family or my father. I came only to deliver 3 pieces of news, nothing more." "What news?" Qin Erlang couldn't hold back anymore. He came out from the inner room and asked, staring at Ji, "Is there news from the Duke of Ying's residence?" Seeing him come out, Qin Sanling and Old Qin looked unhappy. Why was he always so impulsive? Ji ignored their family quarrel and smiled even more. Yes, including one piece of news about the Duke of Ying's residence. Quick, tell me. Qin Erlang couldn't wait even a moment and urged Ji, is the Duke of Britain's residence safe? Has the Emperor blamed their family? The third young lady of the British Duke's family was engaged to him. Although they hadn't married yet, the Emperor was petty and ruthless. If they blamed the British Duke's family because of this engagement, he would be the one at fault. Seeing Qin Erlang's anxious look, Ji's smile became a bit mysterious. He first said to Qin Sanling behind him, "Young Marquis, put away your dagger. I didn't bring any weapons, and I'm not as skilled as you. You don't need to keep pointing the dagger at Ning's back." Qin Sanling didn't speak and didn't put away his dagger. Seeing this, Ji had no choice but to continue his previous words and said to Qin Erlang, "Third Miss has entered the palace and become consort you. So, there's no need to think about the British Duke's family anymore, nor about the third young lady. To protect themselves, the British Duke's family has already sold out their own." "What did you say?" Qin Erlang's eyes nearly popped out as he rushed over and grabbed Ji's collar, shouting angrily, "Nonsense.
Impossible.
The eldest daughter of the British Duke's family is already a noble consort. They can't send both legitimate daughters into the palace. Having two sisters serving one husband, it's enough to make people laugh to death." Ji was unbothered and let Qin Erlang hold his collar. He slowly said, 3 months ago, the noble consort died in childbirth. And he also received a piece of news. As early as 5 months ago, the British Duke's family had decided to send the third young lady into the palace. Qin Erlang's engagement with the third young lady was only meaningful if she was sent to serve the emperor, which would show the family's stance. But seeing Qin Erlang so angry, Ji decided not to tell him this news to avoid overwhelming him. "What's the second piece of news?" Qin Sanling asked from behind Ji. This time, Ji's smile was brighter. "The second is good news. Both your families have survivors and now, like you, they are hiding." "Who is still alive?" Qin Erlang and Qin Sanling were both excited. They couldn't believe their families still had people alive. That was wonderful. However, Ji shook his head. "This matter is too secretive. I only heard rumors. I don't know who exactly is still alive. But it should be one of your uncles. If the survivors were some insignificant women, the emperor wouldn't be so angry, nor would he order a large-scale search for men over 30 from both families. Just being alive is enough. Just being alive is enough." Old Qin choked with emotion as he spoke, saying that as long as someone was still alive, that was enough. "How did you get this information?" Qin Sanling clenched his dagger, still pointing its tip at Ji's neck. "Who did you side with in Dawang?" Ji paused slightly, then turned to look at Qin Sanling. The young Marquis had a face that didn't match his thoughts, but his eyes were sharp and deep, very fitting with his mind. Ji studied Qin Sanling for a moment and then laughed. He only smiled but didn't reply to Qin Sanling's words. His words were a trap. Only a fool would fall for it. He said, "Ji has his own sources of information, but these must not be shared. You understand the rules, young Marquis, so please don't make things difficult for Ji." When Ji said this, he used his own name, not Ning. He was telling Qin Sanling and the others that his visit and the information sources had nothing to do with the Ning family. Qin Sanling and the others understood. Old Qin couldn't help but ask, "Does old Ning have some plan with you? Did you leave the Ning family on purpose? Are you trying to leave a backup for the Ning family?" In the early days of a dynasty change, some wise families would send a legitimate son out of the family to keep a backup in case of disaster, hoping to preserve the family bloodline. But Ji had left his family over 10 years ago. Back then, Emperor Jingyuan hadn't ascended the throne, and the Great Chu was thriving. Old Ning wouldn't have expelled his young son from the capital to make him a marginal figure. "General, he is overthinking," Ji said with a smile. Leaving the Ning family was Ji's own choice. "The Ning family has my elder brothers, second and third brothers, and several capable nephews. They don't lack me. I dislike the luxury and corruption of the capital's officials and the court's disputes. I prefer traveling and exploring the mountains and rivers." All these things he disliked had nothing to do with the Ning family. What is the third piece of news? Qin Sanlang, unable to find out why Aji left the Ning family, decided to skip that and ask about the third piece of news. The third piece of news is that among your two families' old allies, there is a traitor, Aji said. A traitor? Who is it? Qin Erlang, who had been lost in the bad news about the Duke of Ang abandoning their family and the third young lady entering the palace, suddenly woke up and asked Aji. Aji still shook his head. Aji doesn't know. I only know that your two families are facing great danger mainly because of that traitor. He paused and added, maybe more than one.
Why?
Why would they do this? Qin Erlang couldn't believe what he was hearing. Did we do something wrong to them? Why would they cause our family to be destroyed? Many of their old friends and loyal followers were promoted by their family, yet their family was wiped out because some of these old friends betrayed them. Qin Erlang couldn't accept the third piece of news. He didn't want to stay in the countryside. He planned to go northeast, to seek out old friends and allies, and to avenge his family. Now, hearing this news, who could he trust to turn to? Faced with Qin Erlang's anger and sadness, Ajo was calm and nonchalant. Who knows? Maybe they think that if they wipe out your two families, they can rise to power and enjoy the status of a duke or a marquis. He added, Ajo told you this to warn you not to trust all your old friends and allies. If you do, you'll be walking into a trap. However, General Liu, the guard commander of Yangji Palace, was trustworthy. But he wouldn't tell them about this. If he did, Qin Sanlang would surely notice something and ask how he knew Liu didn't betray them. It was too complicated to explain, so he chose not to say anything. Anyway, they would find out later when they went to Liu's side. Still, Qin Sanlang suspected him. Suddenly, Ajo felt a sharp pain at the back of his neck. The tip of a dagger had pierced his skin, drawing a few drops of blood.
Who are you? How do you know all these things?
Qin Sanlang pressed. It's one thing to know about the third miss of the Duke's mansion, but how do you know that our two families' uncles are still alive? Or that there are traitors among our old friends and allies? Are you the Emperor's person? Or are you involved in our family's affairs? How else would you know all this? Without truly being involved, how could he know such important secrets? What's your real plan in coming to us? If you want to kill us, just say so. No need to beat around the bush. We are just a few lone soldiers. If you tell the guards at the city gate, even if we are brave, we can't escape. Hearing Qin Sanlang's words, Ajo felt a flicker of annoyance. This young marquis really doesn't trust easily. Even now, he can clearly ask these questions, and every word is important. Young marquis, I have already said what I need to say. I won't tell you what I shouldn't, no matter how you ask. Aji looked at Qin Sanlang calmly and said, I have no ill intentions towards you. If the young marquis doesn't believe me, he can kill me now. Qin Sanlang's brows furrowed tightly. Aji was gambling his life. Qin Sanlang didn't make a move. If he killed Aji, their family, and the 3 generations, including the third grandfather's family, would all be in danger. Seeing that Qin Sanlang didn't attack, Aji smiled gently. The young marquis has doubts, and I understand. But these doubts will be cleared in time. There's no need for you to worry now. Just remember, I mean no harm to you. Qin Sanlang stayed silent. Aji knew too many important secrets. The Ning family was just a minor noble family, mainly relying on weapons trade. They didn't have much influence in the court. Ning Ji was only a merchant. How did he know all these secrets? Ning Ji had many secrets, and Qin Sanlang didn't dare to trust him. But for their sake, for the sake of a few families, Qin Sanlang couldn't kill him. Give us the jade pendant from the Ning family, and hand over your token. We will believe you, Qin Sanlang said. When Aji heard this, his face darkened. He knew Qin Sanlang was difficult to deal with, but he didn't expect him to be so stubborn. Young Marquis, this is solely Aji's decision. You can't involve the entire Ning family. Aji refused to hand over his token, which represented his identity, and turned to Qin Laojiao. General He, forgive me, but the Ning family's token concerns the safety of the entire family. I cannot give it up. Qin Lao also thought that Sanlang's request was a bit much and said, Sanlang, forget it. Although they didn't know whether Aji was friend or foe, he had indeed brought useful information. They should be grateful and not press him so harshly. Having more friends is better than having more enemies. Qin Sanlang listened to Qin Lao and didn't mention this anymore. Aji knew he was temporarily spared, so he relaxed a little. He said to Qin Lao, General He, I have delivered my message. I will go back now. Be careful in everything. Finally, he also assured Qin Erlang, if I get news about your uncle, I will send someone to inform you. Regarding the matter of your old friends and the traitor among them, if you meet your uncle, Aji will also tell him about it, so he can be cautious. After speaking, he turned and left the main hall, heading toward the courtyard. Wait! Qin Sanlang called after him from behind, asking, Does Lord Lei know about this? Ji shook his head.
They do not know.
Everything was done by Ji alone. Uncle Wu had suspected something but did not think it involved the Duke's or Marquis families, and since Ji had spoken up for them, he eased Uncle Wu's doubts. Hearing this, Qin Sanlang and the others relaxed. Qin Erlang hesitated for a long time before finally asking, Did Miss Sen go into the palace willingly, or was she forced by the Duke's family? Although he was not formally engaged to Meng Shuyu, they had met a few times after their betrothal. He wanted to know if Meng Shuyu entered the palace of her own will, or if she was forced. If it was the latter, he wouldn't blame her. Ji replied, Does this question matter? Since she was already in the palace and became the emperor's woman, asking such questions was pointless. After speaking, Ji stepped away. Grandpa, I'll go see him off, Qin Sanlang said, still holding a dagger in his hand as he followed Ji. The night was deep and quiet, with only the occasional croaking of frogs from around. Ji adjusted his clothes, carrying a burlap sack, and took a small path, quickly leaving Dafeng village and reaching the woods where he had previously hidden. Qin Sanlang followed him all the way. Once in the woods, Ji spoke first. Young Marquis, do you have anything else to say? Please speak now. Ji needs to keep moving. He was on his way here, and even if he moved quickly, it would take about an hour and a half to return to Shangjia village. Qin Sanlang said, If your information is false, or if you dare to harm Grandfather San and the others, I will find you no matter where you run, and will end you.
He smiled.
Young man, don't be so angry. No matter what, Ning is 10 years older than you, and is like an uncle to you. Qin Sanlang didn't reply. His deep eyes looked like sharp blades, fixed on Ji, making his smile fade. Ji could only promise, Ning will not harm you or those families. All the information I provided is true. Hearing this, Qin Sanlang only said, A verbal promise is useless. It depends on what you do in the future. With that, he turned and left toward Dafeng village. Ji watched Qin Sanlang's figure and remembered the rumors about this young master of the Marquis family. Indeed, you can't trust everything you hear. What gentle politeness and cheerful honesty, it's all lies. In truth, he is like a lone wolf lying beside many fierce beasts. He doesn't stand out among them, but at critical moments, he can deliver a deadly. Fortunately, he knows this better than anyone else. He thought this young Marquis's true nature wouldn't show until 10 years later, but to his surprise, it revealed itself much earlier. Ji stayed in the woods for a while before emerging and walking quickly away. The woods are not far from Dafeng village. Qin Sanlang walks fast and reaches home in about 15 minutes. The house is dark. The lights are already out. It's strange to see lights on so late at night in a poor, frugal rural area. Old Qin and second brother Qin are not resting. They sit in the main hall waiting. When he returns, old Qin asks, Did he leave? Yes, I saw him go, Qin Sanlang replies. After leaving the woods, he didn't return directly to the village, but hid in nearby grass. Only after seeing Ningji leave did he go back to the village. Second brother, among our old friends and allies, there's a traitor. Are you still planning to leave and find those so-called uncles? Second brother Qin is very upset. The news he received tonight hit him hard. First, his fiancée entered the palace to become the emperor's woman, and now, A traitor has appeared among his family uncles. Could it really be that everyone is turning against him? Who can he trust in this world? Old Qin, knowing second brother Qin is deeply affected, comforts him. Erlang, we're still here. Old friends and allies are usually connected by interests. Only their families truly share feelings. Second brother Qin says nothing, but feels grateful to old Qin. Still, he declares, I need to go to the military office. Old Qin frowns. Are you serious about going? Suddenly, second brother Qin kneels on the ground, pleading, I must go. If I don't, I will be trapped here. Their families still have members alive. He must go to the military office to gather information. If he does well, he can use the military office to return to the army. Once in the army, he can find out who betrayed them and reconnect with loyal old comrades. Then, revenge might be possible. Old Qin feels helpless. He knows second brother's determination can't be contained anymore. If he doesn't let him go, trouble will arise later. Go, old Qin finally agrees, but remember, you're not alone. Everything you do affects the lives of over 30 people. Jiang, a person should act with conscience. Since we use those families, we must remember their kindness and not cause their families to fall apart. Qin Jiang's heart was already filled with hatred. He didn't care about grandfather San and the others, but since old Qin begged him, he could only agree. Okay. Qin San Jiang remained silent. When old Qin and the others finished talking and prepared to rest, he finally spoke. I will go with second brother. Qin Jiang frowned. Are you planning to watch over me? In the dark, Qin San Jiang smiled in the direction of Qin Jiang. With second brother's impulsive temper now, I shouldn't follow to watch over you? 30-some lives were lost, and they're still the benefactors who helped us. I don't want us three to deepen our sins. Unlike Jiang, who disliked those families and hated the countryside, he liked them very much. Although they were poor and even of different surnames, they stood together in times of danger, endured disasters, and gradually improved their lives. He enjoyed rural life and the atmosphere of those families. And Little Fish. Little Fish always thought that on the night when villains attacked and killed villagers, it was he who saved her, preventing her from causing more deaths and keeping her life pure. But Little Fish didn't know that it was his sudden action that, while helping her deal with the villain, also dragged their families into the mire. He felt guilty, so he always wanted to treat her well. Maybe if he treated her a little better, his guilt would lessen. Qin Jiang knew that if he didn't agree, Qin San Jiang definitely wouldn't let him go to the military office. So he nodded in agreement. He wanted to get into the military office as soon as possible to gather information there, and he didn't want to wait even a day. Early the next morning, the Qin family 3 went to Gu Jinli's house with gifts. They timed it so that they saw Gu Jinin and the others finish work at the workshop, waited for a moment, and then thought they had finished breakfast before coming over. As soon as they entered the yard, old Qin said to Gu Jinin, who was about to go to school after breakfast, and Gur, today we will go with you to Shangjia village to find Jiang County Magistrate. Yesterday at dinner, Jiang County Magistrate said they wouldn't return to the county town so quickly and would stay in Shangjia village for a day to see his obedient granddaughter. Why are you going to find Jiang County Magistrate? Grandpa San, who had come out of the main hall to greet old Qin, asked puzzled when he heard this. Old Qin replied, Jiang and San Jiang want to join the military office. We're going to talk to Jiang County Magistrate about this. Jiang and San Jiang, you two want to join the military office? Grandpa San frowned and asked. Well, third grandpa, my brother and I have decided to join the army, Qin Sanlang said with a cheerful smile, speaking to his grandfather. Grandpa looked at Qin Lao and asked, Old Qin, do you agree with them going? Although Lei Woi said that Daikyu was about to be peaceful, Qin Lao's sons had all died in battle. Would he really want his grandson to join the army? If something happened, wouldn't the Qin family be left without heirs? Qin Lao looked helpless and said, They want to go, and I can't stop them. Let them go. If they can't make a name for themselves, they'll give up. Seeing Qin Lao agree, Grandpa didn't say anything more. Gu Jinli listened to their conversation and looked at the Qin family grandparents and grandson. She noticed that Qin Erling, who had always looked serious, was smiling today.
Her gaze shifted to Qin Sanling.
Although he still smiled as usual when seeing people, his eyebrows were slightly furrowed, indicating he probably didn't want to go to the army and was being dragged along by Qin Erling. "Little fish, good morning." Qin Sanling saw her looking at him and smiled, lifting the corners of his mouth. "Good morning, Brother Qin." Gu Jinli nodded at him. She saw his lips move as if he wanted to say something, but held back. Gu Jinli was surprised. What exactly did Qin Sanling want to tell her? Was it about finding someone to guard the workshop at night again? She said, "Brother Qin, don't worry about the night shift at the workshop.
We can just buy someone."
Now, with so many disaster victims, 1 or 2 silver coins can buy a person. We can hold their contracts and make them guard the workshop. We're not afraid they'll cause trouble. Qin Sanling smiled and said, "That's good."
I was worried about that.
Gu Jinli kept watching Qin Sanling. Although he was smiling when he said this, her eyes could see that he still looked worried. It seemed he wasn't talking about the night shift at the workshop but something more important. What could it be? While Gu Jinli was thinking secretly, Qin Erling suddenly spoke. "Little fish, Sanling found some medicinal herbs on the mountain the day before yesterday. I brought some for you. Take him to the backyard and plant the herbs first so they don't wither." He handed her a small bamboo basket and then pushed Qin Sanling from behind. Gu Jinli frowned slightly and thought to herself, "What the heck?" Qin Erling usually ignored them, but today he was smiling and even talking to her.
What does he want?
Why do I suddenly have a bad feeling? Qin Sanling was pushed out by Qin Erling, carrying a small bamboo basket filled with soil and a few medicinal herbs. He approached Gu Jin and said, "Little fish, go to the backyard. I'll plant the herbs first, then visit Uncle Shang's house." "Okay." Gu Jin agreed, respecting Qin Sanling and walking with him toward the backyard. They arrived at a small low-lying area in the backyard, where about a dozen medicinal plants were growing. These plants were difficult to care for, so Gu Jin had specially planted them there instead of transplanting them into the ground. Gu Jin looked around, saw no one in the backyard, and asked Qin Sanling, "Brother Qin, what exactly is your family involved in? Just tell me." They had escaped famine together and experienced life and death. There was nothing they couldn't say. Qin Sanling felt very guilty. He had already used little fish to pull their families into trouble, and now he was selfishly asking her for help again. But now, he and his second brother's uncles were alive. These were grown men with military merits. The emperor could be fooled into thinking they were dead, but he wouldn't spare their uncles. Even if their uncles died, the emperor would want to see their full bodies clearly. Qin Sanling squatted down, took a small wooden stick nearby, and used it to dig into the soil of the small depression. He planted the medicinal herbs, devil's claw vine, angelica, and polygonum one by one. Gu Jin frowned as she watched. What exactly was Qin Sanling trying to tell her? Was it so hard to speak openly? Just as she was about to urge him, Qin Sanling finally spoke. "Little fish, that painting skill that can make someone look very similar. Can you ask brother and not to teach the painters at the county office?" The boy lowered his head and struggled to say the rest. "My second brother's family still has uncles alive. Someone is looking for them.
If they get caught, they might die."
He felt like a terrible person. Little fish had helped them many times, but they kept causing trouble for her.
What do you mean by that?
Aren't you and Qin Erling brothers? Do you still have uncles alive? Gu Jin looked at Qin Sanling's back, a bit angry, and said, "Get up and look at me when you talk." Qin Sanling knew she was angry. He obediently stood up, turned to face her, and said, "Yes, I am not a real brother to Erling." This was something he normally couldn't say, but he felt guilty and wanted to tell her. Gu Jin didn't reply immediately. Her bright eyes were filled with cold light as she stared at Qin Sanling, making him feel ashamed and almost run away. Just as Qin Sanling was feeling extremely embarrassed, he heard Gu Jin say, "Fine, I agree." Qin Sanling suddenly looked up, his face full of shock. "Are you really willing to help us?" Gu Jinli sneered. "Do I have a choice? If I don't help you, how can our family survive?" She knew that the Qin family's ancestors were not simple people, but she didn't expect they were actually fugitives. If the uncle Qin Sanling mentioned was caught, then the entire Qin family would be arrested. Those who had been fleeing with the Qin family for months would also be caught. For now, she can only try her best to help the Qin family, or she might never have a chance to grow up. Gu Jinli suddenly felt like she had been hit hard. She was very angry. "Little fish, I'm sorry," Qin Sanling said, feeling guilty. But he knew that no matter how much he apologized, it couldn't undo the fact that they had harmed several families. Gu Jinli looked at Qin Sanling with complicated feelings. She wanted to punch him, but she also remembered how kind he had been to their families on the way. Fleeing was hard, and every day people were dying. Without the help of the Qin ancestors, none of their families could have survived. At least a few people would have died along the way. In short, she was very conflicted and wanted to shout. Gu Jinli clenched her teeth, suppressing her anger, but she couldn't hold it in. She grabbed Qin Sanling's arm, rolled up his sleeve, and bit his wrist hard. Ow! Qin Sanling winced in pain but dared not pull his hand back. She wasn't angry enough to cut him, so it was okay just to bite. Although she bit quite hard, it was not a big deal. After a moment, Gu Jinli released his arm and looked at his bleeding wound, feeling finally relieved. "Be careful, your family, and don't drag us down to death. Otherwise, I won't forgive you even after I die," she said, then threw down Qin Sanling and quickly left. Just looking at him now made her feel upset. Qin Sanling was worried that Grandpa and the others might notice something, so he hurriedly lowered his sleeve, covered the wound on his wrist, and quickly returned to the front yard. In the front yard, Gu Jinan asked Gu Jinli confusedly, "Why do you want to go to the teacher's house with me?" "What for?" Gu Jinli replied, "I was too busy earlier and forgot. I only remembered last night. The old man who taught me painting told me not to share this skill with others." This excuse was weak, but it was the best she could come up with right now. Fortunately, in ancient times, special skills were highly valued and generally not shared outside, so this excuse still made some sense. Old Qin and second brother Qin heard this, and both sighed in relief. Qin Erlang watched Qin Sanling walk out of the backyard and smiled at him, but Qin Sanling ignored him. Third grandma heard Gu Jinli's words and scolded her. "Child, how could you forget such an important matter? This family skill is meant to be passed down. The old master carefully taught you. If you pass it on outside, how can you face him?" Third grandpa nodded and said, "You're right. Others pass down family skills, and we are lucky to learn them. But we can't share this skill outside. It's not ours to give away. If we do, we'll feel guilty." Gu Jinan was smart and understood that when Suyu suddenly brought up this matter, it was probably related to Qin Sanling. He followed third grandpa and third grandma's words and said, "Since the old master specifically told you to learn this, let's go to the official today and tell him about teaching the new painting techniques to the painter at the yamen." "Forget it." Third grandpa called Gu Dashan. "Dashan, let's go together and apologize to Wenyuan." The two children were still young, so it was best for elders to handle the apology. "Okay." Gu Dashan agreed and immediately turned to change his clothes. Cui Shi followed into the house, prepared an apology gift, and handed it to Gu Dashan. "When you arrive at Shang's house, speak nicely to Scholar Shang. Don't let this affect the children." "Yes, I understand." "Don't worry." Gu Dashan took the gift. The seven of them quickly headed toward Shang's village. After 2 hours, they arrived at Shang's house. When they saw Scholar Shang, third grandpa explained that Gu Jinan couldn't go to the county yamen to teach the painters the new techniques. He apologized to Wenyuan. "Wenyuan, we are truly sorry. The child is young and has been fleeing from disaster. He's been quite frightened. Recently, our family has been busy and forgot the old master's instructions. Sorry for the trouble." Scholar Shang felt very regretful. This was a good chance for Gu Jinan to make a name for himself, but he missed it so easily. "Master, this matter can't be done. For the student, it's for the best," Gu Jinan said calmly with a smile. "I want to become famous among scholars, but I hope to do so through my real skills, not by copying others." Scholar Shang initially felt disappointed, but hearing this, he was very pleased. "Good. You really didn't let me down." He turned to Jiang County Magistrate nearby and bowed. Father-in-law, the new painting techniques won't be happening. Please forgive us. Jiang County Magistrate said, no problem. It's none of your fault. He just thought it was strange. How could the plan that was so good earlier suddenly be changed? Gu Jinli keenly sensed that Commander Jiang was beginning to suspect and was thinking of ways to respond. Suddenly, Ji, who had come with Commander Jiang, spoke up. Uncle Jiang, Ji has learned a new painting technique from Dazhong called the Jin style. It's somewhat similar to the new painting style that Ngur uses. Ji can teach the county painter this Jin style, which can help you catch the fugitives. You don't need to worry. Oh, Dazhong has such impressive painting skills? Commander Jiang became interested and asked Ji, do you have any paintings using the Jin style with you? Last year, I used the Jin style to paint a portrait of my father back home. I happen to have it here, for Uncle Jiang to see. Ji untied a pouch at his waist, took out a wax ball, opened it, and pulled out a small rolled piece of paper. When he unrolled it, there was a lively portrait of an old man on it. Lao Yi, who had met Ning Lao before, looked at the portrait and sighed. It somewhat resembles Lord Ning. Commander Jiang looked at the portrait of Gu Jinan and then at this Jin-style painting. He felt a bit uncomfortable. Although the Jin-style painting was good, it couldn't compare to Gu Jinan's new painting technique. But it was better than nothing. Gu Jinan was unwilling to teach the new painting technique at the county office, so having Ji teach the Jin style was also quite good. All right, let's forget about the new painting technique, Commander Jiang decided decisively. This matter was settled. However, Gu Jinli kept looking at Ji. She wondered about his background. How could he have such a detailed, modern-style sketching technique? Could he also be someone from the modern world? No, that was too unbelievable. Ji noticed Gu Jinli's gaze and looked at her with a gentle smile. Little girl, no need to be so surprised. The world is full of wonders. When Ji was in the capital, he thought the capital was the whole world. Later, traveling everywhere and coming to Dazhong, he realized the capital was just a small part of the world. Gu Jinli smiled innocently. Ji uncle is right. Ji looked at her smile and felt a bit uneasy, as if recalling something unpleasant, but he quickly pushed down that fear. After discussing the portrait, Qin Erlang and Qin Sanlang clasped their fists toward Commander Jiang. Sir, we brothers are willing to join the Imperial Guards. Please grant us this opportunity. You're here at Wen Yuan's house today just for this? Commander Jiang asked. Before he finished speaking, a loud laugh came from outside the study. Haha, Qin family young ones, you've finally come around. He looked at County Magistrate Jiang again and said, Father, I've worked hard to bring in 2 good young men. Please don't ask too many questions or scare them away. You haven't even asked anything yet and you're already defending them, County Magistrate Jiang said irritably, glaring at his son. He waved his hand and said, Fine, I won't ask any more. You can handle it yourself. Although he was scolding Jiang Qi, County Magistrate Jiang was quite pleased with his eldest son. He wanted Jiang Qi to slowly take over his responsibilities and earn a few more achievements so that, when he retired, Jiang Qi could succeed him as County Magistrate. Earlier, County Magistrate Jiang didn't necessarily want his son to become the County Magistrate. But since the drought, he had been feeling uneasy, worried that the world might become even more chaotic. In troubled times, having family members hold official positions is very important for a family because it can help them survive in dangerous moments. Thank you, Father, for your support, Jiang Qi said playfully, bowing to County Magistrate Jiang. After entering the study, he sat down on a chair, put away his smile, and said to Qin Erlang and Qin Sanlang, the military office may not be a real army camp, but it's still a big matter for protecting the homeland. Since you want to join the military office, you must be prepared to sacrifice if needed. There's no easy job in this world. Hearing this, Qin Erlang looked at Jiang Qi for the first time. He had thought Jiang Qi was just a local soldier leader from a small county town, but now he realized Jiang Qi could speak so nobly, which made him respect him more. Qin Erlang clasped his fists and said, Uncle Jiang, don't worry. We joined the military office to protect the people. We don't look down on the work there. Qin Sanlang also promised with a fist gesture, my brother, and I think the same way. Jiang Qi was very pleased after hearing this, especially with Qin Erlang. He had previously thought Qin Erlang was too gloomy and not as cheerful as Sanlang, but now that he saw him speak nicely, he felt more at ease.
Good then.
You two should go to the county office in 3 days. I'll take you to the military office then, Jiang Qi reminded them. The military office recruits new soldiers every year in early February. After 3 months of training, there's a test. Those who fail the test will be expelled. Even though you were recruited by me, if you don't pass the test, you'll have to leave. Counting the days, Qin brothers joined the military office about a month later than others, but their family members had been soldiers before, and both of them were skilled in fighting. Jiang Qi believed in their abilities and wasn't worried about the test. If they really couldn't pass, Jiang Qi would think he had made a mistake. Uncle Jiang, don't worry. We understand, Qin Erlang and Qin Sanlang replied. Jiang Qi nodded happily and looked at old Qin. He remembered that all his sons had died fighting on the battlefield. Finally, he asked, Old Qin, are you really willing to let your 2 children join the military office? If you're not willing, I won't take them. Old Qin said, Don't worry, Lord Jiang. I have thought it through. Since they are still young, let them serve a few years in the military office. If they don't make a name for themselves, they can come back home. They won't have any complaints and can settle down to farm peacefully. As soon as old Qin finished speaking, a Jiao arrived outside the study door. He stood on the steps and reported, Master, Wu Gur from Luo's family in Dafeng village is here. He wants to see uncle. Everyone in the study was surprised. The third grandfather had already stood up and asked a Jiao, Why has that kid come? Has something happened at home? A Jiao smiled and said, Don't worry, old Master Gu. The gatekeeper asked around, and Wu Gur said nothing serious has happened at home. He came to see our uncle himself, saying he wants to work in the government office. Hearing this, the third grandfather and others were even more surprised. Gu Jinli frowned. What's wrong with Luowu? He had always refused to leave the village to stay with his sister, so why suddenly want to work in the county office? Jiang Qi was very happy and laughed loudly. This is unexpected. First, he doesn't come, then he comes in 3s. A Jiao, go bring Luowu in. Yes, I will go now. A Jiao turned and left. Soon after, he led Luowu into the study. Luowu had hurried over, still sweating, and with dirt on his shoes. He was worried that the mud on his shoes would dirty Master Shang's study. He bowed and apologized at the steps, then quickly went to the grass by the yard to wipe off the mud before returning and entering the study. Everyone in the study didn't say anything about his actions. Luowu seemed very anxious. Without greeting the third grandfather and others, he immediately clasped his fists to Jiang Qi and said, Uncle Jiang, I have thought it through. I want to work in the county office. Before Jiang Qi could speak, Officer Jiang said, What's your reason? Yesterday, you said you didn't want to work in the government office. Why did you change your mind so quickly? Officer Jiang didn't like young people changing their minds too fast. It made him feel that the young man was not steady. As for the Qin brothers, it was because Qin Erlang had already said yesterday that he wanted to join the army, but old Qin had stopped him. Luowu hesitated for a moment before speaking. My parents want me to join the government office. Last night, I listened to their words and thought all night. I believe working in the government not only helps me gain experience, but also allows me to protect my family. So, I decided to work at the county office. I hope Captain Jiang and Uncle Jiang won't mind and will accept me. Luowu's words were partly true and partly false. He was hiding some things. He is already 18 years old. Sister Xiao turned 15 in January and has reached the age of marriage. However, he has hinted to his mother several times, but she hasn't given him a clear answer. Yesterday, after returning from the Gu family, he asked his mother to choose a date to visit the Gu family and propose marriage. But his mother got angry and said something shocking. If you keep clinging to Sister Xiao like this, I won't let you marry her. Luowu was stunned and asked his mother, Why? Don't you like Sister Xiao? He also thought his mother might dislike Sister Xiao because of the kidnapping incident. He quickly defended her, saying that night when the kidnapper took Sister Xiao, she was only dragged a short distance and was soon rescued by little fish. Sister Xiao didn't suffer any loss. She's an innocent girl, so mother, please don't dislike her. Mrs. Chu was even angrier when she heard this. When have I ever disliked Sister Xiao? Our families fled together. Your mother has eyes and knows that Sister Xiao didn't suffer on the road. But why won't you let me marry Sister Xiao? Luo Wu asked, confused. You should know I've liked her since I was a child. My heart is only with her. In this life, I only want her. Please, let me propose to her at the Gu family and marry her. As he said this, his voice choked with emotion. If you don't let me marry Sister Xiao, I will be a bachelor for the rest of my life. Mrs. Chu, instead of giving in, said firmly, then don't marry her. Live alone. Luo Wu didn't expect his mother to be so resolute. Hearing her say he should stay single, he was completely stunned, staring at her in shock. Mrs. Chu was determined and directly told Luo Wu, don't think that just because your father and I have only you as a son, we will be afraid of you staying single and will marry you off early. Let me tell you, Luo Wu, that's impossible. We escaped together, and just surviving is a blessing. Whether we have grandchildren or not doesn't matter to us. So, don't threaten her with staying single for life. She wouldn't fall for that. When Luo Wu heard this, his eyes turned red, and he choked as he asked the Chu family matriarch, Mother, please don't be angry. If Sister Xiao has done anything wrong, I will apologize to you on her behalf. Please don't be mad at her. Mrs. Chu chuckled bitterly and pointed at Luo Wu, saying, You think I don't let you marry Sister Xiao because I'm angry with her? Wrong, Luo Wu. I'm angry with you. Luo Wu was completely stunned and asked after a moment, Mother, what exactly did I do to make you so upset?
How dare you ask me that?
Mrs. Chu expressed all her dissatisfaction with Luo Wu. Since we settled down, how many times have you left the village? When the tofu stall in town needed help, you have fighting skills that could be useful, but you didn't go to help. Instead, you let Huinyang, a young girl, go to town to work while you stayed home grinding beans. You kept running to the Gu family, worried about Sister Xiao's safety. But do you think that guarding her like this will protect her forever? It seemed Mrs. Chu thought of something bad and spoke with a tearful voice, No. Brother Wu, what you're doing will only ruin her for life. After saying this, Mrs. Chu's tears finally fell uncontrollably. Luo Fu hurriedly comforted her, Child's mother, don't cry. I am here. After crying for a while, Mrs. Chu wiped her tears and continued to Luo Wu, Brother Wu, Sister Xiao is too beautiful. A girl like her, from a farming family, can't be fully protected. You're just a farmer who only grinds beans and hasn't even left the village. What can you do to protect her? Brother Wu, I really don't want to stop you, but I know you can't protect Sister Xiao. I don't want you to ruin her for life or yourself. That's why I haven't gone to the Gu family to propose marriage. Luo Wu was confused. He realized his mother didn't want him to marry Sister Xiao because of this. He had thought she was unhappy with her.
But,
Mother, I can protect Sister Xiao. Shut up, Mother. Mrs. Chu interrupted Luo Wu. We are refugees. Look at the pretty girls we saw on the way.
you saw what happened to them.
Do you think only during our escape do girls get taken? Even in peacetime, there are more cases of girls being kidnapped. Mrs. Chu's words made her tears flow again. Luo Fu patted Mrs. Chu's hand, helped her sit back on the stool, and said to Luo Wu, Brother Wu, do you remember back home, when the Yen family village was raided by bandits from the mountain, and a young woman was taken away? Do you remember the story about the new daughter-in-law from the Hu family in Sweetwater Gully being taken away by the camp's leader to become his concubine? Both women were married, but because they looked so beautiful, they caught someone's eye and were stolen away. Their husbands dared not go to rescue them. Their families wanted to help, but could they really save them? Even Cui, when she was young, was so beautiful that her master plotted against her, marrying her to a rough mountain man. Later, she went to the Gu family, where Grandma Gu constantly nagged her, making her look worn out and losing her original beauty. Only then was she not taken away. When Chui first came to the village, she also attracted a lot of attention. Brother Wu, don't blame your mother. She just wants you to be with Sister Xiao. Until you can protect her, we won't agree for you to marry her, Luo's father said earnestly. If you marry her and can't protect her, your whole life will be over. Unaware, Luo Wu didn't realize that Chu was so upset because she had suffered before and knew what hardship was like. Chu had married once before, but because she was so beautiful, her in-laws didn't protect her, and she was taken away. She later escaped and was saved by Luo's father. He didn't dislike her, so they married and lived together for most of their lives. But she always remembered her suffering. Seeing how beautiful Sister Xiao was and knowing Luo wanted to marry her, Chu was terrified, worried her son wouldn't be able to protect her and she'd suffer again. Luo's father and Chu kept these things secret, never revealing them. Today, for Luo and Sister Xiao, they subtly brought up these past worries. Luo Wu was already 18, knew about the issues in Yan's village and Sweetwater Gully, and was naturally scared. But he still wanted to marry Sister Xiao. If he couldn't marry her, he felt he couldn't go on living. We're doing this for you and Sister Xiao. Think carefully, Luo's father said, then helped Chu back inside. Luo Wu had been kneeling in the main hall until Luo's father pulled him up. The two went to the workshop to keep watch. Luo Wu's mind was a mess. He couldn't focus on guarding the workshop. Seeing how distracted he was, Luo's father finally softened and said, "If you really want to marry Sister Xiao, you need to have the ability to protect her. You can't stay in the village all the time." Luo Wu was awakened by Luo's father. When he heard that the 3 members of the Qin family were going with Gu Jinan to Shangjia village to find Jiang County Marshal and were about to enter the military office, he immediately followed them. This is how he ended up coming to Shangjia and asking Jiang County Marshal to let him work in the government office. In the countryside, government messengers are considered officials, and farmers are afraid of them. Luo Wu thought that if he worked hard for a few years and became a team leader of the officials with the ability to protect Sister Xiao, his mother would surely agree to let him marry her. Jiang County Marshal listened to Luo Wu and nodded. "You want to protect your family? That's good. Every official in the government office hopes to use their status to protect their family. Old master, what do you think?" Jiang Marshal asked Jiang Qi. Jiang Qi smiled and said, "Father, I already told Brother Wu yesterday to come work in the county office. Why are you still asking? You know the answer." Jiang County Marshal laughed and said to Luo Wu, "Your older brother has already tested your skills. You're capable of fighting. But to work in the county office, you need to pass an exam. Here's the plan. In 3 days, you and the 2 boys from the Qin family come to the county. The old man will take you to the office. If you pass the exam, you can work there." Luo Wu felt like hearing heavenly music. He quickly bowed and said, "Thank you, County Marshal." Deciding that Luo Wu would work in the county office was half settled. Gu Jinli saw that all 3 of them wanted to work in the government office and reminded them, "Grandpa Third, Father, we need to buy more people. Otherwise, no one will guard the workshop at night." Grandpa Third and Gu Dashan were farmers and used to oppose buying people, thinking it was a sinful act. But recently, after Gu Jinli explained why buying people was necessary, they no longer resisted. Grandpa Third nodded and said, "Yes, we need to buy people. There are so many herbs and tofu in the workshop. We can't do without guards at night." Jiang County Marshal said, "Brother Gu, don't worry about buying people. A Jiao is going to the capital city tomorrow to buy some workers for the soybean oil workshop. Tell me how many people your Gu family needs, and I'll have him show you. When the time comes, he'll send the people directly to you." Grandpa Third and Gu Dashan didn't know how to buy people, but hearing this, they were very happy and quickly agreed, "Then we'll trouble Brother Jiang with this." As for how many people to buy, Grandpa Third looked at Gu Jinli. Gu Jinli said, "Grandpa Jiang, we need at least 4 people. These 4 must know some fighting skills so they can defend the workshop if thieves come." The conversation paused, and then he said, "It's okay if some of them have families to take care of, as long as their family members are honest and don't cause trouble. We can buy them all together." The Jiang family was definitely buying refugees fleeing from disaster. Some of these people probably had families, so buying them all at once would help control the workers and keep the workshop safe. All right, I understand. When they bring someone back, I'll have them send them over for you to choose, said Officer Jiang, who was very straightforward. Hearing this, the families quickly thanked him again. Officer Jiang waved his hand and said, "No need to thank me. It's just a small favor. Little fish saved Yuan, and that's a big kindness. If you keep thanking us, wouldn't the Jiang families be thanking you back? That would be too much trouble." Grandpa Third knew Officer Jiang was a straightforward person. After hearing this, he stopped thanking him and finished explaining everything. Then he said goodbye to Officer Jiang. "Brother Jiang, we have work at home, so we'll go back now." When Grandpa Third was saying goodbye, Gu Jinli looked at Qin Sanlang nearby. When Qin Sanlang looked over, she glanced at Aji briefly, then quickly looked away. Her meaning was clear. She wondered if Aji's gene-style painting might affect his uncle. If it did, they needed to find a way quickly to prevent Aji from teaching the gene-style painting at the county office. Qin Sanlang shook his head slightly and then smiled to reassure her. Seeing this, Gu Jinli felt more at ease, but also started to feel curious. "Old Master Gu, please come this way," Ajio was ordered to Grandpa Third and the others out. Soon, the group left the Shang family and headed toward Dafeng village, led by Ajio. Gu Jinli deliberately slowed her pace. Qin Sanlang understood her meaning and also slowed down. After a moment, they fell about 10 meters behind Grandpa Third and the others. Gu Jinli whispered, "That kind of gene-style portrait which looks about 50% like a real person. Aren't you worried?" Qin Sanlang didn't hesitate and told her the truth. "Aji came to my house last night. He told us about the uncle still being alive in my second brother's family. So, he probably won't teach all those painting techniques to the county's painters. Just a rough idea. If they can get about 30% resemblance, that's good enough." Gu Jinli was very surprised. "Did he say that? And you believed him? Don't you think Aji is very strange? He seems to know too much." Also, Gu Jinli didn't like the way Aji looked at her. It was like he was looking at someone he knew well. In addition, Aji's eyes carried a subtle sense of pride, as if he knew everything. Although that pride was just a little, Gu Jinli still noticed it. What was Aji proud of? Where did that all-knowing look come from? Could he really be a spirit? When she was in the Shang family study, she initially wanted to test Aji in English. But then she thought if Aji really was a spirit, wouldn't her test clearly reveal that she was also a spirit? She didn't want to expose her own secrets, so she held back from testing further and decided to wait and see if she could find other clues about Aji. Third brother Qin nodded. "You're right. We also think he knows too much. But he has brought us useful information so far and hasn't done anything harmful to our families." Gu Jinli frowned. "Just because he hasn't acted yet doesn't mean he won't in the future. Maybe he's trying to catch a big fish by using you as bait, to find out who from your family is still alive, or to catch those who are friendly with your family and trap them all."
"We've already thought about that."
"But now we can only take one step at a time." Qin Sanlang lowered his head and said to Gu Jinli, "It's just that we've caused trouble for your families."
"Sorry about that."
Gu Jinli snorted coldly. "It's good that you know. You'd better quickly find out more about Aji, to make sure he has no ill intentions toward your family. Otherwise, all of our families will be affected." After saying that, she clenched her teeth and whispered so only they could hear, "Maybe we should get rid of him tonight? Dead men are the safest." Qin Sanlang said, "No, that's not possible. Aji is the son of the Duke of Ning in the capital. He travels between Dechu and Darong and knows many important people. If he dies, our families will be in big trouble." Gu Jinli also knew that killing Aji would cause trouble. She was just angry and speaking out of frustration. She understood that they couldn't deal with Aji now. They could only wait and see what he planned to do. Gu Jinli put this matter aside and stopped talking. But Qin Sanlang's voice came again. "You're a girl. Don't always think about fighting and killing. If it really comes to that, let me handle it. I will go kill him for you." Hearing this, Gu Jinli looked up at Qin Sanlang. Seeing his serious expression, as if he wasn't joking, she was momentarily stunned. Are you offering to be my little brother? Qin Sanlang sighed helplessly. I'm older than you. There's no such thing as a little brother or big brother. Only street thugs say that. She is a young lady, and her age is getting older every day. It's not good to talk about these things. Big brother and little brother, what matters is ability, not age. Gu Jinli patted Qin Sanling's shoulder and said seriously, since you're sincere about working for me, I accept you. After saying that, she crossed her arms behind her back, stood tall, and walked in front of Qin Sanling, looking proud. Qin Sanling looked at her proud expression, feeling both amused and a bit helpless, but he was happy inside. She seemed more like a young girl this way. Seeing that they were far behind and still talking, Qin Erling frowned and called out, Sanling, hurry up. It's getting late. We need to go back and help with the chores. Qin Erling didn't like Gu Jinli, nor did he like Qin Sanling staying with her. She was just a girl from the countryside, from a family of farmers for generations, never even a scholar. What right did she have to stick to Sanling? Sanling was from a noble family. 14 years ago, he was raised in luxury and fine clothes. Even now, though fallen on hard times, he shouldn't be too close to a rustic girl. Gu Jinli heard this and looked at Qin Erling with disdain, snorting softly. She swaggered past him, rolling her eyes at him as she went by, making Qin Erling angry. Qin Erling ignored Gu Jinli and could only quietly remind Qin Sanling, our families won't stay like this forever. One day, we'll rise again. Remember your status, and don't get too close to someone uncultured. Before he finished, Qin Sanling tightly grabbed his wrist with all his strength. Qin Erling was strong, and being squeezed so hard, he felt pain. He looked at Qin Sanling in surprise. What are you doing? Why was he fighting over a wild girl? Qin Sanling's gaze was cold and sharp like frost. He warned, she is our benefactor. Don't let me hear you speak badly of her again. With that, he released Qin Erling's wrist and quickly caught up with Gu Jinli. Gu Jinli turned back and smiled at him. Little brother, good job. Big brother believes in you. Qin Sanling could only smile helplessly at her words. Qin Erling watched them walk together, talking and laughing, his face turning pale with anger. He decided he must tell his grandfather about this when he got home. He couldn't let Sanling stay so close to Gu Jinli anymore. Currently, Sanling and Gu Jinli are not seeing eye to eye, but who knows if they will eventually understand each other. It's better not to get too close. Grandpa Sand and his group walked quickly for nearly 2 hours before finally returning to Dafeng village. Passing by the Mo family courtyard, old Master Mo was stomping and shouting angrily, Mo Queasy, you little rascal. You just used your daughter and wife to curry favor with the Gu family, and now you're cutting ties with my family. You ungrateful person. How much has our family helped you along the way? Now that your family is doing well, you want to leave, leaving us in this broken courtyard to fend for ourselves. You're heartless, abandoning your own uncle to suffer. You're asking for divine punishment. Old Master Mo was so angry he nearly fainted, cursing Mo Queasy wildly. Honestly, old Master Mo had known for a few days that Mo Queasy's family was planning to move, but he didn't care at first. However, when he learned that Mo Qinzi and Zhang had gone to work at Gu's workshop, he suddenly lost his temper. He heard that Gu's workshop earns dozens of coins for every pound of spices ground, and Qinzi and Zhang could grind at least 8 pounds a day, earning several hundred coins daily. Several hundred coins. That money used to belong to his family. Now that Mo Queasy's family was moving, it felt like they were tearing that money out of his heart, like tearing flesh from his body. Old Master Mo was heartbroken and furious, desperately trying to stop Mo Queasy. Mo Qinzi was a strong-willed girl. Knowing old Master Mo would try to stop them, she had agreed with Gu Jinli during the signing of the contract to only work half a day and go home in the afternoon to help with the move. Gu Jinli agreed. At this moment, Mo Qinzi was telling old Master Mo, Grandpa Shire, you're not even my real uncle, just a cousin from the same clan. Your family has sons and grandsons, so you don't need anyone to support you. Even if your family has no heirs, it's not up to my father's cousin to take care of you. Why won't you let my father move away? Hearing this, old Master Mo was so angry he nearly spat blood. He pointed at Mo Chinzi and said, "Rebel. A young girl, and a worthless one at that, daring to insult her elders. I will establish a family shrine and expel you from the clan." Mo Chinzi smiled and asked, "A family shrine? Where is that?" "The Mo family shrine has long been gone. Besides, even if there was a shrine, you have no right to expel clan members just because of it. Who do you think you are? Clan leader? Village chief? Stop pretending. Mo Queasy, look at what your good daughter has done to make my father so angry." Mo Dakue, furious, raised his hand to slap Mo Chinzi for daring to talk back to his father, but Mo Queasy stopped him. Mo Kue holds a shovel and points at Mo Daku, saying, "Stop. If you dare to hit my daughter, I will fight you." Old Master Mo sees Mo Kue daring to resist with the shovel and trembles with anger, saying, "This is too much. They even dare to fight Daku." Mo Kue, hearing Old Master Mo's unfair words, looks at him with sadness and says, "Old uncle, I've come this far fleeing hardship, and I believe I've done right by you. I know you've been squeezing money, grain, and warm clothes for my family, but I thought, since only our two families are left in the Mo household, we should help each other. But, old uncle, people are made of flesh and blood. I can't cut off my own flesh to support your family, nor can I let my children and wife go hungry. Old uncle, our family has made up our minds. We won't have any more dealings with your family. Your family members are like bloodsuckers. Mo Kue, I'm just one person. I can't support all of you with my own flesh and blood." Gu Jinli and others stand outside the Mo family yard, listening to Mo Kue's brave words, feeling very pleased. Grandpa San thinks old Master Mo is too ungrateful, bullying his nephew from the same clan. He loudly shouts into the yard, "Kue, what's going on with your family? If you're in trouble, just go find village head, he to settle it." Village head, he only find old Master Mo 5 taels of silver yesterday and warned him to behave himself. He told them to live honestly and warned that if they caused trouble again, they would be expelled from the village. Old Master Mo, afraid of village head he, quickly shuts up after hearing Grandpa San's words, goes back to his house, and slams the door shut. This drama at the Mo family finally ends. Mo Chinzi pulls his younger brother out and thanks Grandpa San and the others. Grandpa San waves his hand and says, "Go back now. We're just passing through." Originally, this was Mo family business and he shouldn't interfere. But old Master Mo was too unreasonable. His greed for blood was insatiable. That's why he couldn't help but speak up. Grandpa San and the others quickly return home, change their clothes, and then go back to the workshop to work. Luo Wu goes to find Jiang Qi to talk about working in the government office. He didn't tell Luo's father or Mrs. Chu beforehand. When he gets home, he feels anxious, worried they might scold him, but Luo's father and Mrs. Chu don't scold him. They understand Luo Wu's desire to work in the government to make a name for himself and protect Gu Jinxiu, so they don't blame him for acting on his own. That evening, Luo's father and Luo Wu talk for over an hour, teaching him about social manners and reminding him what to watch out for in the county office, so he doesn't offend anyone or cause trouble once he starts working there. That evening, several families learned that the Qin brothers and Luo Wu planned to work at the county office. Everyone was very happy. This was an official job, which brought honor to their family. The Lu family, upon hearing this news, became furious. Old Third Lu, who was bedridden, almost jumped up from anger. No, you can't." Old Third Lu stiffened his body, his face turning a dark purple, but he couldn't say a complete sentence. He could only manage a few difficult words. Stone hurriedly patted Old Third Lu's chest to calm him. "Third Master, don't worry. The Master has already said they won't have an easy time. You rest first." Since Fifth Son had already been sold, only he was left to take care of Third Master. If Third Master caused more trouble, his own fate would be even worse than Fifth Son's. Hearing Stone's words, Old Third Lu was still very angry, shouting "Father, come," through clenched teeth. Stone understood what he meant, that old third Lu wanted his father to come see him. Third master. The old master hasn't been feeling well lately. He already visited you this morning. It's getting dark now. Maybe we should wait until tomorrow? Ugh, ugh. Old third Lu glared with furious eyes, wishing he could eat Stone. Father, come. All right, third master. Don't get too excited. I'll go call the old master right now. Stone quickly got up, afraid that old third Lu would cause trouble again, and went to summon the old master. Since the day old third Lu became paralyzed and fainted several times, his health had greatly declined. He had been bedridden for 5 or 6 days. Just as he was able to get out of bed, news that the Qin brothers and Luo Wu planned to open workshops made him so angry he returned to bed. Recently, things had been better, but today, hearing about the Qin family brothers and Luo Wu wanting to work in the government office, he was so furious he could hardly breathe. However, the old master loved old third Lu the most. When he heard Stone's words, he was still helped by Shuangde and came to see him. When old third Lu saw his father, he hurriedly sobbed, "Father, can't go to the office." Stone explained nearby, "Third master is telling the old master not to let the Qin and Luo boys work in the government office." Suddenly, the old master turned around and slapped Stone hard. His hand trembled as he pointed at Stone, scolding, "Who told you to tell old third this? Do you want to be sold too?" Stone quickly knelt down, begging for forgiveness. "Please forgive me, sir. I didn't say anything." It was third master who heard it from Xingji, the housekeeper, and it has nothing to do with me. With a loud bang, Shuangde kicked a Stone angrily and said, "How dare you talk back? Go get medicine for third young master. Don't kneel here and block the view." Yes, I will go get the medicine right away." The Stone hurriedly ran off, afraid that if he was a moment too slow, old Master Lu would blame him. "Old master, look, today third young master was able to say 2 words. That's a good sign." Shuangde, who had served old Master Lu for many years, was very good at flattery and knew that his main concern was third young master's illness, so he said this immediately. Sure enough, old Master Lu was very happy to hear this. With Shuangda's help, he sat by third young master's bed, holding his hand and choking with emotion. "Son, don't worry. Those little brats from those families are fine as long as they don't go into the government office. But if they dare to go in, County Magistrate Zhou will make sure they never come back." County Magistrate Zhou had been badly harmed by those families. Could their children really hang around in the county office?
Impossible.
Zhou County Magistrate would definitely find ways to suppress the wolves from Qin Luo's family. Third young Master Lu heard this and was very happy. He wanted to laugh loudly, but his mouth twisted and saliva dripped down, soaking the cotton scarf around his neck. He looked very messy. Shuangde quickly took off the scarf, fetched a new one from the nearby table, and helped third young Master Lu change it. Seeing this, third young Master Lu made a sound like ah, his eyes red and tears flowing non-stop. He was truly hopeless now. "Son, don't worry. Plum Blossom has already told your eldest brother. After Brother Zhen takes the imperial exam next year and becomes a scholar or a recommended candidate, he will go to the capital to invite the imperial doctor for you. They will surely cure your illness," old Master Lu said. The brother Zhen old Master Lu mentioned was Zhou Yuzhen, the third son of County Magistrate Zhou. Zhou Yuzhen was 20 years old this year and was quite talented. At 13, he had already achieved the rank of child scholar. Because of this, everyone in the county praised him as a genius child, and County Magistrate Zhou valued him greatly. Old Lady Lu also thought Zhou Yuzhen was more talented than Zhou Furen's son, and she had the idea of letting Zhou Yuzhen replace Zhou Furen's son to become the next county magistrate. Originally, Zhou Yuzhen was supposed to take the imperial exam for the scholar rank this year. But this year, countless disaster victims flooded Jianghui's 4 prefectures, and most of Dazhou was in chaos. The emperor issued an order to cancel the imperial examination for this year, postponing it to next year. Whenever old Master Lu thought of this, he couldn't help but regret. If the emperor hadn't cancelled this year's exam, with his grandson's talent, he would definitely have ranked first in the exam and become a scholar. If his grandson passed the imperial exam, the Liu family would not be punished severely, even if they made big mistakes. County Magistrate Zhou would support them and help clean up any messes for Zhou Yuzhen. Xuanda also said nearby, "Yes, third master. You should rest well now. When the third young master takes the high school exam next year, he will surely bring a royal doctor to see you. As the true uncle of the third young master, he won't ignore your health." Old third Liu heard this and finally calmed down a bit. "Master, master. The third young master and Miss Five are here." Stone hurried into the house, shouting to old Master Liu. Everyone in the house was surprised. Xuanda grabbed Stone's collar and asked, "What did you say? The third young master and Miss Five are here?" "Stone, are you lying? The third young master and Miss Five only visited the Liu family in the county town. They had never been to the countryside Liu family. Why would they come at this late hour? And Miss Five, that delicate young lady, looked gentle and kind, but she actually disliked the Liu family from the heart. She thought the Liu family was just rural folks and felt ashamed to have such a distant relative. She wanted to cut ties with the Liu family. How could she come here?" Stone protested. "It's not fair, Xuanda. I dare not joke about this. The third young master and Miss Five really came. Sister Xuanda is outside welcoming them, and I was sent to tell you to hurry and come meet them." Old Master Liu heard this and knew Stone was telling the truth. Yuzhen and Yuan really arrived. But what did they come for? Could it be because of our family's trouble, County Magistrate Zhou is tired of them and sent them back? Old Master Liu was very worried. Before Stone could answer, he immediately asked Xuanda to help him to the front yard. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Old Third Liu was also anxious, calling out repeatedly behind Old Master Liu. Old Master Liu had no time to pay attention to him. Hearing his voice, he turned back and said to the house, "Stone, take good care of the third young master. If anything happens to him, I will sell you to work in the mines." "Yes, yes, I understand, master." Rest assured, Stone replied, then quickly comforted Old Third Liu. "Third young master, don't worry. The third young master and Miss Five will come to see you very soon." Soon after, the curtain of the mule cart was pulled aside from inside. A young servant first stepped down, followed by a man in his early 20s. The man looked quite handsome, of average build, wearing a light blue long robe. His left shoulder and the hem of his robe were embroidered with a cluster of ink-black bamboo, giving him a refined and elegant appearance typical of a noble young master. This person was Zhou Yuzhen, the third son of County Magistrate Zhou. After getting off the cart, Zhou Yuzhen stood to the side and said to the carriage, "Mr. Qi, Yuan Fei's maternal family has arrived. Please come down."
Yuan Fei was Zhou Yuden's courtesy-name.
As he spoke, another person stepped out of the carriage. The man was about 30 years old, clean-shaven, handsome, wearing a black long robe, and looked calm and dignified. Mr. Qi examined the large Zhou family residence and nodded, saying, "This house is very spacious, comparable in size to the homes of wealthy families in the city." Zhou Yuzhen smiled and said, "It's just a small countryside house, nothing special." "Miss, be careful. Watch your step," said Huar, Zhou Yuzhen's maid, helping Zhou Yuzhen down from another mule cart. Zhou Yuzhen's heart was filled with anger. She didn't understand why her third brother insisted on coming to this poor countryside and brought her along too. But she was good at pretending. Even though she was furious and wanted to yell, she kept a gentle smile on her face. Holding Huar's hand, she gracefully stepped down from the cart and said, "Huar, your young lady isn't made of porcelain. There's no need to be so careful when getting off the cart." Zhou Yuanwan stepped down from the cart onto a small stool. As soon as her feet touched the ground, old Master Liu, who had come along with a large horse, saw them and was so excited that his hands trembled. "Brother Zhen's sister Wan, it's really you. How come you're here?" Zhou Yuanwan looked at old Master Liu. Although he was wearing a new cotton robe, it was gray and full of wrinkles, which she found distasteful. People from the countryside would always be plain, no matter how fine their clothes. No hint of nobility. "Grandpa, We heard you were ill and worried you couldn't eat well, so we came to see you, Zhou Yuanwan said, though she was secretly annoyed. She hurried forward to hold old Master Lu's hand and said with concern, "How is your health? Are you feeling better?" Her voice choked with emotion. "You look much more tired than before. Your granddaughter feels sad seeing you like this." Old Master Lu had never seen Zhou Yuanwan act like this before. He used to think she disliked the countryside, disliked the Zhou family, and looked down on them because they weren't officials, which lower her status. But unexpectedly, Sister One was thinking of him as her grandfather in this way. Old Master Lu was overthinking. Zhou Yuan cared about him not only because she was worried about her reputation, but also because of Mr. Qi. Third brother had said that Mr. Qi was from the Qi family in the capital city. Their family was quite wealthy and had a brother who was an official in the capital. Someone from the capital city with an official brother, such a good family. She couldn't let go of this opportunity. Recently, she had come of age, but because of the Lu family's issues, her coming-of-age ceremony was very simple. Only some second-rate families from the county town attended. The reason was that Madame Zhou, the old lady, had issued an order to block officials and wealthy families from the county town from coming. And her father surprisingly agreed. She was very angry and ran to cry to her aunt. Her aunt told her to be patient and wait until her father's anger toward the Lu family cooled down. Then her mother would talk to him and show him the people. Show what? There were no good families in the county town. Zhou Yuan wanted to marry someone from an official family in the capital city. She was willing to follow her third brother to the countryside just to marry into the Qi family. But she wasn't interested in Mr. Qi himself. She liked his nephews. Those were the real noble sons of official families. Old Master Lu didn't know Zhou Yuan's thoughts. Seeing her care so much about him, he was so excited he couldn't hide it. It's good. Grandpa's health is much better than before. Zhou Yuan said, "That's good. My third brother, my aunt, and I are all worried about you." Zhou Yuzhen brought Mr. Qi over, supporting old Master Lu's other arm, and smiled at him. "Grandpa, this is Mr. Qi from the Qi family in the capital city." Someone from the capital city. Old Master Lu's eyes lit up. He said to Mr. Qi, "Sir, you've come from afar. If you want to eat anything, just tell the servants. They will prepare it for you." Mr. Qi smiled and said, "I don't really have any special cravings. I just like the countryside scenery and came to see it." Zhou Yuan was furious. What was old Master Lu thinking? Did he think Mr. Qi was some rural bumpkin who had never eaten meat? Asking about food right away, what's there to eat? This shabby countryside. What's so good about it? Zhou Yuzhen's eyebrows twitched slightly, but quickly relaxed. He said to old Master Lu, "Grandpa, it's getting late. Let's have the servants prepare a guest room for Mr. Qi." "Yes, yes, yes. Arrange a place for him to stay." Old Master Lu told Shuang to quickly clean up the guest room in the front yard so Mr. Qi can rest.
Okay.
Shuang De hurriedly arranged for the servants to prepare the guest room. After more than a quarter of an hour of work, they finished setting up Mr. Qi's accommodation. Mr. Qi, exhausted from the journey, soon rested. Zhou Yuzhen took Zhou Yuan to visit Old Man Lu. When Old Man Lu saw them, he was very excited and shouted, "Niece, save me, save me." Old Man Lu wanted Zhou Yuzhen to help him, but also hoped he could help remove the families of Qingu Luotian and others. However, Zhou Yuzhen had other plans for coming to Dafeng village. He saw that Old Man Lu was just putting on a show and paid no attention to what he was saying. After a few words to reassure Old Man Lu and tell him to rest and recover, Zhou Yuzhen and Zhou Yuan left. After the people left, Zhou Yuan couldn't hold back and asked Zhou Yuzhen, "Third brother, why did you come to the Lu family? Haven't they caused us enough trouble? If it weren't for those foolish Lu family members, wouldn't we be free from their trouble? Even my coming-of-age ceremony was ruined." Zhou Yuan spoke more and more sadly, almost crying. Zhou Yuzhen also disliked the many problems caused by the Lu family, but he said, "Don't worry about them. Remember what I told you when we came. Tomorrow, go to the Gu family workshop. Be smart and make good relations with the girls from the Gu family." He also added, Gu Jinli is clever and doesn't trust strangers easily. Be nice to Gu Yume. She's a fool and trusts people too easily. Zhou Yuzhen had some people under his control. After the Lu family's trouble, he sent someone to check on the Qin Gu Luo Tian families and found out which ones were harder to deal with and which ones were easier to target. Don't worry, big brother. She's just an inexperienced country girl. A few kind words and some good things can win her over, Zhou Yuan said. Zhou Yuzhen reminded her, don't look down on those families. Do you know how the Lu family was so badly hurt? It was because of those families. Be careful and do this well. Then I will take you to the capital city to attend the birthday banquet of Madame Qi. Knowing Zhou Yuan's thoughts, Zhou Yuzhen gave her a hint. Mr. Qi's 2 nephews in Beijing will also come back. Zhou Yuan's eyes lit up, and she suppressed her excitement. She said to Zhou Yuzhen, "Third brother, don't worry. I will do my best to handle this." If Mr. Qi's nephews liked her, she could marry into the capital city. Even if she couldn't marry the 2 noble sons of the Qi family, attending Madame Qi's birthday banquet would still be very beneficial. The Qi family was a prominent family in the capital. Many official ladies would attend Madame Qi's birthday. If she could catch the eye of those ladies, even if she couldn't marry into the Qi family, she could marry into the capital city. That way, she wouldn't have to spend her whole life stuck in the poor county of Tianfu. After the 2 siblings finished talking about this matter, they each went back to their rooms to rest. The next day, before dawn, 2 mule carts arrived at Dafeng village and stopped in front of the Lu family mansion. Inside the carts was the shopkeeper Zeng from Fortune Pavilion. He had been sent by the 3rd young master with a full load of gifts. When they reached the Lu family, they didn't dare to knock on the door but waited until Zhou Yuzhen and his sister, along with Mr. Qi and their servants, came out. Only then did Zeng hurriedly approach and bow, saying, "Master Zeng greets the 3rd young master and 5th miss and pays respects to them." Zhou Yuzhen's face darkened, and he scolded Zeng, saying, "It's your fault first. When you go to the Gu family workshop, you must apologize properly. Otherwise, you might as well stop being the shopkeeper at Fortune Pavilion." Zeng hurriedly replied, "Rest assured, 3rd young master. I will sincerely apologize to the Gu family and the others." Mr. Qi simply glanced at Zeng, but did not speak. Zhou Yuzhen was clever. Before coming to Dafeng village, he had told Mr. Qi that Fortune Pavilion wanted to buy the Gu family's tofu recipe at a low price, but they failed, which caused a rift between the 2 sides. Zhou Yuzhen told Mr. Qi these things because he knew Mr. Qi didn't like being deceived by people lower in status than him. Also, in Dazhu, it was common for household servants to use their masters' names to bully common people, so there was nothing to hide. On the other hand, it was rare for a master to come with servants to apologize, which could earn him some good reputation. Zhou Yuzhen and his group marched grandly toward the village's end, and soon arrived at the Gu family workshop. The workshop was busy and lively. Old He and his team had already started working, removing soaked soybeans to prepare for grinding. He Yang and others also arrived, lining up in the main hall to get herbs from Gu Jinli, preparing to grind spices. Gu Dashan and Gu Dafu were helping the people, He Datsong and Liang Zuji, who came to pick up tofu, by showing them how to make it. Outside the workshop, a crowd had gathered, all asking for tofu and seasoning spices. Village head, he was leading his family, and the mischievous, he San Laizi to stop them. Grandpa Sen called out to them, "Dear villagers, our Gu family workshop just opened. We have limited tofu right now. We need to supply our own village first before selling to other villages." Those asking for tofu knew it was hard to get, and when they couldn't obtain any, they asked, "What about the seasoning spices? I heard you can grind a few dozen jin a day. With so much spice, can you share some with us?" He San Laizi shouted loudly, "Share what?" On the day we opened, the county magistrate and his sworn brothers came and ordered a batch of seasoning spices from us. Our workshop is busy with a big order and has no extra spices to give you. He San Laizi is good at pretending to be powerful and claims, "Our workshop is protected by the county magistrate of Jiang. You should leave quickly and stop shouting here. If you upset him, he might send soldiers to arrest you." Grandpa San hurriedly scolds He San Laizi, "Stop talking nonsense. The county magistrate never uses his power to oppress farmers. He then tells the villagers, "Rest assured, as long as you haven't done anything wrong, the magistrate won't arrest you. But we have received a large order, and for the next 2 months, we will be very busy with it. If you want spices, you'll have to wait a little longer." The villagers, hearing this, can only leave feeling disappointed. They are just farmers and dare not compete with the magistrate's close allies for things. Mr. Qi frowns slightly at this, but quickly relaxes. After the villagers leave, Zhou Yuzhen and others step forward and say to Grandpa San, "Old sir, I am the third son of Zhou County Deputy and the grandson of the Liu family. I just returned from the city a few days ago and learned about some mistakes Zhengde made. I am very sorry. Today, I brought Zhengde here to apologize to you." Before Grandpa San can respond, Zhou Yuzhen calls Zhengde over and says, "Hurry and kneel down to apologize to old Master Gu." Zhengde falls to his knees with a thud and bows 3 times to Grandpa San, saying, Zhengde, was blinded by greed and used some shady methods to steal your family's tofu recipe, causing you a lot of trouble. Please forgive me and don't be angry." Zhou Yuzhen immediately states his identity and purpose. Zhengde kneels to apologize, catching Grandpa San off guard, leaving him stunned. Gu Jinli hears the commotion and runs out of the main hall. Seeing Zhengde kneeling, she sneers, "Isn't this the shopkeeper Zheng from the fortune tower? Why is he kneeling in front of our workshop? Is he here to steal our tofu recipe again? Why didn't he bring along Master Liu, or the thugs from the Liu family this time? That's right. You are a servant of Zhou County Deputy, thinking you're part of the officials. Stealing a common farmer's recipe doesn't require thugs. Just say the word, and any farmer would give it to you. If they refuse, they might end up in jail. I heard that Master Zheng recently took a new wife and is living quite happily. Congratulations to him." Gu Jinli's sharp words leave Zhengde and Zhou Yuzhen speechless. Zhou Yuzhen glanced at Mr. Qi and saw his frown and displeased expression. He immediately kicked Zhengde and angrily said, "You dog servant, how dare you take a concubine, especially one from a good family? According to the laws of Great Chu, servants cannot take concubines, and they cannot marry into good families. What are you doing?" Zhou Yuzhen looked so angry, he couldn't speak clearly. He really didn't expect that a small country girl from the countryside would speak so openly and know so much, even about Zhengde's past concubinage. It was not unusual for a servant like Zhengde to have a concubine, but usually they kept it secret and didn't tell others. It seemed the Gu family had investigated Zhengde, otherwise they wouldn't know such private matters. After hearing Gu Jinli's words, Zhou Yuzhen finally understood why Zhou Lu's family had been repeatedly defeated by Qin Guoluo Tian's family. These families were indeed not simple. Luckily, he was not in a hurry to succeed but planned to slowly weaken them like boiling a frog. Zhou Yuzhen suppressed his dissatisfaction and, with a guilty look, said, "Young girl, everything is my Zhou family's fault. We raised the servants too boldly. I, Zhou, apologize to you here. Please forgive us." He clasped his hands and bowed to Gu Jinli. As he lowered his head, he glanced at Zhou Yuan beside him. Zhou Yuan's eyes immediately turned red. She said to Gu Jinli, "Gu family sister, Yuan and my brother are here to apologize to you. Please forgive the Zhou family this time." But inside, she cursed Gu Jinli fiercely. That country girl dared to act so arrogantly, making their brother and sister apologize to her. Gu Jinli's cold smile deepened. "Are you forcing us to forgive you?" Zhou Yuzhen hurriedly said, "That's not what I meant. I only know that what happened before was Zhengde's fault. I brought him here to apologize." "Not what you meant." Gu Jinli said, "You came to our house, didn't even enter the yard, and made Zhengde kneel and apologize in front of so many people. Isn't that forcing the third grandpa to forgive you? If you want to apologize, do it sincerely. Don't use these sneaky tricks." Gu Jinli exposed Zhou Yuzhen's scheme right in front of everyone. He blushed with shame and anger. Luckily, he kept his head down so others wouldn't see his face, saving some of his dignity. But he didn't expect that a young country girl, not much older, could see through his plans and speak so boldly without hesitation. Zhou Yuan choked and said, Gu family sister, my third brother didn't mean that. You misunderstood. Can you stop crying? It makes it seem like we bullied you. Gu Jinli really can't stand Miss Zhou. She starts crying as soon as she arrives. If she can cry so easily, why didn't she go to the northwest during the drought to cry? Maybe her tears could help ease the drought. Zhou Yuan choked, almost unable to continue acting. Mr. Qi watched nearby and, after hearing Gu Jinli's words, looked at her and the families of Qin Gu Luo Tian with more respect. Although these families fled from famine, they are different from ordinary farmers. Even a young girl like her is so clever, able to fight back successfully when Zhou Yuzhen tried to take control first. That's impressive. He also noticed that while this young girl was speaking, the adults from the other families were nearby, but didn't interrupt. It seems she holds a significant position among them. Gu Jinli sensed Mr. Qi's gaze and turned to look at him. Seeing her look, Mr. Qi smiled and said, Young lady, there are too many people here. Why don't we go inside and talk? What do you think? Gu Jinli replied, Our workshop is very busy now. We don't have time to entertain you. Mr. Qi said, That's okay, we can wait. Gu Jinli asked with a smile, Sir, what should I call you? Are you with the Zhou family? This question caught Mr. Qi off guard. He smiled and said, I am Qi Yu, courtesy named Qiming. I am from the capital city. I met Brother Zhou in the capital recently, and consider him a friend.
Zhao Yu frowned.
What does Mr. Qi mean? Is he planning to abandon him as a friend? Gu Jinli smiled and looked at Grandpa San. She said, Grandpa San, let's invite Mr. Qi inside. Grandpa San saw there were too many people in front of the workshop and said, Please, sir, come in. Mr. Qi nodded with a smile and stepped inside the workshop. Zhou Yuzhen and Zhou Yuan, along with their servants, shamelessly followed in. As for Zhengde, Zhou Yuzhen gave him a look. He stood up, bowed his head, and entered Gu's workshop. The workshop has 3 main rooms and 2 side rooms. Now only one side room, which stored soybeans, is half empty. Grandpa San led them into the side room and pointed to a long bench, saying, This is a rural place. Everyone just make do and sit. Thank you, old Gu, Mr. Qi said, sitting down with Zhou Yuzhen. Zhou Yuan, disgusted by the dirty bench, refused to sit and stood quietly to the side. After leading them into the side room, Grandpa San didn't linger. He said, We still need to busy ourselves with deliveries.
You can sit here first.
Mr. Qi replied, Old Gu, go ahead and get busy. Qiming will wait here. Grandpa San nodded and left the room. He was clever and stood outside the door, watching over them. Qin Sanling received the news and hurried to follow old Qin. He saw Gu Jinli in the yard and quickly went over to ask her, Someone from the Zhou family has arrived? What's going on? What do they want? Gu Jinli glanced at the side room and said, They're here to put on a show. Let them wait first. We'll deal with them after we're done. Qin Sanling frowned and asked, What do the Zhou siblings want to do? Our dealings with Zhou Lu's family have always been handled by Lu's family. The Zhou family hasn't made any moves before. Now that the siblings are here, are they trying to confront us directly? He was very worried. The next morning, he was supposed to go to the county town, but the Zhou siblings came at this time. He didn't know what their plan was, and it made him uneasy about going to the military office to join the army. Gu Jinli said, Who cares what the siblings want? We'll face whatever comes. That Ji isn't just anyone's son. If the Zhou siblings are looking for trouble, just let Ji handle it. His status and position are solid. We might as well use him.
And
that Mr. Qi doesn't seem genuinely interested in associating with Zhou Yuzhen. We can make use of him. Gu Jinli whispered to Qin Sanling. Seeing that she already had a plan, Qin Sanling felt more at ease, but still worried. He didn't leave but stayed in the workshop, helping He Dachuang and others carry tofu. After about 15 minutes of work, they finally finished the morning batch. Before He Dachuang and the others left, they specifically asked Gu Jinli and Grandpa San, Is there anything we can help with? If there is, don't hold back. Even if those 2 siblings are young masters and misses from an official family, we're not afraid. People should be honest. They fear officials, but they've earned a lot from selling tofu and spices. Now that the Gu family workshop is in trouble, they can't just stand by.
Gu Jinli said, "Thank you, uncles. We can handle this. Rest assured."
Village head, he said from nearby, "You all go ahead and do your business. I'll stay here and watch. If anything happens, the He family definitely won't ignore it." Hearing this, Gu Jinli looked at village head He with new respect. The old man used to be very afraid of death and would hide when trouble came. She thought he would be scared and run away when he saw the young master and miss from the official family come, but instead, he said this. It shows he's determined to stand with them. After hearing this, He Dachuang and Liang Zhuzi carried their loads and left. The side room door was not closed. When Gu Jinli and others were helping He Dachuang and the others with supplies, Mr. Qi kept watching. He even wanted to inspect the goods on the spot, making sure everything was fine, then pressed his hand to confirm. Interesting. This Gu family workshop is not simple. Soon after, Grandfather San brought Gu Jinli and the others into the house. "Sorry to keep you waiting," Grandfather San said as he sat on another long bench. There weren't enough seats, so Gu Jinli and the younger ones had to stand. However, Mr. Qi's gaze was fixed on Gu Jinli. He could see that the Gu workshop was run by this young girl. Seeing his look, Gu Jinli smiled at him, showing her white teeth, which looked a bit dazzling. Mr. Qi smiled and nodded at her. Zhou Yuzhen had already stood up and spoke again, formally apologizing to Grandfather San. "Old sir, please forgive us. It was all the fault of the Zhou family and the Lu family. Our servants were too greedy, and my maternal family was insatiably selfish, almost causing trouble for your families. I feel very guilty. We sincerely come to apologize today. Please forgive us." Worried that Gu Jinli might criticize him again, he quickly added, "Even if you don't forgive the Zhou and Lu families, it's okay. But please accept this apology as a small token of our sincerity." Grandfather San shook his head. "An apology is enough. We are farmers, and every meal we eat is earned through hard work. As for the 2 carts, you can take them back." His words implied that the Zhou and Lu families had stolen their food and drink. Zhou Yuzhen was angry inside but knew he couldn't confront them directly. He suppressed his anger, showing a look of bitterness and shame, and said reluctantly, "Since you won't accept it, we won't insist. But please, old sir, don't blame my siblings and me. We mean no harm to your families. We hope to stay in the village for a few days and perhaps visit you. We hope you won't mind." He spoke sincerely and then pointed to Zhou Yuan. "My siblings and I will stay in the village for a few days. We might come to visit you." Gu Jinli frowned when she heard this. Staying in the village for a few days? Are they trying to slowly wear down their trust so they can accept them? It was already unusual for 2 young noble children to come all this way to apologize to farmers. Now they wanted to stay and build a relationship? No one would believe that without some hidden motive. Gu Jinli ignored them and looked at Mr. Qi, asking Mr. Qi, "What brings you to our workshop? Is it to start a business making tofu and seasoning spices?" "Young lady, you are right. I came here specifically to discuss seasoning spices." Mr. Qi saw Gu Jinli directly and straightforwardly said, "Half a month ago, I happened to taste a dish made with your family's seasoning spices. I found the flavor excellent, not inferior to the preserved fish sauce. I thought about buying this recipe." He continued, "Don't worry. As long as you're willing to sell, my Qi family is willing to pay a high price." Mr. Qi raised one finger and said, 10,000 taels of silver. "What do you think? 10,000 taels of silver." Grandpa San, Gu Dashan, and Gu Dafu were all stunned. They didn't hear wrong, right? Mr. Qi wanted to pay 10,000 taels of silver to buy their seasoning recipe. But they only paused for a moment, then quickly regained their senses. 10,000 taels of silver seemed a lot, but since they took on Lord Lei Wu's order, they knew this seasoning could make big money. Now hearing about 10,000 taels, it didn't seem so much anymore. They just needed to do a few more deals with Lord Lei Wu, and they could earn back that amount easily. Gu Jinli shook her head. The recipe isn't for sale. She had initially thought of using Mr. Qi as a tool to bring him over to help deal with Zhou Yuzhen. Unexpectedly, this man was also a wolf at heart. He wanted her seasoning recipe. "Dream on." Mr. Qi frowned and extended another finger. How about 20,000 taels of silver? Our chief family isn't a domineering family. After you sell the recipe to us, the chief family allows you to continue making seasoning spices in Heian Prefecture. You can sell in various counties and towns within Heian Prefecture, but the city of Heian and areas outside the prefecture will be managed by us. Young girl, Heian Prefecture has many counties and towns, enough for your family to handle. Think it over. What do you say? All right, we'll think about it, Gu Jinli replied decisively, catching Mr. Qi off guard. He was a bit incredulous and asked, "Are you serious?" Gu Jinli nodded and pointed to her face. Of course. Do I look like I'm joking? Mr. Qi. Can he say that her current look makes her seem completely trustworthy? How long do you need to consider?
Mr. Qi asked.
Gu Jinli said not long. Come tomorrow afternoon. Mr. Qi was surprised. Just one day to think. Gu Jinli nodded. Yes, just one day. Remember to come tomorrow. I'll bring you a big gift. Mr. Qi felt like he was dreaming and had a bad premonition. He sensed that this young girl from the Gu family was setting a trap for him. But he was really interested in the spice business. Gu's workshop makes flavorful spices that are as tasty as preserved fish sauce. Seafood sauce is expensive. Just a small jar costs about 1 or 2 silver coins, while Gu's workshop sells 5 fortune spices at only 500 coins per jean. The huge profit margin between them is hard to imagine. If they could sell their spices in the capital city, they could replace the preserved fish sauce and become a must-have seasoning for the noble and aristocratic families. The Qin Gu Luo family has some skills, and they managed to cause the county magistrate some trouble. But the Qi family is not easy to deal with. He is confident he can get the recipe for the spices. All right, it's settled. I will visit again tomorrow afternoon, said Qi. However, Qi's family has some reputation in the city. My elder brother is an official in the capital. Please, young lady, don't tease my Qi family. Otherwise, you won't be able to handle the consequences. Gu Jinli smiled harmlessly. We won't tease anyone. We are honest people. How could we dare to joke with officials? Mr. Qi looked at her, feeling more uneasy, but since it was already said, he could only suppress his worries and wait until tomorrow afternoon. All right, I won't bother you anymore. I will take my leave now, said Mr. Qi, and he left first. Zhou Yuzhan and his sister saw Mr. Qi leave and hurriedly followed. Zhengde trailed behind them, looking dejected and leaving quietly. The 2 mule carts' apologies were also taken away, and the third grandfather did not accept them. After Mr. Qi left, the third grandfather asked Gu Jinli, Little Fish, what should we do tomorrow afternoon? That Mr. Qi looks quite powerful. Gu Defu was very angry. That Qi wants to buy our spice recipe? He's trying to cut off our workshop's livelihood. He's working with County Magistrate Zhou. Neither of them are good people. Gu Deshan was also worried, saying, we have no power or influence. How can we compete with the people in the city? His family has a brother in the capital, and we can't afford to offend them. Gu Jinli said, we might not be a match for the Qi family, but there are always people in the world who can deal with them. She looked at Qin Sanlang and said, Brother Qin, you have work to do. That's good, that's good. Hurry up and go. Don't delay. Grandpa Third urged him, and Qin Sanlang and Gu Jinan ran quickly. Old Qin knew Aji's identity, so he wasn't worried. Also, Xiaoyu's trick helped them. Aji refused to give the Ning family a badge, but if Aji came to help this time, he would need to reveal his Ning family identity. This way, Aji was truly tied to them, and their grandfather and grandson wouldn't have to worry about Aji betraying them halfway. Old Qin felt quite happy and said to Grandpa Third, let's be at ease. Nothing will go wrong. Mr. Qi brought a servant who was skilled in martial arts. The servant had been hiding in the shadows, watching the Gu workshop. When he saw Qin Sanlang and Gu Jinan run away, he hurried to follow. They followed them to Shangjia village, where they waited outside for a moment. Soon, they saw Qin Sanlang riding a fast horse out of the village, heading toward the county town. The servant couldn't catch up, so he returned to the Liu family estate and reported to Mr. Qi, Sir, that Qin kid rode to the county town, probably to ask Commander Jiang for help. Mr. Qi knew that the families had good relations with Commander Jiang, but he didn't take him seriously. He's just a county officer with limited skills. It's not a big deal. Mr. Qi felt reassured and waited calmly for the next day. The next afternoon, at 3:15 noon, Mr. Qi left the Liu family estate with a servant to go to the Gu workshop. Zhou Yuzhen wanted to go with them, but Mr. Qi didn't allow it. He was just using Zhou Yuzhen. Now that the seasoning spices were almost ready, there was no need to deal with Zhou Yuzhen anymore. Zhou Yuzhen was furious, but helpless. He had little influence in the city and still relied on the Qi family, so he couldn't offend Mr. Qi. Soon, Mr. Qi and his servant arrived at the Gu workshop. San Laizi led them into the same side room as yesterday. Grandpa third, and the others were already waiting inside. Mr. Qi looked around and noticed two new people in the room. One was a man in his 50s, with a rough, martial arts look. The other was a man of similar age, with scholarly air and an undeniable noble aura. Mr. Qi frowned, feeling more uneasy. He thought Qin's son was just going to invite Commander Jiang, but now he saw two strangers.
Who were these two?
Before he could ask, Lei Wuya took out a copper badge, placed it on the table and pointed to it, saying, "My surname is Lei. This is our Northwest Lei Family Trading Company badge. Check if it's real." Ji is a member of the Ning family. The Ning family badge he wears can intimidate Mr. Qi, but he doesn't want to show it. Before the emperor falls, the Qin family is not safe, and he can't let outsiders know that Ningbo's estate is connected to the Qin family. However, for dealing with a small Qi family, using the reputation of the Lei merchant caravan is enough. Mr. Qi saw the badge and was very surprised. He never expected that these families fleeing from hardship would recognize one of the three major merchant caravans of Great Chu, the Lei family caravan. This Lei family caravan isn't run by just one Lei family. It was established by several powerful clans working together. One of these clans includes a high-ranking military general, and the Qi family can't afford to offend them. Mr. Qi's legs went weak. All his previous confidence disappeared. He immediately bowed and said, "So it's Lei Yi from the Lei family caravan. I, a junior, was ignorant. Please forgive me." He was now very glad he hadn't done anything harmful to the Gu family workshop yesterday. Otherwise, he wouldn't know when he might be torn apart. The Lei family caravan has connections in both the court and the underworld, so they wouldn't fear him, a family of Hanlin officials. Seeing that he was respectful, Lei Wuya's expression softened a bit and said, "Our caravan has a contract with the Gu family workshop. We will keep buying their spices. If your Qi family wants to do business, do it properly. Don't do things that threaten others." Lei Wuya sneered and said, "You Qi family will never get this spice recipe." Mr. Qi hurriedly replied, "I dare not. I didn't know before that the Gu family workshop was connected to the Lei family. Now I do, and I won't try to steal their spice recipe anymore." "That's good to know. The Gu family workshop has been very busy lately and has no time for your Qi family's business." Lei Wuya finally warned, "Although our Lei caravan doesn't often come to the south, you should know our reputation. Revenge can wait 10 years. Lei Wuya was warning Mr. Qi that if the Qi family dared to interfere with the Gu family workshop, they should be prepared for the Lei caravan to wipe them out. Yes, I understand. I will never dare again," Mr. Qi said, sweating coldly. He didn't dare to say anything else. "Get out of here," Lei Wuya ordered. Mr. Qi immediately ran away. Gu Jinli called out from the side room, "Uncle Qi, come buy spices again next time." Hearing this, Mr. Qi staggered and almost fell flat on his face. He was full of regret. If he had known that the Gu family workshop had such backing, he would never have dared to come and buy the spice recipe. Now, not only did he fail to get the recipe, but he also offended the Lei family caravan.
Sigh.
Mr. Qi faced his biggest setback in life and was filled with deep regret. After failing at the Gu workshop, Mr. Qi returned to the Liu family estate and immediately left with his servants. Zhou Yuzhen hurriedly chased after him, trying to stop Mr. Qi, but he ignored her. Confused and upset, Zhou Yuzhen returned to the Liu estate with a bad look on her face. Zhou Yuanwan, who had already heard that Mr. Qi had left, quickly approached and asked, "Where is Mr. Qi? Why did he leave so suddenly? What happened at the Gu workshop?" Annoyed by her questions, Zhou Yuzhen shouted, "How should I know?" He gave up his pride and chased after Mr. Qi's carriage for half an hour, but Mr. Qi didn't say a word to him. Zhou Yuanwan was worried and asked, "What should we do now? If Mr. Qi ran away, how can we go to the capital and use the Qi family to meet the officials? Third brother, let's hurry and take a carriage to catch Mr. Qi. We must keep him close and not let him run away." Keep him close?
How?
From the look on Mr. Qi's face, he hated him deeply. It was good he didn't attack him. Trying to win him over was pointless. Zhou Yuzhen suppressed his anger, pushed Zhou Yuanwan away, and went back to his guest room, thinking about what to do next. Seeing Zhou Yuzhen like this, Zhou Yuanwan was angry, anxious, and felt wronged. She couldn't help but cry. She came to this poor countryside to show Mr. Qi her kindness and virtue, hoping that after returning to the Qi estate, he would speak up for her so she could marry into the Qi family as a granddaughter-in-law. But now, Mr. Qi had left in anger, and her third brother was scolding her. The maid, Huar, came to support her and said, "Miss Wu, calm down. Third young master didn't mean to say that to upset you." Suddenly, Zhou Yuanwan slapped Huar hard and scolded, "You little brat, who is really your master? Do you not understand that I am your mistress? If you want third brother to accept you, you must serve me well. If you do a good job, I will help you before I marry out and send you to third brother. If you don't serve well, I will sell you." Huar, slapped and frightened, didn't dare say a word. With tears in her eyes, she supported Zhou Yuanwan and said, "I'm sorry, Mississippi. Please don't be angry." "Humph." Zhou Yuanwan snorted coldly, and Hua helped her back to her guest room. But she would never send Huar to third brother. Wealthy families, especially those with officials, care most about their reputation. They never do things like a brother taking over his sister's maid's chores at home. If such things were known, people would laugh at them. Only inexperienced young girls like Hua would believe such stories. Zhou Yuzhen's siblings were very worried because Mr. Qi suddenly left. However, Gu Jinli and the others were quite happy. Grandpa San said to Brother Lei Wu, "Thanks a lot, Brother Lei. We really owe you. You just returned to the county, and now we need you to make another trip." Brother Lei Wu was a straightforward and loyal man. He waved his hand and said, "It's nothing. We need to work together on business. When your workshop is ready, we can get the goods. I don't want some unreliable people to delay your work or our supply." Hearing this, Grandpa Sen felt even happier. Their families had really been lucky. First, they met the generous and kind-hearted Officer Jiang, and now they had Brother Lei Wu, who was always helping them. Without their help, it would have been very hard for them to protect their tofu and spices after fleeing from hardship. Old Qin was not very happy. He had hoped that this time, to get rid of Mr. Qi, Aji would bring out Ningpei. But Aji was clever. Instead of showing Ningpei, he brought Brother Lei Wu, asking him to use the Lei family's business name to scare Mr. Qi away. Third Uncle Qin looked calm on the outside, but was more cautious about Aji. Aji was someone who rarely left evidence behind. Since they didn't have proof that Aji was Ningbo's legitimate son, they couldn't fully trust him or make a deal with him. Aji understood what the grandfather and grandson were thinking. But for now, he couldn't put everything on the Qin family. He needed to wait at least 3 more years. 3 years was just the beginning of everything. "Grandpa Lei, it's getting late. If you don't mind, why not stay overnight? Tomorrow morning, you can go to the county with us," Qin Sanlang said to Brother Lei Wu. Brother Lei Wu was willing, but Aji didn't want him to stay. Aji knew Qin Sanling's plans, so he said, "Uncle Wu, tonight a shipment will arrive from Linhe Prefecture. We need to go back and check the goods." The Lei family business team didn't often come to the south, so each time they did, they bought many things like tea, salt, sugar, silk, and brocade. They bought large quantities every day, so they needed to receive a lot of goods regularly. However, these tasks of receiving and inspecting goods could also be done by Kunzi and Achuan. But Ajai didn't want to stay, and Lei Wei didn't insist, so he said to Qin Sanlang, "Young Master Qin, Our trading team still has work to do, so we won't stay. Working at the military office and government offices doesn't pay much, but it can help the family. It's a good way out. You should work hard. Lei Wuya liked young people like Qin Sanlang, calm, patient, skilled, and able to stay composed in difficult situations. He could think of solutions quickly. If Qin Sanlang didn't have to go to the military office, Lei Wuya really wanted to recruit him into their trading team to travel and do business together. Grandpa Lei, don't worry, I will do my best, Qin Sanlang said, looking at the Gu family workshop with some concern. But we are all refugees, and now with these jobs that attract attention, my second brother, Luo Wu, and I are going to the county. I'm worried that we might lose control or that someone might come to cause trouble at the workshop. Hearing this, Lei Wuya chuckled and said, You little one, you're already thinking of me. Fine, since it's for the Gu family, I will give you something. Ajai's face stiffened, wanting to stop him, but it was too late. Lei Wuya took out a small copper badge, about wide and an inch high, and handed it to Qin Sanlang. This is a small copper badge from my lei trading team.
Keep it.
If anyone comes to cause trouble at the workshop, show this badge and mention the lei trading team. Anyone from the capital city who has some skill has heard of the lei trading team. Seeing this small copper badge, they won't dare to trouble your workshop. If they haven't heard of us, they are probably like the Zhou and Lu families, unsavory types. Just fine, Brother Jiang. Qin Sanlang smiled, revealing a small dimple, and took the copper badge with both hands. Thank you, Grandpa Lei. Ajai was furious inside. This young lord was really clever. Since he couldn't get Ning's family token, he used a roundabout way by taking the lei trading team's badge. If the Emperor's people found this badge on Qin's family members, neither Lei's team nor they could escape punishment. Ajai's visit was carefully planned, but now he had been outsmarted by Qin Sanlang. He needed to suppress his anger and keep his face calm. After a moment, he urged Lei Wuya, Uncle Wuya, it's getting late. Let's go back. He was worried that if they stayed longer, he might lose his composure. Master Lei Wu heard this and said to Grandpa San, Let's go back first. We'll come again on April 26th. Don't worry, Brother Lei. Before April 26th, our workshop will have the seasoning spices ready for you. Grandpa San and the others saw off Lei Wu and Ji at the Gu family workshop. The two got on a mule cart and left. Before leaving, Ji looked at Qin Sanlang. Seeing Qin Sanlang smile at him, Ji suddenly hesitated, flicked the whip, and struck the mules behind, then drove away from Dafeng village. Mr. Qi's issue was resolved. Master Lei Wu also left a small copper badge from the Lei family merchant team at the workshop for security. Grandpa San was very happy. Thinking that the Qin brothers and Luo Wu would go to the county town early tomorrow, he suggested that the families gather tonight for a meal to celebrate the three children. Everyone agreed, so Grandpa San went home and told Grandma San about it. On the day the workshop opened, there was still a lot of meat left hanging in the old well. Tonight, we cooked it all. If we don't eat it now, it will spoil. Grandma San and Old Yen started preparing dinner. Gu Jinli called Cui Shi, Gu Jinxiu, and those who hadn't set up their stalls, Chu Shi, Luo Huiliang, Aunt Tian, Little Tianhua, and Gu Yumei, to her house to teach them how to make seasoning spices. Gu Yumei had long wanted to know how the spices were made. When she heard Gu Jinli call her over to learn, she was very happy. But she was cheeky and sarcastic, saying, Our families now have money. Why bother making spices ourselves? Just hire some servants to do the work. Gu Jinli chuckled and said, Do you want to learn or not?
If not, get lost.
My door is open. Gu Yumei was choked and almost cried out of anger. She had only spoken casually and didn't say she wouldn't learn. Although she was angry, Gu Yumei wanted to learn how to make spices, so she stayed on with a thick face. Gu Jinli took out 8 kinds of spices and explained, By April 26th, we need to produce 2,400 jin of goods. That's too much for me alone. I'll teach everyone the recipe so we can make the spices together. She pointed to amomum and fennel seeds and said, These 2 spices, Grandma Luo will prepare. 1 jin of amomum and 2 liang of mountain nutmeg. Mix them well, then put them in a small cloth bag, and it's done. Mother Luo and Hui Nyang, you can go to the workshop now. Emo-chan, you will pick the nutmeg and mountain peppercorns to bring home. Follow my instructions for the right amounts to blend these two spices. Remember, don't add too much or too little, or the flavor will be off. Hearing this, Luo Huinyang was surprised. Is it really that simple? Gu Jinli nodded. Yes, it's that simple. Go help your mother. Remember to come to my house for dinner tonight. Okay. Luo Huinyang and Chu Shi stood up, left Gu Jinli's house, and went to the workshop. After Mo Chun-yu picked the spices, they followed Gu Jinli's instructions to blend the two spices. Gu Jinli told Gu Yume, your family is responsible for mixing cloves and cinnamon. Use 2 ounces of cloves and half an ounce of cinnamon. Mix the spices well, then pack each portion into cloth bags. She pointed at the courtyard gate and said, remember this, then go to the workshop to get the spices and blend them at home. She added, when your second aunt returns, tell her the amounts, so she can help you blend. Gu Yume was slow at work. If she did it alone, she wouldn't be able to make many pounds in a day. Hearing this, Gu Yume frowned and said, Gu Xiaoyu, aren't there 5, 6, or 8 kinds of spices? Why are you only teaching us to blend 2? Why not teach us all? You're so sneaky. You say you'll teach us to blend spices, but you hide some of the instructions. Why are you so mean? If you're going to teach everything. If not, I won't learn. Gu Jinli smiled. This has been agreed upon by several families long ago. The recipe for the tofu and spices is controlled by my family. If you're unhappy, just tell Grandpa San at dinner tonight. How to teach and how much to teach is up to her. The method she uses is the safest. One family controls the amounts for 2 spices, so the spice recipe won't be leaked.
And
if you don't want to do this job, that's fine. When the money from April 26th is due, your family's share of the profit will be confiscated.
You're
threatening me. Gu Yume pointed at Gu Jinli, nearly fainting from anger. Gu Jinli slapped her hand away and said, who do you think you are? Worth me threatening? Do you think you're some young lady? Everyone is busy. You still want to do nothing but share the money?
Dream on.
It's because you're spoiled. You just had a few peaceful days, but you've already forgotten the hard times when you ate roots and bark during the escape. Gu Yume had no choice but to cry and run to the workshop to get the spices. Gu Jinli shouted from behind her, remember the amount of 2 spices. If you put in the wrong amount and ruin the mixture, don't talk about sharing the money. You'll have to pay the workshop instead. Gu Yume heard this and became even angrier. When she arrived at the workshop, she wanted to complain to her father, but lately, he didn't care as much about her and her older brother. She could only hold back her feelings. She wanted to vent her anger on Mo Chun-yu, but she wasn't there. Mo Chun-yu had already taken the spices and gone to the Luo family with Chu Shi and Luo Huinyang. She could only carry the cinnamon and cloves home herself. Luckily, her home was close to the workshop. Otherwise, she would have been exhausted. Before she reached home, she saw a girl in a bright pink silk dress holding a box standing at her door. Gu Yume immediately fixed her eyes on the girl's dress. It was so beautiful, probably made of brocade. She could wear such fine fabric. She must be from a wealthy family. But why would a wealthy girl come to her house? Her family didn't know anyone rich. Could she be sent by Shang Xiaocai's wife? Gu Yume wanted to please Shang Xiaocai's wife and, through her, marry into a good family. She thought this girl was probably sent by her, so she quickly became friendly. Big sister, who are you looking for? Gu Yume put down her burden, tidied her hair and clothes, and held a cotton handkerchief, speaking softly. This is my home. What brings you here, sister? Is that how it's supposed to be said? Her older brother said that wealthy families in the city talk like that. Huaner's face was covered with thick rouge, hiding the slap marks from Zhou Yuan. Seeing Gu Yume pose confidently, she felt disdain but remembered Zhou Yuan's instructions and said to Gu Yume, you must be the girl of this household. Actually, our young lady is visiting her maternal grandparents for a few days. She brought some gifts from the county town to share with the village girls. These are for the girls. Please don't mind. Accept the gifts. Gu Yume's eyes lit up upon hearing this. She looked Huar over again and asked, "Where's your young lady from?" This girl was just a maid, yet she dressed so well. Her mistress must be very rich. Huar knew that Gu's workshop had a bad relationship with Zhou Lu's family, so she didn't reveal her identity outright. Instead, she said, she's not from a noble family, just an ordinary family from the county town. Her father is a minor official at the county office. Still a daughter of an official family. Gu Yume was overjoyed. She hurriedly pounded on the courtyard gate and called inside, "Fager, come quickly and open the door. You are about to die. Didn't you see the distinguished guest arrived? Brother Fa, this silly guy, spends all day at home grinding spices. What is he grinding? The workers are already doing it. There's no need for him, the young master, to work." Hua was afraid Gu Yume's voice was too loud and might attract the neighbors, so she quickly stopped her. "Miss, no need to knock. I'm just here to deliver a gift. I'll leave now. If there's anything you want to ask, wait until our young lady visits another day." "Really? Your young lady is coming to visit me?" Gu Yume was so happy she almost fainted. A farm girl like her never thought she would be visited by a noble young lady. Huar whispered, "Our young lady is bored in the village, so she thought to visit families with girls." Afraid the neighbors might notice, Huar handed Gu Yume a small box. "These are some things for girls, specially for you, by our young lady. Keep them for yourself." After saying that, Huar bowed to Gu Yume and hurriedly lowered her head and left. Gu Yume held the box, her heart filled with joy. Brother Fa opened the courtyard gate and saw his sister-in-law happily smiling, frowning slightly but saying nothing. He turned back into the yard to continue grinding his spices. Soon, Gu Yume snapped out of her excitement. She hurriedly carried 2 bags of spices into the yard, threw down her basket, ran back to her room, and opened the box to take out the contents. Inside the box were 12 silk flowers of different colors. Each was made of fine silk, beautiful beyond words. Gu Yume was overjoyed, laughing happily in her room. Her loud laughter startled Brother Fa, who was grinding spices outside. He whispered to himself, "My brother was right. Sister Yume really is sick. I'd better not play with her." Because she received a gift from the noble young lady, Gu Yume was happy for most of the afternoon. Only when Chinshi finished her work and went home did she come out of her room to prepare fragrant spices. But in her happiness, she forgot the measurements that Gu Jinli had told her. Chinshi was so angry she pointed at her and scolded, "You can't even remember the measurements? What can you do? Xiao Yu carefully told us the spice proportions and you, an idiot, forget in a moment." After scolding Gu Yume, Chinshi went to Gu Jinli's house to ask again about the measurements. Only then did she return home to help Gu Yume prepare cinnamon and cloves. As it was getting dark, Gu Jinan and Chungur went to several households to call people, inviting them to his house for dinner and to honor the Qin brothers and Luo Wujian. Several families brought their children to visit Gu Jinli's home for a meal. When it was time to eat, Cui brought a bowl of noodles and 2 red eggs on a wooden tray. Everyone then realized that today was Gu Jinli's 11th birthday. Gu Jinli was born on March 19th. She remembered her birthday, but she never had a birthday celebration before. In the Lunar New Year, Cui did not celebrate Gu Jinli's or her siblings' birthdays either. She didn't want to make a fuss, so she didn't mention it. Surprisingly, Cui made longevity noodles and red eggs for her today. "Little fish, this is my special gift for you. Eat it quickly, or it'll get cold," said Gu Jinli's sister, Gu Xiao. Gu Jinli looked at Cui and smiled, saying, "Thank you, mother." Although she didn't like noodles much, and Cui's cooking wasn't very tasty, she finished the noodles quickly. She also ate the 2 red eggs. At that moment, Qin Sanling realized it was Gu Jinli's birthday. He felt sorry he hadn't known earlier, so he could have prepared a birthday gift. So, today isn't just about celebrating Erlang, Sanlang, and Wu Ger's birthdays, but also Little Fish's birthday, said Gu Dalin happily. "We must drink a bowl." He picked up his bowl and said to Gu Dashan, "Dashan, come on, let's do a toast." Gu Dashan, honest and cheerful, drank a bowl of wine with Gu Dalin. The families enjoyed a happy meal. Afterward, They talked with the Qin brothers and Luo Wu, giving them instructions on what to watch out for before starting to settle the day's accounts. Now that Gu Jinan was busy, he knew Gu Dexing wanted to help him with the accounts. On the day the workshop opened, he told Gu Dexing to handle the tofu stall's accounts in town. From then on, Gu Dexing would manage the tofu stall's accounts, while Gu Jinan focused on the workshop's finances. This made Gu Dexing happy, and Gu Jinan felt less tired, giving him more time to study. Gu Dafu was very grateful and privately thanked Gu Dashan. After returning home, he also scolded Gu Dexing, telling him to learn well from Gu Jinan and not waste this good opportunity. Gu Dexing agreed. In the past 2 days, whenever Gu Jinan came home, he would go to Gu's house to learn accounting from him. Now he was starting to understand things and was no longer as confused as before. After the families finished dividing the money, they each went home. Luo Wu didn't really want to go back. Several times, he tried to talk to Gu Xiu but was stopped by Chu. Chu glared at him, warning him not to do anything foolish. There are so many people here. If he openly talks to Sister Xiu, what if things don't work out later? Wouldn't that ruin her reputation? Luo Wu was wary of the Chu family and hesitated to speak to Gu Jinxiu, so he angrily went home. Tomorrow, several families will go to see off the Qin brothers and Luo Wu. Early in the morning, after the 4 siblings of Gu Jinli played a set of martial arts in the yard, they took a bath and went to sleep. But in the middle of the night, Gu Jinli heard a strange rooster crow. At first, it sounded like a rooster calling, but upon closer listening, she realized it was a human voice, someone she knew. She got up, dressed, and stepped outside. She circled around to the back of the Qin house, and indeed saw Qin Sanling. She yawned and said, "Brother Qin, why are you still awake in the middle of the night, making rooster sounds?" Qin Sanling hesitated, holding something in his hand, unsure whether to give it to her. Gu Jinli, seeing that he seemed to be holding something under the moonlight, reached out and asked, "What are you holding? Is it a birthday gift for me? Just say it if you're bringing a birthday present." Hesitating like this, "Are you afraid I won't accept it?" The bag looked quite big, so the gift must be substantial. Qin Sanling looked at her and quietly said, "Yes, I came to give you a birthday gift, but it's a bit special. I don't know if I should give it to you. You called me out without deciding?" "I was just about to fall asleep," Gu Jinli complained and then asked, "What kind of gift is it? Why are you making it so difficult to give?" Qin Sanling explained, "It's a piece of iron that can control my family. If my family becomes rich, you can take this thing and exchange it for countless gold and silver. If my family suffers, you can take this to the government office and make a big contribution." This was his way of using her to pull their families into trouble as compensation. Why is this gift so mysterious? Gu Jinli's eyes sparkled as she looked at the bag in Qin Sanling's hand. "Stop talking nonsense. Open the bag, and let me see." Qin Sanling looked around to make sure no one was hiding nearby, then opened the bag. The bag was a rough sack, with a cotton cloth bag inside. Qin Sanling took out something from the cotton bag, wrapped in red silk cloth, looking very precious. He peeled back the layers of red silk cloth, revealing a curved iron plate. It wasn't exactly an iron plate. The surface had a bit of a greenish patina. "This is bronze." Gu Jinli's eyebrows furrowed deeper and deeper. Was Qin Sanling planning to give her a bronze artifact? Exactly, cast in bronze. Qin Sanling nodded and handed her the bronze plate. "This is the gift I want to give you." Gu Jinli took the bronze plate, which was very heavy and needed both hands to hold. "You've been carrying something this heavy all the time?" The bronze plate was nearly a foot long and about the size of a palm, quite large. "Yes, during the escape from famine, I kept it tied around my waist," Qin Sanling whispered. Under the moonlight, Gu Jinli squinted at the curved bronze plate. It was engraved with many small characters, some as big as a thumb, others as small as a mung bean. There were many tiny words, densely packed. The moonlight wasn't bright enough. She squinted for a while and could only clearly see the thumb-sized characters, the tiny ones she couldn't read. Even so, she was quite frightened. A noble title, inheritable forever. Could it really be what she thought? Is this a sealed iron voucher? Gu Jinli asked. Qin Sanling nodded. Yes, it's the iron voucher given when granting the noble title. It's a family heirloom. Gu Jinli chuckled. She had actually seen the legendary sealed iron voucher. If you give me this, won't your ancestors come to haunt you in your dreams tonight? Gu Jinli whispered, worried about speaking too loudly and being overheard. If others found out, their families might be in trouble. Qin Sanling paused and said, "This is the best gift I can give right now." Then you might as well not give it. Do you know how risky this gift is? Giving her a sealed iron voucher for a noble title was like telling her she was tired of living and wanted to help her ascend to heaven. Qin Sanling said, "Bury the iron voucher somewhere. No one will find it. When you need it, dig it out." As long as the identities of their family members remained secret, even if others investigated her, they wouldn't find anything. She was just a girl who escaped famine, with detailed records of her parents and grandparents, and even 5 generations back could be traced clearly. Gu Jinli looked at Qin Sanling after hearing this. Under the moonlight, the young man's handsome face was serious, with slightly deep-set eyes beneath sharp eyebrows, staring at her without blinking. "What if luck isn't on our side, and they find out?" she asked. "It won't happen. The Emperor is busy looking for me and my second brother's uncle. He probably thinks the iron voucher is with my uncle. He wouldn't expect it to be hidden in the southern countryside." Qin Sanling lowered his voice very carefully. "My family and my second brother's family have no old ties in the south. The Emperor wouldn't come all the way south to look for us. This is also the reason why second brother is reluctant to come south. There are no old friends or former allies in the south. Coming here would be a waste of time and unable to contact old friends for revenge." Gu Jinli fell silent after hearing this. She looked at the young man in front of her and squinted as she asked, "Are you pretending to give a gift? Or do you really want to hide this thing with me? Why do I feel like I'm being used?" Gu Jinli asked, feeling suddenly annoyed. This piece of the Dan Book iron token is indeed a good item. If Qin Sanling's family rises, she could use it to exchange for countless gold and silver treasures. If Qin Sanling's family gets caught, she could also use this item to report them. With luck, she might even earn a credit. But the scary part is, if Qin Sanling's family doesn't rise or get caught, and suddenly someone from the capital comes here, they will be in big trouble. If this iron token is found, her family and even everyone in Dafeng village could be in danger of dying. Qin Sanling was stunned, looking at her. He shook his head and said, "I don't mean that. I just want to give you my most valuable thing." He added, "I don't want to use you again." "Use me again?" Gu Jinli chuckled and pointed at his wrist. "Is your hand okay now?" Qin Sanling knew what she was asking about and replied, "No." He had just bitten it the day before yesterday, so it wouldn't heal so quickly. It was just scabbing over. Gu Jinli smiled. "Good, then it's fine." Her expression changed, and she pointed at his hand. "Roll up your sleeve for me." Qin Sanling was stunned for a moment, but obediently rolled up his sleeve and handed her the hand she had bitten. "It's washed. You can bite it." Gu Jinli sneered and grabbed his hand, biting the previous wound. Qin Sanling wasn't afraid of pain, but this time she bit even harder than before. Gu Jinli's teeth left blood on Qin Sanling's wrist again. If her teeth hadn't finished changing, she might have bitten his hand off. After biting, Gu Jinli finally felt a bit better. "I'll take this," she said, wrapping the Dan Book iron token carefully and putting it into a cloth bag. "Although it's a hot potato, it still has some value. Anyway, your family has caused enough trouble for us, so this isn't a big deal." Qin Sanling felt a bit ashamed after hearing her words. Gu Jinli looked at him, saw him lowering his head, and decided not to scold him anymore. She said, "Let's go to the old well. Since it's midnight and no one is around, we can hide this thing there." She initially planned to hide the Dan Book iron token in the mountains or bury it underground at her home. But thinking about it, if someone digs it up, it would be terrible. The safest place was the old well's wall. Qin Sanling nodded. The two of them crouched low, moving quietly in the darkness to the old well at the end of the village. Qin Sanling untied the rope from his waist, tying one end to the well's wheel and the other end around his waist. He said to Gu Jinli, "You squat down first. I will go down to hide the iron token. I will come back quickly." Then, holding the rope, he pushed off the well wall with his feet and slowly descended. Gu Jinli crouched nearby, silently waiting beside the well. After about 15 minutes, Qin Sanling finally came back up. He was still dry, though his clothes were a bit damp and his head and hands were covered in dirt and moss. He untied the rope, stored it away, and hung it back around his waist. He said to her, "It's hidden well. It's on the left side of the well wall, about 3 feet above the water." I pried open some blue bricks, dug through the soil inside, and hid the iron token there. Then I sealed it with soil and the bricks. Qin Sanling carried a dagger and a machete. It was easy for him to pry open a few bricks. Gu Jinli nodded. "Once it's hidden, let's go back. Staying out too long might get us caught." Qin Sanling said, "Don't worry. Second brother won't suspect anything. He's guarding the workshop tonight. I was angry with him recently and didn't go to the workshop. He won't realize I came to see you. If second brother was at home or watching the workshop with him, he wouldn't have missed Qin Sanling coming here." Gu Jinli listened and felt more at ease. After they hid the items, they each went home to rest. They thought they had done everything secretly and carefully, but Qin Lao still found out. Though old, Qin Lao was sharp and observant. Hearing some sounds, he knew Sanling went to find Xiuyu and gave her the family heirloom as a gift. He wanted to stop him, but held back. He thought that leaving the item in Xiuyu's hands was safer than in Sanling's. The next morning, before dawn, several families got up together to send Qin Sanling and the others off. Village head, he also came. Village head, he was very excited and said to Grandpa San and Qin Lao, "Your children are doing well. They've entered the county office. They won't have to worry about work for the rest of their lives." Having someone from the village working at the county office was a big deal for their community. Qin Lao said, "There will be a test. We don't know yet if they will pass and get into the office." Village head, he smiled and said, "What's there to worry about? Erlang and Sanlang are both talented. They will definitely succeed." After a few words with Qin Erlang, Qin Sanlang, and Luo Wu, the elders of several families sent them out of the village. Once they could no longer see their figures, they turned back home. Gu Jinli and her siblings, along with Deshan, Grandpa San, and Defu, went back to the workshop to deliver tofu to Hita Tsang and others. The workshop now produces about 2,800 jin of tofu. In a few days, once Lao Gua and the others start working, they will grind more soy milk, and the tofu produced will increase. Half an hour later, after finishing the morning work, Gu Jinli recorded the accounts, then went home for breakfast. She carried a cloth bag and headed to school. Lao Gua and the others haven't ground enough soy milk yet. After breakfast, Grandpa Sen asked Deshan to call Defu, Delin, and some older children from nearby families to water the fields, fertilize, and Gu Jinli also took Mo Chunyu to the fields to the medicinal herbs and spread ash fertilizer on the land. Mo Chunyu asked her, "Little East, how much can these herbs sell for? Are they more valuable than rice?" Gu Jinli replied, "It depends on which herbs you plant. Some herbs are more expensive than rice, while others are cheap, worth about the same as soybeans." However, she still believed planting herbs was a safe and profitable family business. Herbs don't need fields. They can be grown on mountain or wasteland. If done well, some herbs can sell for hundreds of coins per jin, which is more profitable than growing rice. Mo Chunyu wanted to follow Gu Jinli to plant herbs. She thought this young lady was lucky and seemed to make big money no matter what she did. But after hearing Gu Jinli's words, she felt uncertain and wondered if she should follow her. Gu Jinli saw through her thoughts immediately and said directly, "Valuable herbs are harvested only every few years. If you want to grow herbs, you need money to invest. If you want quick money in half a year or a year, then don't grow herbs. You don't need to worry about this now. Your family doesn't have land right now. First, work to earn money and buy land." San Laizi's family used to have land, but he caused trouble and lost it. Now they have no land at all and still owe debts to the He family. How can they buy land to grow herbs? Hearing this, Mo Chunyu gave up the idea of planting herbs. She decided to earn money first, pay off the remaining debts, and then buy land. 1 acre of medicinal herbs isn't much. Gu Jinli and Mo Chunyu worked in the field for an hour and finished tending the 1-acre herb plot by noon. Second sister, Dad, Grandpa San, let's go home for lunch, Chenggur said, running with short legs, trotting into the field and calling out as he ran. Gu Dashan came up from the soybean field and hugged Chenggur, who was running happily. Don't run anymore. Be careful not to fall. Chenggur looked up and smiled at Gu Dashan. Dad, I have strength now. I won't fall. Second sister always prepared good food for them, making him chubby. She also said, Dad, this morning I practiced writing characters. I repeated the characters Big Brother taught me 10 times. Chenggur is only 4 years old and hasn't started school yet, but Gu Jinan teaches him to write every day when he comes home. Even Gu Dashan is learning to recognize characters. Life at home is getting better. As the head of the family, Gu Dashan knows he must learn to read and write well to manage the family business in the future. Gu Dashan's dark face was full of smiles. Our Chenggur is really obedient. When they lived in their old hometown, Chenggur hardly spoke because he was scared of Grandma Gu. Now that they've left the old Gu family, Chenggur is becoming more cheerful. Thinking of the old Gu family, Gu Dashan muttered, I wonder if they're still alive? Dashan, we're home. Grandpa San and Gu Dafu came up from the fields, grabbing some wild grass and wiping the mud off their feet. Everyone went home together for lunch. After lunch, the men from each family went to the workshop to cook soy milk and make tofu. Gu Jinli spent the whole afternoon in the workshop, worried that Zhou Yuzhen and his sister might come again. But strangely, they didn't come, nor did they visit other families. Gu Jinli didn't feel at ease and told Gu Jinxiu to lock the courtyard gate tightly. If the Zhou family or others come knocking, don't open the door. Their enmity with those 2 families is very deep, and she didn't believe Zhou Yuzhen and his sister were truly there to apologize. That night, Qin Sanlang and the others didn't return. Old Luo drove a mule cart to bring news, saying Qin Sanlang and the others had passed the first round of the competition and still had 2 more rounds to go. If they lost, they would come back early. If they passed, they wouldn't return until at least the 3rd day. Hearing this, the families felt a little relieved. They kept thinking about Qin Sanlang and his team while busy with the workshop. 3 days later, at noon, 5 mule carts arrived in Dafeng village. The lead cart was driven by Qin Sanlang himself. Brother Qin is back. Tian Erqiang was in the yard making spices when he saw Qin Sanlang arrive. He hurried out, shouted loudly to the others, and announced their return. The narrow path at the village's end was too tight for the carts. Qin Sanlang's cart was still behind 4 others, so he couldn't stop. He called out to Tian Erqiang, Hey, we're back. My second brother, Luo Wu, and I all passed the test. When Tian Erqiang heard this, he shouted loudly, Brother Qin Xiao, second brother Qin, and brother Luo have all passed the exams. Now they are officials working in the government office. Tian Erqiang was very happy. When he was back home, his family was considered outsiders and was often timid in the village. His grandmother used to say that if their family could have someone working as an official in the government, life would be much easier. Tian Erqiang remembered this wish clearly. Now that he saw Qin Sanlang and the others working in the county government, he was overjoyed. Their family status in the village would rise, and people who wanted to bully them would have to think twice. Jiang Jiao also arrived. He was bringing people to the Gu Jinli family. On March 17th, Gu Jinli's family went to Shang Xiucai's house to discuss buying some workers to watch the workshop. County Magistrate Jiang told Jiang Jiao about this, asking him to bring a few families back when he went to the capital city, following Gu Jinli's request. Jiang Jiao sat in the second mule cart and soon arrived at Gu Jinli's house. As soon as he got off, Jiang Jiao called out, Old Master Gu, Big Mountain Brother, Little Fish Niece, I've brought people for you. Gu Jinli's family was having lunch. Hearing the voice, everyone except Gu Jinxiu came out. Gu Jinli ran out with Chenggur, opened the courtyard gate, and saw Jiang Jiao. He smiled and said, "Second Uncle Jiang, the people are here?" That was quick.
Come in quickly.
Jiang Jiao laughed and said, "It's been a few days. If I didn't come back soon, would the soybean oil workshop still be open?" It takes about 5 days to walk from Tianfu County to Heian Prefecture's capital, but since their family has fast carts and mules, they can make it in less time by riding quickly, sleeping 2 hours less each day. They can reach the city in 1 day. Gu Jinli quickly praised Jiang Jiao. Jiang Jiao was even happier and told the people behind him, "Hurry up, don't dawdle. Get off quickly." Soon after, the people from the 3 mule carts got off. There were about 20 people, men and women, ranging from middle-aged to children. They were all very thin, wearing rough, torn clothes, barefoot, with messy hair and dark faces. Some had dark red scabs on their faces, which were frostbite scars. They hunched over, afraid to look directly at people, but curious about the new environment. Their eyes kept drifting to the side. Probably scolded for staring, they quickly looked down after a couple of glances, not daring to look again. Grandma San looked at these people and immediately started crying. These thin ones, they probably haven't had a full meal in over half a year. Grandmother San remembered the days when their families fled to escape famine and also thought of her daughter Fuya and her family. She didn't know where Fuya was now. Maybe she was as thin as the other refugees, almost like a skeleton. Grandmother San cried as she ran to the kitchen, wanting to take out all the food they had to share with them. Gu Dashan and Cui Shi also had tears in their eyes. Over 3 months ago, their families had been in the same situation as these refugees. Grandpa Sen looked at the refugees with a sigh in his heart. The drought caused all this trouble. If there hadn't been this drought, farmers wouldn't have suffered so much. Ajiao, thank you for your hard work. Bring them into the yard, Grandpa Sen said, turning to make way for Jiang Jiao to lead the more than 20 refugees inside. Okay, Jiang Jiao replied, leading the refugees into the yard. He pointed at them and said, "Line up properly. From now on, this will be your new family. If you want to stay and have food to eat, you must behave well. Answer questions honestly, and do what you're told. Do you understand?" Yes, the refugees answered together. Most of their voices were weak. Only a few were louder. Grandmother San had already brought food into the yard and told them, "Don't stand around hungry." Grandma San, "Give them food later." Gu Jinli knew she was kind. But in this time, as the head of the family, she knew she couldn't be too kind. Being too kind might make the servants think they can do anything, even steal or harm the family in the future. Although Gu Jinli came from modern times, she understood that each era has its own rules. Breaking those rules could end up hurting herself and her family. Hearing this, Grandmother San hesitated for a moment and then nodded in agreement. Gu Jinli turned to Jiang Jiao and asked Second Uncle Jiang, "Do any of these people know how to fight?" Jiang Jiao replied, "Yes, I bought 3 fighters for you, but not many. Only 3. There are too few fighters." He pointed to 3 refugees and said, "Old Zhu, Lu Dogwang, Wang Yongfu, step forward." The 3 refugees named stepped forward. Lu Dogwang was a bit slower than Old Zhu and Wang Yongfu and hesitated before coming out. Seeing this, Gu Jinli didn't say anything. She just told them, "Our family also came from fleeing famine. We won't look down on you. Now I have a few questions for you." Lu Dogwang was stunned for a moment when he heard this. He had been bowing his head, but suddenly he looked up and stared at Gu Jinli. His previous humility disappeared. Gu Jinli sneered inwardly as she watched Old Zhu and Wang Yongfu. Seeing them still bow their heads and nervously clutch their clothes, she felt quite satisfied. She pointed at Lu Dogwang and said to Jiang Zhu, "Second Uncle Jiang, we don't want this person in our family. Let him go." Lu Dogwang heard this and was not worried at all. Instead, he sighed in relief. He used to be an official in the county government, earning his living there. But later, his hometown was attacked by soldiers. Afraid of dying, he fled with his wife and children. He planned to settle in the city, but the violence was so severe that he and his family had to run away. During their escape, his wife and children were accidentally injured by stray arrows and died. He alone reached Heian Prefecture. When registering his household, he lost his documents. Replacing them cost money, but he had no silver, and he was starving badly, so he had no choice but to sell himself. He thought Jiang Qi was a good person, as he heard him talking to his servants. Jiang Qi was the son of a county officer, and he considered selling himself to his family, working there for a few years, making friends with the county officer's family, and then redeeming himself. With the county officer's help, he hoped to get a job in the county government and live a better life like he did back home. But who would have thought that Jiang Qi would sell him to the countryside? What future could there be in this shabby rural place? The head of this household was also a refugee, a family of common folk. No matter what, he refused to work for them. Jiang Qi saw Lu Daguang's expression and was also quite angry. He initially thought Lu Daguang was skilled in fighting, had worked in the county office, understood rules well, and was loyal. That's why he brought him to the Gu family. But now he realized he had made a mistake and bought someone with a lot of bad intentions. Jiang Qi sneered at Lu Daguang and turned to Gu Jinli, saying, "Fine. Since the young lady doesn't want him, second Uncle Jiang will sell him to the mine." Sell him to the mine. Hearing this, Lu Daguang almost peed himself in fear. He quickly knelt down and begged, "Master Jiang, please don't sell me to the mine. I want to stay here and work for this family." "It's too late. Who do you think you are? Do as I say," Jiang Qi told old Zhu, and Wang Yongfu. "Cut off his arm and drag him aside." Yes, old Zhu and Wang Yongfu, exhausted and weak from hunger, quickly subdued Lu Daguang. They snapped his arm out of its socket, then took the rope Jiang Qi threw over and tied Lu Daguang up. They dragged him to the gate of the yard. Gu Jinli saw that these two men were quite capable and that they had been honest from the moment they got off the carriage until entering the house. She was quite satisfied and continued questioning them. While Gu Jinli was asking questions, Third Grandma kept staring at the group of disaster victims. She initially felt sorry for them suffering so much and couldn't help but look at them more. But as she watched, she suddenly recognized a thin young man among the victims. Third Grandma always felt she had seen this young man somewhere before, but she was old and couldn't remember clearly. She tugged on Third Grandpa's sleeve and whispered, "Old man, look at that young man on the right, wearing gray linen clothes. His legs are a bit weak. Does he look familiar? Have we seen him before?" Third Grandpa looked where she pointed. He saw a young man in his 20s, very thin like a monkey, with his right leg raised. He frowned and looked at him for a moment before shaking his head. "You're confused. That young man doesn't look familiar. I've never seen him." Hearing this, Third Grandma wondered if she had mistaken her eyes. She silently tried to remember everyone she had met in her life. She thought for a long time, but couldn't recall who this young man resembled. Back to Xiaodong's family, old Zhu answered Gu Jinli. "The young man is from Xing'an Prefecture in the northwest. He's 43 years old and works as a protector for his family in Xing'an. He was escorting his master southward. Since the master couldn't support so many people, he sold his family to a pawn shop." Gu Jinli asked, "He escorted his master southward, which shows loyalty. But then your master sold your family. Do you feel resentful?" Old Zhu was stunned for a moment, and his eyes gradually turned red. "I used to be angry about it, but I thought that along the way, the master also shared grain and water with us, allowing us to survive. So, I no longer hold resentment. Life is hard. Many people died on the way to escape famine. Our family of 4 managed to survive, and the previous master also provided some grain." Gu Jinli saw that he was grateful, which made her quite pleased. She asked, "Who are your family members? Let them come out, so I can see." Old Zhu hurriedly called out to a few people among the disaster victims, his mother, Changshou, and Chahua, "Come out quickly." His wife hurriedly brought their daughter and son and stepped forward, bowing to Gu Jinli. "Young Master Xiao, I have seen you." Their family were all household slaves of the former master, and they knew the rules well. Gu Jinli was pleased to see they understood manners. She asked, "Zhu Changshou and Zhu Chahua, your former master was from the city. If you have to stay in the countryside for the rest of your lives, would you be willing?" "Yes, yes." We are willing. Zhu Changsho spoke to Zhu Chahua, saying, don't worry, little boss. We've all been through hard times and know how tough the outside world is. As long as we have food to eat and a place to stay, our family of 4 is content. Gu Jinli nodded, glancing at Zhu Chahua for a moment before finally focusing on Zhu Changsho. She asked, your father is a bodyguard. Do you know how to fight? Zhu Changsho replied, yes, little boss. I've learned some fighting skills, but I've never worked as a bodyguard. Their previous master had many servants, so it wasn't easy to become a bodyguard. Zhu Changsho only knew some fighting skills and stayed in the servants' quarters doing rough work. Gu Jinli pointed at Wang Yongfu and said, Wang Yongfu, compare yourself with him. Yes, Wang Yongfu responded and started to spar with Zhu Changsho. Both were very hungry. After about 10 moves, just before they got too tired to continue, Wang Yongfu managed to defeat Zhu Changsho. Grandpa Sen looked at Wang Yongfu and said to Gu Jinli, Xiao Yu, this one is good. Gu Jinli also thought Wang Yongfu was good. She told Zhu Changsho to step back and asked Wang Yongfu, how many people are in your family? Wang Yongfu hesitated when he heard this. He knelt before Gu Jinli and said, little boss, there are 5 of us. My sister's husband died, and now she and her daughter are living with us. Seeing Wang Yongfu kneel, his wife and sister also pulled their children and knelt down. Little boss, I am Wang Yongfu's wife, Ma Shi. This is our son, Liangzi. He's 8 years old and can work, Wang Ma Shi said shyly, holding a boy. Next to Wang Ma Shi, a thin young woman knelt, clutching a small boy's hand tightly. After Wang Ma Shi finished speaking, she said, I am Wang Yongfu's sister, Su Wangshi. This is my son, Su Qing, who is 6 years old. Su Wangshi paused before looking up at Gu Jinli and said, little boss, don't judge me by my thinness. I'm healthy and can work. Qingji is obedient and never cries. He's healthy, too. We've been fleeing from famine, and he only got sick once for 2 days, and then he recovered. Please, I beg you to buy us. Su Wangshi spoke with a choked voice, trying not to cry, afraid Gu Jinli would think she was unlucky. Wang Yongfu, seeing this, also pleaded with Gu Jinli, little boss, please buy my sister. They are capable of working. Wang Yongfu used to be a bodyguard. Before fleeing famine, his family had a good life. After fleeing from famine, many family members died or scattered. Only his sister and nephew remained from his brother-in-law's family. Gu Jinli did not look at Wang Yongfu, but instead asked Wang Ma Shi, what do you think about my family buying your sister and her child?
Me?
Wang Ma Shi felt a bit resentful that her sister and her child were a burden. They had all escaped famine together, and her sister's husband had died. As orphans and widows, if her family didn't help them, they might be mistreated or worse. After hesitating for a moment, Wang Ma Shi said, if young Master Xiao is willing, then please buy my sister and her child. Hearing this, Wang Yongfu breathed a sigh of relief. He had always taken care of his sister's family. Although Wang Ma Shi had some opinions, she was his real sister. Since her husband was gone, he had to look after them. Gu Jinli replied, my family doesn't need so many people. Wang Ma Shi panicked when she heard this, but quickly thought of a solution. She said to Gu Jinli, if young Master Xiao can help, could you buy my sister and her child first? After we earn money working, we can pay you back. What do you think? Gu Jinli raised an eyebrow. This Wang Ma Shi was clever enough to think of borrowing money to buy people and paying it back later. She was smart and considerate of her family. Gu Jinli then asked Grandpa San and Gu Deshan, Grandpa San, Dad, what do you think of these 2 families? While she was asking, Grandpa San and Gu Deshan had been listening nearby. They thought the old Zhu family and Wang Yongfu's family were quite good. The old Zhu's son knew martial arts and could guard the workshop. Let's buy both families, Grandpa San said. Gu Jinli replied, all right, then we will buy both families. The old Zhu family had 4 members and Wang Yongfu's family had 5. Although 2 were children, Wang Yongfu, Wang Ma Shi, and Su Wangshi could work, which was enough. Grandma San pointed at a familiar-looking young man and said, Xiao Yu, buy him too. Gu Jinli looked in the direction her grandmother pointed and saw a thin man with a raised foot. She frowned and said, Grandma San, he's a. Buying him would be a burden. Grandma San knew this, but she said, he looks very familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Her eyes reddened. Maybe I'm mistaken, but meeting someone familiar might be fate. Maybe the heavens want us to buy him. Let's buy him too. He can do some small jobs in the workshop and it won't be a waste of money. Gu Jinli saw that third grandma was crying again and quickly said, all right, don't cry yet. We'll ask him a few questions first and check his pulse. If he's healthy, we'll keep him. Okay, you ask quickly, third grandma urged her. Gu Jinli pointed to the young man with a limp and said, come out. The young man knew he was lame. He thought this family wouldn't buy him, so he hung his head. When he heard Gu Jinli's words, he immediately looked up, hobbled out, and saluted. Young master, I greet you. Gu Jinli asked him, have you worked as a servant before? The man replied, yes, I am the son of a wealthy family in the northwest Daliang region. Since he is a son of the family, it means his parents are also servants. What is your name?
How old are you?
Gu Jinli remembered what third grandma said. The man looked familiar. He added, how many people are in your family? What are your parents' names? Are they still alive? The man answered, my name is Lianzi. I am 20 years old. There are 5 people in my family. My parents and siblings are still alive, but they were sold separately. As he spoke, he wiped away tears. Jiang Jiao pointed at Lianzi and said, he's a. We didn't plan to buy him at first, but he used to serve the young master. He can read and write. The oil mill needs someone to keep records, so I bought him. Knowing how to read and write is quite good. Gu Jinli continued to ask, what are your parents' names? Li Anzi replied, my father's name is Li Duofu, and my mother's name is Li Guoyan. Third grandma, are there any familiar people named Li Duofu or Li Guoyan in your memory? Gu Jinli asked her. Third grandma frowned and thought for a moment, then shook her head.
No.
It seems he isn't a relative of someone she knows. Maybe I saw it wrong, third grandma said, feeling a bit guilty. Grandpa asked her, do you still want to buy him? Third grandma hesitated.
Well, he's a.
Buying it isn't ideal. Gu Jinli said, buy him. There aren't many who can read in the workshop. Having him helps us remember things, and Big Brother will have an easier time. Most people in the workshop are illiterate. Finding someone who can read is hard. If we happen to find one, even if he's lame, it's okay to buy him. It will cost just a silver or 2. We plan to buy you for the workshop. Are you willing to stay and work there?
Gu Jinli asked Lianzi. Lianzi nodded eagerly.
Yes, I am willing. I am willing. While speaking, Lianzi looked at the refugees and then turned back to Gu Jinli. Young master, does your family still need more servants? He pointed to a girl in the crowd and said, her name is Yen Chun Xiao. She is young like the others. She used to be a servant in the Li family, a maid beside the young lady, able to read and write, and help with writing tasks. Yen Chun Xiao was very excited when she heard this, but controlled her emotions. She didn't step forward or speak. She just stood still and bowed to Gu Jinli. Yen Chun Xiao was born a family servant and knew she couldn't move or speak unless the head of the family gave permission. Seeing that she understood the rules, Gu Jinli asked, why were you sold? Yen Chun Xiao replied, to the young master of Xiaodong's family, because of fleeing from famine. The Li family lost a lot of money, and life became hard. Now, grain and money are precious, and they can't keep so many servants. After coming to Heian Prefecture, the family only kept the top maids and young servants, selling off the rest. Her story made sense, but Gu Jinli wasn't interested in buying her. This girl looked too good. After fleeing from famine, most people were thin and gaunt, looking like ghosts. But she wasn't as thin, and her face still looked healthy. Also, put out your hand, Gu Jinli said. Yen Chun Xiao was surprised and hesitated for a moment, then extended her hand. Gu Jinli placed 3 fingers on her wrist to check her pulse. After a moment, she smiled and asked, do you think my family would buy you? Despite her hair being styled like a young lady's, her body seemed unclean. She had likely been pregnant at least twice, with the most recent pregnancy about 3 months ago. At that time, they were still with the family. Fleeing from famine and still pregnant. What kind of leisure is that? She was a maid serving the young lady. Who was the father?
Lianzi?
Or the young master of the Li family? Yan Chunxiao was shocked. A country girl knowing how to check pulses was surprising. She quickly withdrew her hand and said, I don't want to stay here. Li Anzi was alarmed when he heard this. Chunxiao, what nonsense are you talking? Didn't you say we were going to sell you to one family? Gu Jinli heard this and smiled meaningfully. Seeing how anxious Li Anzi was about Yan Chunxiao, she was sure he hadn't touched her. At most, she was just a backup. He probably still thought Yan Chunxiao was a pure girl. Yan Chunxiao said, Brother Anzi, don't worry about me. We're all servants. Wherever we go, we're still servants. Whether to sell or not doesn't matter. Chunxiao, how can you say that? If we don't sell together, then… Li Anzi blushed and couldn't finish his words. Gu Jinli didn't have time to listen and said to Jiang Jiao, second Uncle Jiang, we don't want Li Anzi. You can take him away. Are you acting in a soap opera? Such strong feelings. If that's the case, then he can go keep company with Yan Chunxiao. Li Anzi didn't expect that. Because of Yan Chunxiao, the Gu family wouldn't buy him anymore. His eyes filled with tears as he looked at Gu Jinli and begged, Young master. He's so it's not easy for him to find a buyer. Finally, Gu Jinli asked him, What is your relationship with Yan Chunxiao? Are you engaged, promised for life, or just holding hands? She initially wanted to ask if they had been lovers, but it was too bold, and she was afraid it would scare the ancient people present. Hearing this, Li Anzi's face turned even redder. He hurriedly waved his hands and said, No. Chunxiao is a pure girl. Young master, don't say such things. It would ruin Chunxiao's reputation. Gu Jinli smiled. Does Yan Chunxiao's reputation need her to ruin it? Yan Chunxiao is even physically damaged. But she didn't want to tell Li Anzi about this because a foolish man isn't worth sympathy. Gu Jinli ignored Li Anzi and asked the disaster victims in line to come forward one by one. She checked their pulses, pupils, and tongues. After 20 minutes, she finished examining more than 20 victims and pointed to two tall men, saying, Second Uncle Jiang, we can't take these two. Jiang Jiao frowned and asked why. These two are tall and strong, among the strongest in this group. They have no family burdens, so they are quite good. Gu Jinli lowered her voice and said, Second Uncle Jiang, we are all fleeing from famine. I've seen some who are so hungry they eat red meat. These two are among those who have eaten red meat. If you keep them, it could cause trouble for the soybean oil workshop. In Dechu, eating red meat means consuming human flesh. What? These two have eaten red meat? Jiang Jiao was surprised. When buying people, he also paid attention to their eyes and faces. He saw no one with overly red eyes or faces, so he didn't dare buy them. These two look normal, so how could they have eaten red meat? Gu Jinli said, Second Uncle Jiang, how many people did you buy this time? To start a soybean oil workshop, it would be more than just these 20 or so. Jiang Jiao replied, I bought a total of 130 people. Since there are many victims now, the prices are low, so he bought 130 people at once. Gu Jinli said, When you return to the county, please hire a good doctor to check their pulses and examine them to see if they have eaten red meat. All right, I will handle this when I go back. Jiang Jiao quickly agreed, breaking out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he personally delivered the people to the Gu family. Otherwise, he would have been in trouble this time. Thinking about working with someone who had eaten red meat, Jiang Jiao shivered. He rubbed his arms to calm down, and then asked Gu Jinli, You're only taking the 4 people from old Ju's family, and Wang Yong's family has 5 people? Gu Jinli nodded, yes, just those 2 families. The workshop needs people skilled in fighting to guard the night. Wang Yong, old Ju, and his son, plus he San Laizi, for men take turns, which is enough. Okay, Jiang Jiao pointed to old Ju's family and Wang Yong's family. You two stay, everyone else follow me back. Third grandma looked at Li Anzi and pulled Gu Jinli's arm, asking Little Fish, Are you sure you don't want to buy him? Gu Jinli said, No, I won't buy him. He's too foolish, being played around by a woman. If we buy him, He will keep bothering Yan Chunxiao, which could cause us trouble. They already saw the trouble coming, so they couldn't bring more problems home. Third grandma sighed after hearing this and gave up on buying Li Anzi. But she was kind-hearted and couldn't bear to see these refugees go hungry, so she told them, "Don't leave yet. Stay and eat something." When the refugees heard there was food, their eyes lit up and they wanted to rush forward to grab it, but were stopped by 4 servants of the Jiang family. "Back off, line up. Anyone who dares to fight will be sold to the mines by second master." These 4 servants were guards of the Jiang family, skilled in fighting. They had brought the refugees back by cart and had already warned them on the way. The refugees were afraid of them. The refugees hurried to line up, each receiving a bean cake and soy milk. There weren't many bean cakes. Each person could only get one. Li Anzi, after receiving his bean cake, hesitated to eat it and handed it to Yan Chunxiao.
Chunxiao, you eat it.
Yan Chunxiao wiped her tears, choking as she said, "Thank you, Brother Anzi." She took the bean cake from Li Anzi and ate it in a few bites. "Drink some of this soup. Don't choke." Li Anzi also handed her his soy milk. Gu Jinli watched this and chuckled. This Li Anzi was too foolish. He was almost starving himself, but still gave his food to Yan Chunxiao. That woman wasn't good. Why give her food? "Little fish, we're back," said Qin Sanling. He arrived at Gu Jinli's house with Qin Lao and Luo Wu. Gu Jinli looked at Qin Sanling and saw he was already wearing a gray military uniform embroidered with the character for soldier, with iron armor on the knees, elbows, and chest. His eyes brightened, and he said, "Brother Qin, you look very spirited in this outfit. It's very neat." Actually, he still looked better in black. Qin Sanling shyly smiled and said, "This is the uniform issued by the military office. We each have 2 sets. I guess everyone wanted to see, so I wore it again. Is the competition tiring? What did you all compete in?" Gu Jinli asked curiously. Qin Sanling replied, "It's mostly simple things, running, lifting stone weights, holding breath underwater. After that, we take turns fighting, and whoever wins is done. Archery, spear skills, and sword techniques will be practiced after entering the military office." Hearing this, Gu Jinli's curiosity disappeared. It was just a contest of these skills. "Little fish," Luo Wu called her, but his eyes looked toward her family's main hall, searching for Gu Jinxiu. He also changed into official attire from the government office, looking much more spirited than usual. He wanted to see Sister Xiao, but she didn't come out. "Brother Luo Wu," Gu Jinli greeted him, but didn't mention Gu Jinxiu. Luo Wu looked a bit anxious, his eyes full of hope, looking at Gu Jinli. But Gu Jinli pretended not to understand. If he truly liked her sister, he should show real ability to marry her. If he has no ability, he shouldn't bother her sister. Luo Wu was pitiful, but she didn't want to risk her sister's reputation just because she was soft-hearted. Luo Wu became more anxious, wanting to see Gu Jinxiu directly, but afraid others might overhear and damage her reputation. After thinking for a while, he finally remained silent. Old Qin looked at the disaster victims in the yard and said, "Are these the people you sent? There are too many. Did you buy a few?" Grandpa San replied, "We bought 2 households, 9 people in total. 3 of them know martial arts, so guarding the night is enough." Old Qin nodded and said, "That's good. Should we still record it under the Dashin family's name?" Grandpa San said, "Yes, it's still under the Dashin family's name. They are considered the buyers, which makes it easier to manage." The workshop was run by 7 families together, but the Dashin family took the largest share, and the workshop's yard also belonged to them. The families agreed that it was better for the Dashin family to buy the people, so it would be easier to control. If the workshop paid for the people with so many owners, it would be too complicated to decide who to listen to. Before long, the disaster victims finished eating. Jiang Jiao shouted, "Everyone who wasn't left behind, get on the carts." Gu Jinli heard this and quickly said, "Second Uncle Jiang, wait a moment." Jiang Jiao turned back and asked, "What's wrong? Is it about the contract of sale?" "Don't worry, I will first take back old Zhu's contract to the county, exchange it for a red deed, and then have my brother-in-law send it to you with old Luo. Just give old Luo the money for the buyer." Gu Jinli said, "It's not because of this matter. I want them to see pictures of my two aunts. Maybe they recognize someone? Yes, yes, yes. Let them see the portraits of Fuya and Dia. Maybe they know someone." The third grandmother hurriedly went back to the house, grabbed the pictures of Gu Fuya and Gu Dia from Gu Jinan and Gu Jincheng, and showed them to each person. Initially, they didn't hold much hope, but Li Anzi stared at Gu Dia's picture for a long time. Until Jiang Jiao impatiently urged him, he trembled and said, This person in the picture. Looks like my mother." One sentence shocked everyone present. Gu Jinli felt like she had been hit by a bolt from the blue. Li Anzi was her cousin? She wanted to kill him. Gu Dashan was so excited he rushed over, grabbing Li Anzi's arm and asking, "What did you say? The person in the picture looks like your mother? Really like your mother?" Li Anzi was also stunned. He was shaken by Gu Dashan's grip, and only after a while did he regain his senses, saying, "Yes, like my mother." The third grandmother also came over, squinting at Li Anzi's face. After a moment, she exclaimed, "Oh, I knew this young man looked familiar. Now I realize he looks exactly like that peddler." The peddler she mentioned was Qi Panzi, whom Gu Dia had run away with. "Aren't your parents good people? How did they become servants? Where are they now? Are they all right? You said you have younger brothers and sisters. Where are they? Hey, why are you just standing there? Speak up." The third grandfather also came over and asked Li Anzi. But Li Anzi was so frightened he couldn't answer anything, which made the third grandfather very anxious. "Grandpa, Grandma, Father, please step aside," Gu Jinli shouted. After they moved away, she walked over and slapped Li Anzi twice. Li Anzi covered his painful face, tears in his eyes, looking at Gu Jinli. Why did this young girl suddenly hit him? Xiao Yu. Gu Dashan was also surprised. Why did Xiao Yu suddenly hit Anzi? He was her cousin. It's not good for a cousin to hit another cousin. But Gu Dashan knew his daughter had been fiery since she was young. After she fainted and woke up, she was not only fiery, but also very clever. Everything she did always benefited them. He felt sorry for Anzi, but didn't blame Xiao Yu or scold her. Gu Jinli looked at Li Anzi and asked, "Are you awake now?"
Li Anzi nodded.
"Good, you're awake. Now I'll ask you a question and you answer. If you say something wrong or lie, it won't just be a slap or two, do you understand?"
Li Anzi nodded again.
"Yes, I understand." Gu Jinli asked, "Your name is Li Anzi, you're 20 years old, your parents and younger siblings are alive, and your whole family, including you, are 5 people. They all work as servants for the Li family in Dalian. Is that correct?" Li Anzi's mind was not as quick as Gu Jinli's. After a moment, he nodded and replied, "Yes, that's right." Gu Jinli continued, "Are you your parents' first child?" Li Anzi shook his head. "No, my parents had a son before me, but he didn't survive. I was born not long after, and my older brother died young. So he was not the first child." Gu Dia once wrote a letter to Gu Dashan, which he received when he was 17. At that time, Gu Dia had been running away with Qi Panzi for 2 years. The letter said that Gu Dia had already given birth to a son and was pregnant with another. Li Anzi was probably the child in her belly. Gu Dasha, along with the third grandfather and third grandmother, all knew about this. When they heard Li Anzi's words, they all wiped tears from their eyes. Chui's wife saw that Li Anzi was so thin from hunger and quickly ran to the kitchen to bring a wooden box of tofu, making fragrant 5-spice fried tofu for him. Gu Jinli continued asking Li Anzi, "When you were so young, how did you know about this?" Li Anzi said, "Every year on my older brother's Memorial Day, my parents would set up an altar and offer sacrifices to him." "Where is your hometown? What were your parents' names before? Did you become a servant for the Li family right after you were born?" Gu Jinli asked. Li Anzi shook his head. "I only know that my hometown is Long'an Prefecture, but my parents didn't tell me exactly where. They said I shouldn't say. They don't like my hometown." Li Anzi spoke hesitantly, probably because Gu Dia and Qi Panzi had quarreled with the Qi family. "When I was born, I wasn't a servant yet. I don't know exactly when I became one. Anyway, since I can remember, I've been working for others." At first, I worked for a wealthy family in Long'an Prefecture. Then I was sold twice, and finally, I was sold to the Li family and became their servant.
Daya.
Gu Dasha's eyes filled with tears as he listened. His Daya's life was so hard. Father, don't cry first, Gu Jinli said after this. Then he looked at Li Anzi again and asked, what were your parents' names before? Li Anzi still shook his head. I don't know. My parents didn't say, and the family also forbade us from talking about it. After entering the household, we had to change our surnames and use the names given by the master. When Li Anzi was sold with his parents, he was young and couldn't remember many things. He had changed several names. The one he used after arriving at the Li family was given by the steward, based on the servant register.
How old is your sister? Do you know where they were sold to?
Gu Jinli asked him the most important question. She's 16 this year. As for where the family was sold, Li Anzi shook his head. No, I don't know. We were sold separately. Only Miss Chunxiao from the Li family was sold with me.
Miss Chunxiao.
Gu Jinli almost wanted to slap him. Where does the Li family live now? Are they in the city?
Gu Jinli asked.
Li Anzi knew this, but before he could answer, Yan Chunxiao spoke first. To the young master, the Li family has a distant relative in the city. Now, the whole family is staying at that relative's house. Yan Chunxiao was so excited she almost lost her mind. She used to look down on Li Anzi, thinking he was and not very smart. She had only been polite to him because they were sold to the same merchant, trying to take a share of food, giving him a few smiles. She never thought of truly connecting with him. But just now, she overheard that Li Anzi was actually a nephew of this family. That was like a wild dog suddenly ascending to heaven, transforming into a fairy. From the way this family spoke, they didn't seem so poor. They had a workshop that made money and even knew the second master of the county magistrate's family. The second master personally bought people from them. Their relationship seemed extraordinary. Her body had been damaged by old Master Li, so she was no longer a young girl. But Li Anzi was foolish. If she cried and told him she was forced by old Master Li, he would surely pity her and marry her as his wife. Moreover, many maids in wealthy families had secret dealings with the young masters. Li Anzi, having been a servant for so many years, understood this well and probably wouldn't mind if her body was damaged. Yan Chunxiao thought a lot and believed she could win over Li Anzi. That's why she dared to speak to Gu Jinli. Gu Jinli didn't expect Yan Chunxiao to dare speak to her, especially in a half-hidden way, deliberately not revealing the surname or address of the family they were staying with. Was she waiting for Gu Jinli to ask? Gu Jinli smiled and looked at Lao Zhu and Wang Yong. Go. Tie her up and gag her mouth. Old Zhu and Wang Yongfu were both stunned for a moment, then quickly rushed to Yan Chunxiao and tied her up in a few moves. Brother Anzi, save me. Yan Chunxiao cried, begging Li Anzi for help. As soon as she finished speaking, her mouth was covered with a rough cloth. Yan Chunxiao couldn't speak. Only tears flowed as she looked at Li Anzi with a sad expression. Li Anzi had lived for 20 years, but this was the first time a girl showed kindness to him. He felt a bit nervous. Seeing Yan Chunxiao, he wanted to help her, but was afraid of Gu Jinli. This girl was quite fierce. She had just slapped him twice. Gu Jinli saw Li Anzi looking so nervous and really wanted to slap him 2 more times. She thought he might be her cousin, and since her father cared about Gu Daya, it was unlikely he would ignore her family. To avoid trouble for her family, she asked Li Anzi, "What did Yan Chunxiao tell you? Did she say she's a pure girl and wants to stay with you? That after she goes to her new master, she'll beg them to agree to your marriage and promise to live a good life with you, right?" Li Anzi blushed deeply, lowered his head, and felt shy to speak. "Lift your head and answer me,"
Gu Jinli shouted, making Li Anzi tremble.
He hurriedly said, "Yes, yes." Chunxiao girl said so. Haha. Gu Jinli said, "Now listen carefully. Yan Chunxiao is no longer a girl. Her body is damaged. She's been pregnant at least twice. The most recent pregnancy was lost 3 months ago. She didn't rest properly after her miscarriage, so her health is poor. She probably still has some bleeding, and it's almost impossible for her to get pregnant again in this life. She's lying to you, trying to use her as a broken shoe. Do you understand? Yen Chunxiao kept crying, wanting to speak but couldn't. She felt angry, anxious, and hateful. She never thought that a country girl from the countryside could not only read her pulse but also speak so openly, even exposing her in front of Li Anzi. Li Anzi was stunned. After a while, he finally understood.
What did you say?
Yen Chunxiao was no longer a girl. She had been pregnant and had at least 2 children. She could never have children again. Then, Yen Chunxiao told him that although she had served in the old master's carriage for a while, she was still a girl. The old master wouldn't touch the maids in the ladies' quarters. So, what was going on?
Li Anzi cried.
Although he was simple-minded, he knew he might have been tricked. Actually, he had heard some rumors that the lady had died, and the concubines were either dead or no longer attractive. The master was afraid he might die on the run from famine and be unable to enjoy life anymore, so he took turns calling the pretty maidservants into the carriage for his pleasure. But he always had hopes in his heart, thinking that Chunxiao must see that he was honest, so she wanted to marry him and live a good life with him. Yen Chunxiao saw Li Anzi looking at her with a sad face, and she knew this fool believed what the servant girl from the Gu family said. She hurriedly called out to him, crying and trying to get him to help take off the rag, so she could speak. Once the rag was removed, with her quick tongue, it wouldn't be hard to persuade Li Anzi. Unfortunately, Gu Jinli never gave her that chance. Jiang Jiao even said, "I didn't expect this girl to be so cruel. She broke her body and still wants to deceive honest people." He told Gu Jinli, "Little fish niece, don't worry. Uncle Jiang has plenty of ways to deal with such a person. We'll sell her to the place she deserves, and she'll never turn her life around." Gu Jinli knew what that place was. However, in the house, there were many wealthy guests. With Yen Chunxiao's looks, if someone powerful took a liking to her and then turned against her family, it would be trouble. Uncle Jiang, sell her to the deep mountains, to those single men who can't find wives. In the deep mountains, without locals to guide them, it's hard to escape. They'd be poor for life, and dreaming of revenge would be impossible. Yen Chunxiao really cried this time. She hadn't expected Gu Jinli, just a young child, to be so cruel, wanting to sell her to the mountains. She knew how terrifying the mountains could be. When she was at the Li family, she had heard that some maids were sold to the mountains, where old men would torment them for years until they couldn't take it anymore and died. Those who survived were just a handful, living in poverty their whole lives, never able to turn their fortunes around, even in death. "This plan is good," Jiang Jiao said. "Little fish niece, don't worry. Uncle Jiang will definitely help you handle this properly." Li Anzi thought Gu Jinli was being too cruel and hesitated before speaking. "Young master, shut up. If you dare say another word for her, I'll sell you too," Gu Jinli warned, staring at Li Anzi. "Don't think that because you might be my cousin, I'll treat you well. If you cause trouble for my family, not only your mother, who might be my aunt, but even if she's the Empress Dowager, it won't matter. I'll sell you too. If trouble could be transformed, it would be her family's relatives. If they cannot be changed, why should she take care of them? Is she bored?" Li Anzi is really afraid of this young master. He quickly nods, fearing she might hit him again. "What's the name of Li family's relatives in the capital? Where do they live?"
Gu Jinli asks Li Anzi.
Li Anzi still trembles a little. "Surname Qi. They live on Yongli Street on the east side of the city. I only know this much." Gu Jinli looks at Li Anzi with a headache, as if she just saw her uncle, Gu Dashan, and realized he really looks like her nephew. Gu Jinli takes a deep breath, suppresses her anger, and then looks at Jiang Jiao. "Second Uncle Jiang, we will trouble your family again. They need to go to the capital to find someone and need a carriage. Horses are hard to buy. Only officials like Jiang County Magistrate have them. Li Anzi said he has a sister, a young lady. If she's unlucky and gets sold to dark places, it would be terrible. They must find her quickly, as they cannot delay." Jiang Jiao says, "What's the trouble?" "It's a small matter." Whoever wants to go find her, discuss quickly. Once everyone is ready, we leave immediately. I'll go. Gu Dashin volunteers first. I must find Big Sister. I want to see her myself. He hasn't seen Big Sister for over 20 years. He thought she would have a better life after marrying Qi Pansy, but it turns out she was sold into slavery. Being a servant is not easy. He doesn't know how much hardship she has endured these years. He must go find her. Grandpa San says I'll go too. It's not right for an old man not to go. They don't know how to negotiate in the capital, or if the host family is willing to sell Big Sister and her family. Count me in, Qin Sanling says from the side. Brother Qin, it might take a few days to get to the capital. Can you stay at home for a few days? Gu Jinli doesn't want their family matters to delay Qin Sanling. Qin Sanling replies, it's a great blessing to eat official meals. Lord County Magistrate gave us 3 days to celebrate at home. 3 days should be enough to find someone in the capital. If 3 days aren't enough, he can talk to the county magistrate about punishment or penalties. Finding the person is more important. All right, with Brother Qin going, my wife can rest assured, third grandma says, feeling more at ease after hearing Qin Sanling. Luowu hesitates, unsure if he should go. He only has 3 days off. After that, he has to work at the yamen, and he can only come back once every half-month. He doesn't want to leave. He wants to stay longer with Gu Jinxiu and see her a few more times. Gu Jinxiu is now a young lady. Worrying about so many unfamiliar men coming to the house, she has been staying inside to avoid them. But when she heard they found her aunt, she couldn't help but stand at the door, leaning out half her body to look outside. Luowu saw her immediately and was very happy. While everyone else was busy, he boldly ran over to talk to her. Sister Xiao, I've taken the test. From now on, I'll be a constable in the government office, working with Officer Yang. Gu Jinxiu looked at him and smiled. Congratulations, Brother Luowu. Then she looked toward the yard, her face showing worry. Luowu saw her expression and asked, Are you worried about your aunt? Gu Jinxiu nodded. Yes, I heard from my cousin that she was sold separately. I don't know if we can buy her back. Seeing that she cared about her family, Luowu clenched his teeth and said, Don't worry. I have 3 days off. I'll go with your father and the others to find her. I will definitely help bring Auntie back. Really? Gu Jinxiu was very happy, her eyes shining as she looked at Luowu. Luowu's heart softened, and he quickly nodded. Yes, I'm telling the truth. I'll go look for her. He also told her, during the days we're away, don't go outside. The village isn't safe. If anything happens, find Qin Lao and the others. Do you understand? Gu Jinxiu nodded. Yes, I understand. Xiaoyu told me about it. You can rest assured. She knew she was now a young lady. She looked good and couldn't go out all the time. If someone took notice of her, her life could be over. She wasn't nervous about herself, but worried about causing trouble for her family. She didn't have many skills, but she could stay obedient and listen. Luowu, hearing this, still felt uneasy and gave her a few more instructions before turning to Gu Dashin and saying, Dashan, I'll go with you to find her too. Gu Jinli looked at him but said nothing, only agreeing. All right, then 9 of us will go. They included her, Qin Sanling, Gu Dashin, the third grandfather, Luowu, Li Anzi, plus old Zhu and his son Wang Yong. Afterward, she looked at Qin Lao and said, Grandpa Qin, I leave the family matters to you. Before we return, if any new guests come to the workshop wanting to buy our tofu and seasoning spices, refuse them all. If anyone is difficult, just close the workshop first and send someone to ask the Jiang family for help. In short, while we're away, the workshop should be kept safe. It's better not to do business than to risk trouble. All right, don't worry, Qin Lao replied. I'll take turns with Lang to guard the night, so nothing will happen to the family. Gu Jinli felt very confident in old Qin. With him overseeing the house, they could safely go find someone. Chui made a large bowl of fragrant 5-spice tofu and then went to the workshop to bring back a bucket of soy milk. Now, she and Grandma San carried out the tofu and soy milk, inviting Gu Jinli and them. Eat some first, then hit the road after you're done. Gu Jinli looked at the sky and said, "Mother, we won't eat anymore. Let's pack it into bags and take it with us." She then ran back into the house with Cui, left 30 taels of silver at home, and took all the remaining silver and banknotes, dividing the banknotes into 3 parts for herself, Gu Dashan and Grandpa San to keep separately. Jiang Jiao had already loaded all the remaining displaced people onto mules, leaving only the Zhu family and Wang Yang's family behind. Once Gu Jinli and the others took out the money, everyone got on the mules and left Dafeng village. The mule cart moved quickly, reaching Shangjia village in half an hour. Gu Jinli and his group went to Shang Xiuzai's house and told Gu Jingan everything. Gu Jingan was very excited to hear they found a Yagu's family and wanted to go with them to find people, but Gu Jinli stopped him. "Big brother, the house is full of women. You need to go home. Don't worry, with so many of us, plus Uncle Shang and Uncle Jiang, it will be safe." Hearing this, Gu Jingan had to give up the idea of going to find people. The group rode the mule cart, and after 2 hours, they finally arrived at Zhang's house in the county town. Jiang Jiao took them to meet County Magistrate Jiang. After learning about the situation, County Magistrate Jiang immediately gave them several of his calling cards and also wrote a letter for them. With the magistrate's card and letter, once they reached the city, they could use them to enter, visit the Qi family, and find people at various pawnshops. Jiang Jiao was very loyal. When he returned home, he used all 3 of his carriages and personally went with them to the city. It was almost dark now, but they were in a hurry to save people and didn't rest, planning to travel overnight. "The carriage is faster than the mule cart. Let's hurry, and we'll be in the city by tomorrow morning," Jiang Jiao said. "Brother Jiang, thank you so much," Gu Dashan said gratefully, looking at Gu Jinli, who was dozing off. Originally, this shouldn't have been Little Fish's job, but he was useless, scared inside, without ideas, afraid that once they reached the city, people might refuse to help. That's why he brought Little Fish along. If something happened, she was quick-witted and brave enough to help. Gu Jinli didn't mind making this trip, but he was worried that Gu Dia's family might cause trouble after they were rescued. A group of people traveled overnight by carriage. By midday the next day, they finally arrived at the city of the government. Outside the city, some disaster victims still hadn't been settled, and soldiers were blocking the way. Jiang Jiao recognized the captain of the soldiers and told him something. Then the group was allowed into the city. After entering, they hurried straight to Linyang Street on the east and reached the Qi family residence.
Bang, bang, bang.
Gu Dashan ran to knock on the door. Gu Jinli quickly went to hold him back. "Dad, you can't look so anxious. If people see you like this, they'll think you're up to something bad." Gu Dashan, hearing this, hurriedly withdrew his hand. Creak, the big gate of the Qi residence opened. A young servant in a gray short coat looked at them with a displeased face and said angrily, "What are you knocking for? Do you know whose house this is?" "This is the home of Lord Qi from the capital, a noble family. Are you trying to get into trouble?" Jiang Jiao didn't want to argue with the servant. He took out his father's official letter and handed it to the servant. "We are here to visit Lord Qi. Please inform him." Then he took out some silver and threw it to the servant. The servant quickly caught the silver, took the letter, and, seeing it was an official document, smiled politely. "Please wait a moment, sir. I will go inform him right away." Before the servant entered, a loud voice came from behind. "Who are you? Why are you gathered at my door?" Gu Jinli and the others turned to look and saw a man in his early 20s with a square face and an ordinary look. Mr. Li was carrying a jar of wine, with one arm around a servant's shoulder. He tilted his head to look at Gu Dashan and the others. Seeing they were poorly dressed, some in rough clothes, he sneered. "Where do you all come from, beggars? Hurry up and leave. Don't dirty my ground." He pointed at the young servant at the door. How do you guard the door? These beggars are allowed inside?" The young servant saw Mr. Li and looked at him with disdain, but, since he was a relative of the family, had to reply, "Mr. Li, they are here to visit the Qi family." Mr. Li was also a troublemaker. He had just escaped hardship and settled down but didn't want to rest properly. Instead, he went out to drink and have fun. Now, he was staying at a relative's house but hadn't returned for 2 days. When he came back, he was drunk and slurred his words. Visit?
Ha ha ha.
Cough, cough, cough. Li Si heard this and laughed so hard he nearly choked. After a fit of coughing, he finally sobered up a bit from his drunkenness. He pointed at Gu Dashan and others with a wine jug and said, "Such a beggar still dares to visit the Qi family?" He looked at old Zhu and his son with disdain and said, "Do you know whose family this is? This is the Qi family, a noble family in the capital city. The master of their house is a government official in Beijing. And you dare to come here?
Why?
Because you're wearing ragged clothes?" Li Si mocked old Zhu and his son, then started laughing so hard he began coughing violently. His servant hurriedly said, "Fourth master, calm down and don't mind these beggars. I'll help you back to the estate." Gu Jinli watched as the master and servant staggered toward the Qi residence gate. She quickly covered her mouth and nose with her sleeve and looked anxiously at the gatekeeper's servant. She asked, "Sir, who is this Li Si? Is he a refugee? Why is he coughing so much? Could he have caught some disease?"
Disease.
The gatekeeper's servant was frightened upon hearing her words.
What did you say?
Jiang Jiao disliked Li Si very much and replied, "I heard that there was typhoid in Zhongzhou. Many people got sick and died." "Really? Is what you said true?" The gatekeeper's servant was startled and quickly shut the gate. Inside, he said to Jiang Jiao and others, "Wait a moment. I'll go report this." Li Si and his servant were trapped outside the gate, stunned for a moment. Finally, they regained their senses. He pointed at Gu Jinli and said, "You little brat, what nonsense are you talking?"
Disease? You. Ah.
Qin Sanlang threw a small stone that hit the servant supporting Li Si in the knee. The servant cried out in pain and immediately knelt on the ground. Li Si was pulled down with him, falling heavily to the ground with a loud bang. "It Irxi, you useless fool.
How are you supporting me?
Are you trying to get us killed? Hurry up and help me up. Do you want me to sell you too?" Li Si cursed loudly at Li Irxi. Recently, the Li family had sold many servants. Li Irxi was afraid of being sold himself. Enduring the pain in his knee, he hurriedly helped Li Si to his feet. "Fourth master, forgive me. It was my fault." Li Anzi, afraid of Li Si, had been hiding inside the carriage and didn't dare to come out. He only peeked through the dusty curtain of the window, looking outside timidly. When Li Irxi helped Li Si up, he suddenly saw half a face in the carriage window. He quickly squinted and stretched his neck to look. After a moment, he pointed at the carriage window and said, "Fourth master, that is Dashi's older brother Anzi." Li Anzi's younger siblings are a rare pair of twins, both born in the Li family. When they were born, the Li family believed their siblings were lucky, so they told their parents to take good care of their younger brothers and sisters. When they turned 6, they planned to assign them to serve the young master and young lady, saying it would bring good fortune to the family. The younger brother was assigned to serve Lord Li and was given the name Li Dashi. Unlike him, Dashi was very clever and eloquent, flattering Lord Li very well. His family was able to escape hardship with Dashi's help. Otherwise, they might have been sold off when they were in Daliang. Escaping was not easy, and they couldn't take many servants. When they left Daliang, Lord Li sold most of his servants, taking only a few guards and a few servants with them.
Li Daxi.
Don't mention him to the master. He's bad luck. Lord Li slung his arm around Li Irxi's shoulder and stood up unsteadily, cursing Li Dashi. A sickly brat who dares to talk back to the master just because he's a maid. Now he's going to face the consequences. Gu Jinli thought this was wrong. It seemed her aunt's family had been sold by the Li family, and perhaps because they had offended Lord Li. "No, fourth master, look at the carriage. That person really is Li Anzi. That fool wasn't sold to the mine. He's still sitting in the carriage." Lord Li, angry at Li Dashi for offending him, had ordered the servants to sell their family cheaply, men to work in the mines, women to serve in brothels, making them suffer greatly. But Li Anzi appearing here was strange. Something was off.
What?
Lord Li finally snapped out of his anger. He staggered to the carriage, lifted the gray curtain, tilted his head, and looked inside. When he saw it was indeed Li Anzi, he immediately cursed Li Anzi. "You son of a dog! How come you're here? Get down now." Fourth master, Li Anzi was terrified of Lord Li and dared not come out from the carriage. Lord Li was a rough man and now drunk. He staggered and tried to climb into the carriage to pull Li Anzi out, cursing loudly, "Good for nothing. How dare you disobey me? You didn't go to the mine to work, and now you're riding in a carriage. This carriage isn't for you lowly slaves." Suddenly, there was a loud bang. Before Lord Li could finish, Gu Jinli hit him with a stick and knocked him out. "Are you a duck? Why are you making so much noise?" She was fed up with this so-called Lord Li, whose shouting was giving her a headache.
Who are you?
"How dare you hit a relative of the Qi family? You don't want to live anymore." Li Erxi was very frightened and wanted to rush over to save Lord Li, but Qin Sanlang stopped him. Qin Sanlang grabbed his wrist and stared at him, saying, "Try to come over and see." Qin Sanlang was not yet 15, but he was taller than most people, more than a head taller than Li Erxi. Li Erxi looked at him, too scared to move forward, and shouted, Wait until the Qi family people come out. You will all be doomed." Gu Jinli smiled and waved at him, saying, "Come here. What do you want to do?" Li Erxi was a bit afraid of her. This young girl was very fierce. She silently knocked out Lord Li. Gu Jinli smiled and said nothing. "You want to drag Lord Li back, right? Come on, try to drag him." Li Erxi looked at Gu Jinli's smiling face and felt that this country girl had bad intentions. "Are you trying to trick me into coming over and knocking me out too? Wow, she's pretty clever. Your Lord Li is right here. Do you want to drag him or not?" Gu Jinli stepped on Lord Li's stomach, tilted her chin, and looked at Li Erxi. Li Erxi had never seen such a cunning and fierce girl. He was worried she might hit him, but he couldn't ignore Lord Li's safety, so he had to grit his teeth and run over. He grabbed Lord Li's foot, pulling him back while saying, "Let go of your foot." With a bang, Gu Jinli struck Li Erxi with a stick, knocking him out. The residents of Linyang Street were mostly officials' families. Unless a distinguished guest arrived, the doors were tightly closed. Servants usually took shopping through alleys or side gates, rarely passing through the main gate. Since she knocked out 2 people, no one saw her. Li Anzi saw Lord Li and Li Erxi being knocked out and trembled all over. He looked at Gu Jinli and said, "Cousin, this is Lord Li, the legitimate young master of the Li family. If you knock him out, it will be very bad." Gu Jinli rolled her eyes at him and said, "Get down from the carriage. What are you hiding in there? You're no longer a servant of the Li family. Why are you afraid of them?" Oh, Li Anzi replied, trembling as he got off the carriage. Suddenly, the big gate of the Qi family opened again. A young servant and a man who looked like a steward appeared at the gate and asked, "Who is second master Jiang of the Jiang family?" Jiang Jiao replied, "I am Jiang Jiao, the second son of Jiang Xinyu from Tianfu County." The steward smiled and said, "Young master, I am Lin, the steward of the outer courtyard of the Qi residence. Our second master heard you came personally and is very happy. Let me come to you inside." A few days ago, after Lord Heir returned from Tianfu County, he was very angry and caused a big fuss. Recently, just hearing the name Tianfu County made him furious. Today, for some reason, he wanted to see the second son of the county magistrate of Tianfu County. No one knew what Lord Heir was planning. "Thank you for your help, Steward Lin." Jiang Jiao took out a purse and tucked it into Steward Lin's sleeve, pointing behind him at Gu Dashan and others. "They are my friends. The matter I want to discuss involves them. Please, Steward Lin, do me this favor." Steward Lin touched his sleeve, estimating that the purse contained at least 10 taels of silver. He smiled much more kindly than before. "Lord Jiang, you're too polite. Please come in." Jiang Jiao and his companions followed Steward Lin into the Qi residence. As for Lord Li and his servant, they were blocked by a carriage, so Steward Lin didn't see them. The 4 guards from the Jiang family were outside, watching, so nothing would go wrong. The Qi residence was large, a grand house with 5 courtyards. Having such a big house in Linyang Street of the city was a sign of a noble family. Money alone couldn't buy a house on Linyang Street. Jiang Jiao and his group walked for about 15 minutes inside the Qi residence. After passing a lotus pond, they reached a courtyard. This is Lord Heir's study. Lord Heir is waiting inside for Lord Jiang. Steward Lin led them into the courtyard, across a paved stone path, to a room. He called out, "Lord Heir, Lord Jiang has arrived." Inside, someone heard this and immediately came out with a smile. "Brother Jiang, nice to meet you. Sorry for the rudeness." Before he finished greeting, the words got stuck in his throat. Gu Jinli looked at Mr. Qi and smiled sweetly. "Hello, Mr. Qi." It was clear that Mr. Qi was from the same family as Mr. Qi. Lord Qi's second son had come with Zhou Yuzhen's siblings to her workshop to buy her spice formulas. He was Mr.
Qi.
Mr. Qi's expression was very interesting. He didn't know whether to laugh or be afraid. "So, you're the young owner of Gu's workshop. What a coincidence." "Please come in," Mr. Qi quickly responded and welcomed Gu Jinli and her group into the study. Mr. Qi knew that Lord Jiang was related to Lord Lei and wanted to meet Lord Jiang first. After making friends with Lord Jiang, he hoped Jiang Jiao could introduce him to the Lei family's trading caravan. But he didn't expect that the people from Gu's workshop would come along with Jiang Jiao, ruining his plan. Jiang Jiao knew he couldn't wait for long to find someone. Before sitting down, he said to Mr. Qi, "Lord Qi, to be honest, we are here to find your distant relative, Mr. Li. Could you call him here? We have urgent matters to discuss with him." Mr. Qi was surprised and asked, "Brother Jiang, may I ask what this matter is about?" He looked at Gu Jinli and then at Qin Sanling beside her, and asked worriedly, "Did the Li family do something bad?" Jiang Jiao told him honestly, "There is a servant in the Li family named Li Guoyun. She is Brother Gu's younger sister. Today, we came to find Li Guoyun's family." Jiang Jiao pointed to Brother Gu Dashan and said, "Brother Gu and his siblings have been separated for over 20 years. Now they finally got news and a chance to reunite. We hope Second Lord Qi will help us and give Brother Gu a hand." Brother Gu Dashan bowed to Mr. Qi and said, "Mr. Qi, please help us. We ask for your kindness." Mr. Qi was upset because he lost face and suffered a loss at the Gu workshop. He disliked the Gu family, but he was afraid of the Lei merchant caravan. When Qin Sanling suddenly showed a small copper badge from the Lei family, Mr. Qi immediately tensed up. He had been planning to make things difficult for Brother Gu Dashan, but now he hurriedly said, "What a coincidence. Since that's the case, I will help. Manager Lin, go to the guest courtyard and invite Li's cousin here." "Yes, I will go now." Manager Lin quickly went to find Old Master Li in the guest courtyard. After a short while, he brought Old Master Li over. "Second cousin, you're quite busy today. I rarely get to see you, so I've brought your cousin here. How about we have a drink today?" Old Master Li called from outside the study. Mr. Qi frowned, feeling unhappy about Old Master Li. Li family was related to his maternal aunt's family. When her sister married into the Li family of Daliang, the Li family was thriving and the Old Master was an official. But by Old Master Li's generation, they hadn't even passed the imperial exam and had become merchants. Old Master Li was lazy and unambitious. He was not good at studying, failed at business, and had poor conduct. Mr. Qi considered himself a refined scholar and didn't see eye to eye with Old Master Li. If his mother hadn't insisted, he wouldn't have let Old Master Li stay in his house. "Cousin, this is the second master of Tianfu County's magistrate's family. He has something important to discuss with you. Let's finish that first, then we can talk about drinking," Mr. Qi told Old Master Li. Old Master Li entered the study and saw a group of people inside. Among them, he recognized someone. "Li Anzi, what are you doing here?"
Master.
"Master." Li Anzi shrank back and called out to Old Master Li. Brother Gu Dashan couldn't wait any longer and asked Old Master Li, "Old Master Li, I am Li Guiyun's older brother. We came to find her family. I heard you sold them. Where did you sell them? Please tell us." Hearing this, Old Master Li's heart skipped a beat. Li Guiyun and her older brother are still alive? What should he do now? Seer said that they had already sold Li Guiyun and her daughter to Yingjian Workshop. The woman was sold to Yingjian Workshop, and her life was over. Old Master Li knew this was a big matter. He pointed at Gu Dashan and tentatively asked Mr. Qi, "Cousin, who is this?" Mr. Qi replied, "This is Second Lord Zhang's brother." "Cousin, if you know where Li Guiyun's family is, please tell them." He added, "Second Lord Zhang's father is the county officer of Tianfu County." Old Master Li was amused. So he was just the son of a county officer? What was there to fear? His big cousin was an official in the capital. Li Guiyun's family has already been sold. If you want to find them, go ask the pawn shop. I don't deal with such small matters of selling people, Old Master Li said, looking at Gu Dashan's rough clothes. He thought, what kind of wealthy family wears coarse clothes? Really? You don't know? Gu Dashan asked urgently. Old Master Li, please think carefully. You must remember. Dad, don't ask him. If he refuses to cooperate, then don't blame us for being rude, Gu Jinli said angrily, pulling Li Anzi over. Earlier outside, what did Li Si say? That they sold you to the mine? What's going on?
Tell us quickly.
If you hide anything, your parents and siblings will never see you again. Li Anzi was pulled and staggered but quickly said, when I was at the pawn shop, I overheard the pawn shop workers say they didn't want me at the mine because I was A. But I didn't expect the Li family to sell us all to the mine. He thought he had heard wrong. Gu Jinli looked at Mr. Qi and said, Sir, did you hear that? The Li family is lying to you. When Mr. Qi heard this, his face changed drastically. The Li family was really heartless. In Daqing, everyone knew that working at the mine was the hardest job. An adult man working in the mine couldn't last 3 months before dying from exhaustion. Qin Sanlang handed a small copper badge to Mr. Qi. This is from Lord Lei of the Five Lords for our Gu family workshop. Uncle Dashan's family is the biggest owner of the workshop. If we can't find Uncle Dashan's sister today, think about how the Lei family trade caravan will react to this old grudge. Mr. Qi was already pale with fear. He stared at Old Master Li and said, Quickly tell me, where did you sell Li Guiyun's family? If you don't rescue them soon, your Li family will face revenge from the Lei trade caravan. The Li family belonged to Daliang Prefecture, and the Lei family's trading caravan traveled the route from the northwest to Dazhong. Old Master Li had heard of the Lei family's caravan and knew they had connections with the Green Forest. If they were retaliated against, it could mean the destruction of his family, which scared him so much he almost wet his pants. But he couldn't admit to this. If he did, the Li family would be doomed. I really don't know, Old Master Li said with tears streaming down his face. Cousin, when my family sold the servant that day, I called the tooth shop's people to your house. You also know where they were sold. Mr. Qi was trembling with anger.
What kind of cousin was he?
Trying to shift the blame onto his family, which was just asking for trouble for the Qi family. Are you going to tell the truth? Gu Jinli asked, staring at Old Master Li. He felt a cold chill under her gaze, but seeing she was just a young girl, he looked down on her and sneered. What's there to say? I already told you they were sold to the tooth shop. If you want to find someone, go to the tooth shop. He cursed Gu Jinli silently. Stupid girl, is your family already finished? Why send a little girl to ask questions? Gu Jinli sneered coldly and signaled to Qin Sanlang, Brother Qin, let's go outside. Okay, Qin responded and left with Gu Jinli, heading out of Mr. Qi's study. Soon, they arrived at the gate of the Qi family estate. Gu Jinli felt a deep frustration watching the unconscious Old Master Li.
Ah!
Old Master Li suddenly woke up from the pain. Qin Sanlang understood Gu Jinli's intention immediately. He clenched his fist and started punching Old Master Li, focusing on the most painful spots.
Ah!
Old Master Li twisted in pain, crying out miserably. Gu Jinli asked, Tell me, where did you sell Li Guiyun and her daughter? After speaking, she pinched a pressure point on Old Master Li's left waist with 3 fingers, pressing hard.
Yow!
Old Master Li's face twisted from pain, and he couldn't bear it anymore. He hurriedly said, sold them to Yingjian Fong.
Ah,
It's killing me. When Gu Jinli heard the words Yingzhan Fong, her face darkened. That place didn't sound good. Mr. Qi and the others, worried about trouble, came out. Hearing Yingzhan Fong, Mr. Qi nearly fainted. He cursed the Li family in his heart. How could they cause so much trouble for his family? Selling a servant isn't enough. They had to kill her? The men were sold to the mines, and the women to brothels? Manager Lin, quickly prepare the carriage, Mr. Qi shouted, rushing down the steps. He said to Qin Sanling, young Master Qin, don't worry. I'll take you to Yingzhan Fong right away. As he spoke, he kept glancing at the small copper token in Qin Sanling's hand, afraid Qin would use it to find Lord Wu Lei and cause him to die unjustly. Gu Jinli said, hurry up and get on the carriage. If my aunt and cousin have any trouble, I won't forgive you. Even poison should be used to kill the Qi and Li families. Mr. Qi was not afraid of Gu Jinli, but he was worried about the Lei family's caravan. He quickly got on Zhang's carriage. Get on the carriage quickly and head to Yingxianfang. Jiang Jiao reacted fastest. He hurriedly called the confused third grandpa and Gu Dashan, pulling them onto the carriage, heading straight to Yingxianfang. Yingxianfang is located in the south, one of the well-known buildings in the city. It was still morning, and Yingxianfang hadn't opened for business yet. When Mr. Qi arrived, the main gate was closed. Mr. Qi could no longer pretend to be a noble immortal. He directly got off the carriage and pounded on the gate of Yingxianfang. Open up. I am Second Master Qi. In the past, the style of rebellious scholars was popular and literati liked to visit places like this. Mr. Qi's knocking didn't seem shameful. Who's there? It's so early in the morning, can't you wait? A small boy with a blue hat peeked out from behind a door panel. When he saw Mr. Qi, he smiled. Second Master Qi, you're here so early today. Are you looking for Miss Tinglan? Mr. Qi's face turned red, and he angrily said, be quiet. Hurry and call Lady Jean. I have urgent matters to discuss with her. Seeing Mr. Qi's bad expression and that he was sweating heavily, the boy realized it was a real emergency. He didn't dare to delay and said, come in first. I'll go call her. He then turned to find Lady Jean in the backyard of Yingxianfang. Mr. Qi, along with third grandpa and others, entered Yingxianfang. Gu Jinli couldn't go inside. Qin Sanling, third grandpa, and Gu Dashan stopped her, saying she was a girl and shouldn't enter such a place. Gu Jinli could only give up and wait outside on the carriage. Gu Dashan and Li Anzi entered crying, fearing that Dia mother and daughter would be in trouble. Fortunately, their luck was good. Lady Jean told them, it's the mother and daughter sent here a few days ago. They're fine. They're working in the backyard. Gu Dashan and Li Anzi felt like they had come back to life after hearing this. It's okay. Dia mother and daughter are fine. Gu Dashan cried tears of joy. Mr. Qi, hearing Lady Jin's words, also heaved a sigh of relief and smiled at Qin Sanling. Young man from the Qin family. Did you hear that?
they're fine.
Everything is good. They're just working in the backyard. Qin Sanling looked at Mr. Qi and then said to Jiang Jiao, Second Uncle Jiang, let Lady Jean take us inside to find the people. Although doing rough work, entering a place like Yingzhan Workshop would ruin one's reputation. Gu Dia was fine, but her younger sister's cousin probably wouldn't get married easily. Third young master is right. Let's not talk and hurry to see the person, Jiang Jiao urged. Yes, please follow me, everyone, Lady Jean said politely. She knew Mr. Qi could come personally, so the mother and daughter must have some support. She didn't stop them and led them to the backyard. During this, she gave a signal to the young man in the blue hat. He bowed slightly and quietly took a shortcut, heading to the backyard first. In the backyard of Yingzhan Workshop, a mother and daughter covered in injuries were washing clothes by the well. These were clothes of the girls from Yingzhan Workshop and some guests. The fabric was good, but many were dirty or stained. After the guests got drunk and vomited on their clothes, they would throw the clothes to the servants of the workshop to wash. The mother and daughter had been working hard since yesterday afternoon, working nonstop. They hadn't even eaten a proper meal, let alone sleep, but they still hadn't finished the rough chores at Yingzhan Workshop. After washing these clothes, they had to dry the urgent clothes by fire before they could rest and drink some salt water. In the afternoon, they were driven to continue working. Be quicker, you two. How can you work like this? Such few clothes, and you've been washing for so long. An overweight woman nearby snapped, hitting them with a whip. She pointed at the young girl and scolded, "You little brat, do you know how hard this is? I told you to serve customers honestly, but you refused and even hurt your face. Now you're a freak. Just wait and suffer all your life." The girl's hands and feet were numb from the beating. She trembled, washing the clothes with cold hands. The woman struck her again and scolded, "What are you doing? These are silk clothes, each worth over 10 taels of silver. If you damage them with your force, can you afford to pay for it?" The girl was about to faint from exhaustion. Her head buzzed, and she couldn't hear what the woman was saying. She kept washing clothes mechanically. The older woman beside her looked better, but was worried when she saw her being beaten. She dared not speak up because the more she pleaded, the harsher the woman's beating became. "Granny Gong, stop hitting her." The young man in the blue hat quickly ran to the well in the backyard. Seeing Granny Gong beating the mother and daughter again, he hurried over, grabbed her whip, and pulled her aside. Aunt Gong was pulled so hard she nearly fell down, angrily scolding the young man in the blue hat. "Lucy, what are you doing? Let go now. That stubborn girl needs a good beating, if she's going to listen." She also complained, "It's only Lady Jin's kindness that keeps her from being thrown into the woodshed and beaten by Lord Go until she's broken. If her body doesn't break, she'll just keep stubbornly fighting, dreaming of escaping from here." Aunt Gong shouted at the girl, "You're not escaping. Do you think you can leave this place and still stay pure?
Dream on."
Even if the girl's innocence was intact, who would believe her? Who would marry her? "Stop talking, Aunt Gong," Lucy said, pulling her aside and whispering a few words. Aunt Gong was startled. "Lucy, you're not fooling the old lady, are you? With these two hopeless girls, how could they have noble relatives?" Aunt Gong didn't believe him. Besides, their Yingjian workshop had backing. Even if the mother and daughter had noble relatives coming to look for them, the workshop wasn't afraid. Lucy said, "That's Lady Jin's idea. Hurry to the kitchen and bring some food. Let the mother and daughter eat a little. Don't make it too obvious. Go quickly." He pushed Aunt Gong gently, almost causing her to fall. She cursed as she hurried to the kitchen to get something. After pushing her away, Lucy took a quilt hanging on a bamboo pole in the backyard and handed it to the old woman. "Auntie, don't wash it anymore. Your hands are turning blue from the cold. Wrap yourself in this and warm up." He took a pack of golden wound medicine from his waist pouch and handed it to her. "Auntie, this is top-quality wound medicine. Quickly put some on your daughter's face." Li Shuangxi was reckless. When she first came to Yingjian workshop, Lady Jean had the maids teach her how to serve men. She initially agreed well enough, but before they could take her into a room to teach her, she cut her face with broken glass from a wine cup. Her method was too harsh. If the maids hadn't stopped her quickly, her face might have been beyond saving. The maids were furious. Lady Jean found out and personally saw her. But the girl just smiled and said, "If you want me to serve men, I'd rather die. You can't keep watching me forever. I'll find a way to die someday." She was stubborn and fierce, and Lady Jean was so angry she nearly lost her temper. Lady Jean truly isn't afraid of death. She had no choice but to let her mother and daughter do rough work first, thinking that after she loses her sharpness and seeing her injuries, she might recover. If she heals, she could go back to work with clients. If not, she might be sold to marry a single man. However, just a few days later, relatives came knocking, brought by Mr. Qi himself. Lucy saw the old woman staring blankly and not applying the medicinal paste, and he became anxious. He had to step in himself to treat Li Shuangxi's wound. Seeing this, the woman suddenly shivered, screamed, and rushed at him. "Stay away. Don't touch my girl." With a loud bang, Lucy was pushed to the ground and hit his chin on the blue stones by the well, causing it to bleed. He cried out in pain, covering his bleeding chin, and said to the woman, "Auntie, What are you doing? I just wanted to treat Shuangxi's face. She's hurt. The woman seemed frightened, hugged Li Shuangxi tightly, her eyes wide with fear, and shouted at Luzi. Get lost. If you dare to touch my girl, I'll burn this broken house down. If you don't let us live, neither will you. Hearing this, Luzi cursed silently. These mother and daughter are both so fierce. One wants to commit suicide, the other wants to set fire to their home. Such people are better sold quickly to prevent them from really burning down Yingxianfang someday. What's that noise? Qin Sanlang, with sharp hearing, heard a crying, angry shouting even before reaching the backyard. Lady Jean smiled and said, That's Granny Gong scolding. She's an old woman, very talkative. She's unhappy if she doesn't scold someone all day. Come quickly, follow me to the backyard. Qin Sanlang exchanged a glance with Jiang Jiao, realizing Lady Jean was deliberately leading them around to delay. Hearing the shouting from the backyard, they ignored Lady Jean and hurried toward it. Gu Dashan finally showed some sense. Seeing Qin Sanlang and the others run off, he quickly followed. Luo called out to Grandpa San and Li Anzi, and the three hurried after them. Mr. Qi saw this and grabbed Lady Jean, asking, Could it be that you're trying to find someone to? They entered the building, which had been used for a few days, and it was inevitable that something might go wrong. Mr. Qi was most worried about this, especially since one of the mother and daughter hadn't married yet. If something happened to that girl, the Qi family would surely face revenge from the Lei merchant group. No, both mother and daughter are fine. No one has harmed them. The young lady looked ahead and quietly whispered to Mr. Qi. That stubborn girl named Li Shuangxi scratched her face when the guards weren't paying attention. The rules in the building are known to the master. She's so tough that she often gets beaten and tested. I knew it. Once you enter your place, that person will surely suffer a lot, Mr. Qi muttered angrily at the young lady. The young lady forced a smile and grabbed his arm, asking, Sir, please calm down. Can you tell me who that mother and daughter are? Could they cause trouble for Yingxianfang? Her relatives are protected by the Lu family trading team. What do you think? Mr. Qi pushed her hand away and hurried toward the back courtyard. The Lu family trading team? The young lady had never been to the Northwest, but she had heard of the Lu family trading team in Yingxianfang. It was one of the three major businesses in Dechu, operating routes from the Northwest to Darong, and had connections with both the Green Forest and the military. Why did they get involved with people related to the Lu family trading team? She quickly ran to the back courtyard as well. In the backyard, the old woman was still holding Li Shuangxi, trembling and glaring fiercely at Luzi, afraid he might come closer again. Gu Dashan rushed into the backyard. Seeing the old woman, he squinted and looked for a moment before finally speaking. Big girl, is that you? I'm your big brother, Gu Dashan. Hearing Gu Dashan's name, the old woman was stunned for a moment. It wasn't until Granny Gong brought some steamed buns and water and saw so many people in the backyard that she cursed loudly and snapped out of her shock. Gu Dashan. You are Gu Dashan? The old woman wanted to run over and see Gu Dashan, but she dared not loosen her hold on Li Shuangxi, fearing that if she let go, the people inside the building would take her away. Gu Dashan rushed over, crying, Yes, it's me, big girl. What's wrong with you? Why do you look so old? I can hardly recognize you. Although they were twins, big girl resembled their mother, with a very good appearance. But after not seeing each other for over 20 years, she looked so aged. Who are you? Do you know where you are? How dare you break in? Granny Gong pointed at Gu Dashan and said, Who are you, a country bumpkin? Get out of here. These mother and daughter are people from Yingxianfang. Luzi hurried over and covered her mouth, saying, Granny Gong, stop scolding. This is a guest brought in by Jin Yangzi. She's important. This unlucky old woman lacked insight. This is Yingxianfang. Without Jin Yangzi and Ge Ye's orders, could these people have entered the backyard? Jin Yangzi ran inside and, upon seeing Granny Gong, scolded her. What are you shouting for? Hurry up and find 2 clean, warm clothes, then prepare a big meal. Let Sister Li and her daughter fill their stomachs. Poor things, they've been fleeing all the way and are now starving and thin. Granny Gong was stunned by her words. After another scolding from Jiang Qi, she turned around to prepare things. Mother, sister. Li Anzi saw her mother and sister and ran over crying. Grandpa Sen saw Gu Daya and almost didn't recognize her. She looked like she was 50, though she was under 40. Her hair was already gray. Big sister, you've suffered so much these years, Grandpa San, supported by Luo Wu, slowly walked to Gu Daya. Seeing the bloodstains on her clothes, he felt very sad. Fighting back tears, Grandpa Sen quickly looked at the young girl beside Gu Daya. He saw a one-finger-long wound on her right cheek, just scabbed over. He couldn't hold back his tears. How did her face get like this? Once they entered the building, their reputation was ruined. If her face got worse, how could she get married in the future? Qin Sanling noticed that Li Shuangxi looked unwell and warned, Grandpa San, this big sister's face is very pale and her cheeks are red. Could she have a fever? Hearing this, Grandpa Sen looked at Li Shuangxi, reached out to her forehead, and quickly retracted his hand, as she was burning hot. This child has a fever. We should take them away quickly and call a doctor to check. Old master is right. Mr. Qi, please take them away quickly, Jiang Qi said, eager for them to leave. Contract. Contract of sale. Li Shuangxi was dizzy from the fever, but still remembered the contract. If they couldn't get the contract, leaving here would be useless. Yes, the contract of sale. Bring out the contracts for Big Sister Daya and her daughter. Gu Dashan looked at Jiang Qi and asked, how much silver were they sold for? Tell me, I will buy their freedom. Jiang Qi wanted to make a good impression and said, it doesn't matter how much silver. They were brought to Yingjian workshop on purpose. The person who brought them didn't ask for silver. Forget about buying their freedom. The owner will go get the contracts for you.
What do you mean by that?
Qin Sanling asked. Jiang Qi had been waiting for this question. She said, a man called Li Sifu brought them to Yingjian workshop. He said he didn't want silver and gave the mother and daughter to us, but in exchange, they had to suffer some hardships.
He also said,
this big sister should also serve customers. Originally, women like Li Guoyun, who could be grandmothers, were not supposed to entertain guests. But that Li Sihu was very mean and specifically ordered otherwise. Lady Jean told Gu Dashan and the others about this to make them hate the Li family even more, so they would direct their anger at them and not cause trouble for Yingjian Fong. Although she could decide to buy or free people, she was mainly a madam. Behind Yingjian Fong was a big family who didn't like dealing with its problems. That's why she said this, to prevent the Lu family's caravan from coming to defend Gu's family and causing trouble for the big family. The big family wasn't afraid of the Lu family's caravan, but it's better not to make enemies. She didn't want to cause trouble for the big family. Li Shuangxi wasn't a great beauty, so it was better to sell them nicely and let them take the people away. Gu Dashan was furious when he heard that Li Sihu deliberately sent the mother and daughter to Yingjian Fong and told them to suffer more. He said, why is Li Sihu so mean? The mother and daughter didn't just do good, they also endured hardships. They protected the Li family all the way to Heian Prefecture. Why don't they get any thanks? If someone is truly bad, they can do anything, Lady Jean said after this. She then told them, wait a moment. I'll go get the contract of sale for you. Lady Jean returned to her courtyard, took out the contract of sale for Gu Daya and her daughter, and handed it to Gu Dashan. This big brother is the contract. Look carefully. Li Guoyun and Li Shuangxi are their mother and daughter. Keep this contract safe. I'll send you out. If you have any grudges, go settle them with the Li family. Don't blame Yingjian Fong. They follow the rules. Besides, she had shown mercy. If she really wanted to act harshly, Li Shuangxi's face could be scarred, or even if she died, her innocence wouldn't be protected. Seeing Gu Dashan's stunned expression, she added, their mother and daughter are innocent.
Don't worry.
Gu Dashan felt more at ease after hearing this. He took the contract, handed it to Qin Sanling, and said, Sanling, look at this. Does it say Li Guoyun and Li Shuangxi? Qin Sanling took the contract, examined it, and nodded. Yes, that's them. He returned the contract to Gu Dashin and said, Uncle Dashin, let's take these 2 contracts to the Yamen and cancel them. Then they won't be slaves anymore. We can register them under their original names and let them start fresh. Many refugees fleeing disasters took this chance to register Gu Daya's family. If they didn't meet someone they knew, no one would know their past. That's good. That's good. Gu Dashin carefully took the 2 sale agreements, kept them safe, and then helped Gu Daya. Daya, let's go. Big brother will take you home. Let's go out the back door. There are fewer people, Jiang Qi said, waving to them. She led them through the backyard, then through a small alley to a remote back entrance. She took out the key and unlocked the iron lock. Let's go. Gu Dashin and Gu Daya supported Li Shuangxi and led the way out the back door. Mr. Qi was good at socializing. He said to Gu Dashin, Brother Gu, your niece is sick and can't be moved easily. Why not stay at the Qi family's place for a few days? What do you think? No need, Jiang Jiao replied. My family has a house in the city, and Brother Gu and the others can stay there. As for the Qi family, the greedy Li family still lives there, so we dare not go. Mr. Qi's face turned red quickly. He hurriedly said, the Li family and the Qi family are just distant relatives. The things the Li family did, Brother Jiang, you shouldn't blame the Qi family. Jiang Jiao said, you should tell Uncle Lei about this. Seeing Jiang Jiao mention Uncle Lei, Mr. Qi looked unhappy. Jiang Jiao didn't care about his bad mood and said, Mr. Qi, you should go back to the estate quickly. Ask which official mine the Li father and son were sold to. Once you find out, send someone to inform the Jiang family on Luan Street in the north. After speaking, Jiang Jiao called Gu Dashin and the others, and they left the small alley. Qin Sanlang ran quickly and had already reached the front gate of Yingzhanfang, where he asked the 4 guards of the Jiang family to bring a carriage to pick them up. On the carriage, Gu Jinli asked him, Did you manage to contact them? Are they okay?
Were they,
harmed?
that?
Qin Sanlang didn't understand. Are they still pure? Gu Jinli didn't want her cousin to experience such terrible things. Hearing this, Qin Sanlang's face instantly turned red. He lowered his head and said, Yes, they are. Jiang Yangzi said no one touched them. Gu Jinli breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Let's go quickly to pick them up. To avoid awkwardness, Qin Sanlang repeated what happened at Yingzhanfang and also told her what Jiang Jiao and Mr. Qi had said. Once Mr. Qi finds out where your uncle and cousin are, he will send someone to inform the Jiang family. Don't worry. Yes, I understand, Gu Jinli replied. Although finding the person went smoothly, she still hated the Li family and Lord Li deeply. She was thinking about how to teach the Li family a lesson. While talking, the carriage arrived at the entrance of a small alley. Gu Dashin and Gu Daya helped Li Shuangxi into the carriage. As soon as they got in, Gu Jinli smelled a foul odor and a strong smell of blood. She looked at the mother and daughter, noticing their clothes were stained with blood, clearly beaten badly. Then she saw the old woman and couldn't believe it. She wondered, is this really Daya's aunt? Gu Dashin still had tears in his eyes. After helping Gu Daya settle Li Shuangxi, he looked up at her and said, She is your real aunt. This is your cousin, called Shuangxi. She is sick. Gu Jinli saw that Li Shuangxi's right cheek had a long scab of blood. Her face was very red, her mouth pale, and her skin peeling. She was running a high fever. She quickly grabbed Li Shuangxi's hand, rolled up her sleeve, and massaged her acupoints to help lower her body temperature. Everyone sit tight. We're leaving now, Jiang Jiao shouted. After waiting a moment for everyone to settle, he signaled the guard to whip the horses. The horses, in pain, immediately started running. In about 15 minutes, they arrived at Zhang's residence on Luan Street. As soon as they got off the carriage, Jiang Jiao led them to the main courtyard. He had just settled Li Shuangxi, who was unconscious, and the doctor they had called arrived. The doctor examined Li Shuangxi's injuries, took her pulse, then immediately took out a box of silver needles and gave her acupuncture. After about half an hour, the doctor removed the needles and wrote 2 prescriptions. This girl is very weak, and her high fever won't go down. She needs to drink medicine for the fever today. Once the fever subsides, we'll treat her external injuries, the doctor said, handing the prescriptions to Gu Dashin. Go get the medicine quickly. This girl has a high fever and can't wait, he added. Gu Dashin hurriedly took the prescriptions, called Wang Yongfu, and gave him money to buy the medicine. After examining Li Shuangxi, the doctor also checked Gu Daya's pulse. Gu Daya's injuries weren't as serious as Li Shuangxi's, but she had been traveling all day, scared and shocked, and was exhausted. She almost fainted. At Zhang's house, Gu Jinli and others were busy treating Gu Daya and her mother. At the Qi family, Mr. Qi was loudly scolding the Li family brothers. Tell me, where did you sell Li Duofu and Li Dashi? If you dare to hide anything, don't blame the Qi family for being harsh on you. However, he had already said before that he didn't know where Li Duofu and his family had been sold. If he told Mr. Qi about their whereabouts now, it would be like shooting himself in the foot. Moreover, the sale of Li Duofu's family involved some complicated reasons that were difficult to explain to Mr. Qi, and it was quite embarrassing. Second cousin, don't be angry yet. You know that in these cases it is usually the steward who handles the sales. I am the head of the Li family, and I don't know where the steward has sold them, Old Master Li said with a troubled look, clearly unaware of the details. Although Mr. Qi considered himself a refined scholar, he managed the household affairs and dealt with many different people outside. He could easily see that Old Master Li was deliberately avoiding the truth. Suddenly, with a loud bang, Mr. Qi slammed his hand on the desk and shouted, "Where is the steward of the Li family? Call him here. Today, if you don't tell us where Li Duofu and his family are, no one is leaving this room." Seeing Mr. Qi's anger rising again, Old Master Li was afraid it would worsen the situation. He signaled to his third son nearby. Li's third son quickly tried to smile and said, "Uncle, please don't be angry. It's not my father's fault. He truly doesn't know. It was the servants who sold them. Please wait a moment. I will find the servant responsible for selling them." After saying this, Li's third son turned to leave the study, but was stopped by Steward Lin. "Li's third son, please go back. My second master said that if you don't tell us where Li Duofu and his family are today, none of you will leave this room." The Li family had suffered a lot during their escape, with many deaths. The eldest and second brothers had died, leaving only Old Master Li, the illegitimate son Li's third son, and the legitimate son Li's fourth son, as adult males in the family. Besides the women and the underage boys who hadn't been called into the study, there was no one else left. Hearing this, Li's third son's face changed. He looked at Mr. Qi with a troubled expression and said, "Uncle, are you really going to do this?" No matter what, the two families were relatives. It would look very bad if things got too ugly. Mr. Qi sneered and said, "Don't blame me for being ruthless. It's your Li family who first caused trouble for our Qi family." He had originally hoped to build a relationship with the Jiang second master and the Lei trading team, but because of Li family's shameful sale of Li Duofu's family, his plan to connect with Lei fifth master through Jiang family was no longer possible. Not only that, if he didn't find out where Li Duofu and his family were, the Qi family would also suffer. "And you, Li Junping." Mr. Qi pointed at Li Sai, who was curled up in the corner of the study, and scolded, "How dare you sell Lady Li Guiyun and her daughter to Yingjian workshop, and even let Li Guiyun entertain guests? You are shameless." Li Guiyun, also known as Gu Daya, was 37 years old, but looked more like she was in her 50s. Such an old woman, and he still thought of making her entertain guests? What twisted ideas are in his mind? Li Sai had sobered up and was furious to learn that Li Anzi, by a strange twist of fate, had found his own uncle. What made him even angrier was that he was beaten by a rude girl in front of Mr. Qi's house. Li Sai covered his swollen face and shouted, "Uncle, you can't blame me. It was Li Shuangxi, that shameless girl, who hurt me first. I was angry, so I let Erxi sell her and her mother for such shameful things. It was Erxi who sold her and her mother to Yingjian workshop, not me." Hearing this, Mr. Qi trembled with rage. Still dare to lie. Madame Jean had already told him everything, that it was Li Junping who sent Gu Daya and her daughter to Yingjian workshop. Unexpectedly, Li Junping dared to deny it right in front of him, refusing to admit the truth. I finally understand how your Li family has declined from one generation to the next. With your kind of conduct, it's a miracle your family hasn't been ruined, Mr. Qi said through clenched teeth, nearly collapsing into his chair. Uncle, you're going too far with your words. You only see how we treated Li Duofu's family. Have you ever looked at Li Duofu's family, or how the Gu family has treated us? Li Sai pointed at his face and shouted, "Look at this face. It's still swollen. It's all because of the Gu girl hitting me." Li Sai moved so vigorously that he hurt his face again. After the pain subsided, he stubbornly said, "No, that Gu girl hurt me. I have to go to her house and demand compensation. If the Gu family doesn't pay, I'll go to the government and sue them." When Mr. Qi heard this, his eyes widened and he pointed at Li Sai, speechless. What kind of person is Li Junping? How did old Master Li raise him, turning an official's son into this kind of person? Li Sanni looked at Mr. Qi's expression, knowing that he was furious, but not defending Li Sai. Instead, he felt pleased. He was a son born outside the main family and had been bullied by his legitimate brother since childhood. Now that two of Li Fu's 3 legitimate sons had died, if Li Junping didn't grow up, everything in the Li family would belong to him. Although the Li family's business is nearly ruined now, they still have banknotes and property deeds in Daliang Prefecture. Once everything settles down, he plans to send someone back to Daliang to sell those shops and houses, then buy property in Heian Prefecture, so he can live a comfortable life as the head of the family. Mr. Qi has realized that Li Junping is a fool. He looks at Old Master Li and finally asks, "Old Master Li, I want to ask you again, where did you sell the son and father, Duofu Li and his son? Will you tell me, or not?" Old Master Li can see that Mr. Qi is truly angry. He hesitates for a moment, but then looks miserable and says, "Second cousin, I really don't know. It was our housekeeper who sold them. If you want to know, go ask him." Old Master Li is cunning, pretending that the housekeeper sold them. But the housekeeper had died 4 days ago, exhausted. Now he has been wrapped in a straw mat, taken outside the city, and buried on a mountain. If Mr. Qi asks, he won't find anyone. Seeing that Old Master Li refuses to speak, Mr. Qi's last bit of family affection is gone. He loudly calls outside the study, "Manager Lin, is there any news from the old housekeeper?" Manager Lin replies, reporting to Second Master, "The old housekeeper just sent word that they have caught Li Mu, the maid Fong, and Li Erxi. They are being interrogated in the servants' room, and good news will come soon." Hearing this, Old Master Li's face changes drastically. He points at Mr. Qi and says, "Second cousin, what do you mean? Li Mu, maid Fong, and Li Erxi are my family servants. Why are you torturing them?" Mr. Qi sneers and says, "I've already asked you. Since you won't tell, don't blame me for being harsh. Moreover, it was your Li family who harmed my Qi family first. My actions are just to save my family. Your Li family has no right to blame me." Mr. Qi looks at Old Master Li, growing more disgusted. "Remember, your Li family still lives in my Qi family. You eat and wear what I provide. What's wrong with punishing a few of your servants? You disgrace your relatives like this. Aren't you afraid I will complain to my aunt?" Old Master Li is very angry, his face burning with rage. His own servants being tortured by the Qi family feels like being slapped in the face. "Do as you like. If you want to complain, go ahead." Mr. Qi shrugs his sleeves and ignores Old Master Li's threats. Old Master Li, hearing this, turns even paler with anger. "Second Master, are you here?" Outside the study courtyard gate, a slightly older voice was heard. Manager Lin quickly went out to greet it. "Old Madam Chen, why have you come?" Old Madam Chen's mother was the nursemaid to Lady Qi. Because of her own mother's relationship, Chen Madam had been by Lady Qi's side since she was 3 years old. When Lady Qi married into the Qi family, she continued to serve her for a lifetime. Now that she was old, she was cared for by the household and mostly kept company with Lady Qi to pass the time. She rarely took part in official matters unless there was a major issue, in which case Lady Qi would send her out. So, when Manager Lin saw her arrive, he dared not be careless. Chen Madam was supported by a young maid and said to Manager Lin, "Old Madam asked me to ask, what happened to second young master? Why did he suddenly get so angry?" Old Madam said that the Li family is related to us. Now that their family is in trouble, we should help if we can. But we can't insult our relatives just because they are refugees. If this gets out, people will look down on us. Old Madam also said that our eldest master is an official in the capital, working as a Hanlin scholar, which values reputation highly. We can't do much to help him from our hometown, but we shouldn't cause him trouble either. Hearing this, Manager Lin's forehead sweat. He explained, "Madam Chen, this is a long story. The Li family has been too unreasonable." Chen Madam frowned deeply.
What do you mean by that?
Hearing this, Mr. Qi called out loudly from the study, "Manager Lin, please bring Madam Chen in." Manager Lin sighed in relief and quickly smiled. "Second young master is calling you.
Please come with me."
Old Madam Chen was elderly and moved slowly, supported by the young maid. She slowly entered the study and said to Mr. Qi, "Second young master, you're working hard.
Please sit down."
Mr. Qi waited for her to sit before explaining everything about the Li family's actions, as well as the connections with the Gu family, Jiang family, and Lei family trading caravan. When Madam Chen learned the full story, she was surprised. It wasn't because she was shocked by what the Li family father and son had done. Having lived 60 years in a large household, she had seen all sorts of dirty deeds. What surprised her was that the Li family father and son were so foolish. They could have sold Mother Gu and her daughter to a brothel, but they shouldn't have come out themselves and handed them directly to the pawn shop. Nor should they have sold them in Heian Prefecture. They should have sold them farther away so the Gu family couldn't find them. Now, not only did they do a bad deed, but they also left many clues and dragged the Qi family into it. Old Madam Chen was very angry. She sat in the study for a moment and said to Mr. Qi, "Since that's the case, the second master will handle it fairly. The old lady understands." Old Lord Li was confused and asked, "What do you mean?" Mr. Qi sneered and said, "What I mean? It means continuing to question Li Mu and the others until they tell us the whereabouts of Li Duofu and his son." Hearing this, Lord Li was furious. He pointed at old Madam Chen and said, "You old busybody. My cousin's wife sent you to help our Li family, but you are going against her wishes. That's truly unfair. No, I will go find my cousin's wife and ask her to deal with you." "Stop!" Steward Lin shouted angrily, interrupting Lord Li. "You young brat, how dare you speak to old Madam Chen like that?" Old Madam Chen trusted Mr. Qi deeply. Now that she could speak this way, it meant she was on the second master's side. If she was on his side, then he couldn't let Lord Li mistreat her. "Steward Lin, no need to scold him. An old woman like me has heard all sorts of harsh words in her life." Old Madam Chen looked at Lord Li and smiled. "But since I am part of the Qi family and supported by them, I must serve the Qi family. I cannot just watch the Qi family be dragged down by distant relatives."
And
Old Lady Li is very kind-hearted. She cannot bear to see her family torn apart. Lord Li is her cousin's son, a relative. The old lady cannot stand to see her own nephew commit wrongdoings. Old Madam Chen's words were wise and reasonable, full of good intentions for the Li family. They made Lord Li and his son look stunned. Lord Li knew this old woman was not easy to deal with. After thinking for a moment, he quickly stepped forward, bowed deeply to her, and said, "Old Madam Chen, forgive me. My younger brother didn't mean to cause trouble. Please don't hold it against him." Old Madam Chen looked at Lord Li and asked, "Are you Lord Li's third son? Are your wife and children all here?" Lord Li nodded and said, "Yes, I am. Thanks to my cousin's wife, my wife, children, and sister have survived the escape." Old Madam Chen nodded and praised, "Good. Third master, you are capable." Hearing this, Lord Li felt very happy. With old Madam Chen's words, it meant he had the support of Lady Qi. They are now in Heian Prefecture, relying on the Qi family for support. As long as they have the support of the old Madam Qi, it is not difficult for him to take over the Li family's estate. Old Madam Chen immediately saw through Lord Li's intentions, but she and Old Madam Qi truly thought this way. Old Madam Qi isn't very concerned about this distant relative. She only remembers the kindness of the former cousin's daughter, so she helped the Li family. Although Lord Li is a common-born, he is still the grandson of the former cousin's daughter. If one person can be supported, that's enough. As for Lord Li and Lord Li's second son, it doesn't matter much, just enough to have food to eat, so they won't starve. Old Madam Chen looked at Mr. Qi and nodded at him. Mr. Qi understood and finally felt less angry than before. Soon after, the old housekeeper of the Qi family arrived with a group of people, dragging the badly beaten Li Mu, housekeeper Fong, and Li Erxi into the study courtyard. The old housekeeper went straight into the study and said to Mr. Qi, "Second master, we found out." Mr. Qi was very happy and hurriedly asked, "Quick, tell me, where have Li Duofu and his son been sold to?"